System. Host. This male protagonist is a yandere, seemingly obedient, yet secretly mischievous. He harbors grudges against anyone who wrongs him, leading to a future where he ruthlessly torments the female lead. However, the audience has grown weary of melodramatic love-hate dynamics. You must treat him kindly, transforming him into a delectable sweetheart yandere male-led. And Shui. Oh, and then she struck the male protagonist. System. A fusion of East and West young lady one. She donned a flowing black gown, her figure enchanting, gracefully leaning against a wall shrouded in mist. Her fiery red lips parted, enveloping a golden long cigarette holder. She inhaled deeply, then released. With her crimson lips slightly parted, white smoke billowed forth, partially obscuring her visage. Should anyone gaze upon her, be it man or woman, they would find themselves inhaling in sync with her exhalation. Alas, in that moment, she was surrounded by no living soul, only a humorless system. 524 was not merely a system. He served as an assistant to contracted streamers, akin to a customer service representative. As a veteran customer service agent, he had encountered all manner of eccentric streamers. Yet at this moment, he felt utterly overwhelmed. You wanted a dress, and I exhausted the points accumulated by the previous host to procure it for you. You asked for a cigarette holder and cigarettes, which I also acquired for you. Why are you still unprepared to work? It must be understood that points directly impacted his monthly commission. The 524 individuals are customer service representatives for the Xingsan Live streaming platform, a division dedicated to contracted support. Gamers are afforded the opportunity to immerse themselves in any character within these fantastical realms, allowing them to experience any life they desire, thereby rendering it on any of the most beloved games of the era. Recently, Galaxy Game Company established a competition with a staggering prize pool of 100 million star coins to encourage players to engage in the challenge of altering or original storylines. Whether the characters they embody are protagonists, supporting roles, or mere cannon fodder, all that matters is the allure of the modified narratives. It is rumored that successful adaptations may even be transformed into television dramas or films, presenting a serendipitous opportunity for aspiring stars to emerge. Xingsan Live, though a modest streaming platform, promptly mobilized all contracted hosts to partake in the competition following its announcement. Securing the prize money was one incentive, but more significantly, it served to elevate their profile while casting a wide net to recruit cost-effective hosts from other realms to enhance their chances of victory. Thus, it is no wonder that the 524 stumbled upon such a remarkable talent during their quest for new hosts. This extraordinary individual is a patient from a psychiatric hospital who, prior to her admission, was an esteemed scientist renowned across the globe. Following a tragic experiment that resulted in the loss of her beloved, she succumbed to madness. Yet, even in her derangement, she remains the most beautiful, elegant, and noble patient within the institution. Despite her haughty demeanor, when she is lucid, she captivates the hearts of all the doctors and nurses, and even in her moments of instability, she continues to stir their emotion. As profoundly as she experienced her episodes, she remains silent and composed, merely conversing with the air and reciting love poetry. In more severe instances, she would contemplate suicide. Given her extraordinary value, the hospital imposed stringent oversight upon her. The organization known as 524 believed she could potentially yield remarkable surprises. Thus, they entered into a contract with her. Upon entering the space, she initially surveyed her surroundings, glancing at the floating marketplace interface and various task cards. Then, with a calm demeanor, she engaged in dialogue, negotiating terms and demanding this and that while refusing to work without compensation. One might argue that a scientist should not be so materialistic. Shouldn't she possess a spirit of inquiry that transcends mere possessions? Upon encountering visitors from a higher civilization, why was there not a hint of enthusiasm? In summary, her self-centeredness was striking. She simply requested what she desired, holding out for payment before she would engage in any labor. 524 could only stifle a sigh, opting to dip into their own finances to accommodate her demands. They promised that if she secured a substantial reward of 100 million, becoming a celebrity in their world, influential figures would undoubtedly be willing to invest CES to bring her to what she perceived as an alien civilization. This, at last, piqued her interest. 524, feeling a sense of trepidation, hoped earnestly that she would commit to her work and refrain from any impulsive actions that might lead to self-harm otherwise. It would be a considerable loss. Previously contracted streamers had proven unhelpful, and with a meager salary, they were nearing an inability to cover rent. Fortunately, despite her mental instability, the spirit of exploration characteristic of a scientist remained intact. Thus, holding a long pipe with elegance, she inhaled deeply while clutching her first task card, ready to embark on a new challenge. The original title of the first world is The Medical Hand Covers the Sky, the Cold CEO's Little Wife. It is an extensive narrative spanning over 3 million words, categorized under themes of deep emotional turmoil, rekindled romance, and affluent families. And Shui has resolved to assume the role of the female protagonist, as the character is portrayed as excessively naive and foolish, perpetually ensnared in deception. Despite the malevolent persona being glaringly apparent, she remains oblivious to the underlying treachery. She is fully aware that her father's abandonment and subsequent demise in a foreign land were a direct result of her stepmother's oppression, yet she is easily persuaded to donate her bone marrow to the son of her biological father and stepmother. Her innocent and benevolent nature elicits a visceral reaction from readers, who find themselves aghast at her ghoul liability. Even after discovering the betrayal, she expresses a willingness to donate a kidney, provided she can reclaim her father's belongings. When her friends question her foolishness, she retorts with the sentiment that saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda, further inciting readers' disbelief. The female protagonist's innocent kindness captures the attention of the male lead, Feng Shuejuan, the eldest son and head of the Feng family, renowned for his surgical prowess. It is said that there is no person he cannot save. Although he presents himself as the female protagonist's cousin, he is acutely aware that there is no blood relation between them. In truth, he is not even a true heir of the Feng family, as his father was an illegitimate child of the grandmother, rendering him outside the family's lineage. The female protagonist naturally receives the male protagonist's protection, preserving her kidney, yet she faces a myriad of schemes, slanders, and misunderstandings that await her. Their relationship is fraught with turmoil and entanglements, and after 300,000 words of such a tumultuous journey, her once deceased and fallen noble foster father returns to life, experiencing a resurgence. Consequently, the female protagonist ascends to nobility herself, inheriting her foster father's title, and makes a resplendent return, evoking regret and fear among the numerous side characters who sought her downfall. Ultimately, after yet another round of entanglements with the male protagonist, they unite. And Shui finds the mere synopsis glaringly unappealing. Thus she resolves to embody the role of this female lead. Let the adventure begin. With that, 524 thrust her into this game world. Simultaneously, a new live streaming channel named Shui 524 emerged. Being a newcomer, the channel was devoid of any viewers, left desolate and empty. The fallen noble foster parents, who had only recently adopted their daughter, were frantically searching the castle for their suddenly vanished child, and at last they discovered her in the attic. Years swiftly passed, and the protagonist, known as Shui in spirit but Wind, Snow, Qing in body, had matured, and the Wind family had come to find her. In the Dragon Kingdom, City S, the renowned medical family, the Wind residence, is nestled on a secluded hillside, with the entire mountain adorned with various herbal medicine greenhouses. These structures are exquisitely crafted, resembling enchanting glass houses, yet devoid of vibrant flowers and princesses, containing only healing herbs and diligent workers. At the foot of the mountain stands a grand 3-story villa, also belonging to the Feng family. Within this splendid abode, in the living room on the first floor, sits a well-groomed middle-aged woman alongside 2 young women who appear to be in their university years. One of the young women bears a striking resemblance to the middle-aged woman. Her features as exquisite as jasmine, while the other girl is considerably more ordinary. "Mother, are you absolutely certain that there won't be any issues?" Feng Shui inquired with a hint of anxiety, stirring her coffee once more. "Rest assured, I have gathered ample information during my few days in England," Guan Wanjiao replied, her gaze lowered as she toyed with the jade bracelet adorning her left wrist, her tone cold and dismissive. Her adoptive father was merely a fallen noble with an empty title who passed away not long ago. And apart from that, she has no influential relatives or friends. What kind of nonsense theological academy is she attending? She acts like a lunatic, deluding herself into thinking she is some noble lady. She is socially inept at school, and aside from that face, which resembles her mother's and is adept at attracting men, she possesses nothing of value. What about grandmother and brother? Rest assured, it is not as if we are unaware of your grandmother's character, and besides, they reside upon the mountain. Contemplating this, Guan Wanjiao clenched her bracelet with a hint of resentment, yet soon relaxed, casting a tender smile upon her daughter. My precious daughter, no one can undermine your position. Even if they were to encounter her, what of it? A mere vase devoid of any medical talent or exceptional abilities. Should they dismantle her, they would not even raise an eyebrow. In comparison to you, they would willingly sacrifice her, whether in matters of affection or profit. Indeed, Feng Shui murmured, the unease in her eyes dissipating, a flicker of brilliance emerging. Indeed, my lady, my miss, I ask you, which young lady could possibly outshine you? Tang Caixin immediately interjected with flattery. You certainly possess the gift of gab, Feng Shui replied with a teasing glance, pride gleaming in her eyes. Has there been any word from father? Is he nearing? Father sent me a message earlier stating that he had arrived at the airport, but as for now, I do not know he asked me to. Tang Caixin, filled with curiosity, yearned to venture out and meet that eccentric young lady, a sentiment shared by Feng Shui, though she kept it concealed. It was only when Guan Wanjiao gracefully finished her green tea and, embodying the poise of a hostess, stepped outside that Feng Shui and Tang Caixin hurriedly followed in her wake. Outside the grand iron gate of the villa, 2 large trucks and a small car were parked. The rear doors of the trucks stood ajar, while workers busily unloaded their contents. The butler, Tang Bo, was drenched in sweat, displaying evident impatience. Beside him stood a woman with her back turned to them, gracefully holding a vintage parasol that shielded her from the sun, obscuring her back. All that could be discerned was her lower half, enveloped in black fabric, revealing not a hint of skin. The voice of Guan Wanjiao prompted Tang to turn his head, and in that instant, the parasol-wielding figure also pivoted. This sudden movement was akin to a dazzling burst of black roses sparkling with silver light, exploding in the sky, a breathtaking moment that seemed to transcend the confines of time and space. She was adorned in an entirely black, vintage-inspired gown featuring long sleeves and a high collar. The upper portion, from her shoulders to her hips, boasted a flawlessly smooth silhouette, while the lower half cascaded straight down to her ankles. Atop her head rested a matching exquisite black hat, with a delicate veil that partially concealed her face, leaving her lips, red as flames, tantalizingly visible. She stood there in serene elegance, embodying grace, mystery, and nobility. As Guan Wanjiao and her companions halted abruptly, their breaths stilled for 2 or 3 seconds. The System 524 observed their astonished expressions with an impassive demeanor, uttering a sardonic "ha." Soon, they would find themselves in a predicament, for this woman was determined to carve her own path. The young lady, who leaves others with no path to escape, is not only playful, but also embodies a particularly vexatious and dramatically exquisite blend of Eastern and Western aristocracy. At times, System 524 wonders if she has transcended her corporeal form, leaving her spirit in a state of disarray. Unbeknownst to them, System 524 silently lights a candle for their plight while the others remain entranced. It is only when the noble lady, seemingly transported from a bygone era, graces them with a haughty smile characteristic of her lineage as she strides toward them with an elegant gait. As she retracts her parasol, she offers a distant embrace to the rigid Guan Wanjiao and Feng Shui, a mere brush of shoulders, a facade of closeness without much fabric ever. Touching dada, the spectacle is about to commence. System 524 readies the chairs and refreshments, preparing to indulge in the unfolding drama. Good afternoon, madam, ladies, she intones, her voice laced with a hint of aria. Her peculiar accent is both strange and melodious, imbued with a sense of grandeur and enigma, as sh. Nonchalantly bypasses Guan Wanjiao and her companions, making her way into the villa. Tang Bo approaches with a long face, exclaiming, "Madam, she has the audacity to make me sit on the truck with those laborers. Even after I told her I am your associate, she disregards me entirely, showing no regard for your standing." He hastily expresses his frustration while trailing beside Guan Wanjiao. Guan Wanjiao furrowed her brows, choosing silence. Inside the grand hall, and Shui gracefully and gently wielded her parasol, her steps elegant yet swift as she circled the living room, her discerning gaze scrutinizing each item. Guan Wanjiao and her companions could scarcely keep pace with her light-footedness, rendered momentarily speechless by her sudden actions. Replace all the curtains with this year's Greek autumn collection from Rouse within 3 days. I can hardly believe the sheer lack of taste. And this sofa, the pure white set, is utterly hideous and rigid, as if the factory that produced them had secretly stuffed wood inside. This cheap vase should be swapped for a colorful ceramic one, and those 2 paintings on the wall must go. But fret not, I shall hang my portrait in their place. Moreover, if the windows— oh well, this style of villa simply cannot accommodate the dazzling beauty of stained glass. I shall ponder what would be more suitable to replace it. Before she could finish her thoughts, the noble lady interjected with a tone that was both presumptuous and somewhat condescending. Or perhaps we should tear down this house and rebuild it? I find the style utterly incompatible with my taste, and I trust you all share my sentiments. Feng Shuyue and the others looked at Guan Wanjiao as if struck by lightning. Has this woman lost her mind? The entire villa has been arranged according to her exquisite taste. Guan Wanjiao, her cheeks flushed with indignation, clenched her fists tightly. With a forced, gentle smile barely gracing her face, she softly remarked, "Xiaoqing, having endured such a long flight, you must be weary. Allow Ye to escort you to your room for a well-deserved rest, shall we?" "Yes, I am fatigued, but I cannot find solace until I ascertain that the things I detest are swiftly removed from my sight," and Shui replied, casting a discerning and disdainful glance at the Li and Tang family trio. "If your ears are not suffocated by gluttony, you ought to heed my words and act upon them without delay. I must assert that not only must everything within this house be replaced, but the staff as well." The countenance of the Tang family shifted dramatically, and Tang Caixin erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What did you say? How dare you? As mere servants, if one is incapable of fulfilling their duties, it is audacious to confront one's employer." She furrowed her brow sharply, her gaze filled with utter contempt as she regarded Tang Bo, who appeared as repugnant as refuse. Even through the veil of distance, Tang Caixin was rendered speechless, fear gripping her tongue. The hall fell into an abrupt silence, all present rendered voiceless, their throats constricted in disbelief as they stared at her, including the workers who were frozen at the enter. Ants, paralyzed with trepidation. After a brief pause, as if a realization dawned upon her, she turned her head, widening her gaze slightly at Guan Wanjiao. "Could it be that you disapprove of my alterations to this place? It's all right. While my belongings are still neatly packed, I shall seek a place to reside outside," she declared, turning to leave. "No!" Guan Wanjiao exclaimed sharply, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Then, under Insa's bewildered gaze, she forced a stiff smile and continued, "That's not necessary. Feel free to make any changes you wish. Anne has promised that the family will ensure you lead a joyful and comfortable life." "That is truly wonderful," she retorted with an irksome aristocratic sneer, then gracefully ascended the stairs, delicately holding her parasol and the corner of her skirt, naturally, demanding Feng Shuyue vacate her bedroom, as she required the spacious wardrobe within. System 524 applauded, "Superb. Your performance is impeccable." Feng Shuyue, clutching her blanket, entered the room originally meant for Shui, which was half the size of her own. Instantly, her smile vanished. She angrily hurled the comforter to the floor and recklessly seized the nearby alarm clock, crystal ball, and a box filled with various items, smashing them in a frenzy, her eyes reddening with rage. By the time Guan Wanjiao arrived, drawn by the commotion, chaos reigned in the room, with Feng Shuyue trembling with fury at the center of it all. "Throwing a tantrum over someone so fleetingly triumphant, everything I taught you has been in vain," Guan Wanjiao remarked coldly as she entered and shut the door behind her. Feng Shuyue, her eyes aflame with indignation, turned to Guan Wanjiao. "Clearly, you are just as enraged." I may be angry, but I'm not as wasteful as you've smashed everything and still have to repurchase it, Guan Wanjiao remarked, surveying the array of valuable items strewn across the floor, showing little sorrow. Enough of this. I have long said that little hussy considers herself a noble duchess, so self-centered. In any case, her pride won't last long. We must endure for now, otherwise, if she truly runs away to live elsewhere, it will become difficult to manage her. Why not seize her immediately? Grandmother is quite anxious, isn't she? Feng Shui ground her teeth in frustration. Indeed, she is anxious, but you know well how dearly she treasures her son. How could she possibly proceed without any inspections? Now, go take a shower and calm down. We still have to dine together later. Feng Shui took a couple of deep breaths, picked up the nightgown resting on the bed, and turned to enter the bathroom. Guan Wanjiao exited the room and descended to the second floor, where she saw movers carrying boxes toward the room that originally belonged to Feng Shui but was now assigned Toa. In Shui. It was then that she recalled the two trucks parked outside and curiously ventured inside. Xiao Qing de In Shui stood by the window, illuminated from behind, her attire seemingly imbued with a delicate, ethereal glow. Having removed her hat, her luxuriant, slightly curled black hair cascaded around her shoulders. Her face, akin to an egg-shaped visage, boasted an exceptionally fair and tender complexion, complemented by her deep, dark peach blossom eyes reminiscent of ancient wells. Her lips, painted in a vivid red, suited her exquisitely, and her tranquil presence exuded an arresting beauty that seemed to transcend time and space. This was the true visage of Shui, perhaps reflecting the adage that one's appearance is a manifestation of the heart. As she grew, her features bore an increasing resemblance to her essence in the tangible world. In Shui possessed a quarter of Western European ancestry, which lent her features a slightly more pronounced and three-dimensional quality compared to her Eastern counterparts, while still retaining a classical Eastern allure, creating a beauty appreciated by both Eastern and Western eyes. Guan Wan's smile faltered imperceptibly, an ominous premonition creeping in. And Shui bent down to open one of the boxes, extracting a dress draped in a transparent dust cover that hung on a hanger. It was a striking red, adorned with lace, ribbons, and pearls, with layers of delicate white tulle at the hem, cascading softly like clouds. It was undeniably beautiful and lavish, unmistakably reminiscent of the aristocratic women's fashion popular during the Victorian era in England. I had it custom-made at a Victorian couture boutique. Look, it is so exquisite, and Shui said, her eyes gleaming with fascination as she gazed at the dress. It is indeed beautiful, but do you really intend to wear such attire in public? Guan Wanjiao remarked with a hint of stiffness, pondering that even in Europe, few would dare to don such extravagant garments on streets. Certainly, I would not wear it out. In fact, I prefer to collect them rather than wear them. By the way, is there a bespoke Qipao boutique nearby? I must have a few custom pieces made. I shall take you out for a stroll later, Guan Wanjiao replied, watching as the movers brought in box after box, nearly filling half the space. Her smile faltered. How much had this girl spent? It was evident that such bespoke items did not come cheaply. At that moment, and Shui revealed the answer with an air of aristocratic entitlement. You must provide me with a new car, madam. The one you previously gave me has been maxed out after just a few uses. Please give me one with a higher limit, lest I find myself frequently needing to exchange it with you. Guan Wanjiao exerted tremendous effort to maintain her composure, struggling to keep her facial muscles from distorting and to exit the room without losing face in front of Shui. In the harmonious blend of Eastern and Western cultures, Shui gazed at Guan Wanjiao's retreating figure. Madam, as Guan Wanjiao descended the stairs, she was swiftly surrounded by the Tang family, their faces marred by resentment. Madam, look at the character of that woman. It is utterly outrageous. Who does she think she is? Indeed, she holds you in such low regard. Guan Wanjiao, already in a foul mood, found the confrontation with this trio even more unbearable. With an ashen countenance, she retorted, Enough. I am well aware of how to proceed. I dare say she is not entirely wrong. You certainly need to be more vigilant. The three were momentarily struck dumb, their expressions stiffening as they fell silent. Noticing their restraint, Guan Wanjiao's demeanor softened slightly. She settled onto the sofa, fell into contemplation, and with a cold glint in her eyes remarked, Let her revel in her triumph for a few days. Once the matriarch arrives, she shall face the consequences. Understood, madam, the trio replied, albeit with unmistakable reluctance etched upon their faces. The expanse of land owned by the Feng family is remarkably vast, encompassing not only the mountain upon which Feng Mansion stands, but also an extensive, flat plain situated behind it. This area is adorned with numerous herb cultivation houses, each a glass structure housing an array of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, resplendent in their diversity. Some are a vibrant emerald green, others a rich reddish brown, while some bloom in full splendor, and others remain shyly poised to unfurl, each a breathtaking sight. A tall, sprawling iron fence encircles the entire plain and the mountain, with the sole entrance and exit being a back gate secured by several locks, apart from the three-story villa where Guan Wanjiao and her companions reside. Having awakened from a midday slumber, Shui gingerly lifted her skirt as she ascended the stone wall adjacent to the villa. The stone steps were quite high, approximately 10 meters, and upon completing the climb and passing through the iron gate guarded by an attendant, she found herself within the mountain's embrace. From there, she could glimpse the rooftops of the glass houses, which, nestled among well-foliaged trees in the slopes of the mountain, appeared to dance in and out of view with the breeze, cascading irregularly in a terraced formation. Although Shui had only just arrived, the attendant at the security booth seemed already aware of her identity and allowed her passage without further hindrance. As she ascended at a leisurely pace, Shui pondered the legacy of the Feng family. As the male protagonist, his background must be extraordinary indeed, descended from an ancient lineage of medicine that has persisted since the Qing dynasty, excelling in both Western and traditional Chinese medicine, and renowned as the foremost medical family in the nation. Possessing its own herbal plantation and a pharmaceutical manufacturing facility, the Feng family enjoys an illustrious reputation, unmarred by any rumors of counterfeit or substandard products. The public harbors immense trust in any medication produced by the Feng family. From cultivation to production, every stage is meticulously scrutinized, and such diligence has cultivated the Feng family's esteemed position in society. Their hospitals are ubiquitous across the nation, with a facility in every major city, each ranked among the top-tier institutions. Among the youngest generation, the heir to the Feng family, Feng Shuizhuan, is acclaimed as a master of Western medicine, wielding a scalpel with unrivaled prowess. The herbs cultivated within the mountainous woods often shy away from the sun. However, not all herbal varieties are confined to the nurturing chambers. Some hardy, locally adapted herbs thrive outdoors, planted in neat clusters. Occasionally, one might glimpse several personnel clad in white coats, hats, and blue sleeves diligently tending to the plants within a cultivation room, meticulously inspecting the health and growth of each herb. Should they catch sight of Shui passing by through the glass, expressions of surprise and admiration would grace their faces. In the tranquil solitude of the mountains around 3 in the afternoon, the only sound is the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the occasional breeze, as the air becomes imbued with the soothing aroma of herbs. This serene environment, distanced from the urban bustle, is one that Shui cherishes. Is this it? Let me see the picture. Does it look like this? Wait a moment, let me listen. A hushed, conspiratorial whisper emanates vaguely from behind a dense thicket, causing Shui to pause in her leisurely stride and glance back. Behind the thicket crouched 2 men, clad in the white robes and hats of staff. Yet the camouflage pants and shoes beneath betrayed their identity as outsiders. Shui recalled, these must be the secondary male characters. In this narrative, the second male, Gu Lu, hails from a family comparable to that of the protagonist, possessing a certain revolutionary background. The only aspect in which he falls short compared to the protagonist is his marital history. Although his wife has passed away, he has a son afflicted with hereditary cancer. The female lead first met him while working as a nurse in the hospital, and it was through her gentle and kind demeanor that she captured his heart, serving as a catalyst for the burgeoning romance between the main characters. System 524 informed Shui that the second male is the primary target for many female players and some male players alike. He is relatively easier to pursue than the protagonist and is perceived as a more grounded character within the storyline. It seems like, but perhaps it does not. Is this jagged edge not denser than what is depicted in the image? Approximately. Yes. Are you foolish? One cannot indiscriminately consume medicine merely because it resembles something else. What then? That is sea silk, utilized for treating heat dysuria, stone dysuria, blood dysuria, greasy dysuria, and urethral pain. Suddenly, a melodious voice with a peculiar intonation echoed behind them. Huddled beneath a thicket, 2 heads suddenly broke apart, swiftly turning to face an exceptionally striking and aggressive visage. They were momentarily taken aback, but as they regained their senses and prepared to pounce in an attempt to subdue her, they heard her voice. Laced with disdain, "Do not even think of touching me with hands freshly emerged from a pile of filth, or I shall ensure you receive the punishment befitting thieves." "I have not laid a finger on any filth," protested a young man, his dark skin contrasting sharply with his gleaming white teeth, which could dazzle anyone. And Shui responded with a sardonic smile, causing both men to stiffen, their foreheads beaded with sweat as they anxiously scanned their surroundings, confirming the absence of any staff. One of them, possessing a fairer complexion and an air of shrewdness, tugged at the eager young man who still wished to pounce on Shui. In a hushed tone, he warned, "Who are you?" Though it seems there are few staff members here, they are predominantly gathered at the research facilities atop and below the mountain. This area is equipped with a voice-activated system. If this woman raises her voice, an alarm will sound, and we shall be finished. Their eyes widened in realization. Yet their vigilance intensified. "Who are you, really? Why do you wish to assist us?" "Why would I assist you?" And Shui replied, her posture upright, her head held high, casting a condescending gaze upon them without lowering her eyes. "Do you not perceive it? Young man, this is clearly a transaction." It seemed she required someone capable of traversing the territory of the Feng family undetected to aid her in a task. As Shui stepped out of the iron gate at the foot of the mountain, she beheld Guanwan Jiao and Feng Shuiyu standing anxiously beneath the stone wall. Upon catching sight of her, their expressions instantly transformed into relief. Guanwan Jiao's demeanor was warm and gentle. "Shaoqing, why did you ascend the mountain without informing your aunt?" And Shui gracefully descended the stone steps, her skirt held delicately in hand. The afternoon sunlight cast a soft golden glow around her, resembling a queen elegantly descending from the spiral staircase of a castle. Her attire was dignified, elegant, and exuded an air of nobility, while her posture was both graceful and enigmatic. For a fleeting moment, Feng Shuiyu's beautiful visage contorted with jealousy. Had it not been for Guanwan Jiao's timely grasp of her hand, she might have revealed her deeper feelings of envy. She could not comprehend why a seemingly inconsequential woman possessed such beauty and poise. In school, even if her grades were dismal and her temperament unpleasant, surely, with such looks, men would be drawn to her. She would never have the opportunity to flaunt herself before a larger audience. She could never hope to take anything from you. Guanwan Jiao murmured, her voice barely escaping her lips. Feng Shuiyu immediately responded with a gentle smile, though her eyes held a chilling glint. "Have you missed me after just a few hours, or are you afraid I might disappear?" And Shui approached the two. Her deep, peach blossom eyes seemed to pierce through them, as if reading their souls. "Of course, we fear you might slip away. Our precious little princess has been hard to find." Guanwan Jiao replied with a cheerful demeanor, affectionately linking her arm within Shui's and guiding her towards the villa. "Come. The people your grandmother sent have been waiting for you for quite some time." And Shui walked while withdrawing her arm, apologizing. "I'm not accustomed to being so close to others." Guanwan Jiao chuckled softly, but remained silent. Awaiting Shui in the hall was a middle-aged man clad in a white coat, exuding an air of seriousness. After casting a glance at Shui, he wordlessly retrieved a syringe from a small box he had brought and rolled up his sleeve. Shui narrowed her eyes, questioning his intentions. Before he could utter a word, Guanwan Jiao leaned in again, smiling yet firmly grasping Shui's hand and extending it towards the man. "Shaoqing, this is to assist you in a blood test for your health records. You and your brother have already undergone it. You've been outside for too long. Your grandmother is worried if you don't get checked. Uncle Chu is quite busy, so please hurry. Once he's done, we can have our meal." Feng Shuiyu promptly approached and kindly rolled up Shui's left sleeve. Shui slightly shifted her arm, only to find Guanwan Jiao's grip tightening. When she glanced over, Guanwan Jiao's smile appeared even more benevolent. Shui ceased her movements. Chu He, with an apathetic and indifferent expression, glanced at the mother and daughter duo before swiftly and smoothly inserting the needle into Shui's vein after sterilizing it. Vivid crimson liquid flowed through the tube into a small vial, filling it within moments. He withdrew the needle, leaving behind a cotton swab, and departed swiftly with his materials. Shui pressed the cotton swab against the puncture site, and Guanwan Jiao and Feng Shuiyu exchanged glances, both revealing relaxed and triumphant smiles. "Madam, miss, dinner is served," Tang Kai Xian called out as she emerged from the dining hall. "All right, let us eat." Guanwan Jiao greeted everyone cheerfully as they entered to dine. The open kitchen seamlessly flowed into the dining area, where a sumptuous array of delectable dishes adorned the table. Tang Caixin had already indulged in several bites and, Upon noticing Guan Wanjiao and the others arriving, hastily pulled out a chair to take a seat. However, in the next instant, she caught the gaze of Shui and froze, indignantly releasing the chair and retreating, her mind filled with curses wishing for Shui's swift demise. She had never encountered such an insufferable woman. What right did she have to look down upon them? Why should she deny them the privilege of sharing a meal at the same table? They had always dined together in the past. Shui, a despicable person with a condescending gaze, deserved no peace for the days ahead. Not only Tang Caixin, but her parents, Tang Bo and Li Yi, harbored deep resentment towards Shui, forgetting that the employer allowing the employees to dine at the same table was a gesture of courtesy, and conversely, denial was equally justified. Later, Guan Wanjiao mentioned taking Shui to have a qipao custom-made. However, that evening, they merely summoned a tailor to their residence to take Shui's measurements. Just as the measuring was completed, several guests arrived at the villa. "Oh, sister-in-law, are you home? You must take a good look now. If you don't, in a couple of days, we might only see a ghostly figure instead of a person." Indeed, the sister-in-law was quite capable. After all these years without a match, she had found one at her own behest. Is it not said that the power of maternal love is remarkable? What is maternal love, really? The second sister-in-law has but one daughter in her lifetime, upon whom she must rely in her later years. How could she bear to witness the potential ruin of her future support? It is indeed unfortunate for her to have encountered such a mother-in-law. Fortunately, we are not her biological kin. Otherwise, we might have faced similar misfortunes. 3 women engaged in a lively exchange, each taking turns to speak with an air of jest, their words laced with innuendo. Beneath the obsequious smiles of Tang Bo, they entered the living room, their sarcasm palpable. Yet, upon spotting Shui standing in the midst of the room, they halted, their expressions momentarily frozen. Upstairs, Guan Wanjiao and Feng Shuiyue had clearly overheard their conversation, their faces reflecting displeasure as they lingered on the staircase. Shui, arms crossed and scrutinizing the newcomers with a discerning gaze, observed 3 middle-aged women, each distinct in appearance yet subtly similar, adorned like socialites. The most striking resemblance among them was the shared expression of biting sarcasm and a hint of jealousy. They referred to Guan Wanjiao as the second sister-in-law and called Shui's father elder brother, indicating that they must be the 3 illegitimate daughters of the Feng family. Each had a different mother, none of whom was the current matriarch of the Feng household. The Feng matriarch was indeed a formidable woman, having married such a husband. She brazenly took a lover and bore a son entirely unrelated to the Feng lineage. Yet, apart from the male protagonist Feng Shuizun, who alone knew of his true parentage as the illegitimate child of his grandmother, no one else was privy to this information. Second sister-in-law, could this girl possibly be Xueqing? Dressed in a green velvet dress, Aunt Feng Bixia glared and inquired, "Is it you?" Before Guan Wanjiao could respond, Shui spoke in a calm tone, "Indeed." "Oh, that accent. You must have been raised in England, right? You're truly stunning, far more beautiful than that girl Shuiyue," said Feng Haihui, adorned in a red shawl, as she approached with a smile, affectionately grasping Shui's hand and appraising her. "Second sister-in-law, your actions are rather unscrupulous. How could you bear to present such a beautiful girl as a shield for Shuiyue? Truly, a child without a mother is like a rootless grass," chimed in Aunt Feng Hongya. The 3 women evidently had mischief in mind, causing Guan Wanjiao's expression to darken. Noticing Shui squinting at her, she felt a twinge of guilt, intensifying her resentment towards the trio. "What nonsense are you spouting? After all these years, you remain as indiscreet as ever, reveling in trivial chatter, utterly oblivious to family loyalty. Indeed, a daughter married off is like water spilled." The expressions of the 3 women shifted at Guan Wanjiao's pointed remarks. Being illegitimate daughters, their comfortable existence under that old matriarch and subsequent marriages into affluent families were due to her need to forge alliances for her son. However, this did not grant them the leverage to threaten her. Rather, their enjoyment of life in their new families depended on their continued utility to the old matriarch. Should they be cast aside, they risked being toppled by their husbands' mistresses at any moment. In the present moment, one dares not provoke Guan Wanjiao too much, lest she, in a fit of desperation, report to the elderly matriarch. Although she herself is not favored by the matriarch, she is still somewhat better off, for she has borne a daughter of considerable utility to the matriarch. "Ah, dear sister-in-law, why must you take offense? We are merely jesting out of idle time. And as the young mistress of the Feng family, surely you possess at least this modicum of tolerance?" Feng Hongye is adept at exploiting vulnerabilities. and one can surmise that Guan Wanjiao currently lacks the leisure to contend with them, as she has unwittingly stepped on a sore spot. No other young mistress of a prominent family endures the same level of humiliation as Guan Wanjiao. It would be more accurate to describe her as Feng Jinghui's reproductive vessel rather than his wife. Indeed, Guan Wanjiao's countenance grew increasingly grim. Oh dear. Our appointment at the beauty salon is fast approaching. We must take our leave, Feng Bixia said with a cheerful smile, leading her two sisters away with their heads held high, exuding an air of arrogance. The living room fell into a tense silence, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. Feng Shiyue continuously soothed Guan Wanjiao, whose expression was dark, and occasionally cast anxious glances at the leisurely moving Shui below, whispering, "Mother, what shall we do? She must already harbor suspicions. Could she possibly escape?" This was precisely what Guan Wanjiao feared, all due to those three wretched women. "Perhaps you could provide me with an explanation?" Shui stepped into the center of the living room, poured herself a glass of water without drinking it, and leisurely inquired, her eyes glinting under the light. The protagonist of the original narrative had also faced a similar scene, yet she had swiftly been placated with just a few words. Within the confines of the room, everyone, save for Shui, was enveloped in a sense of delight. Tang Saixin, who was clandestinely indulging in the host's cake in the kitchen, abruptly set down the half-eaten slice, revealing an unabashedly malicious grin as she scampered upstairs with a sense of glee. She had long anticipated this day, relishing the opportunity to witness someone's downfall. This is what one might call the cyclical nature of fortune. Shui fixed her gaze intently on Guan Wanjiao, and as Tang Bo approached, she suddenly splashed the water in her hand towards him, sharply admonishing, "Do not dare to touch me with your filthy hands, you wretched creature. Ah, how dare you? You little hussy." Tang Bo, a distant relative brought into the Feng family by Guan Wanjiao after her marriage, was of poor breeding. After being doused, he erupted in anger, having tolerated Shui for far too long. He was about to retaliate when Shui unexpectedly produced a beautifully ornate long cigarette holder resembling a conductor's baton from her sleeve, pointing it menacingly at his nose. Startled, he instinctively sidestepped, only to step on the wet floor and nearly lose his balance. Old Tang, Li rushed over to support him, and upon realizing that Shui merely held a lovely little stick, she immediately exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" In the narrative of the fusion of East and West, Young Lady 5, Guan Wanjiao resolved to confront her adversary directly. Initially, she had contemplated maintaining a facade until the elderly matron intervened to escort her away, fearing that revealing their intentions too soon might provoke unforeseen complications. However, the potential for unexpected events was abundant, and Shui was not easily deceived. The chaos instigated by the trio of women earlier that day was a testament to this. Anyone with a semblance of reason would not remain indifferent to the provocations of Feng Bixia and her companions. Struggling to find a plausible rationale to manipulate the evidently perceptive Shui, Guan Wanjiao concluded that a more straightforward approach, albeit violent, would provide a sense of security. Indeed, those who understood the situation should comply obediently, for they posed no threat to her life. If they followed her lead, a prosperous future awaited them. Otherwise, they would have to reckon with her ruthless disposition. As Shui surveyed the individuals present, she registered the malicious satisfaction and vindictive expressions etched upon their faces. Narrowing her eyes, she reflected on the grotesque nature of this group. She had not inflicted any tangible harm upon them, nor had there been any profound enmity between them, merely a brief encounter marred by minor disputes of temperament and language. Yet, they harbored a chilling indifference, even wishing for her demise. Their apathetic stance towards life was profoundly unsettling. Who could fathom that they were members of the illustrious medical lineage of the Feng family? Shui lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, creating two elegantly curved arcs. As she gracefully ascended the staircase, she murmured to herself in a peculiar yet melodious British aristocratic tone, "Virtue arises from humility, and righteousness flourishes in abundance. Thus, it is easy to teach the affluent." Just then, she passed by Feng Shiyue, who could not discern the words, yet found the tone of her voice strange and captivating. A shiver ran down her spine as she recalled the theological institution Shui attended. She abruptly turned her head, wondering what incantation she might be uttering. Never mind her. I have always thought she was a bit eccentric. As Shui entered her room, the door behind her shut with a decisive click, swiftly locking from the outside. It soon became apparent that the power to her room had been cut off, rendering her computer and landline inoperable. She noticed that some items in the room had been disturbed, and upon closer inspection, a cold smile crept across her lips. Her laptop and mobile phone had vanished, along with several pieces of jewelry and clothing from her wardrobe. While these trifles were of little consequence, she was unaware that the most valuable items in her luggage were her experimental reagents and tools. Tang Caixin, delighted, busied herself in Chui's room, admiring her newfound treasures, a laptop that appeared to be worth at least 10,000, and a smartphone as thin as a card. However, both devices required passwords, rendering them inaccessible, though these details mattered little to her, for to a woman, exquisite garments and fine accessories were far more alluring than electronic gadgets. Tang Caixin donned a flowing green gown, embodying a minimalist yet vintage Western style, complemented by a delicate green fascinator and a pair of gloves. Around her neck rested an exquisite emerald necklace, unmistakably valuable. She stood before the mirror, indulging in her own reflection, her heart swelling with delight at her own beauty. Unfortunately, her physique left much to be desired. Her waist was a tad too snug, her bust rather loose, and the hem of her dress slightly elongated. Her skin lacked the desired porcelain quality, and she possessed no remarkable aura. While the attire radiated elegance and a nostalgic fashion charm when worn by Chui, on her it resembled a poorly executed theatrical performance, appearing utterly incongruous. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware, reveling in her self-admiration. Upon entering the room, Feng Shuiyue's gaze fell upon her ensemble, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features. She had envisioned that once Chui was escorted away, all the belongings in the wardrobe would be hers. However, Tang Caixin audaciously seized the opportunity before her. A wave of discontent washed over her, though her face retained a faint smile. Spotting Feng Shuiyue, Tang Caixin eagerly inquired, "Shuiyue, do you think this suits me? Am I not beautiful?" Feng Shuiyue remained silent, nearly approaching the bed and picking up several garments strewn about, all pilfered from her own room. Indeed, that little wretch, how wasteful for her to wear such splendid attire. Yeah. Would you like one? Pick whichever you fancy, and I shall share it with you, Tang Caixin chirped, her smile wide. The garments exuded an undeniable allure, particularly the way they had impacted the viewer when worn by Chui, compelling any woman to yearn for a piece of that stunning essence. Envisioning herself donning it with the same breathtaking charm, Tang Caixin harbored a desire for exclusivity. However, upon reflecting that Feng Shuiyue was the true heiress, she feigned generosity. Upon hearing this, Feng Shuiyue furrowed her brow, and, with a hint of severity, retorted, "When did I ever require you to share anything with me? All these items were purchased with my mother's funds. Do you truly believe she possesses the means to commission such exquisite pieces on her own?" Tang Caixin's complexion shifted, leaving her awkwardly rooted to the spot. Feng Shuiyue then smiled, adding, "As a distinguished daughter of the Feng family, why would I covet clothing worn by others? If you fancy these outfits, feel free to keep them. However, the jewelry and this computer and phone cannot be yours. Please tidy them up and return them to my mother, so she may decide their fate. In the future, consult her regarding her belongings, to see if she wishes to retain any of them. Do you understand?" She was firmly convinced that all of Chui's fine possessions were only afforded through Guan Wanjiao as financial support. Tang Caixin nodded hesitantly, watching as Feng Shuiyue exited the room, reluctantly removing the necklace from her neck. Yet, upon reconsideration, she thought of the plethora of treasures in Chui's room. After her departure, she could discreetly conceal a few items without the madam noticing. As Feng Shuiyue stepped out of Tang Caixin's room and approached Chui's door, her pace faltered momentarily. An image of Chui's face surfaced in her mind, and as she compared herself to Feng Bixia and the others, feelings of resentment and jealousy surged within her. Gritting her teeth, she produced the key she had just acquired from Tang Caixin's room before heading to Li Yi's. Unlocked the door, turned the handle, and pushed it open. Due to the absence of electricity in the ceiling of all windows, darkness enveloped the room. As Feng Shuiyue pushed open the door, her eyes were met with a flickering orange glow emanating from a solitary white candle. Within that dim light sat Chui, who at first glance appeared to resemble a witch. Feng Shuiyue instinctively recoiled, a shiver coursing through her spine as she contemplated the woman's unsettling demeanor. She failed to notice the box resting on Chui's lap, filled with an assortment of delicate components and an oddly shaped, unfinished object. "What are you doing?" Feng Shuiyue finally gathered her composure and inquired. She dared not approach. Instead, she remained at the threshold, wherein Chui smiled disarmingly, revealing the malice that lurked beneath her exterior. "I shall not expend my thoughts and energies on you, for no matter how splendidly a flower blooms, once it withers, it amounts to naught." "And then?" And Chui raised an eyebrow, urging her to continue. Feng Shuiyue hesitated, realizing that Shui's peculiar accent in Chinese transformed into a melodious and graceful tone when she spoke English. A surge of jealousy welled within her. Shui hailed from a prestigious family, one of the few in the nation with a legacy comparable to her own. Yet, no one had ever eclipsed her brilliance. In S-City, no girl could surpass her in status, whether it be in beauty, lineage, academic prowess, or cultivated demeanor. Thus, the sudden emergence of Shui, who effortlessly siphoned away her radiance merely by her appearance and shared bloodline as a member of the Feng family, was a bitter pill for her to swallow. Beauty devoid of sufficient tolerance and an inability to appreciate others often leads to a visage and spirit marred by jealousy. In this world, it is indeed laughable to consider those without utilitarian value, dear girl. Shui remained unfazed while her expression subtly shifted, casting a look at Feng Shui that resembled a ghostly glare. Truly, she embodied the malicious female antagonist of a mindless CEO narrative, audaciously coming to divulge spoilers. Feng Shui relished the moment, witnessing the pride in Shui's gaze being supplanted by other emotions, grinning with satisfaction. But fret not, you shan't meet your demise so swiftly. My father has no immediate need for your heart. For future purposes, he will require your marrow as a valuable resource, and rest assured, my grandmother will nurture you well. Akin to a pig awaiting slaughter. Seated in her place, Shui observed the flickering candlelight, its glow a quiet companion. She lowered her gaze, a faint smirk forming upon her lips, casting a cold and disdainful arc as she reached for the items within the box, resuming her assembly. They believed that to imprison someone, it sufficed to strip her of electronic devices and sever her power source, unaware that some individuals are inherently uncontainable. In the darkness, time languished, stretching out to what felt like a day, aligning with Shui's expectations. The moment the door swung open, she beheld an elderly woman accompanied by several men, one of whom was the same Chu He who had drawn her blood earlier. The elderly lady donned a black and crimson woolen dress, her cheeks adorned with a hint of rouge, and her gray-white hair meticulously styled into an elegant bun. With a slight furrow in her brow, she scrutinized Shui with a gaze that emanated an air of cold dominion. This is the former eldest daughter of the Chu family, Chu Tianjiao, who immediately seized power upon marrying into the Feng family. Were it not for Feng Shui's exceptional abilities and temperament, which is no better than that of Chu Tianjiao, the current Feng family might still be under her dominion. Nevertheless, although her voice holds little weight in the myriad enterprises of the Feng family now, she remains the mistress of the inner household. As Feng Shuizuan has yet to take a wife and shows no interest in domestic affairs, Chu Tianju cast a few scrutinizing glances at Shui, feeling a blend of satisfaction and disdain. Without uttering a word, she merely nodded towards Chuhi and turned to leave. Upon seeing two individuals approach, intending to seize her, Shui swiftly withdrew a golden, elongated smoking pipe from her sleeve, deftly deflecting their hands, and lazily declared, "I shall walk on my own." The two men exchanged glances with Chuhi, who apathetically glanced at Shui and nodded. Consequently, they refrained from further attempts to detain her. Chu Tianjiao, however, disdainfully shot a glance at Shui, her chin held high, conveying her thoughts. Your husband languishes in the hospital, yet as his wife, you show no concern for his plight, instead choosing to engage in idle chatter with me? I am not so heartless as to indulge in lavish feasts while my son clings to life in a hospital room. Guan Wanjiao's expression stiffened, and Chu Tianju cast her a derisive glance before strutting out. Feng Shui observed with delight as Shui was taken away, a smile of satisfaction illuminating her face. Suddenly struck by a thought, she quickened her pace to follow. Shui halted, questioning, "Do you wish to accompany me?" In the midst of snow and wind. The gentle smile of Feng Shui belied the malice that lurked in her eyes. Soon, my father would regain his health, and I longed to accompany him through this ordeal. Shui's expression grew peculiar as she advised, "I would recommend that you refrain from following." Feng Shui interpreted Shui's words as an attempt to spare her embarrassment. Yet she was determined to witness the grim process of her being wheeled onto the operating table, undergoing the extraction of bone marrow and the removal of her kidney. Only by observing her decline could she ascertain that she was indeed the most exquisite flower, one whose brilliance would never again be overshadowed. Shui's demeanor became increasingly strange. Since you were so intent on fulfilling your filial duties, then, so be it. Just before Feng Shui stepped out, she was called back by Guan Wanjiao, who instructed, "Yeah, remember to charm that old woman's son while he is in good spirits. Be sure to perform well." "Understood, mother," Feng Shui replied hastily as she exited. Their path led them to the research institute situated on the flatlands behind the mountain. where the straight line of street lamps extended from the Feng family's auxiliary building into an seemingly infinite distance. The lamps cast elongated shadows, while the wind rustled the leaves on either side. Suddenly, Chu Tianjiao caught the curious and captivating aristocratic tone of Shui's voice as she proclaimed, "I have heard that my father once possessed a surgical knife, crafted specifically for him by someone. Do you know where that knife is now, my lady?" Tianjiao initially wished to disregard the matter, yet found herself unable to suppress a glance towards Shui. It must be said that Shui's appearance and demeanor were more in alignment with the refined taste of a distinguished lady like Tianjiao. Unfortunately, Shui was the daughter of Feng Hei's, and more significantly, she had successfully matched the bone marrow type with her precious son. This meant that regardless of Shui's excellence, she would forever be viewed as a mere tool in Tianjiao's eyes. "Oh, what have I just heard? This is truly the most amusing statement in the world, dear madam. That belongs to my father. Is it not only proper to return it?" Shui's eyes narrowed slightly. "Return it? Indeed, you are just a wild child raised outside, lacking even this basic understanding. Your father's possessions are the property of the Feng family. Currently, my eldest grandson is the head of the Feng family, and everything belonging to the Feng family, including all that your father left behind, rightfully belongs to him." Although Tianjiao cherished her son Feng Jinghui more than her grandson Feng Shuizuan, she still made a point to protect the interests of the latter when they did not conflict with those of Feng Jinghui. Shui chose silence thereafter, reflecting on how such a prestigious family could harbor such distorted members. It became evident that the roots of this dysfunction extended from Tianjiao's numerous extramarital affairs and the indiscretions of her husband, to her son, who indulged in vice of every kind, and to her daughter-in-law and granddaughter, with none being deemed normal. One could only speculate whether the renowned Feng Shuizuan was also a person of such irregularity. However, it mattered little. As long as he felt the sting of the whip when it struck him, that was sufficient. The wind and snow that followed seemed to have met with a setback, and Shui's mood grew increasingly buoyant. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at the fence, where the personnel in the security booth confirmed their identities before opening the iron gate to grant them entry. Passing through a series of herbal cultivation sheds, they entered the cubic white research building, and Shui walked with a leisurely grace, the hem of her black gown gently swaying with each step, resembling a flower delicately unfurling. The stiff collar partially concealed her fair and slender neck, while her stunning visage turned from side to side, surveying the rooms they passed. Rather than a mere captive, she appeared more akin to an aristocratic young lady on a tour. Nearly reaching the elevator, Shui couldn't help but remark on the distinctiveness of a prestigious family that had endured for centuries. Although the medical equipment she glimpsed in the two laboratories paled in comparison to that in her own research institute, it was nonetheless impressive, including a top-tier medical device, of which there are fewer than 20 globally. They ascended to the 4th floor via the elevator, where doctors and medical staff were already prepared, awaiting the donor's arrival on the operating table. It was no wonder that Guan Wanjiao and Chu Tianjiao were so audacious. The illustrious Feng family possessed everything from physicians to medical equipment to the simplest of medications, ensuring complete confidentiality. They could easily coerce Shui onto the operating table to harvest her organs, and as long as she remained silent, the Feng family would appear as pristine as ever. Moreover, even if Shui were to escape and reveal the truth, they had countless methods to discredit her claims. The Feng family is a formidable behemoth, steeped in a century of heritage and reputation, intricately woven into the fabric of society, impervious to any trifling disturbance. Within the confines of 2 operating rooms, one is designated for the donor's procedure, while the other is reserved for Feng Jinghui's surgery. Due to the relapse of Feng Jinghui's leukemia compounded by late-stage uremia, there is no time to delay. Thus, the bone marrow and kidney transplant surgeries are set to occur in close succession. As Shui was ushered into the adjacent operating room, she overheard the voices of Chu Tianjiao and Feng Shuiyue from the still open door of the next room. "Jinghui, do not worry. The surgery will commence shortly. Once it is completed, you will no longer suffer." Chu Tianjiao spoke softly, her tone a stark contrast to her usual cold demeanor, as if she feared startling someone. "Father, you will soon recover. Mother has been too afraid to see you like this. She always hides away to cry at night." Just as Shui was listening, her garment was abruptly tugged down, and the door to the operating room closed, severing her connection to the outside world. A grating voice commanded, "Remove your clothing." Shui furrowed her brow, her expression betraying her indignation. Upon closer inspection, she realized the operating table loomed directly before her. Surrounded by 4 or 5 individuals clad in white coats, caps, and masks, their expressions inscrutable, 2 of whom wore lecherous looks. Is it about to begin? And Chui toyed with her cigarette holder, leaning casually against the operating table, her demeanor exuding an effortless elegance that captivated the eye. Her tone, peculiar yet languid, bore an enchanting quality that irresistibly drew attention, compelling listeners to strain to comprehend her words. A few doctors momentarily lost their focus, and in the next instant, a plume of white smoke suddenly erupted from the command baton. In but a heartbeat, they had no time to evade it, soon succumbing to dizziness and gradually collapsing to the ground. And Chui remained poised at the side of the operating table, her porcelain-like fingers delicately gripping the intricately designed golden baton, surrounded by a circle of fallen individuals. With an air of nonchalance, she inhaled from the slender end of the baton, then, her crimson lips slightly pursed, exhaled a wisp of white smoke. Her breathtakingly exquisite visage became even more enigmatic and breathtaking amidst the haze. Outside, a knock resonated, accompanied by the query, "Doctor, may we commence?" In the realm of East-West fusion, the onlookers outside remained oblivious to any peculiarities, attributing the oddness of the sounds to the barrier of the door and masks. Within, the surgical procedure led by Feng Zhenghui commenced in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, in another operating room, instruments flickered ominously without a patient to attend to. On the floor lay several doctors and nurses, while the donor of bone marrow and kidneys casually lifted the hem of her gown, stepping out of the operating room with an air of leisure. The corridor was eerily empty, and she cast a glance at the operating room now illuminated with a red light, lowering her gaze as she muttered to herself, "A righteous person does not deceive, and a benevolent soul does not harm life." Just as Chui's gown vanished around the corner, Chu Tianjiao and Feng Shuya emerged from Feng Zhenghui's operating room, both bearing grim expressions. Chu Tianjiao had intended to remain by her beloved son's side during the surgery, yet she could not endure the sight of him undergoing such a harrowing procedure, prompting her to retreat. Feng Shui's demeanor was equally troubled, however. Upon recalling that Chui was being subjected to a similar fate in another operating room, she could not suppress a sense of satisfaction and joy, akin to vanquishing a lifelong adversary. She felt fortunate that Chui had yet to appear before her acquaintances, ensuring her own life remained unblemished. She cast a glance at Chu Tianjiu beside her, a flicker of disdain and resentment flashing in her eyes, only to vanish in an instant. With a gentle and obedient smile, she reassured, "Grandma, do not worry. After tonight, Father will regain his health." Feng Shui's expression stiffened for a moment, and in the next, she appeared on the verge of tears, looking pitiful. "I'm so sorry, Grandma. I truly cannot do anything. Mother has persistently prevented me, crying incessantly, declaring I am her future, unwilling to let me come to harm, even threatening me with suicide. What a farce. It is merely a matter of some bone marrow and a kidney. You are not a boy. What does it matter if you lose a kidney? What is this fuss about life and death? Am I truly incapable of caring for you 2 women?" Chu Tianju spoke with a sharp tone, though her expression softened slightly. After all, she held some familial affection for Feng Shuiyue. Had it not been for Feng Zhenghui's recurrence of leukemia and uremia, she might have almost forgotten. The sole reason she permitted Guan Wanjiao to enter their lives after Feng Zhenghui's first wife passed away was due to Feng Shuiyue's compatible bone marrow match with him. In her eyes, Feng Shuiyue was merely a mobile reservoir of organs, containing the marrow and kidneys that could potentially save her son. Indeed, I feel the same way. My life is a gift from Father. Even if he desired my heart, I would harbor no grievances. It is merely sorrowful that I will be unable to fulfill my filial duties to both Father and you, and Mother will be heartbroken as well." Feng Shuiyue internally scoffed at the old woman, yet her outward expression was one of heartfelt sincerity, her eyes glistening with tears. Her acting so exquisite that even someone as shrewd as Chu Tianjiao could not help but soften her demeanor. In the midst of the swirling snow, Feng Shuiyue felt a surge of emotions upon seeing Chu Tianjiao. Her heart leapt with joy as she grasped Chu Tianjiao's hand, sweetly conversing with her in an attempt to nurture their bond. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a female doctor emerged from Feng Zhenghui's operating room. After greeting Chu Tianjiao, she proceeded to knock on the door of the opposite surgical suite, having completed the preliminary preparations, now in need of bone marrow. The doctor knocked once more, calling out, "Dr. Qin?" Chu Tianjiao rose to her feet, while Feng Shuiyue, having sat for several hours, felt a pang of discomfort and quickly stood to support her. The donor was missing. Not only was the bone marrow absent, but even a strand of hair was nowhere to be found. Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. Chu Tianjiao seethed with fury, her body trembling from the sense of betrayal. Feng Shuiyue was taken aback, her own anger flaring at the thought of that wretched woman having fled. If only she had followed her inside to witness the surgery firsthand. Seething internally, she quickly reached out to soothe Chu Tianjiao, saying, "Grandma, please don't be angry. Don't let it harm your health." Chu Tianjiao gazed down at the delicate hand resting on her chest, a thought striking her, and she slowly turned to look at Feng Shuiyue, her eyes glinting with an unsettling intensity. Startled by the intensity of Chu Tianjiao's gaze, Feng Shuiyue's mind began to connect the dots, panic rising within her. With a stiff smile, she reassured, "Grandma, we will find Shui very soon, very soon." However, she continued, "But your father cannot wait any longer." Chu Tianjiao abruptly seized Feng Shuiyue's hand and addressed the doctor behind her, "Take her inside. Do not concern yourselves with Shui for now. Use her. Her bone marrow and kidneys have a successful match with my son. Hurry. Do not keep my son waiting any longer." Previously, it was only due to Guan Wanjiao's relentless efforts to obstruct that Feng Shuiyue had not been whisked away to the operating room. Now, with that wretched woman gone, what is there to wait for? No, I refuse. Let go of me. Let go of me. Feng Shuiyue's face blanched as she struggled fiercely. Yet she was helplessly dragged towards the operating room. In her terror, she cried out in desperation, "No! Help! Mother! Mother! Please save me!" Her heart-wrenching cries vanished the moment the door to the operating room closed. It remained the same research institute, on the 5th floor. After several hours of surgery, it was now deep into the night. Apart from the doctors and duty personnel attending to Feng Shuiyue and Feng Jingwei, all researchers and staff had left for the day, leaving the corridor eerily quiet and deserted. Zhou Ziwei said to the king of Qi it would be prudent to heed their counsel to repel the Qin forces. "Should we ignore it, the Qin army will not retreat. This is part of Qin's stratagem, and the plans of Qi and Yin have been overshadowed. Furthermore, Zhao's relationship with Yin and Qi is like that of teeth and lips. Should the lips perish, the teeth will surely grow cold." A captivating and melodious tone echoed slowly and rhythmically through the corridor. Feng Shuizhen, just emerging from the elevator, paused in his tracks, curiously turning to locate the source of the sound, confirming that he was not hallucinating, and proceeded towards it. As he rounded a corner, he beheld a figure emerging from a laboratory that should have been securely locked, momentarily taken aback. However, the Qin soldiers were repelled, and their name was made illustrious. The righteous act of saving Zhao and the formidable force that drove back the mighty Qin soldiers was not pursued for personal gain, but rather for the love of grain. And Chui paused momentarily, noticing someone, and turned to look. She beheld a tall man clad in a white robe, his short hair and handsome features exuding a gentle warmth. And Chui fixed her gaze upon him, and he returned to stare, leaving both momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, and Chui lowered her chin slightly toward Feng Shuizhen, as if acknowledging their first encounter. Should one not introduce oneself before inquiring of others? Mr. Feng Shuizhen. Feng Shuizhen narrowed his eyes. The gentle warmth of his brow momentarily sharpened, yet quickly softened again, as if the previous change had merely been an illusion. What a surprising first meeting, Miss Chui. Or should I say, cousin? What brings you here? To visit. What is the password for this laboratory? And Chui asked, pointing at the keypad with an air of certainty. The contents of the laboratory on the 5th floor are confidential. Who granted you the privilege of a visit? Perhaps it was divine providence, and Chui replied. Placing a black device, she held upon the keypad. Instantly, it adhered to the surface, and within mere seconds, the lock clicked open. Ignoring Feng Shuizhen's suddenly frosty demeanor, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. This was evidently Feng Shuizhen's studio, and Chui found this game world truly intriguing. The author seemingly lacked any medical knowledge, casually stating that the equipment possessed by the characters was of the highest caliber, with laboratories brimming with tantalizing treasures. As she strolled over to the tool rack, she soon spotted a rather unique surgical knife. Upon picking it up, she noticed the character Zay engraved on the handle. Unmistakably, the very surgical knife that threaded throughout the original narrative. With this knife in hand, the entanglement between the protagonist and the male lead came to an abrupt halt. System 524. Put down what you were holding. Feng Shuizhen entered with a frosty demeanor. This knife? My apologies. But it must be returned to its rightful owner. And Chui retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket and slowly wrapped the surgical knife within it. Feng Shuizhen regarded Chui with a gaze reminiscent of observing a lunatic. If his memory served him correctly, Chu Tianjiao seemed to have resolved to perform surgery on her son tonight. How could she possibly be here? Contemplating this, he intercepted Shui as she attempted to leave. However, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, causing Feng Shuizun to freeze in place, utterly motionless. The surgical knife was pressed against his throat, its sharp tip breaking the skin, sending a chilling sensation coursing through him. Shui's eyes were fierce, her lips curling into an arrogant, aristocratic smirk as she declared, "I said, it must be returned to its rightful owner." Amidst the swirling snow and biting wind, there is no doubt that this individual might indeed plunge a knife into his own throat. "Farewell, cousin." After a considerable period, Shui sheathed the scalpel, nodding haughtily at him, then elegantly raised her noble and proud head as she departed. Shui, 524. I've acquired the scalpel. May I take my leave now? System 524, overwhelmed. No, you seem to have forgotten our objective of securing the prize. The audience has no interest in a narrative devoid of romantic entanglements. You must engage in a romance with the male lead. Moreover, it must be captivating, surpassing even the original work. Shui, I recall you mentioning that as long as the main plot is compelling, it suffices. You never stipulated that a romance with the male lead is essential. System 524, yet viewers are enamored with romantic subplots. The emotional arc is far more significant than the narrative arc. Other streamers are pursuing the male and female leads. If you do not, what intrigue remains? System 524 was on the verge of madness, fully aware that this noble yet melodramatic individual would drive him to insanity. She had managed to procure that scalpel. Despite the show's over-the-top drama that could induce one to regurgitate, the male lead boasted a considerable fanbase due to the well-crafted character development. Aside from his infatuation with the female lead, there was little else. This is purportedly why this torment-laden narrative would gain traction in the author's realm, as the romantic storyline between the protagonists remained irresistibly captivating, compelling viewers to both lament and continue watching. To engage in the role-playing of Feng Shuiqing poses a considerable challenge. For any alteration in her character or demeanor may lead the male protagonist not only to lose affection for her, but potentially to harbor animosity as well. Adhering strictly to the original plot and character design may render the experience rather tedious, as the audience yearns for something distinct. Shui remarked, "Oh." At that moment, a commotion erupted within the research facility as security began to scour the various floors in search of Shui. Though Feng Shuiyue had been pushed into the operating room, Chu Tianjiao would undoubtedly not let the escapee, who nearly endangered her son, slip away unscathed. However, Shui had prepared a contingency. Approaching a window, she signaled to the men below in the woods. Upon recognizing her signal, they launched a hook attached to a rope upward, which latched onto the windowsill. Shui secured the hook, then leaped onto the windowsill, grasping the rope to slide down. The black gloves on her hands protected her delicate palms admirably. Just as she descended, security opened the door and entered. By the time they reached the window, Shui had already departed with the men. They traversed mountains and valleys, and the group initially believed this young lady would be unable to endure the rigors of the journey. To their surprise, Shui not only refrained from uttering a single complaint of fatigue, but maintained her composure throughout the trek. Upon reaching the highway and boarding the vehicle, they turned to find the young lady seated elegantly in the back, still exuding her captivating arrogance, even puffing languidly from a golden cigarette holder. Were it not for the dirt and dust that clung to her gown, one might have thought that the person who had just traversed the rugged terrain was someone entirely different. "Take me to meet your leader," Shui commanded. Initially, it was thought that the debts of obligation had been settled, and upon arriving in the city, the group intended to abandon their companion, Heizi. "Is my boss someone you can just meet at will?" Heizi questioned. "There's a transaction to discuss with him. You may take me to him, and I am confident he will express his appreciation for your efforts." Shui exhaled a puff of smoke as she spoke. Her enigmatic aura suggested she was a person of considerable capability, prompting the brothers to exchange glances before ultimately deciding to escort Shui to meet their leader. Upon entering the hospital room, Shui encountered Gu Lu, who indeed possessed the charisma befitting a secondary male lead. His striking presence was compelling enough to rival that of a protagonist. Gu Lu's injuries were nearly healed. His piercing gaze scrutinized Shui. "I hear you wish to discuss a transaction with me, and you believe it will elicit my gratitude towards my subordinates?" "Indeed," she replied. "Allow me to elucidate. You will finance the establishment of a laboratory, catering to my needs, security, and all essentials for the experiments. In 3 years, I shall provide you with the results of my research." Gu Lu smirked, a look of derision crossing his face as he regarded Shui, incredulous at her audacity to present such demands with an air of entitlement. "Who do you think you are?" Then he heard Shui's response, "For instance, an anti-cancer serum." The mockery vanished from Gu Lu's expression, replaced by a look of intrigue. What do you mean? My intention is that with sufficient support, within 3 years I shall conquer cancer, rendering it no longer an incurable affliction, and Chui proclaimed. In her realm, cancer indeed existed. Yet it had long ceased to be a terminal illness. The development of an anti-cancer serum was a straightforward endeavor, requiring merely a modicum of time. Gu Lu's son was still alive, and he would undoubtedly support her for the sake of his child. Should you dare to deceive me, I assure you, your fate will be dire, and Chui declared, lifting her chin and gazing down upon him with an air of superiority. A haughty smile gracing her lips as she extended her hand, signifying a willingness to collaborate. Gu Lu regarded her outstretched hand with a peculiar expression, for her palm face downward, resembling an invitation not for a handshake, but rather for him to kiss the back of her hand. Despite Guan Wanjiao's furious desperation to find a Chui as a replacement for Feng Shuiyue to continue the remaining surgeries, and Chui had already established a laboratory under Gu Lu's protection, immersing herself in her area of expertise. 3 years hence, a sensational announcement declaring the end of cancer as a terminal illness sent ripples across the globe. Many initially dismissed it as mere rumor until governmental authorities confirmed the existence of the anti-cancer serum. Shock ensued, and countless cancer patients and their families were overwhelmed with tears of joy, their hearts bursting with boundless hope. So, who was the mastermind behind the creation of this life-saving serum? When Chui made her appearance before the people of the world, it once again triggered a colossal wave of excitement. No one anticipated that this remarkable scientist, who had triumphed over terminal cancer, would be a young and exquisite woman. At that moment, Guan Wanjiao sent her men to capture Chui, but they were apprehended by her formidable bodyguards. While the hired kidnappers were swiftly taken to the police station, drawing significant attention from law enforcement, who soon revealed Guan Wanjiao as the mastermind behind the scheme. Although the Feng family was not to be underestimated, and Chui's stature and worth had surged to unprecedented heights, having conquered cancer, she was destined to be immortalized as a great scientist, with the potential to tackle leukemia and AIDS in the future. Consequently, negotiations with the Feng family soon commenced. However, Chui remained indifferent to any overtures. Following Guan Wanjiao's arrest, the Tang family was also expelled, as they had grown accustomed to a life of luxury. Tang Saixin, still perceiving herself as a lady of affluence, squandered her savings extravagantly, soon depleting her funds entirely. Ultimately, at a prestigious international medical conference, Chui and Feng Shuizuan encountered each other for the second time. Neither mentioned their past relationship or the secret disputes that had transpired. One exuded a warm smile, while the other maintained an air of elegant arrogance as they exchanged a handshake, though Chui's gesture elicited a complex expression from him. In the live broadcast room, viewers commented, "A new host? Isn't that Feng Shuiqing's face, which I'm almost tired of seeing? Why does she appear so beautiful? It's still Feng Shuiqing's face. Why does it seem different? Is it the makeup? Oh, what a charismatic new streamer. I absolutely adore her. The accent is simply delightful. Ha ha ha." Their expressions turned green. What a quirky host. I'm totally a fan. Ha ha ha. With hands that have touched filth, this streamer is undeniably ridiculous. A chaotic force in the streaming world. How amusing. System. Viewer Lala Rabbit has gifted a diamond. Oh, she is connected with the second male lead. Is the streamer studying medicine? Has she truly torn her relationship with Guan Wanjiao? This marks the 89th streamer I've witnessed falter here. I underestimated the ruthlessness of the malicious side characters. Yet this streamer possesses an unparalleled arrogance. Were it not for her beauty, I would have scolded her for being foolish, knowing full well the traps laid out for her. She willingly walked into them. Has she never consulted a strategy guide? She was merely posturing up there, and now she is embarrassed. This pretense is making me cringe. I think I'll take my leave now. Wait, that cigarette holder has such a function? I want one just like it. Well, she just barged right in. She confronted the male lead head-on. He will surely be captivated, perceiving her as extraordinary. Ha ha ha, is she really that bold? She just took away the scalpel. How dashing. It seems that something is amiss. Are there no strategies for pursuing the male lead? What about the second male lead? What are they doing all day in the laboratory? Shouldn't they be confronting the malevolent supporting characters? Is cancer not regarded as an incurable disease within the narrative, and yet the host has seemingly triumphed over it? How astonishing. Despite the absence of romantic pursuits or plots, why am I still captivated? It's rather intoxicating. Why does it feel so exhilarating? Although it is thrilling, I still yearn to see the host engage in a romance with the male lead. the dynamic between the host's personality and the male lead could be quite intriguing. Wow, the female protagonist achieved victory over the wicked supporting characters without lifting a finger. Is this a form of invisible assassination? Why does the moment of the handshake with the male lead feel so gratifying? Having grown accustomed to various female hosts devising strategies to win over the male lead while ensnaring the antagonistic supporting characters in misfortunes, witnessing the female protagonist standing on equal footing with the male lead is truly breathtaking. Magnificence, indeed. The audience witnessed a flurry of gifts, a luxury car from the viewer known as Lala Rabbit, 66 flowers from $78.99 My Heart, and 66 diamonds from Demon Lord Young Master. Initially filled with despair, the viewer, A524, remarked on how other streamers seemed intent on orchestrating elaborate romances with the male lead or mercilessly tormenting the sinister supporting characters, providing viewers with a refreshing sense of exhilaration. In stark contrast, this individual appeared to be lost in their own world within the laboratory, lacking any interaction with the male lead, let alone the second male lead. What was there to captivate the audience? Yet, as A524, in a fit of hopelessness, ventured into Shui's streaming room, they were astonished to discover nearly 10,000 viewers already in attendance, with over 6,000 followers. This implied that, on average, 1 out of every 2 newcomers had been temporarily enchanted by her charm. Although this number may seem modest among the rising stars of the streaming world, for a newcomer who had quietly begun streaming without any promotional support, such figures were remarkably commendable. This data could potentially empower him to petition for a minor recommendation when Shui conducted her second live broadcast. The recorded streaming video would automatically be uploaded to a platform for public evaluation, where many who had missed the live session could view it later. The ranking would be determined by the number of votes received. Following the upload, many viewers who had witnessed the live performance cast their votes and shared the video link with friends, gradually drawing attention to this uniquely styled streamer, perhaps due to a shift in focus. And Shui found herself in a splendid state today after indulging in a myriad of activities she had long desired within the holographic gaming realm. She recited several poems in praise of her caretakers, eliciting immense joy from the doctors and nurses attending to her, moved to the brink of tears by her heartfelt gestures. As nightfall approached, she retired to bed early, closed her eyes, and entered the streaming space. 524 cheerfully informed her of the opportunity to secure a recommendation spot. But Shui, with a cigarette perched between her lips, remained indifferent. She was not concerned with the accolades or ascending to higher planes. What captivated her was the sheer enjoyment of the game and the allowance to smoke. Shui then ventured into the second world. Based on the original work titled The 7-Day Strong Love of the Demon, the narrative revolves around the arrogant and domineering young lady. The male protagonist, Loninga, is an illegitimate child who was brought back to the Lon family at the age of 15. Due to his status as a love child and his father's emotional detachment, the only person who showed him kindness was the female lead, Loninga, the eldest daughter of the Lon family. Initially resistant, she not only accepted him as a testament to her father's betrayal of her mother, but also consistently offered him warmth, protecting him from others' bullying. Yet, despite her kindness, Loninga outwardly appeared timid and cowardly. Logically, Loninga should have been the sole individual he refrained from retaliating against. However, he harbored a belief that his mother's demise was a result of Loninga's mother's coercion. Thus, he oscillated between love and hatred for Loninga, interpreting her kindness as a mere act of mercy. Upon seizing control of the Blue family, the first act was to confine her, enforcing a debt repayment by the daughter for her mother's transgressions. However, after the female protagonist endured various forms of torment, the male lead discovered that he was, in fact, the son of the neighbor, thus revealing that there was no blood relation with the female lead. He had mistakenly exacted revenge upon the wrong person all along. In that moment of realization, he was engulfed by regret and guilt, yearning for her forgiveness, yet hesitating to sever all ties with her completely. Their relationship became one of mutual torment. And Shui mused, "What a ridiculous storyline is this?" The System 524 responded, "Alas, such is the nature of the world. It seems that the popular narrative favored melodrama and outrageous twists. Consequently, Shui assumed the identity of Loninga. Awakening within this role, she found herself disoriented, her face sticky with tears. Just a year after her mother's passing, she learned that her father had an illegitimate son, merely 2 years her junior. The usually gentle protagonist quarreled with her father briefly, before retreating to her room to weep, impervious to any attempts at consolation, eventually succumbing to slumber amidst her tears. Rising to cleanse herself, she heard 524's reminder. You have entered midway. The protagonist and supporting characters have already established impressions of one another. As the competition mode operates on an intelligent framework, you cannot engage as you did in previous worlds. Please refrain from such juvenile antics. Intelligent mode? The game kaleidoscope of life features two modes, the foolish mode and the intelligent mode. Foolish mode caters to those with lackluster acting skills or those who prefer a more laid-back gaming experience. In this mode, characters adhere strictly to their original portrayals and narratives, meaning that even if a player were to engage in unsightly behaviors like picking their nose or passing gas in front of the male protagonist, he would merely gaze at her with indulgent affection, proclaiming her adorably charming. Due to its seemingly nonsensical nature, this mode has garnered the moniker foolish mode among players. Nevertheless, a significant number of players gravitate towards this mode, as the pressures of modern life often compel individuals to seek relaxation through uncomplicated gameplay. I see. It implies that while change is indeed possible, one must possess compelling reasons to justify such transformations, ensuring that the primary characters do not suspect any malevolent influence. Does Lan Xingmei not already possess a ready-made justification for her change? Lazily, she inquired of System 524, how should I best establish my character for this round? System 524 promptly responded, although you garnered some audience favor without a romantic subplot last time, romance remains the enduring theme. A storyline imbued with emotional connections has a wider appeal. Thus, why not nurture a relationship with the male protagonist this time, transforming him into a quintessential romantic lead? Are you suggesting that I should interact more with the male protagonist to cultivate a romantic thread? Indeed. Understood. Therefore, my character will embody the persona of a haughty, elegant, and self-centered heiress. System 524? This is undoubtedly a portrayal of a venomous female antagonist. Noble, elegant, and arrogantly domineering. So, must one be melodramatic to survive? The elderly lady knocked on Lan Xingmei's door and entered to find her granddaughter already awake. She had dressed not in her usual understated and demure attire, but in a custom-made pink two-piece ensemble reminiscent of a bygone era. Adorned with matching gloves and a petite white hat, she sat there expressionless, as if transformed into a different person. The elderly woman presumed that the emotional turmoil from the previous day had overwhelmed her. After all, it is challenging for a teenager to come to terms with the disheartening revelation that her once-admired father is, in fact, a scoundrel. Xiaomei. The elderly woman gazed at her with concern. The tumultuous period of adolescence often leaves parents at their wits' end, feeling helpless. With numerous grandchildren, she would not miss one. Yet this granddaughter was her greatest treasure, so she naturally indulged her whims. All right, let us set that aside for now. Please go downstairs for breakfast. Afterward, I shall take you out for a stroll. You poor thing, your eyes are all swollen. The Lan family is a venerable lineage, adhering to antiquated traditions of familial unity, residing together in a grand estate. Though several members live in the manor, the estate's vastness, along with the servants in the annex, prevents any sense of overcrowding. As Chui descended the stairs and entered the dining room, a child of about 10 dashed towards her, colliding with her leg and causing a piece of meat bun in their hand to splatter against her, instantly staining her beautiful dress with an oily mark. The child rose from the ground and, upon recognizing his older cousin, disregarded her and turned to fetch a freshly steamed bun. This was Lan Shuyan, the youngest son of his second uncle, who had been spoiled to the point of becoming a mischievous rascal, exhibiting a rather unruly demeanor. Lan Xingmei, the first granddaughter of the elder, was cherished greatly and held a significant position within the Lan family. However, due to her gentle temperament, she seldom expressed anger or resentment, resulting in her younger cousins treating her with a certain politeness, yet not regarding her with much seriousness. Yet now, within Lan Xingmei's exterior lay Chui. Before Lan Shuyan had taken more than a few steps, a hand reached out from behind and gripped the nape of his neck, pulling him back with a force that made the chubby boy yelp in pain. He glared up, filled with indignation, only to find his usually gentle older sister looking down upon him with a smile that felt disingenuous, her dark eyes fixated on him, sending an inexplicable shiver down his spine. The adults and children at the dining table turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Xiaoyan, has your mother not informed you of the proper course of action after committing a wrongdoing? If you are unaware, allow your sister to enlighten you. And Chui tightened her grip on the soft flesh at the back of the boy's neck. At that moment, second aunt rose from her seat and approached, exclaiming that this child was too reckless, unable to sit still even during a meal. "Xingmei, do not engage with him. I shall handle this." "No need," came the reply. "An older sister is akin to a mother. In the past, I failed to fulfill my responsibilities as the elder sister, but from this day forth, I shall earnestly embrace my duties." As Chui spoke, she paid no heed to the frozen expression of her second aunt. With a smile, she turned her gaze towards Lan Shuyan, applying pressure with her hand, ensuring that the delicate skin of the child would surely bear bruises. What could one say? Lan Shuyan trembled with a mix of pain and fear, mumbling, "I'm sorry." Chui released her grip on the nape of his neck and gently ruffled his hair, affirming, "That's right." Rising to her feet, she addressed her second aunt, whose expression seemed to simmer with barely contained anger. "Grandfather has always taught us that boys must endure discipline to achieve greatness. Little Yen is approaching that age. If you continue to coddle him, you will only do him a disservice. After all, our Lan family is vast and prosperous, and ultimately, we must select the most exceptional boy to inherit our legacy. Little Yen is already at a disadvantage due to his age. If he fails to keep pace in other respects, it may be difficult for him to be entrusted with significant responsibilities in the future." Chui's words were laced with subtlety, as she chastised her cousin before the watchful eyes of the second aunt, leaving her unable to express her ire. Furthermore, she shifted the focus of resentment onto the other brothers, while simultaneously planting the notion of selecting the most outstanding boy for inheritance. This subtly implied to those present that she, being a girl, would not be involved in the competition for the family fortune, allowing her to act with impunity, as her arrogance and favoritism from the elders would pose no threat to her future. As for Lan Shuyan, the incident concerning her father's illegitimate child had thrust her into a rebellious phase, prompting all who knew her to perceive her as no longer easy to handle. The first to realize her newfound defiance were, naturally, her siblings within the household. After the incident involving Lan Shuyan in the morning, her elder sister, Lan Shuhua, sought to defend her. Lan Shuhua invited several classmates to her home for a horseback riding session, and coincidentally, Chui was also in the stables selecting horses. She had just fed a glossy, dark horse, a creature that exuded an aura of majesty, a carrot when she spotted Lan Shuhua entering with a group of friends, along with several cousins who were of age to ride. Lan Shuhua and Lan Shengmei, who were 2 years apart, both attended the same high school. Lan Shengmei was in her final year, while Lan Shuhua was a freshman, despite being the eldest daughter of the Lan family. Lan Shengmei's presence at school was not as prominent as that of Lan Shuhua. Many students were even unaware of her status. Upon seeing Chui, Lan Shuhua recalled the bruise on her younger brother's neck, and her protective instincts turned her attention towards Lan Shengmei, remarking, "Cousin, you are here as well. Have you lost the desire to stay at home?" Chui disregarded her comment and instructed the staff to open the barriers. She gently patted the horse's head before nimbly mounting it with grace. As the central figure, Lan Shengmei was designed to embody beauty. The game designer had crafted her with an exquisite visage. However, due to her personality, her beauty often appeared somewhat lackluster. Yet, with Chui's arrival, even without makeup, her haughtiness seemed to elevate the corners of her eyes and create a slightly rebellious curve at the corners of her mouth. Her features became increasingly striking, transforming her presence from one of icy detachment to a fiery allure. At this moment, clad in equestrian attire and donning a riding helmet, she sat astride a magnificent black steed, exuding an extraordinary presence that captivated the attention of all. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed, tap, 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 as the horse, bearing the elegant Lan Shengmei, advanced slowly toward a group of youths. Lan Shuhua, feeling overlooked, was incensed and exclaimed, "Cousin, I advise against riding Caesar. He is quite fierce. For someone of your limited riding experience, do not be deceived by his current docility. Once he gallops, he will surely unseat you suddenly." A whip cracked sharply against Lan Shuhua's mouth, leaving everyone in stunned silence. She clutched her numbed lips, tasting the metallic tang of blood. Disbelief etched on her face as she stared at Chui. She had actually struck her. "How dare you hit me?" Lan Shuhua cried out. "On what grounds do you strike me?" Another crack of the whip resonated, symmetrical to the first. "You're quite the chatterbox," Chui remarked, perched high upon her steed. Looking down at Lan Shuhua with an air of superiority, her gloved hand caressed the whip. "You know I am in a foul mood. My demeanor has changed entirely. Yet you still dare to prattle on before me, fool." With that, she delivered another powerful lash. Lan Shuhua instinctively recoiled, only to realize that Chui's strike was not aimed at her, but rather at the air. Overwhelmed with humiliation and rage, her eyes reddened. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. The estate was vast enough for a gallop, and the tall, dark stallion carried Shui across the verdant fields, moving with grace and abandon, as if traversing an endless prairie, leaving spectators utterly transfixed. This senior possesses a certain charm. How could she have been so inconspicuous before? It seems the absence of vitality was indeed the reason. What do you think, Anran? As she was questioned, Anran tugged at her collar, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and chose to ignore it, her gaze fixated on the distant figure riding a horse. Later, Lan Shuhua reported the incident to her grandparents. Consequently, Shui was gently reprimanded a few times, while they expressed concern for their granddaughter's distress. Instead, it was Lan Shuhua who received some scolding, being asked why she provoked her cousin when it was clear that Shui was upset. This incited Lan Shuhua to weep bitterly, fully aware of her grandparents' favoritism, yet never realizing it would manifest in such a manner. Ultimately, she dared not provoke Shui again. The other siblings, learning from her experience, wisely chose to steer clear of Shui. Soon, the tumultuous changes were felt by the students who returned to school after a delightful weekend. Although Lan Xingmei was not one to instigate conflict, there are indeed individuals in this world who may inexplicably attract dislike, even without any provocation. One of the most cliché reasons is simply that the person she admires happens to like her. An even more trite reason is that the individual who does not favor her merely declared their affection to avoid entanglements, using her as a shield. This is exemplified by the male secondary character in this narrative, Heizhou, who is also the object of Lan Xinmei's secret admiration. Heizhou, possessing striking good looks, an air of elegance, outstanding academic achievements, and the privilege of being born into affluence, epitomizes the dream of many young women as the quintessential Prince Charming. His popularity at the prestigious school is so overwhelming that he himself feels quite beleaguered. Consequently, when others confess their affections, he exclaims, out of sheer exasperation, that his heart belongs to someone else, Lan Xinmei. This declaration inadvertently brings Lan Xinmei an abundance of troubles. Yet, Heizhou harbors no genuine feelings for her. He is a man of warmth on the outside but coldness within, a superficial gentleman who holds those enamored with him in disdain. When Lan Xinmei learns that he has professed his affection for her, she realizes that her tribulation stemmed from him. Overwhelmed with joy and shyness, she confesses her feelings to him. Captivated by the purity and depth of her loving gaze, Heizhou accepts her confession. Subsequently, he finds himself enchanted by her tender and attentive nature, and they fall deeply in love. However, as the male protagonist gathers his resolve, he tragically assumes the role of the secondary lead and departs for another country. Not long after Heizhou has publicly declared his affection for Lan Xingmei, Shui enters the classroom and is immediately met with hostile and scrutinizing glances from several female classmates. Upon reaching her seat, she catches a whiff of something foul. Looking down into her drawer, she discovers a dead mouse. Who threw this? Shui inquires. Why? Because I can't stand the sight of you, comes the response. Shui nods, retrieves a pair of white gloves from her backpack, and, to the astonishment of her classmates, boldly reaches into the drawer to extract the deceased rodent. Making her way toward Xiaojie, Xiaojie became acutely aware that Lan Xinmei appeared to be quite unhinged as she approached, clutching a repulsive dead mouse. She wanted to distance herself, yet felt as though doing so would equate to conceding defeat. Moreover, what was she afraid of? Contemplating this, she remained seated at the table, sipping milk with an air of defiance as she gazed at Shui. Shui approached her, grasped the desk, and forcefully flipped it, compelling Xiaojie to slide off the surface and stand on the ground. What are you doing? Xiaojie exclaimed in anger. Without warning, Shui suddenly seized Xiaojie's chin with astonishing strength, forcing her mouth open, and proceeded to thrust the dead mouse toward her lips. Eat this. She continued to push relentlessly. The entire class was left in shock, their jaws metaphorically dropping to the floor. Xiaojie attempted to scream, but the mouse was shoved even further inside her mouth. She struggled desperately, twisting her face in an effort to escape, but Shui seized her hair, leaving her with no refuge and rendering her voice silent. She felt on the verge of vomiting. Wait, what was that taste in her mouth? Had the mouse's entrails burst forth? This grotesque and terrifying spectacle reached its conclusion only when Xiaojie lost consciousness and the teacher arrived. However, this shocking scandal swiftly spread throughout the entire senior class, then to the junior class, and eventually to the freshman class. The sheer disgust and terror of the incident left the girls who had contemplated similar actions utterly paralyzed, as they glanced at the cockroaches, spiders, and snakes they had prepared. But soon thereafter, an even more shocking piece of gossip emerged. The haughty young lady, Lan Xingmei, is now in a relationship with He Yizhou. Indeed, it was Lan Xingmei herself who confirmed their connection. Suddenly, she stood up and made her way to the adjacent class, directly approaching He Yizhou, who was engaged in light-hearted banter with his classmates. The entire class fell into silence, while a throng of onlookers in the corridor observed with keen curiosity. Shui inquired, "I have heard that you harbor feelings for me?" He Yizhou's expression stiffened. He never anticipated that she would approach him so directly in front of such a large audience. To deny his affections would only invite a swarm of admirers. And who could predict the unpredictable Lan Xingmei, known for her erratic behavior, such as stuffing dead mice into others' mouths earlier that morning? What then? Am I merely a shield for you? And Shui slowly revealed a haughty and insincere smile, exuding an air of danger. No. He Yizhou's face softened with a gentle yet sorrowful smile, as if to convey that his feelings for her were his own concern, and she need not worry. It was an ambiguous response. Nevertheless, Shui nodded, implying so. You truly have a crush on me. He Yizhou. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my girlfriend. He Yizhou. And Shui, don't forget to queue for me at noon. I wish to have sweet and sour ribs. He Yizhou. At noon, and Shui and her boyfriend, who had been compelled to accompany her, went to the cafeteria for a meal. She had insisted he fetch her food while she sought a place to sit. Following the events of the morning, Shui's name had become well known throughout the school, and the revelation of her status as the eldest daughter of the Lan family had spread like wildfire. From the moment she entered the cafeteria, students turned their gazes towards her, and even those on the second floor leaned over the railing to catch a glimpse. The second floor, noticeably quieter and less populated, was akin to the exclusive domains found in all novels featuring aristocratic schools. The cafeteria boasted a designated VIP area on the second floor, reserved for a select few students of distinguished lineage. Ordinary students were generally barred from ascending to that realm. Naturally, Lan Xingmei's background afforded her access, yet she had always remained on the periphery of the school's elite circles. Her amiable nature and aversion to elitism deterred her from ever venturing to the second floor. In stark contrast, Shui relished in her privileges. Why not indulge? Much like her unabashed use of the whip on Lan Shuhua, she was well aware of her grandparents' favoritism. Even if she struck Lan Shuhua, she would face no repercussions. Thus, Shui ascended to the second floor, drawing the attention of the lively group at the center, which included Lan Shuhua, as the most affluent students were predominantly concentrated in the first year. Upon spotting Shui, Lan Shuhua's expression darkened immediately. The seating arrangement on the second floor exhibited subtle distinctions. Those seated in the central circle were nestled upon plush, comfortable sofas, while the other tables were occupied by ordinary leather-cushioned chairs, clearly indicating a hierarchical division on the upper level. Shui, fully aware of her persona as an arrogant and self-centered young lady, refused to demean herself and thus strode confidently toward the group in the center. Lan Shuhua, seething with indignation, questioned her presence. What are you doing here? Ignoring her, Shui's gaze fell upon a young man, and with an air of entitlement, she commanded, "Move aside." Though the young man's family background paled in comparison to the Lan family, he exhibited remarkable tact, standing up without a hint of discomfort and obsequiously said, "Miss, please take a seat. What brings you up here today?" Shui neither sat down nor acknowledged his flattery. Her attention shifted to the others on the long sofa. Initially awkward, they could not withstand her piercing gaze and instinctively rose to their feet. Only then did Shui settle herself upon the soft sofa, deliberately monopolizing the space and leaving no room for anyone else. With a flick of her lashes, she coldly addressed Lan Shuhua. "Do you wish to be reprimanded?" Lan Shuhua's complexion shifted through a spectrum of colors, exclaiming, "You can't be this domineering. Why should you deny others a seat?" Shui retorted nonchalantly, "I simply dislike sharing a sofa with others," a slight smirk gracing her lips, exuding an air of haughty defiance and wickedness that made her seem utterly mischievous. Shui addressed the younger students present, saying, "Do not concern yourselves. I merely came to have a meal. Feel free to continue your conversation. Just keep the noise to a minimum. If my presence is bothersome, simply shift your legs and change your seat. Be good and spare your senior from unnecessary chatter." Ran, noticing the gaze of Blue Shuhua and others upon their silent leader, Ran understood that he was their sole hope as the only young master capable of standing against the esteemed young lady of the Blue family. Ran lounged comfortably in a single sofa, indulging in the tapioca pearls of his milk tea, while being scrutinized by a multitude of eager eyes. He finally remarked, "Since the senior has spoken, you ought to listen." Within Rand's authoritative words, the others felt compelled to comply. It was evident that he had no intention of moving, leaving them to stifle their discomfort and continue their lunch. The previously jovial atmosphere at the table fell into an awkward silence. When Hijo arrived with Shui's lunch, he beheld the sight of her seated regally on a long sofa, while the other junior students crowded together on another long sofa, appearing pitifully subdued, like victims of a bully. Shui, however, granted an exception, allowing her first love, whom she whimsically referred to as her boyfriend yet regarded as a slave, to sit beside her. And Rand couldn't help but steal a glance at Hijo, then turned his attention back to Shui, who was elegantly savoring her meal. He frowned slightly, a subtle expression of discontent. Shui fully embodies her role as the arrogant young lady this season, exuding her haughty demeanor wherever she goes, dominating all who cross her path. In just a few short days, she has established herself as the undisputed queen of the first-year students, with only Rand able to challenge her. The classmates are well aware that Shui has undergone a significant transformation, spurred by the revelations surrounding her illegitimate sibling. She has grown rebellious, shedding her former gentle and unassuming persona. Anyone who provokes her should be prepared to face the consequences. Arrogant young lady 4, Shui is currently indulging in her newfound passion for horseback riding, captivated by the sport. Her prized possession, a magnificent black stallion named Caesar, has quickly become her favorite. Originally a thoroughbred racehorse, it was gifted to her upon noticing her affection for it. Consequently, Caesar has become her exclusive mount, forbidden for anyone else in the household to ride. As she gallops on, she has no intention of visiting her father and younger brother in the parlor. The elderly couple, who dote on their rebellious granddaughter, can only sigh in resignation, waving their hands in dismissal. They had initially feared she might follow the path of other rebellious girls, neglecting her studies and engaging in reckless escapades. However, their beloved granddaughter, though temperamental, merely relishes in asserting her dominance over others while remaining affectionate toward them. When they mention their gentle granddaughter, their eyes grow cold and indifferent as they glance towards the frail boy ahead. Loninga, 2 years old, now 15, stands in the opulent hall, mirroring the age of Lan Shuhua. This slender youth, clad in somewhat faded attire, is scrutinized by a group of elegantly dressed individuals, whose demeanor and aura place them in a realm far removed from his own. Their glances, far from amiable, weigh heavily upon him, and he clutches his hands tightly, his eyes reflecting an innocence and timidity. He possesses an appealing appearance, indeed, a fitting offspring of a woman who has played the role of a mistress. Lan Shuhua, accompanying her parents to witness the spectacle, observed Loninga for a considerable time and remarked, "What a pity Shui is not here, otherwise I could truly relish her expressions." Her voice, not particularly hushed, reached Loninga's ears, causing his head to droop in embarrassment. "Well, now that everyone has been introduced, butler, please escort him to his room for a bath and a change of clothes," commanded the matriarch. "Yes, right this way, young Master Xingxia," the butler responded as he led Loninga upstairs. "Mother, is he the younger brother of Sister Xingmei?" he inquired. "One could say so," she replied. "Then should I regard him with the same respect I afford Sister Xingmei? What are you saying? He is merely an illegitimate child. He does not warrant your respect." Loninga, listening to the voices behind him that remained unabated by his presence, bowed his head, his long bangs casting a shadow over his eyes, concealing the brooding anger within. Lan Shengmei. The room assigned to Loninga was merely a guest chamber, considerably smaller than the master bedrooms. After changing his attire, he heard a servant calling for him, stating that the young lady wished to see him in the backyard. Loninga mused to himself. It was said that she resembled his mother, and undoubtedly, her character mirrored that of her mother, hypocritical, speaking softly and methodically, yet unwittingly striking at the vulnerabilities of others, inflicting wounds without bloodshed. He followed the servant to the expansive backyard, which stretched endlessly before him, adorned with lush green grass and blooming flower beds. He was left waiting for a considerable time without sight of Shui, maintaining an impassive facade while inwardly scoffing, observing that the intimidation had indeed commenced. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves approached from afar. Loninga lifted his gaze to see a figure on horseback galloping towards him. The hooves kicked up dirt with a crisp yet heavy sound, the magnificent black steed towering and strikingly handsome. The rider, gripping the reins, arched her back gracefully. Her posture reminiscent of a seasoned equestrian, exuding elegance and poise. She charged forward at a swift pace, showing no signs of slowing as she neared him. Lan Xingjia's eyes widened in astonishment. The approaching horse magnified in his vision, expanding until it became impossible to fully encompass within his sight. He stood there, rigid and motionless. Just when he thought he would be struck down, the rider abruptly tightened the reins, and the steed's forelegs were lifted high just before impact. A piercing whinny erupted from the horse's mouth as its powerful hooves struck the air a few times before slightly shifting and landing beside him. Lan Xingjia felt his knees weaken, yet he managed to steady himself, avoiding a disgraceful fall to the ground. The imposing shadow of the majestic horse loomed over him, compelling him to tilt his head back to glimpse the visage of the individual atop the mount. As he raised his gaze, he unexpectedly met a pair of eyes that scrutinized him from above. A pair of strikingly beautiful eyes with pure black pupils, exuding an air of haughtiness, indifference, and a hint of curiosity, akin to a child fleetingly observing an inconsequential ant by the roadside. His heart constricted suddenly, and the world around him seemed to crystallize into this minuscule moment, silence enveloping his ears. Then, he heard a voice emerge from her lips, as exquisite as a rose. It was nothing more than that, devoid of mockery, so plain it rendered him even more uncomfortable. After appraising the male protagonist, Shui mounted her horse and departed. Lan Xingjia stood frozen for several seconds, then realized that the woman he had just encountered was, in fact, Lan Shimei. She was nothing like he had imagined. There was no pretense in her disdain for him, no semblance of disguise whatsoever. In a sudden burst of anger and hatred, Lan Xingjia clenched his fists tightly, glaring at the direction in which Shui had vanished. One day, he vowed, she would regret this. Bali. Arriving, it was exactly as he had envisioned, yet Lan Shimei was quite different from his expectations. Shubli immediately inquired with keen insight, "Is she difficult to deal with?" "Perhaps so. I still need to ascertain further." After just one encounter, it is evident that Lan Shimei is excessively pampered and spoiled. Whether she is truly formidable remains to be observed. After all, despite her arrogance, she might just be a foolish simpleton. "No worries, I will assist you," she continued. "The members of the Lan family all attend Yizhong, and you will likely go there as well. I shall transfer there too, and we can be together again." Shubli expressed her excitement, and one could easily envision her joyous demeanor. Lan Xingjia was equally pleased, replying, "All right, I will await your arrival." However, destiny often imposes great burdens upon individuals, subjecting them to trials and tribulations before they can rise to prominence. In the original narrative, although Lan Shimei initially struggled to accept the unpleasant reality of her father's character, upon meeting Lan Xingjia, her maternal instincts surged forth, perceiving him as innocent and being deceived by his timid and harmless facade. Consequently, she continuously offered him assistance, tempering the bullying he faced from others. Yet this time, Shui adopted a dismissive attitude towards him, causing the severity of the bullying from others to diverge from the original tale. However, on one occasion, in Shui's presence, a maid serving at the dining table blatantly ignored Lan Xingjia's request for a soup spoon. Shui coldly interjected, "What is it? The employer has unjustly reduced your wages. Or have you perhaps grown audacious?" Although Lan Xingjia is an unwelcome illegitimate child, it is not your place to reprimand him. The maid, in a state of panic, immediately confessed her faults and pleaded for forgiveness, yet she was still dismissed. Following this incident, no one dared to openly humiliate Lan Xingjia. Instead, the disdain shifted to a more covert form, with some even exacerbating their cruelty. Servants pilfered his clothing, indulged in his snacks, and secretly referred to him as a bastard. The other members of the Lan family, the adults ignored him, while his peers mocked him, often treating him as an inferior. He bore the humiliation with grace, skillfully feigning innocence. System 524 remarked, "Given the accumulation of hatred directed at the male protagonist, it appears that you may soon find yourself without a resting place." He yearned to grasp Shui's shoulders and shake her vigorously. Could she not show a modicum of kindness towards the male lead? What happened to the promised romantic narrative? Why was there no advancement in their relationship? Was the emotional arc you referred to one of hatred rather than love? Shui, picking at her nails, blew softly. "I am quite curious about the feeling of having no burial place." System 524 recognized the sincerity in Shui's words, suddenly recalling her status as a mental health patient. "Oh well, let it be." Lan Xingjia was confined to the attic, where the air lay thick with dust. A beam of moonlight filtered through the skylight, illuminating him. Lan Xingjia clenched his teeth in resentment, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. She held no desire to trouble him. In her eyes, he was nothing of consequence, and thus, there was no need to expend energy on him. This thought intensified the metallic taste in his mouth, fueling his anger. Yet, he was compelled to think rationally about how to navigate this situation and ultimately attain his aspirations. The following day, when Shui rose and opened her door, she found Lan Xingzhe awaiting her at her threshold. Upon seeing her, his face betrayed a youthful embarrassment and humiliation as he eagerly accepted the backpack from her hands. Shui regarded him with narrowed eyes, then dismissed him as she descended the stairs. Lan Xingzhe dutifully followed her, carrying her bag. He endeavored to win Shui's favor, yet his efforts were limited. For Shui attended school daily, and the matter of his own education had yet to be broached by the Lan family. The young man was strikingly handsome, bearing the marks of considerable hardship, and his occasional displays of shyness, suppressed humiliation, and awkwardness easily evoked sympathy from others. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Shui galloped towards him on horseback. Noticing that he remained in his original position, he sprinted over to assist her in leading the horse, silently showering her with his attentions and efforts to please. He truly exhibits remarkable adaptability and has deftly grasped Shui's temperament. He understands that Shui is not easily deceived. Attempting to win her favor with insincere flattery is futile. It is far more effective to adopt a demeanor of genuine intent to please her, as she might find it amusing and be curious to see how far he is willing to go. This presents him with an opportunity. Shui asked, "You are so eager to please me. What do you seek from me?" "I wish to attend school." "Very well," she replied, a mischievous smile gracing her lips, her gaze condescending as she looked down upon him. "You shall be responsible for looking after my Caesar, feeding, cleaning up after him, and maintaining the stable. You will attend to every detail personally. Only when I am satisfied will you be permitted to go to school." To have a young master from a wealthy family reduced to the role of a stable hand is a humiliation, though, in comparison to the scorn others might face, this form of degradation feels comparatively merciful. Lan Xingzhe saw a glimmer of hope, and an indomitable spirit filled his heart. Each morning after breakfast, he would rush to the stable to learn from the stable hands how to care for the horses. They too would mock him, insisting he tend to other horses or they would withhold their instruction. He endured this, donning rubber boots and an apron, equipped with a shovel to clear away large piles of manure, all while enduring the stable's overpowering stench, leaving him exhausted and sore by day's end. When Shui arrived at the stable, she found a magnificent black stallion lying motionless on the ground, while the veterinarian stood by, seemingly helpless. Lan Xingzhe's face turned pale, and Lan Shuhua and others observed with an air of anticipation. The veterinarian stated, "Upon initial examination, it appears he has ingested something inappropriate. It is likely food poisoning." The two stable hands responsible for the care of the horses hastily spoke up. "In recent days, it has been young Master Xingzhe who has been in charge of Caesar's care and feeding." Shui rose, her eyes ablaze with anger, instilling fear in those present. She commanded, "Bring me my whip." Confused yet compliant, they quickly retrieved the riding crop she typically used and respectfully presented it to her. Shui took the whip and, with a swift motion, inflicted a sharp crack. Crack! The sound of the whip resonated, landing heavily upon Lan Xingzhe, instantly leaving a crimson mark upon his neck. Lan Xingzhe stared at Shui, a flicker of shock and disbelief crossing his features. Yet soon, a surge of fury and hatred welled within him. She should have known better. She was not so foolish. It was so glaringly obvious. He was undoubtedly being framed. Yet, without hesitation, she cast the blame upon him. Crack, crack, crack. The whip marks rapidly spread across the youth's body, with every exposed inch, be it his face, neck, or wrists, displaying distinct red welts. The previously gleeful expressions of Lan Shuhua and her companions shifted to one of trepidation. Even they, wishing to torment Lan Xingzhe, would not dare to this extent. In contrast, the few strikes Shui had delivered to Lan Shuhua before paled in comparison. System 524. My heart can't take this anymore. Must you embody your character so thoroughly? At this rate, I find it hard to believe the male lead 1T reduce you to ashes. The female lead, who was meant to evoke a complex blend of love and hate in the male protagonist, has unfortunately been portrayed as a malevolent character inciting only animosity. My heart aches. It was only when Shui had nearly exhausted her arm from the exertion that she finally ceased her expressionless actions. At that moment, her grandparents and uncles rushed over, seemingly oblivious to the battered state of Lan Xingzhe. What is the matter, Xiaomei? It's merely a horse. Is it truly worth such ire? Does your hand not hurt? Do calm down. Getting worked up is detrimental to your health. Honestly, you children ought to console your sister. And Shui was coaxed away by the adults, while Loninga stood there, his body riddled with pain, trembling from the fiery agony coursing through him. He gazed at Shui's retreating figure, his fists clenched, eyes cast downward, under the fearful gaze of the two grooms and the veterinarian. He grasped the scythe and proceeded to eviscerate the deceased horse. In the deep of night, most of the servants residing in the annex had already retired for the evening, leaving only a few to whisper amongst themselves. The young lady is extraordinarily angry. What if this somehow implicates us? How could it possibly lead back to us? The young lady took out her fury on that scoundrel, firmly placing the blame on him. I have always found it difficult to find peace. If you ask me, it is best to leave it be. After all, he is originally a member of the Lon family. It is absurd to harbor resentment over trivial matters. What does it matter? He is merely a bastard, and his previous days were shrouded in uncertainty. What gives him the right to suddenly ascend to the status of a wealthy heir? Moreover, he shamelessly seeks to curry favor with the legitimate daughter, becoming increasingly arrogant. Even when asked to lend a hand, he is reluctant. How contemptible. As they spoke, the door suddenly swung open. They looked up to see a frail figure standing at the threshold, not overly shrouded in darkness. Before they could react, the figure lunged forward, pinning the more arrogant male servant beneath him. A sharp blade pressed against his throat, rendering him immobile with shock. Another quickly turned on the light, and, upon seeing Loninga and the glinting knife, his face paled in terror. You need to calm down. You poisoned and killed Caesar. Did you not? Loninga demanded fiercely, pressing the dagger down with force. The man beneath felt the knife's edge sink into his skin, a sensation that nearly drove him to panic. The other man dared not raise his voice. Escalating the situation would undoubtedly lead to their dismissal. After all, when hired hands clash with their employers, it is seldom the latter who suffers the consequences. Why, yes. Please let him go. Blood is spilling. He stammered in fear. What did you feed Caesar? Just a bit of rat poison and dichlorvos. Please, you must let him go. You'll kill him. He gazed at his companion, whose eyes were bloodshot and whose neck had stained the pillow crimson, and was seized by terror as his expression contorted. Could this person truly be serious? It was utterly horrifying. In a rush of panic, Loninga sprinted to the doorway of Shui's room, breathless and panting from the haste. He knocked vigorously on the door, and as soon as Shui opened it, he exclaimed, "Caesar's death is not my concern." Before him stood a youth, his body marred by wounds, and on his pale, handsome face, the welts from lashes were strikingly vivid. He gasped for breath, clutching a recording pen, his gaze fixed on Shui with a sense of urgency that was almost pitiable. Shui's eyes fell upon the recording pen in his hand, and he listened in silence as the youth spoke. "I understand," Shui finally replied. "However, you must take responsibility for Caesar's poisoning during your care. Do not expect an apology from me." With that, Shui closed the door once more. The following day, the two servants were dismissed and simultaneously sued for damages. A purebred racehorse, air-freighted from England and of exorbitant value, was sufficient to make the audacious pair weep for mercy. Meanwhile, Loninga was granted permission to attend the prestigious First High School. He stared at the closed door of Shui, taking a few deep breaths as his chest gradually settled. Before long, a servant arrived with ointment, and he sat in a chair, lost in thought, motionless. A searing pain enveloped his body, every bruise beneath and above his clothing igniting with a fiery sting. He shut his eyes, and the image of Shui's wrathful, icy gaze materialized in his mind, accompanied by the merciless crack of the whip that sent shivers through every nerve in his being. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Not with a call, but with a video invitation from Shubali. Instinctively, he accepted, only to realize his disheveled appearance too late. Shubali's voice erupted through the screen. "Aja, this is outrageous. They actually laid hands on you." On the other end, Shubali glared at the whip marks marring Loninga's neck and face. After a brief silence, he replied with a subdued acknowledgement. "Who was it? Was it Loninga? Yes, she was furious that the horse I was responsible for was poisoned. She even had the audacity to ask you to care for her horses." Shubali's anger intensified. "She is humiliating you, forcing you to perform the tasks of a servant. What does it matter that you are a bastard? Are you in the wrong? Why does she have the right to treat you this way? Just because she is a legitimate child, does that elevate her above you? The law states that both legitimate and illegitimate children possess equal rights. She has no grounds to demean you like this." Shubali's fervent defense stirred a gentler light within Loninga's eyes, though the issue of attending school still loomed large. "Even your education hinges on appeasing Loninga. The members of the Lon family have gone too far, Aja. I will assist you. I have already persuaded my mother. In a few days, I will be able to transfer to number 1 high school, and then we shall show Lan Xingmei a thing or two. A hint of malice flickered across Xu Baoli's charming countenance. Oh, she is, after all, a rather cunning and malevolent supporting character. Can you not give her a modicum of respect? 524. I am utterly exasperated. Why must a perfectly good protagonist vie for the position of a sinister supporting character? What a bizarre streamer. The following day, those 2 servants were dismissed and simultaneously sued for damages. A purebred racehorse, airlifted from England, was of such exorbitant value that it would leave 2 audacious individuals weeping in despair over compensation. Meanwhile, Lan Xingzhe was granted permission to attend number 1 high school. He Zhou's emotions regarding school were increasingly complex each day, and the source of this turmoil was undoubtedly that woman, Shui. It must be said that after being thrust into a relationship with Shui, he had indeed managed to shake off numerous bothersome admirers. Now, in the entirety of No. 1 high school, who would dare to send love letters to Shui's boyfriend, the female overlord? This outcome is akin to the initial fabrication he concocted about his affection for Lan Xingmei. Both paths lead to the same conclusion. Yet why does he feel so conflicted? Ultimately, aside from being thrust into this situation, the root of his turmoil lies deeper. Zhou, today, the cafeteria does not have sweet and sour ribs. Did I not inform you? I have already communicated with the school that sweet and sour ribs will be served at every meal henceforth. Zhou, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and queue. With her arms crossed and brows furrowed, the young girl, seemingly imperious and entitled, called for him to queue up at the cafeteria instead of doing it herself. She bore an almost caricatured resemblance to the spoiled and insufferable female antagonists found in novels. Zhou swallowed his frustration, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Yes, yes, yes. However, miss, if you can dictate what dishes the cafeteria prepares each day, why can't you have the staff set aside a portion for you? If that were the case, what need do I have for you as a boyfriend? Indeed, what is my role as your boyfriend? Merely to be at your beck and call." Feeling stifled and furious, he resigned himself to queue up and fetch her meal. Meanwhile, the young lady had already sauntered up to the 2nd floor, awaiting the service of the boy whose title of boyfriend felt more akin to that of a slave. No, this simply cannot continue. Why must he toil for her? There are so many girls who admire him, each one softer and sweeter in comparison. And they wouldn't dream of making him serve them. Rather, they would shower him with affection, concerned that he might feel unsatisfied. Lost in these thoughts, his phone buzzed with a message. He opened it to find, from the insufferable young lady, "Bring me a bottle of lemon juice." Zhou's temples throbbed. Lemon juice? Seriously? There's a vending machine right by the 2nd floor in the central area. Are you a mermaid princess? Can't you walk a few steps without feeling like you'll perish? Zhou felt his carefully constructed persona teetering on the brink of collapse under the relentless pressure of Shui's cold and ruthless demeanor. He was, by nature, a person who appeared warm on the outside yet harbored an icy core, often adopting a detached perspective towards the world. The more he smiled, the colder his heart became. However, at this moment, he found himself nearing a state of genuine congruence between his exterior and interior. Indeed, he was genuinely furious both outwardly and inwardly. As he contemplated the prospect of breaking up with Shui, Zhou prepared 2 servings of food and ascended the stairs. Shui, ever the domineering presence, occupied a long sofa, while Enran and his companions clustered around her, except for Enran, who reclined comfortably in his own designated chair. The others were either squeezed together on one sofa or had awkwardly dragged chairs from other tables. Their hushed conversations reflected an air of oppression, reminiscent of a group beleaguered by a tyrant. As the saying goes, when the mountains do not move, the waters shift. Many among them, though not as affluent as the Lan family, were far from insignificant. Shui's aggressive intrusion had disrupted their harmony, yet they felt compelled to endure the discomfort in this setting, driven by the unwillingness of one individual to budge. Zhou's gaze fell upon the boy nestled on the sofa, sipping milk tea, and Ran, who invariably indulged in a cup of milk tea at noon, possessed a fair and striking appearance. His silent demeanor while sipping the beverage painted a picture of innocence. Yet, in truth, this boy, raised in a military compound, was anything but well-behaved and harbored a rather irascible temperament. As the food arrived, Shui continued to command Zhou's attention. "Senior, would you care to try the milk tea?" And Ran suddenly addressed Shui, his tone elongated and playful, exuding a charming blend of laziness and mischief. Shui, Acknowledging their shared surname, graciously conceded to his whims, it was undeniably sweet. The dish was not overly saccharine, and the pearls possessed a delightful chewiness, providing a joyful experience. The corners of Chui's mouth lifted ever so slightly as she observed the boy enthusiastically extolling the virtues of milk tea. "Are you still a child?" she inquired. The boy pouted slightly, expressing mild discontent. "I am but a baby, so kindly choose your words wisely to avoid wounding my tender heart. You may refer to me as a baby, but not as a child. Hence, I offer you this milk tea. Do you accept?" The strikingly handsome youth feigned a pout, a tactic that proved remarkably effective, for it is said that the desire for beauty resides in us all. And Chui, finding him irresistibly adorable despite recognizing the pretense, willingly returned a favorable demeanor. "All right, but if it does not taste good, your looks will not save you from my wrath. What are you dawdling for, Heijo?" she asked. Heijo, her reluctant servant, could only stifle his irritation as he handed Chui a cup of lemon juice. And Ran chimed in. "Then I shall bring a cup for you tomorrow at noon, senior." And Chui responded nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Ran's companions, clutching their bowls, gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Rendered speechless as if witnessing a ghost. Can't your mouth, which fails to utter a charming word, be silenced even by food? And Chui slightly lifted her eyelashes, her gaze coldly directed at Lan Shuhua. Lan Shuhua promptly shrank back. It was evident that even her family feared her, showcasing her dominance at home. As Heijo contemplated, he became increasingly resolute in his quest to sever ties with Chui in a manner that would neither leave trouble behind nor create unnecessary complications. During his search for a solution, Lan Xinjia enrolled at the school. Early in the morning, he waited at Chui's doorstep. When she emerged, he took her backpack from her hands and followed her downstairs. After sharing breakfast with Chui, he continued to carry her bag as he accompanied her to the car. Those who witnessed his subservient demeanor displayed unabashed scorn and derision, yet he remained oblivious to their disdain. When Chui glanced his way, he adeptly masked his feelings of endurance and humiliation to prevent her from sensing the depths of his intentions, thereby avoiding any wariness on her part. He practiced restraint, understanding that life is a long journey where fortunes fluctuate. He would remember each individual who had belittled or mocked him, and in the future, when he had grown strong, he would repay them in kind. For now, however, he was but a small ant, easily manipulated, and he had to swallow his pride in silence. In the 7th chapter of The Arrogant and Overbearing Young Lady, Lan Xinjia continued to assist Chui by carrying her backpack as they made their way to the senior class. He placed her bag on her desk before proceeding to register for the first-year class. Chui was the center of attention at the school. Upon the appearance of this new face trailing behind her, curiosity among the gossiping crowd was piqued. It soon spread that this unfamiliar youth was, in fact, the illegitimate child responsible for Chui's drastic change in demeanor. How shameless, they murmured, an illegitimate child following in the footsteps of the legitimate offspring. Was he seeking forgiveness? It seems that one is overly attentive out of fear of being bullied, displaying an astonishingly thick skin. Hasn't Lan Xinmei's temperament become exceedingly poor lately? How is it that she allows him to accompany her with such magnanimity? Lan Xinjia, however, remains impervious to these discussions. The first-year classes are arranged based on academic performance. And as a transfer student without any achievements, Lan Xinjia finds himself relegated to the lowest class. Alongside him is Shu Baoli. Upon seeing each other, both suppress their inner delight, having previously conspired to keep their familiarity concealed. Lan Xinjia is taciturn, and no one is inclined to befriend him, whereas Shu Baoli, with her sweet and adorable appearance, energetically integrates into the class, quickly making friends due to her cheerful disposition. She overhears snippets of gossip regarding Chui and learns how they mock and conspire against Lan Xinjia. Her acting skills are so refined that she reveals no traces of displeasure, only messaging Lan Xinjia during her free moments. Shu Baoli, you asked me not to speak on your behalf, but how long must I endure this? I am on the verge of exploding. Lan Xinjia, let us hold on for a few more days. My situation is inherently challenging. A small forbearance can lead to greater plans. Shu Baoli, understood. Though Lan Xinjia urges Shu Baoli not to advocate for him, it does not prevent her from confronting Chui. After all, isn't she merely a haughty and spoiled young lady? Her social skills are rather lacking, as evidenced by the numerous criticisms directed towards her, highlighting a deficiency in emotional intelligence. Dealing with such individuals is quite straightforward, albeit complicated by the fact that we are not in the same grade. Nevertheless, if opportunities do not present themselves, one must create them. Upon discovering that Chui had joined the girls' volleyball club, Shu Baoli followed suit. Chui, however, dismissed her presence and continued on her own. As they entered the dining hall, Lan Xingzhe glanced at the queue and inquired of Chui, "What would you like to eat?" "No need," Chui replied coolly, proceeding to the second floor. By the time Lan Xingzhe finished his meal and ascended, he found Chui already dining, accompanied by a seemingly unique young man, as he was the only one seated beside her. As Lan Xingzhe approached, Lan Shuhua exclaimed irritably, "Get away. Is this place meant for you? Scram, you reek." Lan Xingzhe's gaze lingered on Lan Shuhua for a couple of seconds, and as she felt an inexplicable chill, he averted his eyes, surveying the second floor to grasp the situation before silently descending. Momentarily taken aback, Lan Xingzhe furrowed his brow in contemplation. He began to scrutinize Heizhou, attempting to discern the reasons behind his relationship with Chui. Heizhou was indeed handsome, however. Beauty was ubiquitous in this world. His academic performance was commendable, yet many excel in their studies, a feat achievable by any reasonably intelligent individual willing to exert effort. His family was relatively affluent, though he paled in comparison to the Lan family. His temperament was gentle, but that was hardly remarkable, as there were countless individuals with superior personalities. Thus, what could Chui possibly see in him? The cafeteria's efficiency and the generous portions provided by the staff often draw attention. The prestigious Yizhang School stands out as an elite institution, akin to a fictional noble academy from a lengthy romantic novel, possessing distinct characteristics that set it apart from other schools. Its sports clubs are particularly renowned. It is said that a certain NBA star once attended Yizhang, having been selected for the basketball team in his senior year, thus bypassing college to embark directly on a professional basketball career. Many professionals frequently visit Yizhang's various sports clubs in search of promising talent. After Caesar's death, Chui's interest in horseback riding waned, only to be replaced by a newfound passion for volleyball. Having never played the sport before, she decided to join the girls' volleyball club for some casual enjoyment. Although she is a scientist by profession, her athletic prowess quickly became evident. While she may not have excelled immediately, she adapted with remarkable speed. Upon joining, Shu Baoli caught Chui's attention. Shu Baoli, the antagonist who relentlessly tormented the protagonist. Lan Xingzhe is a character steeped in complexity. As an illegitimate child, her situation diverges from that of Lan Xingzhe's mother, who had an accidental liaison with the protagonist's father. In contrast, Shu Baoli's mother had been a mistress, dedicated to usurping the position of the legitimate wife, ultimately succeeding in her endeavors. As a result of their status as the mistress and her offspring, both mother and daughter faced scorn in their small town, with no children willing to befriend them. Lan Xingzhe, facing similar ostracism, naturally found camaraderie with Shu Baoli. Shu Baoli had long harbored feelings for Lan Xingzhe, which led her to torment Lan Xingzhe during their early years, causing her considerable distress. On one occasion, Shu Baoli orchestrated a scheme that nearly resulted in Lan Xingzhe being assaulted, had it not been for Lan Xingzhe's intervention. Guided by a flicker of conscience, Lan Xingzhe's life could have been irrevocably marred. However, the trauma from that incident took a toll on Lan Xingzhe's health, culminating in a poor performance in her college entrance examinations, which forced her to enroll in a prestigious university through financial means rather than merit, earning her the scorn of many. As her student days came to a close and she transitioned into adulthood, Shu Baoli continued to be a catalyst for misunderstandings between Lan Xingzhe and Lan Xingzhe, orchestrating incidents that led to accidents and misfortunes, all while Lan Xingzhe clung to their childhood bond, repeatedly forgiving her transgressions. This malicious antagonist has single-handedly fueled the animosity throughout the narrative, eliciting intense ire from readers who find themselves exasperated by Lan Xingzhe's plight, which is exacerbated by her association with the flawed male lead. Despite her seemingly sweet and innocent appearance, few would suspect the darkness that lurks within her heart. Dressed in a blue and white volleyball uniform, the young woman showcased her fair, elongated legs, with her long hair tied up in a high ponytail, framing her strikingly beautiful visage. This attire exuded a vivacious youthfulness, yet her demeanor appeared more aggressive than usual. Chui reached out to Heizhou, who, while suppressing his feelings, silently handed her a towel. Chui wiped the sweat from her brow, took a few sips from the sports drink, then tossed both the water bottle and towel back to him. Shu Baoli approached the president of the volleyball club and expressed her thoughts, which prompted a nod of approval from the president. "Ladies, gather around," called Jiang Qin, the president of the volleyball club, as she clapped her hands. The girls swiftly assembled. Prolonged training without variation can become monotonous, and with a few newcomers joining recently, The most effective way to foster cohesion and improvement is through direct competition. Therefore, let us divide into teams for a friendly match. No one objected. The prospect of competition infused the atmosphere with excitement. The teams were soon organized, and Shui and Shubali found themselves in opposing groups. As the two teams took to the sandy court, separated by a net, Shubali cast a glance at Shui, a flicker of malice gleaming in her eyes. With the sound of the whistle signaling the start of the match, the ball was deftly volleyed by the girls, flowing seamlessly between them. Then, unexpectedly, a girl who had previously appeared rather clumsy, seemingly a novice, surged forward with no warning, leaping to intercept the ball that was meant for another. She struck it powerfully towards the opposing side. The sequence unfolded too swiftly for anyone to react. The ball hurtled toward Shui's face. Despite her quick attempt to evade it, she was a moment too late, and the ball collided forcefully with her forehead. In the volleyball arena, the members of the volleyball club were taken aback. In the stands, Ran exclaimed in surprise, abruptly shifting from her languid position, nearly leaping to her feet. He-Ijo's towel and water bottle tumbled to the ground, while Lan Xingzhe's eyes widened in shock, his heart skipping a beat. I'm so sorry, senior. I didn't mean to. Shubali stammered, her face paling as she rushed over to apologize to Shui. Though her mind lamented the missed opportunity to land a direct hit on Shui's face, envisioning the spectacle of blood streaming from her nose. The atmosphere was charged with indignation. This is undoubtedly intentional, that malicious supporting character. Shui stood rooted in place, massaging her forehead, certain a red mark had appeared. Are you all right, Shengmei? Is everything okay? Others inquired with concern, secretly thinking the newcomer was terribly unfortunate to have crossed paths with this tyrannical figure so soon. Yet, a subtle thrill ran through them at the prospect of witnessing Shui, the usually arrogant and imperious heiress, being struck by a ball. How delightful it was to see her authority challenged. I'm fine, Shui replied calmly, casting a cool glance at Shubali. Just be more careful next time. Let us continue. The onlookers were left in astonishment at her unexpected leniency towards Shubali. Thus, the game continued. Shubali, recognizing the formidable wealth and influence of the Lan family, and the particular favoritism shown towards Shui, wisely chose to retreat rather than confront her directly. Aware that such a confrontation could prove detrimental to her, a new round commenced, the ball being volleyed back and forth until it was lofted high by a teammate, perfectly positioned for a smashing strike. Just as one of the female players prepared to leap and deliver a powerful spike, an unexpected figure appeared before her, springing into action with even greater speed. With a ponytail soaring and a slender waist accentuated by her elevated arm, she executed a swift maneuver. With a resounding thud, a hand as pale as jade forcefully struck the ball downward, propelling it with remarkable velocity and impact towards Shubali, who was caught utterly off guard. The suddenness and ferocity of the sandy ball struck her squarely in the face. The sound echoed sharply, and Shubali fell backward onto the sandy ground, clutching her nose in agony as tears welled in her eyes. The other girls stood frozen, staring in disbelief at Shui. Oh dear, my apologies, it was unintentional. Shui feigned sincerity, yet her expression betrayed an unmistakable arrogance, a mocking smile that revealed her wicked nature. It was evident that this was no accident. Laughter erupted from the audience, filling the air with amusement. The girls turned in astonishment, eager to discern the identity of the person exhibiting such rudeness. Only to behold Ran, doubled over in laughter as if struck by an unrelenting comedic force. Ha ha ha. He showed twitched at the corner of his eye. Realizing that vengeance was indeed a trait he must navigate carefully, it would be prudent not to incur the wrath of the young lady. Lan Xingzhe clenched his fists. Casting a worried glance at Shubali lowered her hands. Noticing the blood from her nose staining her palm, her eyes instantly filled with malice. A shadow fell upon her as she looked up to see Shui, towering above her with an air of superiority, her transparent black eyes betraying unmasked mockery and indifference. As if to say, what are you even worth? The curve of her lips hinted at a childlike curiosity, as though she were tempted to disturb an anthill for mere amusement. A chill coursed through Shubali. Indeed, Zhe had warned her that Shui was not one to be trifled with, and she had underestimated her adversary. Are you all right? Can we continue? Shui feigned concern, her icy provocation unmistakable. Shubali clenched her fists, reminding herself to endure. She could not allow this domineering woman to best her. Since Shui had exacted her revenge, it seemed unlikely she would pursue further aggression. This encounter would serve as a lesson learned. She was a diligent student, and having discerned the woman's modus operandi, she would know how to handle her henceforth. Thus, She wiped away the blood, rose to her feet, and donned a sweet, albeit insincere smile. "It's fine. I can continue." "Very well." And Chui's tone was unwavering, her commanding demeanor eliciting discomfort, yet none dared to confront her directly. The teammates exchanged glances, ultimately succumbing to her intimidating presence. Shubali was seething with indignation, though she refrained from retaliation. Fully aware that the Lon family far surpassed the Shu family in influence, she could not afford a direct clash with Chui. She could have simply walked away. But the thought of doing so felt too humiliating, as if she were fleeing in disgrace from Chui's onslaught. Thus, she rose once more, determined to persist. This time, she was on high alert, yet Chui chose not to target her again. However, when Shubali finally let her guard down, Chui unexpectedly slammed the ball into her face. In that moment, she was truly brought to tears. The physical pain was overshadowed by the seething hatred that seared her heart. Despite having few friends in her youth, she never felt lonely. Her mother had raised her well. Those who dared to criticize them were, in her eyes, nothing more than a group of losers, consumed by envy and resentment towards the bond shared between mother and daughter. These bitter souls, trapped by societal norms and their own insecurities, could only unleash their frustrations upon them, unable to attract a man as handsome and affluent as her father. Yet, contrary to their spiteful wishes, she and her mother had not been abandoned or met with misfortune. Instead, they had risen to success. How infuriating. Truly maddening. The audacious and domineering young lady, 524, felt a sense of exhilaration, yet simultaneously harbored a flicker of concern, for the subsequent developments in conclusion remained utterly unpredictable. Moreover, she was uncertain about how the audience would receive her portrayal as a malicious supporting character. After all, in both films and television dramas, the leading roles are typically more virtuous. Contemplating this, she addressed a few inquiries from her subordinates regarding other budget streamers. It was still morning, and many netizens were likely already awake, which would soon boost her traffic. She was featured on the potential newcomers recommendation list, a noteworthy ranking within the role-playing live streaming category, where numerous viewers sought to discover fresh talent. Upon opening the chat, she was taken aback by the deluge of messages flooding the screen. "This is the first time I've encountered such a fierce streamer," followed. "Fierce streamer, online combat. I love it, ha ha ha. So exhilarating, ha ha. I just watched another streamer play the 7 days of demonic obsession, and that fool took a rise and fall approach, suffering a brutal defeat at the hands of Shubali. I too felt utterly devastated and simply could not bear to wait for her to retaliate." Upon witnessing this, a refreshing sense of exhilaration enveloped me. Having just watched the previous live stream of this unique female broadcaster, my curiosity about her appearance grew. The esteemed streamer boldly proclaimed, "I can even take on the male protagonist. What is a mere malicious female supporting character to me?" The subsequent developments were utterly unpredictable, creating an exhilarating anticipation. As I suppressed my bubbling excitement, I glanced at the viewer count, which stood at just over 50,000. Yet, the number of those entering the live stream was skyrocketing, captivating my attention. I couldn't tear my eyes away. The charm of my subordinate, that adorable little darling, was undeniably potent. Female viewers are often eager to indulge in such allure. However, it appears that this strategy may not universally appeal, as male viewers tend to be less receptive to this approach. Ultimately, the impact seemed somewhat limited. After a brief exchange, we returned to our respective tasks. I observed the various streamers under my supervision, ultimately shifting my focus back to Chui. It was quite unfortunate. The senior was excessively harsh. Among Rant's group, someone could no longer contain their indignation. "Isn't it just a minor incident at the beginning? Must it be taken to such extremes?" they questioned. "Hey, Shua, is your cousin as arrogant at home?" And Rand shot a sidelong glance at the defender of Shubali, a smirk dancing on her lips. "What is the matter? If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But should one offend me, I will repay the grievance tenfold. Is there anything amiss with that?" Immediately shaking his head vigorously, Loninga gazed at the weeping Shubali seated on the ground, his fists clenched tightly. With a pained expression, he shut his eyes. Whispering an apology to Bali, "I am unable to protect you now, but in the future, I promise I will." As he opened his eyes, a shadow of malice filled them, only to vanish in an instant as he turned his gaze towards Chui. His heart jolted unexpectedly. The others looked on sympathetically at the sobbing Shubali, their earlier satisfaction regarding her confrontation with Chui dissipating. They felt a sense of relief for not having been the ones to provoke Chui, fearing that they might end up like Shubali, who had been ruthlessly overpowered. Shubali was the type of person she despised most, outwardly innocent and pure, yet capable of delivering a treacherous blow when least expected. In contrast, she appreciated Shui's straightforwardness. If she liked someone, she did so openly, and if not, she made it clear. It was far preferable to unknowingly offend someone and later face a lethal retaliation. With mixed emotions, everyone departed, collectively acknowledging the wisdom and avoiding antagonizing this formidable woman. After changing her attire, Shui emerged to find Loninga waiting outside, along with and ran at the entrance, and Heijo, who dared not leave without permission. Senior, your performance was absolutely stunning. I am truly in awe, the exquisite and handsome youth complimented in a somewhat ingratiating tone. Naturally, Shui replied, unabashedly proud. Then will you join us for some fun this evening? What does your request to hang out have to do with my exceptional skills? Everything. I was so captivated by your grace that I wished to spend the evening in your company. And Ram brought the face, which Shui had previously praised for its beauty, close to her. Heijo remarked, there seems to be a hint of green atop his head. Shui reached out and pinched Rand's seemingly flawless cheek. Though her eyes sparkled with mirth, they always carried an air of arrogance. With a firm grip on his head, she pushed him away, declaring her lack of time and urging him to leave. A flicker of disappointment crossed Rand's gaze. So heartless, you've wounded my tender spirit. Shui, however, paid no heed to his fragile feelings and continued on her path. Loninga observed Heijo's demeanor, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. What a boyfriend! He was but a dependent, appearing as if summoned at will. No different from a mere plaything. He followed Shui into the car, which glided smoothly towards the lawn residence. Leaning back against the seat, Shui closed her eyes to rest. Loninga turned to gaze at her, admiring her profile, exquisite like a painting, from her full forehead to her high-bridged nose. And finally to her lips, as radiant as red roses, with lines so fluid and graceful. The long eyelashes cast shadows beneath her eyes. And it was precisely this perfection that drew attention to the faint red mark on her forehead, compelling one to glance twice. Today, Bali had acted with excessive impulsiveness. Loninga thought to himself that he was certain Shu Bali was being deliberately provocative. Her actions had landed him in considerable trouble. Shui was not someone to be trifled with. She was arrogant, domineering, and self-centered. The influence of the Lon family, being one of the most prominent clans, only compounded her audacity. Fortunately, she had likely exacted enough revenge today. At that moment, he heard Shui speak. Is that Shu Bali the daughter of Shu Real Estate? Indeed. Shui opened her eyes and fixed her gaze upon him, her expression questioning, as if to ask if he was an ally of hers. Instinctively, Loninga denied it, shaking his head. She is a classmate, a newcomer. I merely think she is quite decent. Shui scoffed at his words, falling silent and closing her eyes once more. As the vehicle approached the lawn estate, Shui disembarked and, walking towards the house, commanded, go to the attic and reflect upon your misdeeds. Loninga stared in astonishment at her retreating figure. Why? He wondered. Whenever you realize where the fault lies, you may emerge. Shui continued forward, her posture radiating arrogance. Loninga understood he had no grounds to refuse her. He clenched his fists tightly. His eyes filled with humiliation as he observed her disdainful silhouette. He ascended to the attic, a space designated for the storage of miscellaneous items. The dust was not overwhelmingly abundant, yet the disarray was palpable, and there was not a single comfortable chair to rest upon. Even the light was broken, perpetually neglected. No one came to deliver dinner to Loninga, nor did anyone seek his company. He sat on the cold floor, shrouded in darkness, trembling uncontrollably. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Shui, swirling with anger, humiliation, and hatred. How long had it been? She had punished him twice. The first time, she had mercilessly whipped him, leaving him battered and bruised, and the second time, she ordered him to stand facing the wall in reflection. By what right did she treat him so? Despicable, despicable, utterly despicable. Someday. The phone rang, revealing the name Shu Bali. As Loninga beheld her name, a flicker of irritation pierced through the cloud of negativity enveloping him. Aja, you have been too impulsive. Why did you take such reckless actions? Do you not realize she may retaliate against your family? Loninga reproached, his tone somewhat harsh. I am sorry. I recognize my folly. I simply did not anticipate her utter disregard. She is the eldest daughter of the Lon family and possesses ample reason to be disdainful. Aja, are you angry with me? Loninga took a deep breath, cradling his head in his hands, overwhelmed with guilt for taking his frustrations out on his friend. His voice fell to a low murmur. It's my fault. I know what I must do next. You need not worry. Do not provoke her again. She is highly favored and could easily incite trouble for your company from the Lon family. Shu Bali immediately replied, "Yes, I understand you mean well. I will refrain from acting impulsively and will keep my distance to avoid attracting her attention." After a brief conversation, Lan Xingzhe chose not to disclose his confinement to Shu Bali. Once he hung up the phone, he sat for a considerable time, hugging his knees. Before rising to leave the attic, he approached Shui's door and knocked. After a short while, Shui opened the door, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded him. Lan Xingzhe clenched his fists, his eyes slightly reddened. "I realize where I went wrong." "Speak," she replied. "I should not defend those who offend you. Is that all?" Shui retorted, her gaze laced with sarcasm. Lan Xingzhe was momentarily perplexed, unsure if there was another underlying reason behind her demeanor. Shui slammed the door shut. "Very well, another day of deeply offending the protagonist," he mused, munching on sunflower seeds with an air of detachment. Standing still, he stared at the closed door, inhaled deeply, and tightly shut his eyes. After an extended moment, he opened them. The tumultuous emotions within him had been subdued. He turned and walked away. As Lan Shuanghua descended the stairs in search of water, she chanced upon Lan Xingzhe, who resembled a large dog unceremoniously cast out by its master. Unable to suppress a derisive chuckle, she shook her head in mockery and continued downwards. Lan Xingzhe remained seated until dawn. When Shui opened her door, she found the slender, handsome youth huddled by her threshold, cradling his knees, a picture of vulnerability and despair. His sleep was shallow, and he awakened swiftly upon realizing her presence, standing abruptly. His legs, having grown numb from a night of sitting, nearly betrayed him, but Shui instinctively grasped his arm, steadying him. Lan Xingzhe paused momentarily, yet her grip was relinquished almost immediately. "What do you want?" Shui inquired, her tone icy. A glimmer of moisture lingered in Lan Xingzhe's eyes, filled with inner turmoil, shame, and restraint. "I seek to please you, not merely for convenience." Shui regarded him with a probing gaze, feigning attentiveness. As his face grew increasingly flushed, he ultimately averted his gaze in resignation. "Forget it. It's nothing." In a sudden motion, he snatched her backpack and turned to descend the stairs first. Observing his retreating figure, Shui raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Contrary to her expectations that Lan Xingzhe would distance himself after her earlier rebuke, he had only grown more attentive. Shibli had presumed that Shui's actions yesterday would suffice as retribution. But little did they anticipate that Shui was far more petty and vindictive than they had imagined. Upon arriving at school, Shui made her disdain for Shibli abundantly clear. Shui wields her influence at school with an air of superiority, provoking discontent among many. Yet, paradoxically, numerous individuals seek to curry favor with her, while some are genuinely enamored by her lofty demeanor, forever dismissing any notion of vulnerability. After all, it is human nature to admire strength. Despite outwardly condemning her arrogance, many secretly yearn to emulate her unrestrained audacity. Moreover, Ran seems inexplicably drawn to Shui, openly expressing her disdain for Shu Bali. Consequently, Shu Bali finds herself collectively despised by the two prominent figures at the school, making it exceedingly unlikely for her to enjoy a peaceful existence there. Though she possesses a sweet and charming appearance, such attributes are commonplace, while the powerful few are distinctly rare. With the influential duo finally voicing their opinions, it is only natural for their followers to act and strive to impress. Who knows? They might inadvertently find themselves welcomed into the elite circle. Thus, for the first time, Shu Bali, who has always bullied others without ever facing such treatment herself, experiences the bitter sting of schoolyard bullying. Unlike her previous experiences in the small town, where the wealthy were few and their affluence limited, she had reigned supreme there, able to manipulate the local ruffians with a mere handful of cash. However, in this prestigious institution, teeming with rich heirs and nouveau riche, she finds herself fading into the background, akin to a newcomer from the countryside, grappling with the stark realization of her own insignificance and helplessness within this vast school environment. 524 sensed impending trouble and went to the live broadcast room, only to witness the audience embroiled in a fierce dispute. Yesterday, Shibli provoked and was subsequently punished. She deserves it. Now the host is going too far. One should show mercy when possible. There is no need for such harshness. The host is more malicious than the villainess herself. The saintly figure is stirring the pot again. What mercy? Are they out of their minds? Don't they know what kind of person Shibli is? She is the type who strikes if you don't provoke her. A bunch of self-righteous individuals. Even in the game, they're destined to be tormented by the villainess. Indeed, it is true that individuals with strong personalities tend to evoke both admiration and disdain. 524 hesitated about whether to inform Shui, but considering her headstrong nature, It was clear she would disregard the audience's opinions. Oh well, let them bicker. The donations haven't diminished, and the audience continues to grow. This isn't Shui's style, and the viewers will eventually adapt. Lan Xingzhe observed Shubili's plight but dared not display even a hint of dissatisfaction or sympathy towards her. Whenever he felt an urge to rush out, his mind instinctively recalled in Shui's cold, domineering visage, the whip that lashed against him, and the frigid loft, causing his heart to tremble and his mind to cool. He once again witnessed in Shui's ruthless nature, solidifying his resolve even further. After school in the morning, he promptly made his way to the cafeteria. By the time Shui arrived, Lan Xingzhe was already waiting for her on the second floor, holding a plate brimming with sweet and sour ribs, spicy stir-fried meat, and chicken cutlets, all of which looked absolutely delightful. He Zhou had already queued for his meal, but Shui graciously accepted the food prepared by Lan Xingzhe and began to eat, even benevolently allowing him to sit beside her. When Zhou finally gathered his meal and approached, he was taken aback to see the girl, who could be described as a girlfriend yet acted like a domineering master, already dining with another young man occupying his seat. He quickly dismissed his initial annoyance, realizing this presented a splendid opportunity for a breakup. With a somewhat displeased expression, he walked over and remarked, "Shengmei, you've already started eating," and Rand glanced meaningfully between the three of them, while the others wore expressions of amusement, as if they were watching a show. "What shall I do now?" he pondered, feeling a pang of hurt as he looked at the 2 plates of food in his hands. At that moment, Lan Xingzhe, feeling a bit embarrassed, inquired, "Could you spare me some?" "Senior, I believe I can manage," He Zhou retorted. "I only wish to flip the food tray onto your face. This must be intentional, you brat." Soon, He Zhou realized that Lan Xingzhe not only usurped his role in serving in Shui, but also took over the tasks he once performed, such as fetching homemade bread from the school snack bar, or buying her a drink, and even fetching a pack of tissues. This sudden shift in dynamics left him feeling frustrated and exasperated to the brink of despair. However, at present, all these tasks have been assumed by Lan Xingzhe. Rather than merely taking over, it would be more accurate to say he has usurped them. Whenever he finds himself with idle time, he frequents the senior year, often bearing gifts, be they edible or drinkable. Although he intends to sever ties with Shui, an unsettling feeling lingers within him. After all, no one relishes having something unwanted snatched away without consent. Moreover, he is acutely aware that this illegitimate child possesses a cunning intellect, as evidenced by the recent shift in public discourse surrounding him. Observing him evokes a sense of pity, a somewhat tragic aura. To be candid, the true culprits are the adults. He himself could not choose who to call his parents. He remains perpetually at their beck and call. Vulnerability often elicits sympathy, particularly when the vulnerable individual possesses a pleasing appearance. This innate maternal instinct stirs within certain girls, prompting them to reach out in friendship to Lan Xingzhe. Initially, Shui did not rebuff him, as he endeavored to curry her favor. His experience in the first year was tolerable, having not been subjected to bullying. This was largely due to his persistent efforts to gravitate towards Shui, showering her with attention, thus crafting an image of a pitiable figure oppressed by his domineering half-sister. Ultimately, this led to a significant turnaround in others' perceptions of him, allowing him to embark on a more conventional school life. However, as the saying goes, everything has 2 sides. Shui has 3 devoted followers who eagerly gravitate towards her: Zhou Biyu, Lin Shu, and Young Mame. Their primary role mirrors that of the sycophantic companions often found behind the wealthy and malevolent female antagonists in novels, dutifully trailing in her wake, at her beck and call, and occasionally serving as her pawns when needed, though there is no guarantee that their involvement won't backfire or render them ineffectual allies. Although Shui, being under the influence of He Zhou, her writer boyfriend, seldom requires their assistance, they occasionally manage to seize a sliver of opportunity. However, with the appearance of Lan Xingzhe, they acutely feel that their roles have been entirely usurped. This person, who is merely a freshman, incessantly intrudes upon their third-year domain. Not only does he show up uninvited, but he also brings refreshments, pastries, and chocolates. Whenever Shui expresses a desire for something, he darts away faster than the wind to procure it, leaving them in his dust, which incites their ire. Are they still deemed competent attendants to the esteemed lady? Will she ever bestow her favor upon them again? If this continues, Shui may deem them superfluous and banish them. Infuriated, they resolve to teach him a lesson, not through their own hands, but by inciting another freshman to confront him. In the ensuing days, inexplicably, Lan Xingzhe's book vanished without a trace, and his desk was unceremoniously discarded downstairs. During a visit to the restroom after school, he found himself trapped in a stall, drenched from head to toe. Sitting on the toilet, soaked and disheveled. Loninga toyed with his phone, noticing the encroaching silence outside the restroom as fewer students lingered in the school, likely only those remaining to perform duties. Leaning against the wall, he patiently awaited the sunset, as night descended and the school gates locked. In the darkness of the restroom stall, he sent a text to Inshui. "Could you please help me? I'm locked in the school restroom." Inshui glanced at the message on her phone, raising an eyebrow as she set down her chopsticks. "I'm full. Please enjoy your meal." She then turned to her cousin, Lan Chifeng. "Chifeng, may I borrow your car?" Lan Chifeng cherished his vehicle and was a figure of intimidation at school, but the way his elder sister so nonchalantly requested his possession, extending her hand, made it difficult for him to muster the courage to refuse, especially recalling the time she had previously scolded Loninga. Reluctantly, he produced the keys. "But, sister, do you even know how to drive?" Lan Chifeng inquired, still hopeful. "How could you borrow a car without knowing how to drive?" Inshui accepted the keys, casting him a sidelong glance. "This sort of thing, one need not learn to operate." Inshui walked into the garage, where the nearly seven-figure heavy motorcycle owned by Lan Chifeng exuded an allure that any young person would find irresistible. With a graceful stride, she mounted the bike, donned a helmet in matching hues, and twisted the throttle, unleashing a sonorous growl that was intoxicating. As she released the clutch, the motorcycle surged out of the garage, speeding away from the estate and onto the open road. He felt a profound yearning for her affection. A sudden wave of anger and injustice washed over him. Why hadn't she come? Even if he were merely a dog, having devotedly circled around her for days, she ought to feel a flicker of compassion, shouldn't she? Lost in these thoughts, his eyelids grew heavier, his mind clouded, and he drifted towards slumber. He vaguely registered some sounds, approaching footsteps, before the tightly shut door swung open, flooding the space with a blinding beam of light that struck his eyes. Loninga opened his eyes to see a girl standing at the threshold, arms crossed, gazing down at him with an impassive expression. He heard her utter the words, "Useless thing." Despite the merciless reprimand, a wave of joy surged within him. He had not miscalculated. She had indeed come. Due to the fever, his limbs felt weak and unsteady, and he silently stood by, wrapped in a large towel. While Inshui chastised the principal for the negligence of the school security, who had carelessly failed to notice a student in the boys' restroom. If an incident had occurred, who would take responsibility? The principal nodded repeatedly, both embarrassed and ashamed, while the security guard bowed his head in discomfort. She exuded an undeniable authority, akin to that of a queen. He pondered, resembling a young emperor penguin trailing behind its mother, swaying as he followed Inshui. Suddenly, a black object was hurled towards him. He was a beat slow and nearly failed to catch it. It was a helmet. After donning it, he mounted the motorcycle. Inshui had already straddled the bike. Loninga uttered a soft "oh," placed the helmet on his head, and climbed aboard. The dark, heavy motorcycle surged down the road, enveloped by the wind's roar and the machine's growl. Loninga endeavored to maintain distance from Inshui, gripping the seat to prevent himself from leaning against her. However, the seat was designed to tilt downward, causing him to slide uncontrollably until he was pressed against her. The motorcycle suddenly took a sharp turn, and Loninga nearly toppled off as a large truck narrowly brushed past his helmet, sending a jolt of fear through him. If you wish to avoid death, hold on tight and refrain from causing trouble. Inshui's voice drifted back to him, coldly carried by the wind. Loninga sat stiffly, motionless, until Inshui accelerated down the road, the jostling instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Ultimately, he hesitantly extended his hand, feeling quite uncomfortable, and wrapped his arms around her waist. This was his first embrace of a girl's waist, and peculiarly, it was that of his half-sister. Inshui, this lofty girl who had never regarded him with any esteem. It felt oddly strange, although she radiated an aura sharp enough to injure. She indeed possessed an unexpectedly delicate and soft side, both in her waist and her heart. Embracing her waist, nearly leaning upon her back, he found, perhaps due to the dampness of their garments, that this woman, upon whom he would one day unleash his desire for vengeance, exuded an extraordinary warmth, capable of banishing even the chill of winter. Throughout the night, he muttered in his sleep, intermittently calling out for his sister. Sister, whom else could he refer to? In the adjacent building, the servants were divided in their sentiments. Some viewed him with a tinge of pity, while others deemed his plight a fitting consequence of his actions. As these opinions circulated, they inevitably reached the ears of the elders, including the grandparents, who, upon hearing the news, merely cast a longer glance in his direction during mealtime. Naturally, this gossip also made its way to Inshui. She displayed no reaction, rising to attend school, followed closely by the feverish Loninga, who promptly picked up both their backpacks. How shameless of that illegitimate son, unaware of how repugnant he was to you. Suddenly, he was startled by an exasperated female voice, prompting him to retreat behind the wall. The voice emanated from the upper staircase, familiar yet distinct, likely belonging to one of Chui's entourage. His very existence was a hammer that shattered your father's esteemed image. A testament to your mother's betrayal. What legitimate child would not find him revolting? You, so proud. I cannot believe you harbor no disdain for him. I only wish to bring you joy, which is why I set others upon him. Shimei, we are indeed your friends. Yes, we are only doing this for your benefit, Shimei. Nuisance. And Chui coldly remarked, you merely perceive that he has encroached upon your interests. Spare me your lofty justifications and do not treat me as a fool. Loninga, no matter how detestable he may be, is still my half-brother. No one besides me possesses the right to demean him. Loninga stood in shock. Once again, there ensued a debate filled with pleas, only to eventually fall into silence. As if they had departed. And Chui appeared to have just opened her backpack, her brow furrowed as she gazed at her mathematics book. Loninga hurried inside to exchange with her, casting a glance at Chui's expression, which reflected a hint of disdain and impatience, yet he refrained from uttering a word. No, calm down, Loninga. Have you forgotten how mother passed away? On what grounds doesn't Chui find his existence repulsive? What authority does that man possess? Even if he did not exist, he remains an unfaithful man. In her heart, even if she somewhat regards him as a brother, it is merely as a loathsome sibling. Akin to a pet that can be bullied and discarded, devoid of worth and sentiment. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the peculiar feelings within him. His countenance dark as he strode forward. How absurd, lacking even the courage to leave his name in a letter, yet aspiring to rescue others. After all, scribbling a few words requires little effort and demands no sacrifice. He could treat him as a mere receptacle for his frustrations, feigning solidarity with him, while in truth, it served as a means to vent his discontent towards Chui, with some even subtly inciting him to rebel against Chui for her own amusement. He had encountered far too many individuals of this nature. Perhaps the human heart is inherently repugnant. Loninga pondered darkly and coldly. Yet he feigned a compliant and grateful demeanor, carefully stowing the letter in his backpack to address later after school. However, as he boarded the vehicle post-classes, he had yet to dispose of the new items when Chui commanded, hand me your backpack. In that instant, a chill of fear trickled down the back of his neck, and his heart raced with anxiety. Thoughts of whether Chui had discovered his secret flooded his mind. Did she know there were items in his bag that she detested? What would happen if she were to see those letters? What form of punishment would she impose upon him? Noticing his stunned silence and furrowed brow, Chui pressed, do I need to repeat myself? Reluctantly. With his heart pounding like a drum, he handed over the backpack, his mind racing through various reactions, desperately seeking to mitigate Chui's ire. As she unzipped the bag, she casually extracted several books and practice papers, her frown deepening with each item. Loninga, how could you possibly make mistakes on such rudimentary questions? He was momentarily taken aback. What score do you plan to achieve on the midterm? Loninga, unable to keep pace with the school's curriculum, could not entirely be blamed. After all, the first high school was an elite institution that placed great emphasis on academic performance, boasting a formidable faculty and utilizing top-tier textbooks. What kind of school had he previously attended? It was entirely normal for him to struggle to catch up after transferring. However, Chui felt that if he were to achieve a dismal score in the midterm examination, it would bring her shame. Thus, she chastised Loninga and demanded that he promptly elevate his grades. Loninga sat bewildered at his desk, gazing at the overwhelming pile of frenzied assignments imposed by Chui. After a moment, he suddenly slapped his face. What an opportune moment. It was as if someone had handed him a pillow just as he was nodding off. Without hesitation, Loninga seized this chance, shamelessly seeking Chui's guidance on the problems he found difficult. Possessing an acute sense of timing and the ability to read her mood, he often found her teaching him. Loninga was genuinely astonished to discover that Chui was indeed an academic prodigy, although she was already a commendable student. Her haughty demeanor led him to believe she would never sit down and study earnestly. To his utter surprise, she approached the subject matter with such ease and proficiency. He often found himself entranced by the sound of her explanations, only to quickly snap back to reality as if the lapse had never occurred. A sense of unease began to gnaw at him. Was this progression truly beneficial? No, this was precisely his intention. The more she invested in him, the deeper her feelings would grow. She would no longer regard herself as inferior, and he could leverage her to gain greater authority. Indeed, that was the plan. and once his wings were sufficiently robust, he would exact his revenge on her, avenging his mother, the haughty young lady. Chapter 13. All members of the Lan family believe that since Lan Xing's fever, he has become increasingly attached to Shui. Yes, attached. If previously his attentiveness was born out of necessity, now it appears as though he has been completely enchanted by Shui. The humiliation and restraint that once marked his expression have vanished, replaced by a genuine admiration reminiscent of a younger brother's affection for an elder sister. His manner of speaking has transformed into a natural flow, and he occasionally unabashedly seeks Shui's affection, even daring to call her sister with shameless boldness. Although Shui has not gone out of her way to treat him kindly, she seems to tolerate his presence and does not discourage him from following her. On one occasion, they even encountered Shui instructing Lan Xing on his homework. In summary, he is no longer invisible within the Lan household, at the dining table. Even their grandparents occasionally inquire about him in his absence. He has shattered the deadlock, creating a small opening in a world where he previously felt excluded. Like a bubble, he has gradually merged with this larger sphere. Unable to contain herself, she reminded Shui, he is strategizing to win you over, utilizing your rhythm. I am aware. Given your prior animosity towards the male protagonist, my suggestion is to simply eliminate him. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly seek to annihilate you in the future. Since he has already shattered his chances for redemption, there is no hope for any romantic development between him and the protagonist. So it would be prudent not to be victimized any further. Why not? Because this is how the game is meant to be played. And isn't this what you desire to witness? Reluctantly, he fell silent. He observed the unfolding drama with detached interest, pondering that Lan Xing, with her self-centered arrogance, would likely be outmatched by this younger brother. However, what did it matter to him? Though displeased, he recognized that seizing this opportunity to break up with Shui was the more pressing matter. Yet, before he could initiate the separation, other events transpired. After being slapped in the women's restroom and drenched in water, Shu Baoli trembled, her veins bulging, pushed to the brink of her endurance. At that moment, her phone chimed with a message. I believe this will be of use to you. Even if a video captured her hitting Shui, it would matter little. In stark contrast to Shui's brazen arrogance, her action would appear trivial. Anyone viewing the footage would undoubtedly feel profound sympathy for her. While harboring disdain for the bullying of the audacious Shui, the intention, of course, was to ensure that Lan Xing faced consequences, for her arrogance was undeniably irksome. Shu Baoli coldly curled her lips, indifferent to being used as a pawn, for her fury was overwhelming. That woman had been utterly intolerable. And thus she seized this timely opportunity. She was active on Weibo, under the username Baoli is a treasure, amassing a following of 200,000 fans. Thanks to her frequent displays of designer handbags, clothing, and snippets of her life in a public diary. The entries contain fragments of genuine and fabricated sentiments regarding familial bonds and the nuances of a friendship that bordered on love with her childhood companion. Written in an endearing and sweet manner. Occasionally, she shared delightful photos of herself, resembling scenes from a novel, leading to divided opinions about their authenticity, yet over the years, this had garnered her a substantial following. However, Shu Baoli did not post the video directly from her main account. Instead, she first utilized a secondary account to share the video, titling it, Can Wealth Truly Grant One the Freedom to Act Without Restraint? She adeptly hired online promoters and then, using another pseudonymous account, pretended to recognize the person being assaulted in the video as Shu Baoli herself, tagging her main account and notifying her group chat. Having played the Weibo game for several years, she was well versed in these marketing strategies. Once her first step was executed flawlessly, she employed yet another secondary account to feign recognition of Shui, exposing her identity as the daughter of the prestigious Lan family. This revelation touched upon one of the most discussed topics in the nation, campus bullying, prompting a significant surge in public interest. Swiftly ascending the trending charts with the hashtags Lan family daughter campus bullying and Baoli is a treasure. Both hashtags reached the pinnacle of popularity in an astonishingly short span. My goodness, this is outrageous. Time and again, I was truly infuriated to the point of tears. So many bystanders failed to intervene, and instead, they exacerbated the situation, passing the ball to that domineering girl. I can hardly fathom the depths of despair the bullied girl must have felt at that moment. Today's youth appear to be nothing short of demons. Lan Xing is the epitome of malevolence. The Lan family, with their vast wealth and success, has unfortunately produced such a wretched individual. I shall never purchase anything from the Lan family again. Lan Xing, you must come forth and apologize. The Lan family, you are obliged to apologize as well. Having viewed the Weibo of the assaulted girl, I couldn't help but think how adorable she is. How heart-wrenching it must be for her parents. We must boycott everything associated with the Lan family. The comments from netizens overwhelmingly lean towards supporting Shubali. Although Lan Xingmei is active on Weibo, she has not logged in since Shui assumed her role. Once her Weibo account was uncovered, a torrent of strangers flooded in with harsh insults. Shubali felt an urge to express her thoughts through her main account. Yet she realized that silence was her most potent weapon at this moment. After resolving these matters, she felt a sense of relief as she left the internet CAF. She was curious to see how Lan Xingmei would attempt to salvage her reputation, for she is precisely the type of arrogant individual who would only tarnish her name further. Surely, no one could, in good conscience, claim that Lan Xingmei is kind-hearted or that she has never bullied her classmates at school. The incident rapidly gained traction online, with numerous netizens claiming to be students of the same institution. Recently, Lan Xingmei has indeed been tormenting Shubali. Lan Xingmei embodies a brazen and domineering personality, reigning as the school bully, instilling fear even in her younger siblings, who are treated like subordinates. This situation has thrust both Lan Xingmei and the Lan group into the limelight. Lan Xingzhe, observing the vitriol directed at Shui online, found himself furrowing his brows at the vile remarks. What was this sensation? He harbored such animosity towards the Lan family and Shui. Yet the derogatory comments online failed to elicit any sense of satisfaction. In fact, he perceived this method of revenge, amidst Shui's poised, beautiful, and haughty demeanor, as utterly beneath contempt. The Lan family swiftly received news of the unfolding situation, and the public relations department was poised to take action. However, their eldest daughter intervened, asserting that this matter involved the Lan group as a whole, not merely Lan Xingmei. Initially, there was resistance to this notion, yet Shui countered. Can the Lan family truly face bankruptcy due to a few days of online backlash? Will our stocks plummet into despair? Will our malls be devoid of customers tomorrow? Certainly not. Despite the current outrage among netizens, as long as there is no hidden instigation, trending topics will only last a maximum of 3 days before being supplanted by other matters. In no time, the incident will be forgotten, and life will resume as usual. People will purchase what they wish and frequent the malls without a second thought. Who will still remember that the heiress of the Lan family is not a virtuous individual, ruling with an iron fist at school? The forgetfulness of internet users is evident from numerous events. As long as the quality of the Lan products remains intact, they will ultimately sell as much as ever. As for the stocks, one cannot expect a colossal corporation to indulge her whims. Ultimately, the truth reveals that those who are favored act without fear. The family matriarchs have resolutely decided that their precious granddaughter can do as she pleases. Those online incidents, you were behind them, weren't you, Bali? Lan Xingzhe took a deep breath and cautioned, do not underestimate the situation. It is impossible for this matter to inflict any significant damage on the Lan family, nor on her. Rather, it is you. Asia, whose side are you truly on? Whom do you think I am acting for? Shu Baoli interrupted him angrily, harboring resentment for quite some time. Who was she confronting Shui for, only to face such brutal bullying in return? She is a girl, she admires him, longing for her prince to rescue her when she is hurt. Yet, where is he? He had been observing coldly, and even growing increasingly close to Shui. Although Lan Xingzhe claimed this was part of his plan to win Shui's affection, Shu Baoli could not help but feel discomfort. From the moment they met in that small town, they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Shu Baoli had regarded him as her possession. His smile was meant solely for her, and he would only treat her with kindness. Baoli, I have told you that you need not interfere. This is my affair. I have my own plans, and I know exactly what I am doing. Shu Baoli's jealousy surged. Do you truly understand? Have you looked in the mirror? How radiant your smile is when you direct it at her, and how humbly you toil for her. Do you not know the reason behind my actions? Lan Xingzhe was equally enraged. Is that so? Are you certain that when you utter those words, there is not a twinge of guilt in your heart? He brushed aside the nagging sense of vulnerability that the truth had pricked, masking his unease with anger. Enough. This is my affair, Baoli. I do not require your assistance. You need not accuse me with that tone of betrayal. I am fully aware of my intentions. In an instant, Lan Xingzhe recalled their shared experiences of being ostracized in the small town, of being marginalized at school, and how they had leaned on one another for support. His heart softened. I am sorry, but at this moment, I can only pretend we are merely ordinary classmates. I cannot assist you. She does not harbor feelings for you. And should she discover that I am your friend, all my previous efforts will be in vain. I sincerely appreciate your unwavering concern and support for me. However, I am fully aware of the path I must take from here on out, and I kindly ask that you refrain from exerting further effort on my behalf. Currently, Shui is concocting a counterattack against you, though I remain oblivious to her intentions. It would be prudent for you to reflect upon any potential weaknesses she may hold against you and prepare accordingly. His only contribution can be to offer this caution, as he remains ensnared within Shui's grasp, unable to extend any assistance. After concluding her conversation with Lan Xingxia, Xu Baoli pondered while seated on her chair. What vulnerabilities could Shui possibly possess against her? Is there any aspect of her character that could be deemed as reproachable? Akin to Shui's? There is none. She awaited, curious to see what maneuvers Shui would employ. As events unfolded, the atmosphere at school grew increasingly tense. The gazes directed at Shui became peculiar. She promptly made her way to the broadcasting station, issuing a school-wide announcement that warned all faculty and students, should anyone dare to regard her with the same disdainful eyes as one would observe a monkey, she would transform them into a creature of the zoo. Her words succeeded in instilling fear, deterring anyone from staring at her in such a manner. This threat quickly made its way onto the internet. Goodness, this is an overt threat. Whoever dares to look at her will face bullying, effectively becoming a spectacle akin to a monkey in a zoo. Is the first high school truly turning a blind eye to this? Are the higher-ups unaware? The Lan family is a significant investor in First High School. Must they not bow in deference? What an unprecedented spectacle! How could there exist such an audacious young woman, strikingly beautiful yet harboring such malice? Zhang Wuji's mother was right. The more exquisite the woman, the more venomous her heart. I long to drag her out and deliver a few resounding slaps. The uproar online continues to escalate, yet Shui remains remarkably composed, showing no signs of distress over her meals. Ran abruptly places his bowl down and addresses her, "Senior." Shui, savoring her sweet and sour ribs, lifts her gaze to him. Ran leans closer, his once languid expression now replaced with impatience and agitation. He exclaims, "Are you a fool? How can you remain unfazed by such public slander? Why should I be angry, being falsely accused, and yet not feeling enraged? You must truly be a fool. Slander? Who has slandered me? I am indeed imperious and unruly, striking those I find displeasing, enslaving whom I wish. The statement I made this morning was precisely that. Where is the fault in it?" Shui, noticing his fervor, cannot resist teasing him. "Everything is wrong. If you take issue with someone, it is their fault for being displeasing to you, and if they are struck, they deserve it. Is that what you call being imperious and unruly?" Ran asserts with conviction. Shui is momentarily taken aback, astonished. Her persona is that of a haughty and spoiled young lady, one that cannot be redeemed. It is surprising to witness someone attempting to cleanse her image in such a manner. The others, too, gaze at Ran in astonishment, aware of his fondness for Shui, yet utterly shocked by the depths of his blind devotion. If this is not imperiousness, then what truly qualifies as such? Shui suddenly breaks into a smile. In that case, would you assist me in eliminating that despicable person surnamed Shu? Ran was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a smile, revealing his small tiger teeth. His eyes, slightly curved, sparkled with joy, exuding a charm that was both handsome and adorable. This was the essence of being both sweet and salty, perhaps epitomized by him. "All right, then I shall feast upon your ribs." With a playful stretch of his neck, he took a bite, devouring the ribs from Shui's chopsticks. Ran claimed he was assisting Shui. Yet it appeared he had not waited for her instruction to act. Rather, he had been well prepared, perfectly timing his actions to coincide with the peak of Shui's budgetary concerns, releasing those items at just the right moment. Meanwhile, the internet was ablaze with criticism directed at Shui while offering comfort to Xu Baoli. Observing Shui's hesitation to take action, Xu Baoli assumed she was at a loss. At that moment, a netizen shared a video that captured the entire volleyball match. It revealed that it was Xu Baoli who had proposed something to Jiang Qin, which prompted Jiang Qin to suggest the competition. Subsequently, Xu Baoli aggressively positioned herself to seize the ball, inadvertently striking Shui. It was only after this that Shui retaliated against Xu Baoli repeatedly. So, it was Xu Baoli who initiated the aggression? Didn't we see Xu Baoli apologize? She immediately expressed regret for her momentary lapse. Yet what was Lan Xingmei's response? An eye for an eye seems reasonable, but is this truly an eye for an eye? This is bullying. Trying to redeem oneself with this video is futile. Has the PR team from the Lan family finally begun to act? Their response is painfully slow. What good does it do to address this now? However, shortly thereafter, this netizen released additional images and information exposing Xu Baoli's family background. The affectionate parents depicted in her microblog were, in fact, a philandering scoundrel and his mistress. The scoundrel is the head of Shushi Real Estate, who initially lacked the requisite business acumen and was not the original heir. He was merely a university professor. It was only after the untimely death of his more capable brother that he ascended to the position of CEO. The netizens were astounded, hardly able to believe their eyes. Just days prior, they had regarded Shubali as a pitiable little angel, a princess wronged by a malevolent dragon. Yet now they were confronted with the shocking revelation that she was the illegitimate daughter of such repugnant individuals. Reflecting on the heartwarming family moments she documented on her microblog and the luxurious gifts she showcased, gifts earned by the rightful wife, was utterly nauseating. But that was not all. This netizen also unveiled Shubali's past behavior at her school, where she would enlist the help of unsavory characters to intimidate those she disliked. Moreover, after tracing IP addresses, she would visit internet CAFs to retrieve surveillance footage from the vicinity. This was nothing short of a self-directed melodrama, with Shubali resembling a character akin to Enshui. Though, in comparison, Enshui appeared far superior. At least Enshui hailed from a reputable lineage, a genuine heiress born of a legitimate union. Most importantly, Enshui exuded confidence with unwavering transparency, whereas Shubali resorted to theatrics, feigning innocence and vulnerability. Yet, what lay beneath the surface? The realm of volleyball is equally treacherous. The first to provoke is indeed the lesser being. How utterly despicable! One has never witnessed such an abhorrent trio. It is truly lamentable for Mr. Su. No wonder the Shushi Real Estate has seen a decline in its fortunes this year. The leadership has evidently changed. How revolting it is that they would attempt to wield the internet as a weapon against Lan Shamay. Do they possess no sense of shame? They deserve nothing less than to wallow in their own disgrace. In comparison to Lan Shamay, who radiates celestial grace, they are akin to refuse upon the ground. The integrity she embodies far surpasses theirs by countless degrees. Truly, one cannot help but recognize the cunning instilled by the mistress. How calculating indeed. In no time, Shubali's Weibo was besieged, with her ostentatious displays of designer gifts and her parents' affectionate moments piercing the eyes of netizens. Their backlash against Shubali was magnitudes greater than that directed at Enshui. Upon opening her comments and private messages, she was met with a cacophony of insults. Every conceivable derogatory term was hurled her way. Where she had previously basked in the adoration of the online community, she now found herself reduced to a mere pile of filth, repugnant to all. In light of Shubali's predicament, watching the video of Enshui confronting her was a delightful spectacle. Moreover, netizens swiftly crafted animated GIFs circulating online, showcasing Enshui leaping to volley the ball into Shubali's face, causing her to collapse in a heap on the ground, with captions reading, "Let this be a lesson. Shameless. Take that." Additionally, Enshui's haughty expression following her initial triumph over Shubali was immortalized in memes, captioned, "Humph, you wretched creature. Do you even deserve this?" In the realm of digital discourse, the fervor of the audience in the live stream mirrored that of the gamers. Where have those self-righteous individuals gone? Does it hurt to be so shameless? That insufferable Shubali deserves to be metaphorically struck down by the host volleyball. While Shubali may be contemptible, it does not absolve the host of her bullying. After all, bullying is bullying, regardless of the target. Hey, you over there with your sanctimonious attitude. Let me show you what I mean. Amidst this tumult, numerous viewers, in a moment of collective creativity, transformed the image of Enshui striking Shubali with a volleyball into animated GIFs. These images were launched in a coordinated barrage towards the targeted accounts in the live stream's comment section, each volley requiring a fee to unleash. The spectacle was nothing short of mesmerizing as an array of virtual volleyballs surged towards the comment that had incited public outrage, creating a striking visual display. The recipient of this onslaught likely experienced emotions akin to those of Shubali herself. Meanwhile, Shubali, upon opening her computer, was met with a barrage of vitriolic remarks alongside these animated expressions of derision, her countenance shifting through a spectrum of colors, overwhelmed with indignation. Lu Xingzhe, upon observing the online discourse surrounding Shubali, was momentarily taken aback, and after a prolonged pause, he reached for his phone to call her. As soon as Shubali answered the phone, her voice trembled with tears. "Asia." However, Lan Xingzhe's tone was eerily calm. Is what they say online true? A wave of guilt and unease washed over Shubali. "Asia, what? What happened? I just want to help you. Your mother is not the victim of an affair. She is, in fact, the other woman, isn't she?" This revelation was something Lan Xingzhe was destined to uncover only after more than a decade. Back then, Shubali, despite her tender years, had the cunning to manipulate words to her advantage, fabricating tales to deceive him and thus securing his friendship. Years later, After enduring an agonizing and tumultuous relationship with the female protagonist, Loninga finally learned the truth and severed ties with the insidious rival, dismissing their childhood bond. Yet now, he had come to this knowledge prematurely, and strangely enough, he harbored no doubt regarding its authenticity. In the original narrative, he had heard whispers about Shu Baoli and her mother, but he had merely perceived it as their plight, oblivious to the fact that the so-called legitimate wife was indeed the interloper. It was because he understood this as Shui's retaliation, subconsciously believing that Shui would never stoop to fabricating falsehoods in her defense. She was precisely the type of person who would confront her adversaries with unwavering integrity, let alone resort to deceit. Although Loninga is a love child, he harbors no resentment towards his mother, who never sought financial assistance from the Lon family nor intended to leverage him to ascend into high society. She raised him single-handedly with unwavering dedication, leading him to believe in her innocence, considering her not a homewrecker but a victim of the man's indiscretions. This conviction forms the core of his pride. Thus, had he known earlier that Shu Baoli was indeed a legitimate love child and that his mother was undeniably a third party, he would have scorned the idea of befriending her. Shu Baoli was taken aback by Loninga's mention of this, her expression morphing into one of shock as she stammered. "Aja, you must let me explain. You are truly repulsive," Loninga retorted coldly, severing their connection. "From this moment forth, we have nothing to do with each other. Keep your distance." With that, he abruptly ended the call, his heart brimming with the fury of betrayal. The image of Shui was not redeemed. She remained the same arrogant and domineering person. Yet, in stark contrast to the Shu Baoli family, her audacity appeared refreshingly candid and endearing to many. They questioned what was wrong with being a bit presumptuous given such a lineage. Who dictated that the daughters of prominent families must always embody grace and poise? Even as some emerged to label Shu Baoli a harlot and Shui no better a character, this did not hinder the tide of public opinion. In a swift turn of events, Loninga's Weibo followers surged, quickly surpassing those of Shu Baoli, inevitably subjecting her to mockery and derision. Youthful ignorance. The mere sight of this phrase incites a visceral reaction within me. How can one, despite their age, still claim to be naive? It is a testament to the amalgamation of the worst traits of both men and women, truly remarkable. She bears an uncanny resemblance to the absurdly innocent, stereotypical mistress often portrayed in certain television dramas. The repulsion I feel is overwhelming. She should just leave. Although she faced criticism, her apology, albeit somewhat effective, softened the harshness of the backlash. At least the men, upon witnessing her pitiful demeanor, felt disinclined to continue their beratement. Other netizens, having seen no plot twists, gradually lost interest in the affair, having expressed their grievances. The Lon family refrained from taking drastic action against the Shu family. The slow unraveling of the situation seemed far more excruciating than a swift resolution. Despite the absence of expulsion from the school, Shu Baoli took a leave of absence, likely fearing for her safety within the institution. As the drama subsided, Heijo seized the opportunity to end his relationship with Shui. He sent her a message before the day's end, proposing a conversation after school. Shui consented. As they walked side by side out of the school gates, Loninga trailed behind in a car with the driver. A rare sense of nervousness enveloped Heijo as he glanced at Shui. Bathed in the warm orange glow of the setting sun, her face resembled a close-up of a star from a bygone cinematic era, dim yet exquisite. Every frame imbued with an artistic essence, exuding an unparalleled beauty. She stood tall, her back straight, chin slightly raised, exuding confidence, her dark eyes clear and piercing, revealing an unmistakable arrogance and self-assuredness within. Even the curvature of her lips seemed to be inscribed with pride and defiance. It is undeniable that Shui is a strikingly beautiful individual. However, her life of familial indulgence, devoid of hardship, and her unapologetic enjoyment of everything around her set her worlds apart from his. Frankly, he found her insufferable, a mix of disdain and jealousy swirling within him. He paused momentarily, gazing at Shui, and declared, "Let us part ways. I have had enough. It has become abundantly clear to me that your affections for me are insincere. You merely seek someone to command. Now that another has stepped into that role, I assume I am no longer of any use to you. Therefore, let us break up." "Very well," she replied. Heijo, taken aback, responded, "Is it really that simple? You truly were just looking for someone to serve your whims." His shock morphed into disbelief at her callousness. Acknowledging her deception while casually expressing gratitude was beyond reproach. He felt an urge to send Shui a multitude of animated images portraying Shu Baoli, infused with his frustration. System 524. Shui. How many people's animosity are you intent on inciting? You could overlook the male lead, but even the second male lead is not spared, having entered her car. And Chui was immediately questioned by Loninga. What happened? Nothing, just a breakup, she replied nonchalantly. Loninga was momentarily stunned, a sudden, inexplicable joy blossoming within him at the mention of the breakup. It was high time to part ways. Heijo was merely a superfluous presence. He could accomplish everything that was required of him. However, as the car made its way to the city center, and Chui abruptly inquired, "What is the date today?" Her brow furrowed, prompting her to instruct the driver to turn around. The system queried, "Are you going to seek out the second male lead?" Indeed. When asked why, Chui chose to ignore the question, leaving him to sulk in silence. As Chui perused the original narrative, she recalled that the female protagonist truly captivated the second male lead, leading him to fully open his heart. When she visited his home and discovered him being brutally assaulted by another man, in a moment of reckless bravery, she dashed forward to shield him from a violent blow, placing herself in harm's way. Though Heijo appeared to lead a glamorous life, he endured the torment of a father who found amusement in domestic violence. What made this even more harrowing was that his father was as robust as a bear, a force that ordinary men could scarcely contend with. He had silently endured this torment, biding his time until he could escape to university, yet he knew he must continue to suffer until then. As he grew older, with the household servants and even his mother turning a blind eye, he gradually relinquished the hope of rescue, believing instead that those in the world were inherently selfish and indifferent, merely waiting for the opportune moment to reveal their true nature. Nevertheless, the act of the female protagonist rushing forth to protect him at the cost of her own safety struck him like a heavy blow, resonating deeply within his heart. According to the pattern, the heroine's timely intervention is undoubtedly a decisive blow that alters fate. In other words, without her, the second male lead would likely suffer at least a concussion from that bottle of wine, if not worse. And Chui had no intention of developing any romantic involvement with Heijo. However, he had dutifully served her for quite some time, which she considered a price for using him as a shield, resulting in a dead mouse being stuffed into her desk. Even though she was aware he was about to endure suffering, and despite this being merely a holographic game, she experienced it with such palpable authenticity that it compelled her to fulfill the responsibilities of a protagonist upon recollection of the incident. Naturally, it was impossible for her to rush out and shield Heijo. Therefore, after the driver dropped her at the entrance, she alighted from the car and strode into the unlocked villa. Without hesitation, she delivered a powerful kick to the rear of the man, a grumbling behemoth, causing him to stumble several steps forward and crash to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Heijo looked on in shock at the sudden appearance of Chui. She approached the fallen man, mercilessly kicking him while exclaiming, "Domestic abuser, utter scum, eat dirt." The man struggled to rise, but Chui instantly shouted, "Loninga." The equally astonished Loninga rushed forward, instinctively and seamlessly pinning the man to the ground, allowing the young lady to kick to her heart's content. She had never witnessed such a scene before. From childhood to adulthood, the man who seemed invincible now lay on the ground like a turtle, at the mercy of others. The young girl raised her foot and kicked fiercely, her indignation palpable, her demeanor fierce and unyielding, truly dazzling. Whether it was her furious gaze or the hair that danced with her movements, everything was radiant. Loninga also watched Chui, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions. It was not until Chui grew weary from kicking that she paused to catch her breath. The driver and bodyguard, who had followed but found himself sidelined, harbored resentment towards Loninga for stealing his thunder. He quickly stepped forward to inquire, "Miss, what shall we do next?" Chui casually replied, "Let him eat shit." The driver and bodyguard was taken aback, a look of embarrassment crossing his face, yet ultimately, he settled into a resolute expression and dragged the man toward the restroom. Loninga was left bewildered, questioning his own resolve. She echoed his confusion. System 524 exclaimed in shock. However, the man did not end up eating feces. Chui halted the bodyguard just before he could unbuckle the man's pants, deeming the act too distasteful. Who would have thought he would take her words so literally? Acting on a whim born of her anger? Consequently, Chui resolved to grant him a raise, appreciating such obedient individuals. Thus, Loninga's gaze towards the driver and bodyguard grew increasingly peculiar. Although Heijo had grown into a young man, he still found himself somewhat overshadowed by his father, who was as robust as a bear. His attempts at retaliation only provoked a more severe beating, culminating in a frenzy where his assailant seemed intent on ending his life. He suffered a fractured left wrist, numerous alarming bruises dotted his body, and his face bore multiple contusions, with a split lip that made him appear quite tragic. Yet, considering that his internal organs and brain remained unscathed, he deemed himself fortunate. While inflicting pain might provide momentary satisfaction, the resolution was remarkably straightforward, despite his father's reckless nature. He was, after all, a self-made businessman with a certain level of wealth and acumen, not just an ordinary man on the street. However, Shui merely made a phone call, and swiftly, a team of lawyers arrived, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of professionalism. They were not only articulate but also meticulously uncovered the unsavory deeds of the man who had attacked him, leaving him utterly defenseless. The greatest adversary he had once perceived as a nightmarish specter, one that sent chills down his spine at the mere thought, now appeared so weak and vulnerable. His eyes betraying fear and pleading for help, presenting a comically absurd sight. He glanced at Shui beside him, who was engrossed in her phone. Seemingly indifferent as she played a game, treating the situation with such nonchalance, much like a young lady who had never faced hardship, indulged by her family, and thus carried an air of arrogance and self-importance. However, the image of her fiercely kicking that man and vehemently cursing him was indelibly etched in his mind, rendering the girl in his eyes extraordinarily radiant. All her arrogance and domineering demeanor suddenly felt justified. She was meant to be this way, entitled to that pride and unrestrained spirit. His heart faltered, and he found himself regretting the breakup he had initiated. The matter concluded swiftly. Heijo signed several documents, thereby acquiring a portion of the property from his scoundrel father, while also possessing leverage over him. Should the latter dare to lay a hand on him again, he could ensure the loss of everything. Of course, if he were to encounter misfortune, the Lon family would undoubtedly assist in reducing him to nothing. "Thank you," he uttered with a dry voice, his eyes glistening with tears. And Shui nodded, urging him, "Focus on your studies, young man. Knowledge shall become your strength. Although you may no longer secure the top rank in future examinations, second place is still commendable." Heijo merely responded with a bitter, sardonic smile. The individuals who had brought him into this world and raised him were merely a succession of nannies, who, in their own suppressed frustrations, had unleashed their ire upon him. When he finally became capable of enduring blows, they cast him out as a shield. Even today, she remained confined to her room, never stepping forward to protect him. She was pitiable, having married such a scoundrel, yet he too was deserving of sympathy, for he had been born to her. One's destiny should be fought for by oneself. He had always strived for his, and thus, she too ought to pursue her own. In the tranquil confines of the carriage, Loninga gazed at Shui, inexplicably enveloped by a peculiar sensation, a bittersweet ache within. He found himself teetering on the brink of jealousy towards Heijo, yet simultaneously feeling a strange sense of joy for him. The news of Shui's breakup with Heijo swiftly spread throughout the school, igniting elation among the girls who admired Heijo. As for the boys, there was little commotion, and Shui's radiance was too overwhelming, and few dared to approach her. Even those who harbored affections did so clandestinely, fearing mockery for desiring someone seemingly unattainable. Pursuing a person of Shui's stature necessitated not only a comparable lineage but also an abundance of confidence and courage. Within the entire school, only one individual summoned the audacity to act. As Shui ascended to the second floor, she discovered a meal and a cup of milk tea placed before her seat. Raising her gaze, she beheld Ran lounging on a single sofa, the epitome of elegance. The youthful figure reclined nonchalantly, one long leg draped over the armrest while the other languidly extended, engrossed in the rhythmic taps of his phone, as if the meal before her bore no relation to him. Were it not for the telltale flush of his ears and the erratic tapping of his fingers that elicited persistent sounds from the device, one might have believed he was entirely unperturbed. Shui raised her eyebrows slightly as she approached and took a seat, pushing the food and milk tea in front of her towards him, claiming her space. In an instant, the redness in her ears spread to her cheeks. Ran promptly straightened up and exclaimed, "Senior, are you foolish? This is for you." "Oh, how was I to know it was for me if you didn't mention it?" Shui teased him. "Thus, you are indeed foolish," Ran muttered, rising to sit beside Shui, swiftly extending his hand to offer her the milk tea. "Here, thank you," Shui replied graciously, accepting the gesture and starting to eat. Seizing the moment, Ran inquired, "Senior, have you broken up with Heijo?" Lan Shua and others widened their eyes, staring at them in silence. This was not good. Shui did not even lift her head. Ran, feeling discontent, pouted and leaned in closer, resting against Shui's shoulder. "Why not? If Heijo can be your boyfriend, why can't I? I can do everything he does, and I can do what he cannot." Shui paused, turning her gaze towards Ran's handsome face, her eyebrows slowly arching up before gently lowering again. And Rand's expression stiffened, but he quickly feigned calmness, flashing a smile. If you want to ascertain whether I possess potential, we could always go to the restroom. And Shui no longer indulged his jest, pushing his head away gently. Be good, little one. Move aside and do not disturb your sister while she eats. The sparkle in Rand's eyes dimmed slightly, yet it soon brightened again as he remained steadfastly by Shui's side. When Lan Xingzhe arrived with the meal, it was reminiscent of the time when he Ijo first saw Shui being attended to by others as she indulged in her lunch. Sister, you've already started eating, Lan Xingzhe said, a hint of hurt in his voice as he approached her. Only after speaking did he realize how familiar those words sounded. What should I do with this portion? And Rand replied, just give it to me, I can manage. Lan Xingzhe thought to himself, I merely wish to throw this food at your face, you scoundrel. Don't presume I am unaware of your intentions, it's utterly shameless. History has a remarkable tendency to repeat itself, just as Lan Xingzhe had once usurped Ijo's position, and Rand now took Lan Xingzhe's role. The distinction lies in the fact that everyone was aware of Lan Xingzhe's desire to please Shui, while now it is evident that Rand is pursuing Shui. Furthermore, unlike Ijo, Rand's conquest was effortless. Since they were in the same grade and attended the same class, the first year belonged to Rand. He would not allow Lan Xingzhe to escape this territory, thus making it easy for him to seize Lan Xingzhe's position. One day, after unexpectedly starting her period, Shui texted Lan Xingzhe to purchase sanitary napkins from a school store. Upon blushingly delivering them, he was met by Shui, who emerged from the ladies' room, arms crossed. Standing before him, Rand, merely 15 years of age, has yet to reach the pinnacle of his physical development. Yet he stands at an impressive height of 1.70 meters. His arms, sculpted from frequent basketball practice, exhibit a captivating muscular definition, exuding both flexibility and explosive power. Should he continue on this trajectory, surpassing 1.80 meters in the future seems inevitable. Standing at a height of 1.67 meters, Shui appears slightly shorter in his presence. However, her commanding aura renders her seemingly much taller, clearly distinguishing the dynamic of elder sister and younger brother. What brings you such leisure? Shui inquired. And Rand, immediately drawn closer, his handsome visage illuminated by eyes shimmering like stars, declared, I wish to be your boyfriend. I do not fancy little children, she replied. I am not a child. I am merely 2 years your junior, and Rand retorted, a hint of indignation in his tone. It is remarkable how individuals of striking appearance can evoke no ire, and Shui found his demeanor rather endearing and affectionately patted his head, saying, that still makes you young. How about this? You can consider me your sister. Seizing the opportunity, Rand grasped her hand and boldly climbed higher, sweetly asking, then can I be your brother now and your husband in the future? Shui responded with a smile, we'll see. The stars in Rand's eyes sparkled brilliantly. Does this mean I have received a token of love? Hooray. Senior, I adore you. This charming exchange between Shui and Rand swiftly became the talk of the school, quickly morphing into rumors of Rand's confession and Shui's acceptance, suggesting that the two were now in a romantic relationship. The girls who are fond of Rand are particularly incensed. However, their ire manifests only in furtive glances, as they secretly aim their disdain at Shui, embodying the desire to eliminate her yet failing to do so. The school bell has already rung. Yet Shui remains reclined in her chair, engrossed in her game. The names of today's duty roster are inscribed in the lower left corner of the blackboard, with the name Lan Xingmei prominently displayed. Naturally, it is inconceivable for Shui to engage in menial tasks such as sweeping or mopping. Thus, she continues her gaming, while Lan Xingzhe bends over to fulfill her duties. The classmates have grown accustomed to Lan Xingzhe's presence and express no discomfort regarding this arrangement. Having someone to clean is certainly preferable to Shui simply abandoning her responsibilities and leaving them to shoulder the burden. In fact, their astonishment lies in the fact that Shui is actually waiting for Lan Xingzhe, as she had previously always departed, leaving him to manage her chores alone. It is evident that the relationship between Lan Xingzhe and Shui has undergone a transformation, as perceived by others through Lan Xingzhe's affectionate demeanor towards her. He tenderly calls her sister, his smile becoming increasingly radiant, with a sparkle in his eyes that seems to dispel all shadows, and his physique visibly strengthened. Consequently, the youthful charm of his features begins to emerge, leaving his classmates astonished by his newfound attractiveness. Sister, lift your foot, Lan Xingzhe remarks with a hint of coldness. Shui, her gaze fixed on the screen, raises her foot, replying, hurry up, I'm hungry. Oh. The familiar tone had subtly shifted from what it once was. Yet Lan Xingzhe felt little joy in his heart. A sense of agitation enveloped him ever since the whispers of Shui and Ran's budding relationship reached his ears. Ran, following Heijo, now emerges onto the scene. How utterly vexing. Yet, he could not comprehend why this bothered him so deeply. His thoughts drifted to another shadowy recollection. He remembered that day when Shui went to play volleyball, and he stood by the sidelines, holding her phone and towel. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a message from Heijo. Shimei, after some contemplation, I believe it is best to share this with you. I hope you do not perceive me as meddling. Your half-brother is not as he appears. He is merely feigning innocence. He is scheming against you, using you. Have you noticed how the negative rumors surrounding him at school have gradually dissipated? He is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and I wish for your safety. Please remain vigilant. He glared at the message, then turned his gaze to the girl in the court, leaping to strike the ball with her racket. With a swift tap, he deleted the message. However, uncertainty lingered. Would Heijo once again confront Shui with his unsolicited opinions? How tiresome, this meddlesome individual. What concern is it of yours regarding my sister and me? Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, Sister, are you truly in a relationship with Ran? Shui cast him a fleeting glance and replied, No. In an instant, Loninga felt a surge of joy. You turned him down? You are quite bothersome. Shui remarked impatiently, finding his incessant questions irritating. Loninga had long grown accustomed to Shui's temperament and felt no offense. Rather, he was delighted. Then, they encountered Ran at the school gate. Ran stood at the entrance with his group of friends, and as Shui and Loninga approached, numerous pairs of eyes turned in their direction. To an onlooker, it would appear as though they were a rowdy bunch intent on causing trouble for Shui. Even the driver and bodyguard waiting to pick up the young lady stepped out of the vehicle, prepared to safeguard her at a moment's notice. Loninga's expression darkened. How shameless they were, having been rejected yet still lingering nearby. My car and driver are waiting for me. No need for you to offer a ride. Shui stated decisively. As she took a few steps forward, her other hand was grasped by Loninga. He held on to her firmly. Casting a gloomy glance at Ran, and attempted to maintain a tone as placid as usual. Didn't you hear my sister say she doesn't need you to escort her? Ran looked at him with derision. A lackey should refrain from meddling in the affairs of his betters. Loninga stubbornly clutched Shui's hand, refusing to let go. Enough, Shui interjected. Turning to Ran, what kind of vehicle do you have? Following the direction of Ran's gaze, she spotted his heavy motorcycle. It seemed young people had a penchant for such machines. Hand over the keys, Ran replied. Loninga remained silent. A few minutes later, the motorcycle sped down the road, deftly weaving through the rows of vehicles, while Shui, seated at the forefront, wore a slight smile. As if this machine were poised to become her new favorite. Behind her, two boys sat closely together, their expressions obscured beneath their helmets. Lost in thought as they braved the wind. Ran stood in place, her face initially devoid of expression, until gradually, emotion surfaced, leading her to hurl her helmet to the ground in frustration. What on earth? That night, as she brushed her teeth, her anger intensified, and the following morning, she sprang out of bed, dressed, and had breakfast before heading out. The Yin and Lan families were two formidable powers in the community. At this moment, the young master of the Yin family awaited at the entrance, unable to ignore the situation, yet unwilling to be invited inside. Thus he had no choice but to ascend the stairs to summon the young lady. Shui was somewhat taken aback to hear that Ran had come again, having presumed that the previous two setbacks would have been sufficient to deter her. Though she initially wished to disregard it, a glance out the window revealed an astonishing sight. Winter had already set in, and the Lan family estate, situated on the outskirts, was enveloped in a morning mist, the air damp and chilly. In such conditions, a delicate-looking youth standing there in thin attire, his nose reddened by the cold, would certainly evoke sympathy. However, Ran donned a warm hoodie over her school uniform, exuding an air of self-care and comfort. Shui instructed someone to bring her in, and upon learning it was Shui's command, Ran complied. When Shui descended, she inquired, You've come so early. Have you had breakfast? Yes, Ran replied. I am no child. I can take care of myself. Ran wore a look that seemed to say, Do not underestimate me, feeling somewhat awkward as she recalled yesterday's events. You haven't eaten yet. So hurry and do so. After you finish, I will escort you to school. Just you, not Loninga. You are undeterred by previous failures, aren't you? Shui chuckled softly at him, finding his naivety amusing. He truly had no idea how to pursue someone, fixated solely on the notion of accompanying others to and from school. It appeared that the entire elite of Class 1 was revolving around Shui. With such a mischievous thought in mind, the midterm examinations arrived and concluded, with results soon to be unveiled. Where are they? Scanning the list of names. She reached the 31st position of the last exam, belonging to Loninga. She chose not to look further and instead joined in the jubilant cheers around her. She has fallen out of the top 100. Ha ha ha, serves her right. Let her be arrogant and reckless. A group of girls huddled together, chattering excitedly, oblivious to the peculiar stares from their peers until someone tapped them on the shoulder and said, "Look at the first place." Instinctively, they glanced upwards in the direction of the voice, only to have their smiles freeze in place. The rankings read, 1. Loninga 2. Hijo, aside from a minor deduction in her language arts essay, she had achieved full marks across all subjects. Yet, the reality remained unchanged. With Nchui still securing the first position, surpassing Hijo by more than 20 points, leaving no room for accusations of cheating. Isaiah sat in his seat, gazing at the report card, his mind consumed with thoughts. It turned out that Nchui was not merely boasting. Unbeknownst to him, someone had shared this report card online, igniting a renewed frenzy following the previous campus bullying incident. Animated images and memes circulated widely, maintaining the momentum of the controversy. Once it was posted, it quickly ascended the trending charts, leaving netizens astonished. Who would have thought that the young lady was actually an academic prodigy? My goodness, this achievement is enough to secure admission to a prestigious university. I assumed she was just a frivolous heiress, but it turns out she is an outstanding scholar. Could it be that she cheated? With such wealth, and given that the Lon family is one of the investors in the school, surely they had prior knowledge of the exam questions. The jealousy is palpable. The Lon family's young lady has always been an academic achiever. Her grades have always been exceptional. It's just that this time they are particularly remarkable. Shu Baoli, who had taken an extended leave from school, observed these comments online. Envy painted across her face, and the malice in her eyes seemed almost tangible. Now, Nchui had completely redeemed herself. No one seemed to care how she once wielded power at school. She had risen above, becoming a well-known and popular figure in the online realm, while she found herself reviled by all. Even Loninga had severed ties with her, blocking her entirely. How infuriating. This person was truly despicable. At that moment, her phone vibrated. It was another message from that unfamiliar number. Do you wish to seek revenge? Shu Baoli, her expression cold and foreboding, directly dialed the phone. After a considerable pause, the call was finally answered. She immediately retorted, "What is this? I thought you were too afraid to pick up." A female voice on the other end replied, "What is there to fear? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We both share a disdain for Loninga. I believe we could be allies." You're talking nonsense. You merely wish to exploit me. Too cowardly to confront Loninga yourself, hoping to use me as a pawn, aren't you? And what of it? The Shu family will face bankruptcy within 2 months. Having offended the Lon family, do you truly believe there is a favorable outcome for you? Since the conclusion is already set in stone, what do you fear losing? You take the lead while I provide support from behind. Should our plans be exposed, I remain unscathed and might even offer you some benefits. The voice continued with a tone of disdain. Her words were infuriating, causing Shu Baoli's chest to rise and fall with agitation. Yet she found herself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, for there was a certain logic in what was said. Fine, fine. What do you want me to do? Nchui realized that the recent bubble tea had been served hot, and the meals were no longer presented in school plates, but rather in insulated lunchboxes. She glanced at Enran in surprise. He was sipping his bubble tea with a displeased expression. This young man, who appeared to lack the capacity for care, surprisingly managed to look after himself and others. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I might just eat you, Enran said, baring his teeth in a fierce manner. Why do you look so glum? Enran huffed, remaining silent. Nchui chose to ignore him. Before long, Enran approached, playfully saying, "Senior, please don't look down on me. I will catch up to you soon." Nchui immediately reacted, inquiring, "What rank did you achieve?" Enran's ears turned crimson. A teasing voice from Lan Shuhua floated over, "Always at the bottom, aren't you?" Enran shot a murderous glare in her direction. Her face flushed with embarrassment. In the past, she had never cared about her grades, attending classes haphazardly and studying with little diligence, always lingering at the bottom of the academic ladder. Little did she expect to feel such regret for not studying harder. Historically, top students and those who struggle academically seldom get along. How infuriating. I've said it, I will catch up soon. And Ran looked at Nchui. Combining fierceness with innocence, you must not look down on me, senior. Oh, by the way, it's my birthday tonight. And Shui responded, "Oh, what do you mean? Oh, come celebrate with me. I'm turning 16. Due to Enran's fervent insistence and Shui's tolerance towards him, she decided to take Lan Shengzhe to his birthday party that evening. The celebration was set at the Royal Court Club, an upscale venue accessible only to the affluent. Just before entering the private room with Shui, Lan Shengzhe inadvertently caught sight of Shu Baoli walking around the corner. His brows furrowed in unease, prompting him to tell Shui, "Sister, I need to visit the restroom." All right. At the corner, he found Shu Baoli, who seemed to have been waiting for him intentionally. "What are you doing here?" Lan Shengzhe inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Shu Baoli gazed at him, her eyes immediately welling with tears. "Is this truly what you wish to say to me? After such a long time, upon seeing me, you could only muster this single question? What am I doing here?" Her voice trembled, and the sorrow in her eyes compelled Lan Shengzhe to turn his face away, unable to meet her gaze. "Do not attempt to offer me this pretense. Do not offer me this pretense. We grew up together. I am sincere with no one but you. Do you not perceive this? Must you truly be so cold and unfeeling towards me?" He inhaled deeply, realizing that at this juncture, there was no point in reiterating such sentiments. "I can no longer be your friend. It would be best for you to leave. If my sister sees you here, she will not let you go." A mocking smile graced Shu Baoli's face. "Look how effortlessly you utter the word sister. You have long forgotten how your mother perished, forgotten your quest for vengeance, completely tamed like a dog by her, have you not?" Lan Shengzhe erupted in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am well aware of my own actions. I need not your judgment. Leave this place at once, or I shall inform her of your presence, and I will not bear the consequences of what transpires." Having said this, Lan Shengzhe turned to depart, only to hear Shu Baoli's tearful voice behind him. "Very well, inform her if you wish. Let her end my life for all I care, for I am already on the brink of losing everything." Meanwhile, Shui was engaged in a game with Enran and the others, with Enran seated beside her, while the space beside him remained unoccupied. A group of individuals gathered around a table adorned with a deck of playing cards, engaging in the king's game. "Come on. Come over quickly and join us," called a spirited classmate, gesturing to Lan Shengzhe. He settled into the vacant seat beside Shui, and the game commenced. As he glanced at his drawn card, he realized it was neither a joker nor the king. The title did not belong to him. His focus wavered as he pondered the reason behind Shu Baoli's presence. Was she here for Shui, or merely accompanying her family for social obligations? Uncertainty clouded his thoughts, and he hesitated to inform Shui of Shu Baoli's appearance. In the live stream, numerous viewers erupted with excitement. "No matter what, you must be proactive, otherwise. With our host's personality, you're in for it. At long last, some affection has blossomed for the male lead. Let us hope it doesn't vanish." The audacious young lady concluded. In the first round, both the holders of the Joker and the designated numbered cards were unfamiliar faces, and Rand's birthday celebration included an invitation extended to his closest friends, comprising both those from the first high school and others from different institutions. Through Rand's connections, acquaintances and strangers alike swiftly melded into a cohesive group, resulting in an enjoyable atmosphere. Some were commanded to embrace a specific numbered card holder, while others were tasked with confessing their feelings to the first person they encountered outside. There were even instructions for kissing between two designated numbers. Shui, Lan Shengzhe, and Enran all skillfully evaded such directives. "Now, let us see who shall be next. Ha ha ha, I am the Joker, and I am the king. Very well, I hereby command Player 2 and Player 7 to engage in a passionate kiss for 1 minute. Player 2, Shui glanced at her card. The spade 2. As she revealed her card, the atmosphere momentarily hushed before erupting into excitement. "Who is Player 7? Who is Player 7? Hurry and show your card." Lan Shengzhe, somewhat distracted, took a glance at his card, his heartbeat quickening with anticipation, and nervously revealed his hand. Wow! The youths were taken aback, and an awkward silence ensued, for who among them was unaware that Shui and Lan Shengzhe were siblings, and moreover, the legitimate daughter and the illegitimate son? However, there were some emotionally astute individuals present who quickly interjected, saying, "This doesn't count, let us start anew." Thus, they shuffled and drew cards once more. This time, the king, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Player 6 and Player 4 shall kiss for 1 minute." Shui stared at her diamond 6. 524. It seemed that ill fortune had arrived, unstoppable. They were astonished to see Shui once again and turned their gaze toward Lan Shengzhe, only to be met with Enran, who triumphantly revealed her card, the Heart 4. The allure of the King's game lies in its compulsory nature. The person summoned cannot refuse without just cause, for otherwise, the game loses its charm. Having already annulled a turn, there was no reason to do so again this time. However, everyone thought that with the temperament of this young lady, if she were displeased, who would dare to speak against her? Yet, deep down, they felt a twinge of discontent, perceiving her as somewhat of a dampener on their spirits. However, no one anticipated that Shui would toss down her cards, pivot, and embrace Ran's shoulders, pressing her ruby lips against his. Ran was utterly taken aback by Shui's sudden advance, leaving him rigid with wide eyes. Shui's long, dark lashes hovered near his face, resembling delicate brushes that almost grazed his eyeballs, causing his eyelids to flutter involuntarily. Yet, perhaps due to instinct, he promptly shut his eyes. The two soft lips entwined and explored, eliciting shy gasps from the observing girls who could not help but cover their cheeks, while the boys felt a surge of fervor. Meanwhile, Loninga found himself in a state of agitation. The scene so close was utterly irksome to him. He loathed it. Profoundly so, though he could not fathom the reason behind his distaste. A minute seemed to pass both swiftly and sluggishly. Shui felt her tongue growing numb from the prolonged contact and indicated the desire to withdraw, yet her partner, like an eager pup, leaned in for one last fervent kiss before parting. She gazed at him, the exquisitely handsome youth revealing a bashful smile that exuded innocence, as if the tumultuous encounter they just shared had never transpired. And so, the game resumed. Everyone remained engaged in their revelry in the private room, leaving the corridor nearly deserted, save for those venturing out for a smoke or to relieve themselves. On her way to the restroom, Shui noticed a few men standing outside a private room, smoking, their expressions shifting as they cast glances at her while whispering among themselves. It was a dire situation. Several men had forcibly dragged the young lady into a private room. He immediately informed his companions. Those who had been laughing and joking were momentarily stunned, promptly leaping from their seats. Who possessed the audacity to act so brazenly? Ran and Loninga sprinted ahead, following their friend to the room. Upon entering, they beheld a group of men surrounding Shui, tugging at her, their expressions filled with rage. Shui, possessing some martial skills, had initially contemplated fighting back upon being seized, but remembering that her character, Loninga, ought not to exhibit such prowess, and noticing the arrival of a male friend, she opted to feign vulnerability instead. Observing her surroundings, she executed her ruse quite convincingly. In a fit of fury, Ran launched a kick. Loninga dashed forward, shoving the assailants aside, calling out, "Sister!" Chaos erupted within the room, as even Loninga joined the fray, delivering a series of punches and kicks. "How dare you lay hands on our young lady? If our grandparents find out, they will surely direct their ire towards her." Swiftly, the vile men were brought to their knees, huddled together on the floor, as the room manager and security personnel arrived. Shubali stood at the periphery, her expression darkening upon witnessing the captured men and the seemingly unscathed Shui. What was happening? Was this Loninga truly so fortunate? It was infuriating. Fearing discovery, Shubali promptly turned and departed. The police soon arrived, taking the men away. With such an incident occurring, the party could no longer proceed. Shui, her face composed, left the venue alongside Loninga. Before Loninga departed, his countenance was far from pleasant as he turned to search for Shubali. Yet he could not find her anywhere. Nevertheless, he was certain that she was behind the mischief, since Loninga was also present at the gathering. By the time they returned home, the family was already aware of the incident wherein Shui had almost been bullied. Grandfather and grandmother were furious, nearly expressing their desire to eliminate the offending men on the spot. Despite this, their demeanor towards Shui became increasingly cautious, while she seemed unaffected by the events, instead comforting her grandparents, which moved them to tears and caused them to feel a deep sense of pity. She even reproached Loninga, questioning why he was absent during such a critical moment. Loninga lowered his gaze, and Shui spoke on his behalf. "What need is there for him to follow me to the restroom? Oh, dear heart." After soothing the elderly couple, Shui ascended the stairs, with Loninga trailing her to her doorstep. "Are you truly all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine. Perhaps I should sleep by your door tonight." "I can keep watch," Loninga suggested, his throat constricting as he struggled to voice the matter concerning Shubali at the club. Contemplating revealing that it might have been her orchestration, yet he hesitated to articulate it. Before he had burst through that private room door, he had indeed momentarily contemplated harming Shubali. However, with the fervor now tempered into a semblance of calm, he found himself wavering, uncertain if she was truly culpable. For he possessed no evidence. If he wrongfully accused her, it could ruin her life irreparably. "What is it?" Do you perceive me as such a fragile person in your heart? And Shui appeared to be amused by him, a genuine smile gracing her face for the first time. This was not a smirk, a sneer, or a hollow grin, but a true expression of joy, akin to the blooming of a thorny red rose, momentarily leaving him spellbound and lost in thought. Even more astonishing was when Shui reached out, tenderly ruffling his hair, as if indulging a beloved pet. He watched in disbelief, suddenly suppressing the curve of his lips, and abruptly turned on the faucet, splashing his face with cold water. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself. This was splendid, truly splendid. He had meticulously maneuvered his way into her heart, and Shui was his adversary, the target of his vengeance. Everything he had done to her was solely for this purpose, nothing more. That night, Loninga dreamed of a figure, shrouded in an ethereal haze, who smiled at him, enveloping him in her embrace and pressing her crimson lips against his. They kissed, their lips entwined, tongues dancing together for what felt like an eternity. As dawn illuminated the bedroom, Loninga stirred, rubbing his pillow before fully rousing. However, as awareness dawned upon him, his expression soured drastically. He flung off the covers and leapt from the bed, rushing into the bathroom. He was utterly horrified, grappling with the realization that he had dreamt such a thing. What was happening? Was it the provocative kiss between her and Inran from the previous day that had stirred such tumult within him? It had to be. Damn it. To have such a dream was simply revolting, though he found himself unable to articulate the word fully. In a moment of turmoil, Loninga found himself unable to confront Shui. Fortunately, it was Saturday, and he was exempt from classes, and Shui remained asleep, allowing him the freedom to step outside for some fresh air. With their relationship growing increasingly harmonious, he was able to request the family's chauffeur to take him out. And he was soon dropped off in the city center. Wandering aimlessly, he inadvertently collided with a ragged man. "My apologies," Loninga quickly said, extending a hand to steady the stranger before moving on. Unbeknownst to him, the man turned and watched him intently for a prolonged moment, ultimately trailing silently behind him. Meanwhile, Shui and Inran had gone out. Recalling the kiss they shared the previous night, Inran's affection for Shui was unmistakable, while she seemed particularly lenient towards him. Their recent intimate encounter hinted at the possibility of a burgeoning relationship, which filled Loninga with a sense of suffocating anxiety, as if his chest were constricted by a heavy weight, making every breath laborious. Upon hearing movement, he rushed towards Shui's room, his eagerness to see her and learn what transpired that day with Inran overwhelming him. Shui opened the door and regarded him with an impassive expression, motioning for him to enter. The words he had prepared caught in his throat, an unsettling feeling washing over him as he stepped inside. "Last night's events have been clarified," Shui stated, approaching her desk to pick up a small stack of papers. "Someone has paid for a hit, instructing them to target me. Can you guess who?" The weight of unease in Loninga's heart intensified. Who? Shu Baoli. The axe that had been suspended over his heart finally fell, and surprisingly, Loninga felt a sense of relief. Is this truly the evidence? May I take a look? Shui gazed at him, revealing a smile, albeit a hollow one, which caused Loninga's heart to leap once more. Shui handed him a small stack of papers. As he accepted it and lowered his gaze, a chill began to creep through his limbs, soon enveloping his entire body, leaving him frozen in place. What lay before him was not evidence of Shu Baoli hiring a hitman, but rather an extensive dossier on his past, so detailed that it laid bare the connections between their families and the friendship he shared with Shu Baoli, complete with photographs. He found himself overwhelmed, his mind clouded with despair. He could scarcely muster the courage to meet Shui's gaze. Yet, as he sought to escape, Shui would not grant him that reprieve. "Do you have anything else to say?" At some point, she had grasped her sleek black riding whip. Loninga looked at her in terror. "Sister." Silence. Shui abruptly cracked the whip, striking out. "Who do you think you were to address me in such a manner?" The lash felt as if it pierced his skin and flesh, landing directly upon his heart, inflicting excruciating pain. He feared that whip, watching as she raised her hand once more, unable to suppress his eyes from shutting tight, bracing himself for the inevitable strikes to come. However, the whip did not fall for a long time. He opened his eyes and saw Shui gazing at him. Her eyes filled with unrelenting disdain and profound disappointment. Indeed, like a tract-like. Loninga felt that her gaze, her icy words, struck him like a colossal axe, cleaving his heart in twain. A sudden wave of panic surged within him. "Sister, please just go." Shui set down the whip and spoke. "No, strike me. I was wrong, sister. Please hit me." In a frenzy, Loninga rushed over, attempting to thrust the whip into her hands. He would rather endure a severe beating from Shui than witness her utter the words, "Just go," with such indifference. For it felt as though she was casting him aside. "Don't send me away, please strike me." Yet, no matter how fervently he pleaded, Shui merely replied coldly, "Get lost." Lan Xingzhe was sent away, deemed complicit in the conspiracy against Shui alongside Xu Baoli. He was no longer permitted to reside in the Lan family estate. However, being of their bloodline, they could not simply discard him. Thus, he was allowed to stay in an apartment near the school, receiving a modest allowance at intervals. After which he was left to his own devices. Lan Xingzhe did not attend school, isolating himself in the apartment for several days. Yet, he was not entirely oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. He learned of the official bankruptcy of the Xu family and that Shui had pressed charges against Xu Baoli, alongside a girl named Lu Xiaojie. Both, having surpassed the age of 15, would soon face criminal accountability and the impending threat of imprisonment. He had come to realize that Lu Xiaojie was the one who conspired with Xu Baoli to design a scheme against Shui. Shui had once forced a dead mouse into her mouth, leaving Lu Xiaojie nursing a grudge and seeking an opportunity for revenge, which ultimately led to her downfall. Serves her right, he thought, unsure whether he was mocking Lu Xiaojie or himself. Then, he awoke with a sense of joy, only to be confronted by the disheartening reality. He had been cast out, and Shui did not trust him, claiming he was akin to Xu Baoli. Lu Xingzhe had deprived himself of food and water, succumbing to faintness. And in his fall, he had met with an injury that resulted in a fractured calf. It seemed the expulsion from the Blue family had struck him profoundly, rendering him utterly despondent. Shui merely cast a cold glance at the message, offering no further response. Lu Xingzhe waited in the hospital, enduring the passage of time, receiving only the caregiver dispatched by his indifferent father and the mocking visits from Lan Shuhua and others, but Shui did not come. Winter had arrived. Wrapped in a blanket, Lu Xingzhe sat in a wheelchair as the caregiver took him outside for a stroll. The biting cold wind chilled his respiratory passages, yet he felt as though the gusts penetrated his chest, striking directly at his heart. It was true he could not eat, but he had no intention of starving himself. He had deliberately left the door ajar to allow someone to escort him to the hospital, hoping that Shui might witness his plight and feel a flicker of compassion. A mere glance in his direction, but she did not. How heartless, how pitiable. The caregiver thought, yet was at a loss for words of comfort. Despite her sympathy for the boy, she could not shake the peculiar sensation that arose from his status as an illegitimate child. In the final fortnight of the semester, Lan Xingzhe regrouped and returned to campus, once again appearing behind Shui. He shamelessly endeavored to curry favor with her, yet Shui regarded him as inconsequential, wholly dismissing his ingratiating attempts. The school community observed these developments with keen interest, and soon, a fresh wave of gossip emerged. Some mocked Lan Xingzhe's undignified demeanor. Others expressed disappointment in him, and some simply found his lack of shame quite distasteful. In any case, trouble began to brew for Lan Xingzhe once more, however, Shui chose to remain indifferent, utterly unconcerned for his well-being. It was precisely this tranquility that rendered the back entrance of the school a hotspot for incidents. As Shui stood on the corridor gazing downward, she witnessed a group of students engaging in acts of campus violence. 9 individuals surrounded one. And while she did not recognize the aggressors, the one in the center was unmistakably Lan Xingzhe. He had always instinctively kept an eye on the floor where her class was located, and he quickly noticed Shui standing on the balcony, peering down. Her visage, akin to a beautiful yet thorny red rose, exuded an aura of coldness and arrogance that sent a shiver through him, igniting a flicker of joy within his heart. Yet, this moment was marred by the presence of others intent on ruining his happiness. "You look so shameless, like a dog," Lan Xingzhe, the leader of the group. A blonde youth, derided him. A bastard with no self-awareness. "How dare you even approach her?" "Exactly. Sun Gu, don't waste your breath on him." "Yes, probably hoping the young lady will come down to witness his pitiful display," another chimed in. "I'll give you a chance. Lick my foot once. And you want to be allowed near the 3rd year again." "How does that sound?" Huang Sun leaned closer to Lan Xingzhe and whispered in his ear. "Once I get to Lan Shengmei, I will plead for your sake." In response, Lan Xingzhe unleashed a sudden and fierce punch, catching Huang Sun off guard, causing blood to gush from his nose. The signal for a brawl had been sounded, and chaos erupted instantly. Though Lan Xingzhe was outnumbered, he focused his relentless fury solely on Huang Sun. Each strike he delivered was imbued with the weight of his wrath. From Shui's perspective, she could only see Lan Xingzhe surrounded by a throng, lying on the ground, being mercilessly beaten. It was a pitiful sight. However, Soon the agonized screams of Huang's son echoed from the center of the crowd. The assailants momentarily halted, hearing their brother's son's desperate cries. "Quick, pull this madman off me." 8 individuals, with all their might, managed to pry Loninga away from Huang's son, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Loninga's face was smeared with blood, his own mingled with that of Huang's son, particularly his chin, which was drenched in crimson. He spat something from his mouth, which sent a wave of terror through the crowd, causing them to instinctively recoil. It was an ear. Huang's son clutched the spot where his ear had been severed. His face equally splattered with blood, trembling with pain and fear. Meanwhile, Loninga's eyes bore a dark and menacing glare, reminiscent of an azure risen from the depths of hell. Gone was the demeanor of subservience he had displayed before in Shui. He stood there, ferocious and unyielding. He did not raise his head, fearing to reveal this side of himself to Shui. He was uncertain of her thoughts upon witnessing such a scene and apprehensive about what might transpire thereafter. He worried that Shui might perceive him as excessively dangerous, potentially leading to his expulsion from the school and transfer to another institution. His impulsiveness had overwhelmed him. Had there been a sufficiently large stone within reach at that moment, he would have undoubtedly seized it to smash Huang's son's head and his filthy mouth to pieces. Restlessly, he spent a sleepless night in his cold apartment, only to awaken the following day to a flicker of hope. Huang's son's family had not come to confront him. The Lan family had intervened. He knew it must have been Shui who had spoken up. This realization filled him with exuberance and renewed vigor. After the audacious act of biting off Huang's son's ear, no one dared to bully Loninga again. Those who might attempt to do so would cautiously bring a crowd, wary of his newfound reputation. In Shui's absence, Loninga was like a lone wolf, mercilessly baring his fangs at any intruder. Yet, before Shui, he remained akin to a forsaken puppy, persistently approaching her despite being kicked away time and again. Perhaps the strategy of self-inflicted suffering and shameless entanglement had finally borne fruit. With the arrival of spring and the commencement of the new semester, Shui's demeanor softened, nearly bringing Loninga to tears of joy. A month later, he cautiously extended his hand towards Shui's backpack. Upon realizing she did not object to his touch, an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. Humph. Shui let out a cold snort, implying that if it were not for the fact that he shared half of her genes, her demeanor would be far more ruthless, denying him even the opportunity to perform his act of sorrow. Loninga was acutely aware of her meaning, feeling a bittersweet relief akin to consuming a candy laced with bitter medicine. Loninga and the others perceived Loninga as cunning and deeply strategic, capable of bending and adapting to such an extent that it was quite terrifying, leading them to adopt a wary stance towards him. Even 524 felt that the kaleidoscope of life under the intelligent mode was daunting, with the male protagonist's intellect, acting skills, and cunning, should he become an adversary. The consequences could be dire. They all believed that given Shui's consistently cold demeanor towards Loninga, coupled with her repeated displays of disdain, it was inconceivable for him to harbor genuine feelings for her. Such a level of restraint could only be for the sake of greater gain. Considering one was an illegitimate child and the other a legitimate daughter, their unique relationship precluded any possibility of true emotional connection. Loninga was fully aware of their thoughts, reflecting that their perspective was the norm, while his own feelings were the anomaly. Perhaps he was indeed a pervert for feeling this way. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. After school, Shui expressed a desire to try the newly opened crepe shop outside the school, prompting Loninga to get out of the car to make the purchase. Suddenly, a ragged man approached him. "What do you want?" Loninga asked, his guard immediately raised. The man grasped his arm, his eyes greedily fixed upon him, declaring, "I am your father." "What?" Loninga furrowed his brow, shaking off the man's grip and attempting to circumvent this lunatic as he made his way towards the car. However, the man pursued him once more, asking, "Do you not believe me? Your mother is Qingyu, and she used to live at No XXX, Green Willow Alley. I lived next door." Loninga's expression shifted, growing increasingly alarmed as he listened. He noticed Shui, growing impatient, lowering the car window to glance in their direction, prompting him to push the man away and hasten towards her. "He is truly mad," Loninga murmured, casting a lingering glance back at the man. Could he truly be insane? Unable to quell the profound unease within him, he stealthily collected several strands of Shui's hair from her room and went to the hospital for a DNA test. Shui was well aware of Loninga's clandestine actions. This revelation was not meant to surface until the future. However, the narrative had drastically altered, transforming into an entirely different script. Loninga had uncovered the truth far earlier than anticipated, and Shui was curious to witness his reaction. Sitting on a stone bench outside the hospital, Loninga's expression fluctuated, caught between laughter and tears. You see, you truly are my child, are you not? Yet the Lon family remains oblivious. As long as we keep silent, no one will know. The advantages you could gain within the Lon household are immense. The man, who claimed to be his biological father, continued to speak excitedly and greedily in his ear. How utterly vile and grotesque, Loninga thought to himself, feeling repulsed at the realization that half of his genes were derived from this man. Why have you been acting so secretively these past few days? And Shui inquired. Sister, do not wrongfully accuse me. I have informed you of my outings beforehand. What could I possibly be hiding? What were you doing out there? I simply encountered a friend of my mother's, and I couldn't resist the urge to meet and converse with him. Please do not be upset. Loninga continued to reside in the Lon household as though nothing had transpired, accompanying Shui in and out, which left her, who had believed this chapter of her life could conclude, quite taken aback. She had anticipated that, given Loninga's inherent temperament, he would choose to depart upon discovering the truth. However, his current demeanor led her to question whether he had become entranced by the opulence of the Lon family, wishing to persist in feigning his status as their illegitimate son to secure a future advantage. In reality, Loninga had successfully placated his biological father, who had been lurking outside the school. His father sought to exploit Loninga for financial gain and would not voluntarily reveal that Loninga was not of the Lon lineage. Thus, he obediently refrained from causing any trouble, and Shui had been waiting for Loninga to orchestrate a significant event to bring closure to this tale. But after a prolonged wait with no such occurrence, her patience waned, and she resorted to employing her time-jumping ability. This represents a computational function of behavioral logic within a game. For instance, when leaping 5 years into the future, the system calculates outcomes based on the personalities of various characters and prior events, allowing the streamer to discern potential results without personally experiencing the passage of time. And Shui flipped through the documents, revealing various agreements for the transfer and gifting of both movable and immovable properties, including shares in his company, several shops, and villas, all of which belonged not to the Lon family, but to Loninga himself. What is this? And Shui inquired, looking at him. A dowry I have prepared for you. A dowry you have prepared for me? Since when does a brother prepare a dowry for his sister? Loninga gazed at Shui, a fleeting pain reflected in his eyes as he smiled and replied, Why can't a brother prepare a dowry for his sister? These possessions exist solely because of you. Upon hearing this, Shui examined the agreements closely and, finding no traps, affixed her signature. As she donned her wedding gown, surrounded by esteemed guests, she felt assured that Loninga truly harbored no intentions of orchestrating a grand event, for at this juncture, even if he wished to, it would be beyond his reach. A sense of confusion and bewilderment washed over her as she watched the man who, after exchanging a few words with her in the dressing room, prepared to leave as the wedding was about to commence. Aja, she called out. Do you resent me for how I treated you back then? Taken aback by her unexpected question, he paused, meeting her gaze and replied, No, I do not resent you. What right did he have to harbor resentment towards her? He bore no connection to her. Initially, he was merely a stranger, yet he inexplicably intruded upon her world, disturbing her tranquility. When the man claiming to be his biological father appeared, revealing the grotesque and repugnant truth, he found himself overwhelmed by waves of nausea. Unable to suppress his violent retching, the stark realization that he was not, in fact, Shui's brother filled him with a momentary euphoria, only to plunge him into a profound despair. In contemplating this truth, he felt utterly lost, his heart aching as if it were being cleaved in two. He resorted to the despicable act of continuing to masquerade as her brother, clinging to her side in the hope that time might offer him a solution. Yet, this spiraled into a vicious cycle. To remain in her presence, he had no choice but to persist in his role as her sibling. The longer he maintained this faade, the more entwined he became in this identity, for once the truth surfaced, Shui's perception of him might shift from that of a stranger to that of a loathsome impostor. He feared that Shui would view him as a shameless interloper, a person wholly unconnected to the Lon family, who had audaciously assumed the guise of her brother and reaped countless benefits from the family. He envisioned himself as a vain, greedy individual devoid of honor. Shui possessed a fiercely strong character, her eyes intolerant of even the slightest grain of sand. If he were to claim that his motivations stemmed from love, it was unlikely to evoke any sense of sympathy within her, and she would likely find him utterly repugnant. Helplessly, he found himself ensnared within this identity, unable to escape. His love for Shui blossomed with each passing day, while the flames of jealousy towards Ran raged fiercely, threatening to consume his reason and humanity. Yet, he remained uncertain whether it was Shui's whip that had left an indelible mark on him. During moments of unrestrained emotion, his nerves would twitch uncontrollably, the long faded scars pulsing with a familiar ache. The chilling gaze of Shui, ablaze with cold fury, would resurface in his mind, compelling him to regain his composure. In this prolonged internal struggle spanning several years, Shui's continuous display of excellence and brilliance filled him with profound inadequacy. He was forced to confront the truth. Even if he were her brother, Shui would never harbor affection for him. The revelation that he was not a member of the Lon family would only strip him of the right to be close to her, to accompany her. Thus, this matter must remain a secret. He must assume the role of her brother, for his love for her was boundless. At the wedding, Lan Xingzhe sat among the guests, watching as Shui, clad in a wedding gown, was led by their grandfather towards Ran. The diamonds adorning her pristine gown sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Yet overshadowing those gems was Shui herself, rendering them mere accessories. He observed them exchanging vows and sharing a kiss, smiling alongside the other guests as they applauded. Though his eyes brimmed with tears, the second live broadcast of the hero's second generation unexpectedly drew to a close, leaving the audience in Chui 524's live stream room bewildered. Utilizing the time leap function to suddenly jump 5 years ahead and marry Ran? Oh no. I yearn to witness the romantic developments. I wish to see the adorable Ran pursue the dashing streaming sister, to observe their passionate exchanges, and to witness their intimate moments. Wake up, everyone. Even if they were to be intimate, we wouldn't be privy to it due to the automatic dimming system. Nevertheless, I too desire to see Ran and the streamer fall in love. Well, upon encountering this conclusion, I find myself feeling a tinge of heartache. Lan Xingzhe is rather pitiable. This ending is truly bittersweet. Wow, that is remarkable. I have watched numerous live broadcasts from this world, witnessing female streamers either facing dire straits or being cast into the shadows. This is the first time I have encountered a female streamer achieving such an outcome. I absolutely adore this conclusion. This streamer is truly a force of nature in the streaming realm, delivering swift and ruthless justice to the undeserving, yet avoiding romantic entanglements. Yet, astonishingly, I have continued watching until now. I simply wish to know when the third session will commence. Could we perhaps arrange for some romantic developments? The initial recommendation proved exceedingly effective. The fan following in Shui's live streaming room has surpassed 400,000, with the final viewership reaching 1 million. She has secured the top position on the newcomer streamer popularity chart and has ascended to 7th place on today's gifting leaderboard, garnering considerable attention. This is already quite remarkable. Yet what took 524 by surprise was that the subsequent popularity of this live broadcast soared unexpectedly, igniting a fervor on the largest social platform. The manner in which Shui accomplished her challenges was exceedingly exhilarating, culminating in an ending that radiated a sense of comfort. Many players began to emulate her approach. And then, indeed, I meticulously followed the strategies of the illustrious streamer. Save for the fact that I did not guide Lan Xingzhe in solving problems or achieving the top rank in the school. Otherwise, I left nothing unturned. Lan Xingzhe's reactions mirrored those in Shui's video, and then I utilized the time jump feature to leap 5 years into the future, only to discover that I had not married Ran. When I jumped 10 years ahead, I found that the grass atop my grave had grown 2 meters high. Oh dear, what a coincidence. I too, awkward JPG. Oh dear, so you all are as well? How fortuitous, awkward JPG. Is it possible that only the esteemed streamer can achieve a happy ending in such a queenly manner? I refuse to accept this fate. My acting skills are top-notch, and I shall take on the challenge. 524 excitedly exclaimed to Shui. The rewards you've garnered from these 2 live sessions are sufficient to purchase a small apartment on our planet. Oh, how lackluster. So when shall we have our third session? 524 was instantly struck with terror, nearly collapsing in desperation to clutch Shui's leg. Why? This is so entertaining. It is not dull in the least. Do you find the story's backdrop rather mundane? Fear not, for there exist myriad captivating settings, such as interstellar realms, the art of cultivation, Western fantasy, ancient times, and alternate worlds. After much persuasion, 524 finally succeeded in piquing Shui's interest, to avert the risk of Shui abandoning the endeavor at any moment. 524 meticulously selected the third world rather than leaving it to chance, ensuring that the discerning Dr. Chui would truly appreciate the allure of this game. Indeed, Chui's interest was rekindled, for this particular world is rather exceptional. The central narrative revolves around the rebirth and resurgence of a female supporting character. Set against a modern alternate reality, the story unfolds with the wife of a general giving birth to a pair of twins, followed by the arrival of a daughter 3 years later. Tragically, this infant girl met an untimely demise 6 years hence, plunging the general's wife into profound sorrow. In her grief, they adopted a girl from an orphanage, naming her Yuan Qingning. The general's wife poured all her maternal affection into this child, and the father, along with the twin brothers, showered her with kindness. Thus, she grew to become the cherished little princess of one of the most esteemed families, second only to the royal lineage, living harmoniously with her family of 5. It was during this blissful time that General Yuan's dear friend, Colonel Xie, perished on the battlefield, and his wife succumbed to grief shortly thereafter, leaving behind a young daughter. Consequently, this daughter was also taken in by General Yuan and his wife. The protagonist, Xie Yingying, is none other than this orphan child who ultimately joined their family. Upon the arrival of the protagonist, Xie Yingying, the family's attention swiftly shifted towards her. This girl, hailing from a prestigious lineage, possessed striking beauty and a gentle demeanor. Yet, enveloped in the family's affection, she soon blossomed into a vivacious and charming angel adored by all. At this juncture, Xie Yingying had ascended to the status of a national songstress, with her compositions created to bid farewell to the soldiers, eventually becoming the new national anthem. She undeniably earned her place as a historically significant artist. The reborn antagonist had seized the initiative and excelled at concealing her true self, her acting prowess reaching an exceptional level. She sought to suppress Xie Yingying, usurping her opportunities, allowing her to experience the tribulations she had once endured in her previous life, an outcome that seemed only just. This narrative finally transcended mere suffering and transformed into a tale of empowerment. However, Chui had no intention of assuming the role of the original Qingning, as it lacked challenge and excitement. Chui admired Xie Yingying's background. She too hailed from a military family, with a lineage of valiant men since her great-grandfather's era, who had devoted their lives to the nation. Thus, she held a profound appreciation for soldiers. Consequently, Chui opted to inhabit the character of Xie Yingying, who had shifted from protagonist to supporting character. In the pursuit of maintaining challenge and surprise, Chui's timing for entering roles was entirely random. Therefore, upon opening her eyes, she found herself seated in an office, confronted by a man sporting an expression of impatience, clad in a pink suit and green-framed glasses, his attire strikingly avant-garde. Do not feel disheartened. You debuted alongside Yuan Qingning, and the resources provided by the company were identical. Criticism is rampant, with fans of Yuan Qingning threatening to take action should they see you clinging to her for attention. Now, after much anticipation, you have finally made it on to trending topics. Yet the circumstances are far from favorable. Engaging in a physical altercation with the beloved national daughter is hardly the way to gain admiration. The company has your best interests at heart. Perhaps consider issuing an apology video. At just 16 years old, a sincere apology could do wonders for your image. Were it not for the fact that this young lady is the daughter of a general, he would have simply dismissed her without a second thought. Recently, at an awards ceremony backstage, the national daughter, Ling Weiqi, publicly remarked on her lack of parental guidance, provoking Xie Yingying to retaliate physically. This incident was recorded, and, after editing out the portions unfavorable to Ling Weiqi, it was disseminated widely. Yuan Qingning no longer requires your support and seems intent on severing ties. As soon as Chui's livestream commenced, a multitude of viewers flocked to join, thanks to the 524 group establishing a social media account for her, which has already garnered tens of thousands of followers, with numbers continuing to rise. Upon posting a message, fans instantly recognized that Chui would be going live. The difficulty level has escalated slightly compared to the previous 2 segments, as the character entering the scene is none other than the original female lead, Xie Yingying. A wave of excitement surges through the audience. Could it be that we shall witness our beloved Queen Chui perform a song and dance? The entertainment industry. One might surmise that the cliches employed by female streamers have been thoroughly exhausted, making it quite challenging to introduce fresh creativity. Yet, we eagerly anticipate Chui's delightful surprises. Meanwhile, Sunli has instructed the robot to activate the recording device. A retractable rod ascends from the robot's head, adorned with a screen that resembles a mobile phone mounted on a selfie stick. He turns to Chui and urges, "Come, apologize quickly." Chui rises and approaches, her gaze transfixed on the robot before her, eyes shimmering with an unusual light. She reaches out to examine the rod, discovering it to be detachable and not overly complex. Noticing Shui's prolonged silence as she inspects the robot, Sunli grows impatient and nudges her. "What are you dawdling for?" In an instant, Shui seizes Sun Li's outstretched hand, her focus finally shifting from the robot to him. Observing the astonishment in Sun Li's widened eyes, Shui gradually reveals a disingenuous smile, a fade masking her true intentions. Excellent. Her character's foundational persona is that of a rebellious girl, implying that it is perfectly acceptable to confront those who irk her. Without hesitation, she yanks the selfie stick from the robot's head and, with a swift motion, brings it crashing down upon the face of her speech-ready manager. The rod was far from being a light object. It possessed some weight. As it swung around, Sunli was caught off guard and struck, his face contorting in pain, saliva flying forth, gums bleeding, and his entire body spinning as he fell to the ground with a thud. An apology, is it? Is this sufficient sincerity? Shui felt the rod was somewhat unwieldy, too light for her satisfaction, so she turned and seized a small stool nearby, bringing it down forcefully upon Sun Li's head, causing him to see stars. With a foot pressing down on his face, her eyes glinted with malice. Is this level of sincerity adequate? Sun Li's eyes emerged from beneath Shui's shoe. Filled with terror, Ying has truly lost her mind. He thought just as he felt Shui's foot exert a sudden, forceful pressure. As if his nose had snapped with a crack, blood gushing forth, accompanied by tears. He nodded repeatedly, emitting muffled sounds of distress, fear evident in his gaze. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Yuan Qingning entered with an assistant, her eyes widening in shock at the scene before her. Sun Li immediately cried out for help. "Ying, what on earth are you doing?" Yuan Qingning exclaimed, astonished, observing Shui, who exuded a refined elegance reminiscent of a noble lady. She appeared to embody the grace of someone from an affluent background, in stark contrast to the more chaotic presence of Xia Ying. "This person dares to demand an apology from me? Qingning, is this not a joke?" Shui declared, raising her foot once more to deliver a harsh stomp. "Did I not explain to you yesterday that Ling Weiqi instigated this? Did you not convey that to her? Or do you intend to side with Ling Weiqi simply because she is your good friend? How could this be? I certainly believe you. But both of you are at fault in this matter. In any case, please release Mr. Sun Li. Let us discuss this calmly," Yuan Qingning remarked, contemplating that it seemed Xia Ying had been pushed to her limits, her sanity fraying. Her resilience appeared woefully inadequate, and if this continued, it would only lead to greater disappointment for her parents. Soon, she would find herself despised, much like in her previous life. This sensation must be unbearable for you. Xia Ying. How amusing, indeed. The adored little angel of the past has transformed into a loathed delinquent in this life. Without further ado, Shui released Sun Li and, her expression darkened, headed for the exit. "I've had enough. Let those who wish to remain in the entertainment industry do so. Farewell." She strode forward, showing no inclination to circumvent Yuan Qingning, instead colliding with her directly. Yuan Qingning stumbled back 2 steps, supported by her assistant, clutching her aching shoulder, and cast a cold glance at Shui. "Do not presume this is where it ends. The torment she endured in her previous life shall be repaid in full." Without a trace of mercy, having gained some insight into Shui's temperament, it was clear that any thought of her suffering was futile. She could easily twist any established persona into one of tyranny. Observing the live stream, it was evident that the audience was thoroughly captivated. Oh, how exhilarating. This familiar formula. This familiar flavor. Amidst the cacophony of laughter and exuberance, the violent streamer engaged in fervent displays of aggression. One could hardly believe the audacity of such a bold introduction. A reminder that underestimating this game could lead to dire consequences. I eagerly awaited the streamer's inevitable turnaround, for their prowess was undeniable. Shui donned her mask, braving the curious glances within the company as she summoned an autonomous taxi to depart from the agency. Without a driver present, the vehicle lacked unnecessary seats and partitions, featuring instead a luxuriously curved sofa and a small table for convenience. The robotic navigation system chimed in with a courteous inquiry. "Esteemed customer, where may I take you today?" Upon providing her destination, the car smoothly navigated its way through the bustling streets. Yet, the activity was not confined solely to the ground. The skies were equally alive. Shui instructed the navigation to lower the window, observing the flying saucers above. On the small television inside the vehicle, news was being broadcasted. The female anchor, articulating with clarity in a universal tongue, announced. Regent Arusha of the Hawkstar arrived on Earth at 11 a.m. today, greeted by diplomats from the Earth-Universe Alliance, including Yalenki, Nitiani, and Fred Simba at the airport. The intricacies of this world captivated Chui's interest above all else. Many years ago, the existence of extraterrestrial beings was confirmed, and diplomatic relations were established with certain benevolent aliens, leading to an unprecedented acceleration in technological advancements. However, this development brought both advantages and disadvantages, as Earth's abundant resources attracted the covetous eyes of adversaries. Colonel Xia, the father of Xia Yingying, perished during an alien invasion plot. His astuteness led him to uncover a disguised alien scout posing as a human. Through his bravery, he captured this scout, thwarting the enemy's intentions ahead of time and sacrificing his own life for the peace we enjoy today. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost on the battlefield. And Chui believed that Xia Yingying deserved preferential treatment due to her father's sacrifice, deeming Yuan Qingning's reasons for revenge utterly insufficient. It was merely a reflection of her narrow-mindedness and sensitivity, as she felt the need to compete with Xia Yingying over trivial matters, considering her an imagined foe. This ultimately led to a regrettable outcome. It happened to be a holiday, and the family was rarely all together. "Good afternoon, Uncle Chun." A forced, gentle smile appeared on Yuan Qingning's troubled face, yet anyone with keen eyes could discern her underlying concerns. "Is something the matter?" Yingying, realizing she perhaps should not have spoken, Yuan Qingning suddenly bit her lip and shook her head. "No, it's nothing." Could it be that Yingying has yet to lose enough face and is up to her old tricks again? The melodious voice of the youth, even when tinged with a nonchalant tone, remained exceedingly charming. The youth who turned from the sofa was none other than Yuan Yao, one of the twins. Beside him, Yuan Rong was busily tapping away at the computer keyboard. "No, Brother Yao, please don't say that about her. She is merely going through a rebellious phase. Isn't that quite normal? She is only 16, still so young." Yuan Qingning stammered. "Do not speak as if you are not 16 yourself. Besides, being 16 is hardly being young anymore." Yuan Yao leaned down beside Yuan Qingning, pressing his hand gently upon her head. Her beautiful, chestnut-colored hair, inherited from their mother Wei Ro, was impeccably styled. His strikingly handsome visage was mere inches away, and his caramel-colored, sweet eyes had the power to melt anyone under his gaze, causing Yuan Qingning to blush with embarrassment while feeling increasingly pleased within. In her previous life, Xia Yingying had been cherished in the palms of the twins and ultimately married Yuan Yao, a most enviable fate, escaping the role of a daughter-in-law to another family, with her in-laws being her own parents. Life before marriage mirrored that after, yet now, everything belonged solely to her. Yuan Qingning slightly lowered her gaze, absent-mindedly fiddling with her phone, seemingly contemplating whether to hand it to Yuan Yao, though hesitating to do so. Yuan Yao swiftly reached out and seized her phone. "Brother Yao, don't." The phone was as thin as a card. Upon contact, a screen lit up, and a video began to play. "Wow, has Xia Yingying gone mad?" Yuan Yao's initially disinterested expression shifted, his eyes widening slightly. Soon, even General Yuan Zhan, who had been in his study upstairs, descended to witness the video, and his already unappealing countenance grew even grimmer. Yuan Qingning gazed at her with concern, remaining silent as she turned her attention to General Yuan Zhan. "Father, perhaps you should reconsider. I believe Yingying is merely..." General Yuan Zhan's eyes were filled with disappointment and frustration as he looked at Chui. "We are fully aware of your actions. You have profoundly disappointed us. For so many years, we have treated you as our own daughter, striving to care for and nurture you, yet you have shown no gratitude. It baffles me what discontent drives you to bully others at school. And even as a public figure, you remain unrepentant. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe it. Enough, we have done all we could. Your father, if he were aware, would surely comprehend our feelings and would support my decision." And Chui cast a glance at those present, her brow furrowed, hesitating to speak as she felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Beside her, Madame Wei Ro displayed a sadness that mirrored her own. Yuan Qingning observed her with concern, while Yuan Rong, indifferent to the unfolding drama, continued to type away at his keyboard. Lastly, Yuan Yao, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Yuan Rong, regarded her with an expression of keen interest. Upon hearing the name, a barely perceptible twitch crossed Yuan Qingning's eye. Qingyan Middle School, this was the institution that had become a source of her nightmares. This was no ordinary school, it was a militarized institution, well known as a military academy, encompassing both junior and senior high school levels, and distinctly divided into male and female divisions. To avoid cementing the image of this institution as a prison in the minds of the public, which could lead to stereotypical perceptions of its students. It also admits ordinary students. Consequently, some parents, unable to manage their exceedingly unruly children, choose to send them to this school for education and reform. It can be said that none of the students in this institution are truly ordinary. Yuan Qingning, after her previous experience there, endured the torment of strict military-style management that rendered her nearly unrecognizable. She was bullied by her peers and lived a life of hardship, ultimately being sent to the battlefield where she met her demise. Reflecting on this past invokes a sense of nightmare. However, those nightmares are now behind her. It is now time for the instigator, Xia Yingying, to experience such trials. With this thought, Yuan Qingning is filled with a sense of satisfaction, though she must maintain an appearance of deep concern, for she is regarded as the epitome of understanding, thoughtful, and gentle daughter and sister in the eyes of the Yuan family. She softly reassures Yingying, "You need not worry about the compensation and medical fees from Mr. Sunli. He has promised not to press charges. You should temporarily seek refuge at school." And Shui is well aware of the nature of this school and knows that Yuan Qingning intends to enroll her. Nevertheless, this aligns perfectly with her own desires. Embracing the persona of the current Xia Yingying, she offers a somewhat melancholic smirk and replies nonchalantly. She then ascends the stairs, leaving behind a few disappointed individuals who shake their heads in dismay. Unbeknownst to Shui, this marks the first intrusion into such a dire situation. Shui, you can't be serious about entering that school, can you? Indeed. The school employs a militarized management system, making it nearly impossible to leave once you enter. Prolonged absence of interaction with key figures renders the competition's live broadcast meaningless, and the audience can easily dissipate. Generally, female streamers who embody the character of Xia Yingying tend to gravitate towards the entertainment industry or remain at home, allowing them to counteract Yuan Qingning's schemes, ensuring her machinations come to naught. While this may seem formulaic, audiences are inexplicably drawn to it. However, the likes of Shui, who take a contrary path by genuinely exiting the entertainment sphere and venturing into Qingyan High School, are truly rare. One must recognize that entering such a school entails considerable hardship, and the students within could pose a significant threat. Yet, Shui remains unfazed, lost in contemplation. Xia Yingying's foundational persona across her 2 lifetimes is rather ordinary, a sweet, princess-like figure and a reclusive, rebellious beauty, neither of which bears any connection to her impressively compelling background. I have it. This time, she shall embody the noble, righteous hero 2nd generation. Hindered by the entertainment industry, noble? Is she still so juvenile? Perhaps not. This character seems more positive than the previous 2, after all. A righteous hero 2nd generation certainly sounds like a protagonist. Excellent. Shui briefly pauses her steps, her gaze fixated on the robotic butler with an unusual gleam in her eyes. Subsequently, she enters and gently closes the door behind her. Shui remained confined in her room for over half a month, indifferent to the meals brought by the servants, ignoring the knocks at her door. Although she did not open the door, she occasionally acknowledged their presence, retrieving the food once they departed. Having made numerous online purchases, no one suspected her of contemplating suicide, and her family merely attributed her behavior to a temperamental outburst. They had reached the limits of their patience and chose to let her be. One day, when a servant returned to deliver her meal, the door swung open, but it was not Shui who appeared. Instead, it was her robotic butler. "You are exceedingly disruptive. Knock gently. 3 raps are sufficient. How dare you hammer incessantly? Even the dead would be startled awake by your rudeness. Furthermore, must every meal consist solely of these few dishes? Such a diet will lead to nutritional imbalance for my master." The robotic butler, deviating from its usual monotone, exhibited a range of intonations, sounding quite irate. The maid was taken aback. "Robot? What robot? I'm in Dabao." With that declaration, in Dabao, a chubby and non-threatening mechanical hand deftly snatched the tray from the maid and turned to leave, slamming the door with a display of temper. The maid, momentarily stunned, prepared to descend the stairs when she caught sight of Yuan Rong standing in the corridor, startling her. "Young Master Rong." Yuan Rong gazed pensively at the closed door of Shui's room, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. The following day, when the maid returned to deliver another meal, the door was opened once more by the robotic butler. However, this time it exhibited a courteous demeanor, akin to that of a gentleman. "Your progress has truly impressed me. Your presence quickens my metaphorical heartbeat, if I were to possess one." The beautiful maid, "I extend my gratitude to you on behalf of my master. Wishing you a splendid evening." Shui sat upon the carpet, surrounded by a scattering of tools and books. Over the past month, she had disassembled and reassembled the robot, meticulously examining every aspect of it. As a scientist, she found herself in a realm of technological advancement that starkly contrasted with her own world, leading her to occasionally lose control of her hands. "My master, please come to dine. At any moment you wish to indulge in my body and mind, you may do so. Thus, I implore you to partake in some nourishment, for I cannot bear the thought of your health declining," spoken to Bao with heartfelt affection. And Shui sighed. This personality is quite bothersome, and once more grasped her screwdriver. "Ah, have you grown weary of me already?" And Bao lamented dramatically, and Shui responded. 524. Ha 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 ha. Are you being teased by the robot you modified? And Shui had yet to alter the gentlemanly disposition of Bao due to the constraints of time, as she wielded the screwdriver. Extending her unyielding hand toward the gentlemanly Bao, a knock resounded at her door, prompting Bao to answer it. The visitor was Yuan Rong, who, like Yuan Yao, possessed a head of brown hair, albeit styled in a much neater fashion and not as long, adorned with black-framed glasses. He obscured some of his striking features, presenting a demeanor that was composed, steady, and notably tranquil. He scrutinized the seemingly unchanged robot, which suddenly appeared to be infused with a soul as it entered the room. There, he beheld a chaotic array of tools, wires, circuit boards, and an assortment of specialized books scattered about. A pile of delivery boxes lay neatly opened and stacked, amounting to several neat stacks of various sizes. The occupant of the room, clad casually in pajamas and devoid of makeup, was engrossed in dismantling what appeared to be a television mounted on the wall. "What are you doing?" Yuan Rong inquired. Given that he wore glasses, he should have been able to see clearly. There was no need for such an obvious question. And Shui did not even glance in his direction. "You truly astonish me. How did you suddenly acquire the skill to transform the robotic butler in such a manner?" The robotic butler had taken the world by storm a decade ago, becoming an indispensable household fixture, receiving annual system updates, yet little more than that. How had Shui managed to imbue the robot with such a distinct personality in just a month's time? "It's over. I've been exposed," thought 524, and Shui remained composed, shrugging her shoulders. "I too find it quite miraculous. I merely lost my temper with it and struck it, and later felt a pang of guilt, prompting me to reassemble it. Who would have thought it would turn out this way? Nonetheless, it has been a blessing in disguise. I find these machines quite fascinating, albeit a bit costly." Yuan Rong regarded Shui with skepticism, pondering if this woman might indeed be a prodigy in this field. It was not entirely implausible, after all. Her mother was an expert in mechanics, though she had been forced to retire early due to illness. Upon reflection, it is not entirely implausible that a series of fortuitous events could lead to the reformation of a robotic steward. After all, renowned geniuses throughout history have often emerged from the most astonishing circumstances. With that in mind, how about selling your robotic steward to me? Yuan Rong proposed. At the tender age of 19, he had already embarked on his entrepreneurial journey at 15 and now presides over a rapidly ascending technology enterprise. The potential of Shui's robots sparked in him the ambition to carve a significant share from the global leader in robotics, universal mechanics. Even in the face of a common adversary, nations appear to be striving for unity. However, the inherent competition among countries continues to persist. Humanity, despite facing shared threats, often finds it challenging to unite as one cohesive entity. You seek this technology, do you not? Although I do not fully grasp it yet, I am confident that I will soon come to understand it. Hence, I shall not sell. Perhaps you could wait until I have mastered it, and then I might consider selling you the technology. At this juncture, Shui interjected, "My mind is awash with myriad ideas, yet I find myself lacking the necessary tools and components. Therefore, let us proceed in this manner. I will accompany my robotic steward to your company, and you shall provide me with everything I require. Once I have had my fill of experimentation, I will contemplate whether to sell my robotic steward to you." Yuan Rong regarded her intently for a considerable time before acquiescing. He had always relished a wager and did not shy away from the occasional high-stakes gamble. Thus, Shui followed Yuan Rong, and along the way, she noticed the television in the car broadcasting entertainment news. Yuan Qingning had just received the Tianlai Award, basking in the glory on the red carpet, while Xie Yingying seemed to have evaporated from the world, leaving no trace behind, and no one seemed to care. Despite the fact that half of the accolades from their two wildly successful albums should rightfully belong to Xie Yingying, as several of the most popular songs were crafted with her lyrical and compositional contributions, it was solely Yuan Qingning who received the award, and no dissent was voiced. And Shui coldly tugged at the corner of her mouth. In a flash, and DeBeos reached out to turn off the television. How could I allow such dubious individuals to tarnish my master's gaze? I have been exceedingly careless. I hope my master does not hold it against me. Yuan Rong could not help but steal glances at the duo of man and robot multiple times. Yuan Rong escorted Shui to their company's research and development facility, providing her with a studio and several experts as assistants. These experts were primarily there to learn from her, as Yuan Rong believed Shui possessed an almost divine intuition for her craft, even if she lacked understanding of the underlying principles. Yet, the experts found themselves at her beck and call, unable to glean much knowledge from her. Nevertheless, she often articulated insights that left them enlightened, and her ideas, at times absurd yet profoundly striking, compelled them to surrender willingly. Working tirelessly to assist Shui in her endeavors. As the summer vacation came to an end and schools resumed, the doors of the Shui studio swung open. Outside, curious onlookers had long been eager to glimpse what lay within. They could not help but abandon their tasks and converge, their mouths agape in awe. Following Shui was her robotic butler, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer resembling the familiar simplistic form of a round head, a plump body, and rudimentary circular mechanical arms, it now sported a sleek, impressive mechanical head, exquisitely crafted arms, and a towering frame that had expanded from a modest height of about 1 meter to nearly 3 meters, trailing behind Shui with an overwhelming presence. It was as though it had been reborn. If this world were inhabited by Transformers or similar comic book characters, perhaps someone would have shouted in excitement. However, in this reality, the spectators could only admire the robot butler's striking appearance. Yuan Rong could not suppress his astonishment, circling around the magnificent Indabao, who, in turn, rotated its head to observe him, emitting a delightful sound of mechanical whirring. Cool, absolutely incredible. I wish I could have won. Yuan Rong's throat moved slowly in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the Tsue 524 live streaming room, chaos suddenly erupted, prompting some viewers to report the stream, forcing 524 to hastily intervene. The cause of the unrest stems from suspicions that Shui is employing cheats. Cheating, whether in gaming or examinations, is an act that is universally scorned. This streamer is undoubtedly cheating. It is established in the kaleidoscope of life that each realm must adhere to its own logic, and the introduction of elements that contravene this logic is strictly prohibited. During her initial dungeon run, she brought a peculiar long-nosed smoking pipe, available for purchase in the marketplace, into the game. This serves as one piece of evidence. Now, observe how swiftly the robotic technology of this dungeon realm has been reformed. Do you take the audience for fools? If you possess such prowess, perhaps you should pursue a career in mecha engineering rather than gaming. Cheating streamer, reported. While I am not entirely convinced of her character, I find myself at a loss for words of defense at this moment. We shall await the verdict of the Galaxy Game Company. Previously, her peculiar method of reading left me unsettled. Who reads a book in mere minutes, as if it were a mere jest? Drawn by her reputation, I now witness the unraveling of the queenly persona of the streamer. In the world of fame, controversies abound. Besides Shui's seemingly excessive prowess raising doubts, it is only natural for a rapidly ascending newcomer in the streaming realm to attract scrutiny, and chaos now reigns in the livestream. Due to reports of cheating, the programmers at Galaxy Game Company swiftly began their investigation. Under the incessant urging of 524, results were soon obtained, leaving those who awaited the forced suspension of Shui's livestream in astonishment. What? No cheating? The first world dungeon allows the inclusion of a mere smoking pipe, for it is simply an ordinary item, albeit transformed into a wondrous artifact by the streamer herself. As for the robots that revolutionized this dungeon world, they were ingeniously crafted by the streamer, utilizing existing elements from that realm, fully adhering to the operational logic of the world, and not imported from reality. In other words, if one were to insist that Shui was cheating, one could only attribute it to fate bestowing her with extraordinary intelligence. At this juncture, 524 also judiciously updated the streamer's information on her live stream profile. Streamer Chui, a scientist whose intellect surpasses the height of supermodels, capable of reading 30,000 words per minute with perfect recall, graduated at the age of 21 from a world-renowned university, holding PhDs in physics, chemistry, mathematics, and biomedical sciences, as well as multiple bachelor's degrees in philosophy and psychology. Currently, for certain reasons, She is participating in a major storyline modification competition for the large-scale holographic role-playing game life Kaleidoscope under Galaxy Game Company, while simultaneously live-streaming on the Xingsan platform. To the one who previously remarked that Chui was too remarkable to be a game streamer and should pursue mecha engineering instead, does your face hurt? My mother asked me why I had to kneel to watch the live stream. Oh my, if this is true. Then the streamer has single-handedly elevated the intelligence and educational standards of the entire streaming industry. A scientist as a gaming streamer? How unconventional. Your journey should be among the stars in the vast ocean. How could you squander your precious time in the realm of live streaming? I am utterly captivated. I must invite my younger brother to witness this esteemed stream, as he will finally comprehend the importance of prioritizing education over gaming. Initially rife with skepticism and scorn towards Chui's alleged cheating, such voices have vanished, replaced by an overwhelming tide of admiration and support for the esteemed figure, accompanied by an explosion of generous gifts and donations. In a twist of fate, 524 found joy amidst this chaos. Meanwhile, Chui remained blissfully unaware and indifferent to the happenings in the streaming room. The experts who had dedicated themselves to assisting Chui over the past fortnight were filled with excitement, their eyes brimming with fervor. During their time together, they had worked tirelessly and gained invaluable insights, yet now their minds buzzed with inspiration, compelling them to continue their labor. Alas, if they persisted at this pace, they risked exhaustion, and thus, they had no choice but to enforce a much-needed respite. Chui was quite pleased with her creation, in her own world. She had once crafted a transformer. However, due to the limitations of technological advancement at the time, coupled with her primary focus on biomedical research, her creation could merely transform in a rudimentary fashion, lacking the fluidity depicted in films. Consequently, her interest waned after a few days, and she gifted it to an investor father, who, delighted by the gesture, subsequently invested $200 million into her research institute. Now, circumstances had changed. The technological development in this world, bolstered by assistance from extraterrestrial technology, was approximately a century ahead of Chui's original world, allowing many of her concepts to come to fruition. It was at this moment that Chui genuinely fell in love with the game. Although Qingyan Middle School was a military academy, it permitted students to bring robotic attendants to school, as its militarized management differed from that of Chui's world. It was not the kind of strict regimen where one must fold bedding into neat squares at dawn. They deemed tasks such as making beds, sweeping, and washing dishes as trivial. The emphasis was on physical and mental fortitude, which they considered paramount for soldiers, thus allowing robotic aids to assist with these mundane chores. Therefore, Chui prepared to bring her transformer to the school reputed to be filled with troubled youths. Yet, before her departure, the discerning Rui Rong invited her to join his company, and thus Chui became a technical partner in Guorong Technology Company. Qingyan Middle School was situated in the outskirts, far from the bustling city center, characterized by its spaciousness and sparse population, with direct transport available. Thus, Yuanrong only escorted Chui to the express train station. I will greet Qingyan on your behalf. Feel free to ask for anything you need, Yuanrong said. There was a flicker of warmth in his calm eyes. Chui perceived him as a workaholic, concealing an abundance of ambition beneath his composed demeanor. He seemed indifferent to the past affairs of Xiaoying. His focus was solely on Chui, a pearl that had unexpectedly emerged from the dust to reveal its brilliance. He sensed that this pearl would lead them to greatness. Understood, Chui replied, as Daba, who had been perched atop the vehicle, descended and followed suit. Inside the station, numerous students from Qingyan High School, adults, soldiers, and robotic caretakers were present. The distinction between new and old students was stark. The latter donned uniforms, while the former sported casual attire. The gazes of the upperclassmen were notably different. Some were perilous yet restrained, exuding a sense of composure, while the newcomers, regardless of gender, displayed an unruly air, as if they were the untouchables of the world, giving the impression of being in a den of ruffians and delinquents. Chui's arrival undoubtedly captivated everyone's attention, primarily due to the striking 3-meter-tall robot following her. Surveying the area, Chui spotted a vacant seat and made her way over to it. Soon, several individuals approached her, quickly encircling her. Hey, where did you buy that robot? Inquired a wealthy-looking boy dressed in designer casual wear with striking silver hair. Chui remained silent. But Daba stepped forward, declaring, "Do not be disrespectful to my master." Impressive, the voice is rather captivating. Excuse me, I have a question. Where did you acquire your robot? It's rather irritating, this incessant hey 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 since the very beginning. and Shui coldly lifted her gaze and cast a glance at him. Commanding, and Debeo, throw him out. Understood, my master, and Debeo promptly responded, deftly grasping the boy's collar with his 5 fingers and lifting him effortlessly before flinging him out of the station. The onlookers were left in astonishment, having witnessed this incident. No one dared to make a move for a while. Eventually, someone mustered the courage to speak again, this time with a touch more politeness. Wow, so cool. Where did you get this robot? And Shui replied, I made it myself. Is that true? That's incredible. How frustrating. If only the school allowed phones. My robotic butler could have been connected to the internet. Otherwise, I could have taken a photo to share. What grade are you in? Suddenly, and Shui became the center of attention at the station, with many unable to resist the urge to approach and sneak a touch of Debeo, who squealed in alarm. Master, someone is touching me. It's that guy with green hair. He has touched me several times. I'm about to lose my paint. This only provoked more curious hands to reach out, for what young person could resist the alluring metallic allure of a transformer? Even Unraveling occasionally struggled to suppress a glimmer of envy in his eyes, let alone others. Even the girls were utterly enamored, even before officially enrolling. And Shui had already gained notoriety among the students of Qingyan Middle School, largely due to the presence of Debeos, who drew numerous admirers around her. When the bus arrived, many rushed to secure seats near her. The double-decker bus provided ample space for Debeos to stand comfortably. Occasionally, Debeos would be playfully disturbed, calling out for its master, which prompted Shui to consider adjusting its temperament. Some remarked on her striking resemblance to the widely criticized Xia Yingying, though they hesitated to confirm this, as Xia Yingying did not seem to possess a similar cool demeanor. Has anyone ever told you that you resemble Xia Yingying? Oh, that would be me. Haha. So you are quite different in private compared to your television persona. Those unfamiliar with Xia Yingying learned of her through the comments of acquaintances. Unless they were fans of Yuan Qingming or Ling Weiqi, they perceived little significance in the matter. After all, wasn't fighting a common occurrence? Did her personality not attract followers? Did she even need to seek approval? If she were willing to create a robot like Debeos for them, they would readily kneel and call her father. In a state of apprehension, Yuan Qingming feared that Shui's transition to Qingyan Middle School might encounter unforeseen complications. She was puzzled as to why Unraveling would suddenly take Shui away and for what purpose, which instilled a sense of unsettling lack of control within her. Rongge, how's Yingying today? Is she feeling better? She inquired with genuine concern. She is fine. I have already sent her to school. So there is no need for you to worry. Yuan Qingming immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You will understand in due time, but I cannot disclose anything now. Unraveling said. Such a miracle, of course, can only be unveiled through a grand global launch event. The fewer people who know about it now, the better. To avoid any accidental leaks that might diminish the surprise and impact. Is that so? Yuan Qingming's tone was filled with disappointment. If it were Yuan Yao, perhaps he would have already shared the news with her. However, Unraveling quickly ended the call, and an icy chill swept over Yuan Qingming's eyes. She simply could not fathom what assistance Xia Yingying could provide to Unraveling. In her previous life, Unraveling had doted on Xia Yingying just as much as Yuan Yao did. Why, in this lifetime, did Unraveling not extend the same affection towards her? Although having Yuan Yao's love was already sufficient. The thought that Unraveling did not cherish her in the same manner as he had in the past made her feel inadequate. As if she had somehow lost to Xia Yingying in some regard, which infuriated her immensely. Was it due to her character? Did Unraveling favor the seemingly innocent and delicate demeanor of Xia Yingying, who resembled a little white rabbit in her previous life? How foolish. Men are such disappointing creatures, preferring those who appear helpless and in need of care over strong, independent women, all while masquerading their preference as protectiveness. But was Xia Yingying truly that kind of person? She is undoubtedly cunning, silently seizing what others cherish and refusing to return it, which is utterly detestable. Ning Ning. It's time to begin, the instructor announced in a gentle tone. All right, I'm coming, Yuan Qingming replied amiably, contemplating bringing some snacks to Unraveling afterward. As for Xia Yingying, she has become inconsequential. That school is a graveyard for all beauties, where any enchanting girl is tormented into ugliness. This is due to Qinli, who resembles a jealous stepmother of Snow White, harboring a narrow-mindedness and intense envy, believing that any woman who possesses even a hint of beauty is vying for her man. In her past life, she was tormented into a mere shadow of herself, and now it is Xia Yingying's turn to experience such torment. and Shui has become the center of attention at Qingyan High School, and within a single evening, her reputation has spread far and wide, with her dormitory teeming with visitors. Did you really create this yourself? How incredible! Could you possibly assist me in transforming my robot as well? Oh, how can I become your friend? What do you desire? Would you like me to take care of that scoundrel for you? Of course, these were the more amiable individuals. However, in this school, there are far more who possess a volatile temperament. Soon, someone rushed over to inform Shui, Ying, Chao Meng and his crew are downstairs, waiting for you. Qinli is down there too. Chao Meng, a senior, is the leader of the boys' division, while Qinli, the leader of the girls' division, has pursued him for quite some time. Together, they dominate the entire Qingyan High School. Chao Meng's father is General Chao Shinkuan. At the tender age of 12, Qinli had already taken a life. She had risen from the junior high division and possessed a fierce demeanor. It was evident they were after your robot. Someone promptly informed Shui. Initially, Shui had no intention of descending. What remarkable figure could compel her to do so? However, upon hearing those words, she immediately rose to her feet. The leader of Qingyan Middle School, was it? Since they had come to her, it saved her the trouble of seeking them out. Shui descended within Debao, and the corridor of the girls' dormitory was teeming with onlookers, all leaning over the railing to gaze down at Shui and the group confronting her below. The moment those individuals spotted Debao, their eyes gleamed with desire. Chao Meng, a physically imposing young man with a buzz cut, had a girl of somewhat questionable repute clinging to his arm. After being impatiently brushed aside, she persistently returned to him, exuding a sense of possessiveness that bordered on pathological, her gaze towards Shui rife with animosity. Qinli thought to herself that this Xie Yingying was indeed a rather attractive individual, which irked her tremendously. She loathed those who outshone her in beauty. She surely intended to vie for Chao Meng's attention, and she must be dealt with, perhaps by marring her beauty. Chao Meng approached, a smug grin plastered across his face, proclaiming, "Your robot is impressive. I'll take it. Given your perceptiveness, I shall ensure your school life is a tad more comfortable." Before Shui could respond, Debao interjected. "I refuse. Associating with you would tarnish my reputation. My master is the noble, graceful, and beautiful Xie Yingying. You, a brute with a simple mind and well-developed limbs, should keep your distance." The resounding voice of Debao reverberated through the air, silencing the crowd to the point where a falling needle could be heard. No one dared to laugh. Fear gripped them as they sensed that Shui was doomed. After all, it was Chao Meng, the son of General Chao, a figure of authority among the three generals. Even the instructors at the academy dared not reprimand Chao Meng too harshly. For Shui's robot to publicly address Chao Meng in such a manner, it was indeed astonishing that Chao Meng did not retaliate against Shui. Chao Meng's expression darkened immediately, his demeanor turning ominous and terrifying. He would not hold a mere machine accountable, for machines are shaped by human design, thus. Debao's words were undoubtedly a reflection of Shui's programming. "If you refuse a toast, you shall face a penalty." With clenched fists, Chao Meng launched a punch at Shui, only to have his fist collide with steel, twisting his face in agony. Yet before he could comprehend the situation, Debao seized his ankle and lifted him effortlessly, swinging him like a rag doll. Debao hurled Chao Meng, sending him crashing into Qinli, and then charged into the throng of followers he had brought, dispatching them one by one. A few stragglers attempted to rush at Shui, but she merely smirked, catching a fist aimed at her face and delivering a sharp kick to the assailant's groin, incapacitating him instantly. With a leap, she executed a side kick in midair, toppling yet another attacker. The onlookers stood frozen in disbelief, witnessing the chaos unfold on the playground. What was happening? On the very first day of the new school term, the notorious bullies of Qingyan Middle School were brought down by a single girl and her robot. No one was left standing. Debao discarded the limp, tattered rag from his hand, approached Shui, and knelt on one knee, extending his hands. Shui stepped onto him, being lifted onto his shoulders. Standing tall upon Debao's shoulders, she faced the wind, a radiant smile gradually emerging on her beautiful face, exuding a boldness that bordered on the wicked. All onlookers gazed at her, unable to suppress their breath, and then heard her declare, "From this moment forth, Qingyan High School is my domain. Those who dare to challenge, come forth." On the very first day of school, Shui detonated a metaphorical bomb at Qingyan High School as a relentless stream of challengers surged towards her, only to be swiftly defeated, the new generation pushing against the old, the former perishing upon the shore. Within just a few days, the tides of challengers had nearly receded. and Shui had firmly established her dominance over Qingyan High School. Naturally, the events unfolding at Qingyan High School reached the higher echelons. And it was not only the students who coveted Shui's robotic companion. However, due to Yuan Rong's prior report, no one dared to intervene. Standing behind Yuan Rong was the government, with persistent rumors suggesting that the in-country, which backed the global machinery company, was secretly researching warfare robots. This fact had created considerable agitation within the ranks, especially since in-country had tightly grasped the core technology of these robots, leaving others in pursuit. Now, with the emergence of Shui, they were both astonished and elated. After watching footage of her and the robot wreaking havoc in the school, their delight was immeasurable. Upon learning that Shui was now restless and eager to dismantle anything in sight, they promptly established a dedicated experimental factory for her within the school, providing her with an array of items she required. Whatever she desired was readily supplied, and even that which she did not want was offered. Unperturbed by the prospect of her squandering resources, their only concern was her engagement in diverse pursuits. Meanwhile, the political adversaries of General Yuan discussed amongst themselves. They claimed to be friends with Colonel Xie, yet he seemed indifferent to the well-being of this man's daughter. His 2 biological sons and another adopted daughter had been nurtured into exemplary individuals, but Xie Yingying was overlooked. I even suspect that he harbors a grudge against Colonel Xie. Is it not true? A brilliant talent, wasted for so many years. She was destined to contribute to the scientific community, akin to her mother. Yet she veered off into the entertainment industry, a veritable squandering of potential. What contributions might such a prodigy have made to our nation and the world had she been nurtured systematically from an early age? Years of her life were squandered. Fortunately, gold will always shine, and indeed, it has begun to do so. These murmurs reached General Yuan's ears, causing his face to flush with shame, leaving him at a loss for words. Until now, he had believed he treated Xie Yingying as he would his own daughter, striving to provide her with the utmost care. However, the brilliance she radiated and the surrounding discourse felt like a series of stinging slaps across his face. When she first arrived at their home, he was indeed filled with affection, eager to care for and protect her in place of his old friend. However, on the very night of Xie Yingying's arrival, Yuan Qingning tearfully sought him in Wei Rou in the dead of night, questioning whether they had abandoned her. This revelation made them acutely aware of their inadvertent favoritism towards Xie Yingying, which had caused Yuan Qingning to feel unsettled. They undertook a profound self-examination regarding their responsibilities as parents, and, from that moment on, he and his wife endeavored to treat both daughters equally, with particular consideration for Yuan Qingning's feelings. He had always believed that they were maintaining a fair balance between the two. Yet the current situation felt like a stinging slap to his face, serving as undeniable evidence of their failure to fulfill their obligations towards Xie Yingying. Reflecting on his earlier remarks to Shui only deepened his regret. How could he have claimed that her father would understand him? What audacity possessed him to utter such words? If his old friend were to see him from beyond, he would likely wish to strike him down. In the bustling world of the entertainment industry, Yuan Qingning, preoccupied with her ascent to stardom, remained blissfully unaware of these matters. Though she had ventured out occasionally, bringing him snacks and fruits, rumors had begun to circulate. The public remained oblivious to the fact that Yuan Qingning was the adopted daughter of General Yuan. However, due to the formidable reputation of Guorong technology, they refrained from naming her directly, instead suggesting that Yuan Qingning was possibly involved with a senior executive at Guorong Technology. Yuan Qingning found this quite amusing, her cheeks flushed with shyness, and her eyes sparkled. Rongge, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. It's all right. After all, there are so many high-ranking officials, who can tell whom we are speaking of? Yuan Rong replied, casting a glance at her. You have been frequenting my vicinity lately. Have you quarreled with Yuan Yao? Yuan Rong inquired, aware that she was generally closer to Yuan Yao. Not at all. Is that so? Although they attended a closed military academy, given their family's power and status, it was merely a matter of words to find someone there. She had often visited Yuan Yao before. Why was she saying this now? Yuan Rong's eyes always appeared serene, yet there was a tranquil sharpness to them. As if he could perceive certain matters and individuals inadvertently, yet chose to remain silent, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Under his gaze, Yuan Qingning felt a tinge of anxiety. It is not too late to mend the fold. After all, there is the National Youth Heroic Sports Conference this year, right? Yaoge needs to train, and I do not wish to disturb him or waste his time. The National Youth Heroic Sports Conference, officially known as the National Youth Hero Sports Meeting, is a biennial event for military academy students. showcasing the vigor of the successors through various competitions and demonstrating their intellect through war exercises. Due to the looming threat of extraterrestrial invaders, humanity on Earth has seemingly plummeted from the apex of the biological chain, leaving individuals engulfed in uncertainty regarding the future. An array of apocalyptic-themed cinematic works has emerged, brimming with concerns for the fate of our planet. Consequently, nations across the globe have placed immense value on their military personnel dedicated to safeguarding their homeland, as evidenced by the increasing establishment of military academies. The brilliance of the youth embodies the most reassuring presence, regardless of the prevailing despair. The flourishing of exceptional young individuals invariably instills a sense of hope, for a nation's strength is reflected in its youth. Thus, to maintain societal stability and progress, the All England Association was established. This year marks its 13th iteration. Yuan Rong nodded, seemingly accepting this rationale. Yuan Qingning, reluctantly rising, declared, "I shall take my leave now. Ronggu, do remember to indulge in some snacks and share your thoughts with me. It is perhaps a facet of human nature that the more elusive something is, the more one desires it." Yuan Qingning felt that Yuan Yao was already within her grasp and was quite pleased with his appearance and physique. Yet, reflecting on the previous life where Yuan Rong had shown affection for Xia Yingying, treating her with kindness, but in this lifetime did not reciprocate her feelings, she felt a sense of discontent. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that she would eventually win his heart. What Xia Yingying could obtain, so too could she. With this thought in mind, upon entering the car, Yuan Qingning instructed the driver, "Let us make a trip to Qingyan Middle School." In her previous life at Qingyan Middle School, she endured immense suffering, and now she could not help but yearn to return in the dazzling guise of a radiant star. Perhaps, she mused, many of those who once tormented her might now be transformed into her ardent admirers, clamoring for her autograph. The mere thought brought her a sense of exhilaration. Yet, above all, she was curious to witness the current plight of Xia Yingying. However, her aspirations were thwarted by the presence of the robot accompanying in Shui, as Qingyan Middle School was under a strict lockdown. No one could enter or exit, safeguarding against any potential leaks of confidential information. Consequently, Yuan Qingning had to return home disappointed, yet she consoled herself, believing that even without entering, she could vividly imagine the disheveled state of Xia Yingying. In Yuan Qingning's mind, the once tormented Shui was now dismantling the refrigerator in their classroom, flanked by a few lackeys who were dutifully handing her tools. In the hallway, many students gathered, and a particularly large boy, unable to squeeze through the door, squatted outside the classroom, looking rather pitiful, akin to a large dog relegated outside by its owner, peering longingly through the window. "Stop touching me. I'll report you for sexual harassment." The boy argued with the girls who persistently invaded his personal space, though there were boys eager to join in. The girls' section was exclusively female, rendering them unable to reach him. "What is wrong with a little touch? Don't be so stingy. Ingjia hasn't said we can't," they retorted. "Exactly. Do you have a little brother? Where is he?" they teased. Unashamedly, I demand my beautiful and noble master. Ha. I shall mercilessly toy with this transformer until its paint peels away." At this moment, outside the teaching building, a long ladder was propped up, and a brawny youth climbed it with an imposing demeanor. "Meng, give it your all. Take that woman down." His companions shouted in encouragement from below. He swiftly ascended to the 4th floor. "Chao Meng." In the classroom, a girl gasped, her eyes widening in shock at the sudden appearance of the boy outside the window. Instantly, the entire class turned to look, alarmed. Chao Meng stood on the windowsill, one hand pressed against the frame, gazing at Shui with a malicious grin. "Ha. Xia Yingying, your robot cannot enter the classroom now. Let us see how you will manage. Today, we will settle both old and new scores." Shui regarded the muscular figure before her gaze shifting to the refrigerator door in her hand. With a swift motion, she hurled it at Chao Meng. He raised a foot, stomping down heavily, sneering, "This time, without your robot, let us see how you assert your dominance." "Oh, is that so?" Shui replied with a faint smile. Chao Meng looked down and, to his astonishment, discovered that his ankle was ensnared by a ring-like object. In that fleeting moment, Shui abruptly lifted the refrigerator door, and Chao Meng, losing his balance, stumbled backward, only to find nothing beneath him, plummeting downwards. The girls, witnessing this scene, screamed in horror. This was the 4th floor. What if he were to fall to his demise? In an instant, Chao Meng believed he was destined to break his neck and meet his demise. However, just before hitting the ground, the ankle restraint suddenly tightened, propelling him upward, leaving him suspended between the 1st and 2nd floors. It was then he realized that the iron ring was connected to a long rope. The female students of the girls' department rushed over to witness this spectacle, while the boys below stared at their leader in sheer astonishment. The notorious bully of Qingyan High School, the son of General Chao, who had reigned unchallenged for years and was recently humiliated by a robot, now found himself dangling in midair. The object of ridicule by all the girls and his subordinates, akin to a public execution. Chao Ming's complexion shifted dramatically, first turning red, then resembling that of a liver, and finally becoming an ashen blue. He bellowed at the girls, "Get lost, or you shall see my wrath." He then shouted at his subordinates below, "Why aren't you coming to get me down?" Just then, a bucket of cold water cascaded down from above, drenching him and transforming him into a soggy mess. Laughter erupted from those who struggled to contain themselves. "Xia Yingying," Chao Ming exclaimed in exasperation, and Shui leaned against the windowsill, resting her chin on her hand. Throwing the water bucket to a nearby lackey, her face alight with delight. A deep-seated enmity had formed between Chao Ming and Shui, leading to daily confrontations. Yet, Shui consistently defied expectations, demonstrating to everyone that a sharp intellect far surpassed the strength of brawn. In a mere span of a few days, Chao Ming endured a series of public humiliations, being suspended upside down from the girls' teaching building, then from the girls' dormitory, followed by being stripped and hung from the girls' teaching building, and finally, being dangled from the flagpole. His dignity lay in tatters, his face devoid of any semblance of respect. His subordinates, unable to suppress their trepidation, urged him, "Boss, perhaps we should just let it go." "How could I possibly let it go?" Chao Ming seethed, his visage contorted with rage, his teeth clenched. "Just wait. Tomorrow's practical assessment will ensure she pays for this." "But, boss, Xia Yingying is in her second year. She isn't in the same grade as us. It seems impossible." "Impossible? Just watch," Chao Ming exhaled sharply. Typically, the boys and girls divisions attended classes separately, yet occasionally, they shared courses, such as the practical assessments that necessitated a demonstration of their martial prowess, held once a month. At Qingyan High School, students arose at 5:30 for morning exercises, attended classes until 10 in the evening, and lights out in the dormitories was at 10:30, with no internet access and no means to contact the outside world. Aside from the obligatory curriculum, they also engaged in rigorous physical training, rendering their experience exceedingly arduous. The student body at Qingyan High School was relatively small, with fewer than 500 in total between the boys and girls divisions, as such a demanding institution often deterred parents from enrolling their children, especially with the presence of numerous juvenile delinquents. Today, the sun shone brilliantly, and the sky bore a blue hue that uplifted the spirit. The male and female students of the high school gathered on the playground, forming a circle according to the customary practice, with layers of students seated on the ground. The instructor, clad in camouflage attire, explained the rules before proceeding to call out names. Upon hearing their names, the students would step into the center of the circle to spar, with the instructor awarding scores. However, this time, an unexpected twist occurred, as students from all grades were mixed together, meaning that seniors could find themselves paired with juniors. This arrangement was ostensibly made to allow the upperclassmen to teach the underclassmen, or for the juniors to demonstrate to their seniors the notion that the newer generation pushes the older generation forward. Upon noticing the sinister grin on Chao Ming's face across from her, Shui immediately realized that he was the mastermind behind this. The instructor, unable to suppress his amusement, reminded Chao Ming, "Don't forget, keep it within limits. You mustn't go too far. Xia Yingying's hands and intellect are invaluable assets to our nation." I know. Chao Ming replied dismissively. He wasn't a fool. He simply wished to showcase his strength to this cunning individual, to make her understand that without her tricks and gimmicks, she would never have triumphed over him. Chao Ming cracked his knuckles, eagerly awaiting the instructor to call out his and Shui's names. "Xia Yingying, Qinli." The female instructor, Zhou Yu, announced. Shui turned her gaze towards Qinli, who rose from the crowd. As she passed Zhou Yu, the instructor patted her shoulder, her eyes gleaming with encouragement. Qinli smiled gratefully at her before turning to Shui, her gaze laced with provocation and malice. "Go for it, Yingjie. Be careful." Though, Qinli came up from the junior high, and her punches and kicks are formidable. Originally, Qinli held the esteemed position of leader in the girls' division, and few dared to provoke her. However, with the arrival of Shui, whose prowess and the charm of Bao captivated many, Qinli found herself momentarily forgotten. At this juncture, Qinli rose to her feet, radiating a malevolent aura that sent chills down the spines of those present. It was evident she was a formidable adversary. Shui approached Qinli, who possessed striking beauty. Yet, her venomous gaze rendered her akin to a vividly colored, yet poisonous serpent. Gazing upon Shui's visage, she remarked, "Your face is indeed beautiful, but alas, it is not graced upon my own." No sooner had she uttered these words than she lunged at Shui. Even before the instructor had blown the whistle, Shui had anticipated that such a person might not adhere to the conventional protocol of waiting for the whistle to sound. Thus she was prepared. Consequently, Qin Li's attempt to ambush was thwarted, and the two instantly engaged in a fierce contest. At the tender age of 12, Qin Li had committed the grave act of murdering her stepmother, an incident that had garnered significant attention at the time. Initially, the public assumed that the stepmother had subjected her to abuse, compelling the daughter to resort to such drastic measures. However, investigations revealed that the stepmother had treated Qin Li with kindness, never denying her any comforts. The motive behind the murder stemmed from Qin Li's belief that her stepmother, upon bearing her own child, would treat her unfavorably, akin to other stepmothers. Due to legal statutes, a perpetrator at the age of 12 is exempt from criminal liability. Thus, she was merely sent to Qingyan Middle School to continue her education, undergoing a process of refinement and rehabilitation. Her academic performance was rather unimpressive. Yet her martial prowess was undeniably remarkable. Onlookers could sense the fierce energy emanating from her fists, as if each punch possessed the strength to shatter a table. Shui, too, felt the formidable force behind her strikes. As a right hook came hurtling toward her, she furrowed her brow and instinctively turned her head to evade the blow. However, a sudden sharp pain pierced her cheek, and as she instinctively recoiled, she found blood upon her fingers. Before anyone could react, Qin Li lunged at her again, and soon, another crimson mark appeared on Shui's face. It was perplexing. She had successfully avoided the punch, and their skin had never made contact. How could she be injured? Then, the realization dawned upon Shui. That despicable woman had concealed a needle within the crevices of her fingers. The needle had subtly emerged as she aimed her fist at Shui's face, inflicting a cut upon her skin. Such a person deserved to serve in the military, where, in times of calamity, she would merely push her comrades forward as human shields. Shui found herself filled with disdain for such individuals. Her gaze darkened. She feigned a move, tricking Qin Li into revealing the concealed needle once more. As it lunged at her, Shui swiftly crouched and maneuvered to Qin Li's side, raising her arm and bending it inward. With a firm grip, she thrust Qin Li's own fist back towards her face, following it up with a powerful kick to her knee pit, sending her crashing to the ground. The sequence was executed with exquisite fluidity and lightning speed. Within the span of a mere second, Qin Li collapsed, shrieking in pain. In this fierce contest, both parties exhibited remarkable speed, leaving many bewildered as to why blood suddenly flowed from Shui's face. At that moment, Qin Li raised her voice, prompting the instructors to realize something was amiss. They hurried forward, while the surrounding students exchanged glances and murmured in confusion. Qin Li quickly summoned someone from the infirmary. The male instructor commanded the students, "How dare you stoop so low?" The female instructor, Zhou Yu, directed her furious gaze at Shui. This was all due to the fact that Qin Li had inadvertently struck herself, resulting in a disastrous outcome. A needle had pierced her eye. Initially, it was merely the tip of the needle, but when Shui delivered a swift kick, she fell to the ground, causing the needle to plunge entirely into her eyeball. Frowning, Shui retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe the blood from her face. Calmly, she remarked, "Instructor Zhou, do not presume that being the daughter of Colonel Zhou grants you the privilege to speak falsehoods with impunity. A mere Colonel Zhou, even without my adoptive father's intervention, I could easily handle myself." She continued, "It would be effortless to uncover who brought the needle. At this moment, I suspect you are complicit with her. Do you truly believe I would let you off the hook?" Shui's tone was nonchalant, her gaze dripping with disdain and arrogance, which caused Zhou Yu's heart to sink and her anger to dissipate. It would indeed be simple to ascertain the source of the needle, and Shui's injury served as one of the pieces of evidence. With a grim expression, Zhou Yu explained, "I had no knowledge that she would resort to such actions, but I believe it was unintentional." The audience, who had been reveling in the joy brought by the exuberant Xiao Ming, suddenly erupted with discontent. "What the hell? There's actually a saintly person. Ah-ho, I can't stand seeing such individuals. Shui, hurry up and deal with her. It's utterly disgusting." Although it was just a brief comment, I am now so repulsed that I can hardly eat. Every time I encounter such a living saint, I feel an overwhelming urge to crush them. What the hell? Jiff. Shui's lips curled into a cold smirk as she dismissed the irrelevant chatter, turning to exit. On her way out, she encountered Xiao Ming, to whom she coldly remarked, Not bad. Is this what you wanted me to see? Clearly, when it comes to treachery, you all excel. Xiao Ming was instantly incensed. What did you say? I am not in league with her. Ignoring her, and Shui approached the vehicle that had just arrived from the infirmary. Brazenly ordered the driver out and drove off, leaving the medical personnel to carry the grievously ailing Qin Li on foot towards the infirmary. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming chased after in Shui's car, yelling, Hey, stop. Explain yourself. Who are you calling treacherous? I have nothing to do with Qin Li. Do you hear me? Stop. The incident soon reached higher authorities. Someone shook their head. I remember Colonel Zhou's daughter quite well. How could she be so misguided in this matter? Why is she defending that Qin Li? Indeed, the individual known as Qin Li has shown little improvement over the years, resembling a latent societal offender. Could it be attributed to the second wife of Colonel Zhou? Perhaps they share a mutual understanding of their plight? Colonel Zhou fervently defends his daughter. What relevance does it hold for her? If one were to identify her sole flaw, it would be her excessive kindness. Her desire to grant Qin Li a chance, little did she anticipate such an outcome. Initially, this could be deemed a minor oversight, especially considering her connection to the colonel. At worst, it would result in a simple written reflection, with no severe repercussions. The former general had been patiently awaiting a call from Shui, hoping she would seek his support to ease the tension between them and facilitate a form of restitution. However, to his astonishment, Shui never reached out. She refrained from reporting to anyone, and after that day, she ceased her studies and abandoned her factory responsibilities, neglecting the machines, and instead indulged in leisure activities with her classmates. Within a few days, the higher-ups grew increasingly anxious. Did Zhou Yu not realize that she was becoming both an eyesore and a burden? They needed to remove her from Qingyan immediately. In comparison to her casual tinkering with robotic innovations, Colonel Zhou's daughter was insignificant. After all, having just extricated herself from the entertainment industry. What if she chose to pursue songwriting and singing again? Who could bear the loss? The intellect of scientists is invaluable. Their existence often shapes the future of humanity, and their worth cannot be quantified by mere monetary measures. Thus, Zhou Yu was transferred from Qingyan High School. Qin Li lost one of her eyes and, having lost her support, found herself at odds with Xiao Ming. Consequently, her days at Qingyan Middle School became increasingly arduous. Her sycophants scattered like frightened quails, fearing that they might be the next to suffer misfortune. At this juncture, no one in the female division dared to speak against Shui. Thus, when she announced that Qingyan Middle School would participate in the All-English Conference and that she would select individuals for training, despite the collective sentiment deeming Shui's proposition as fanciful, absurd, and utterly ludicrous, those called upon stepped forward obediently, suppressing their discontent. Sistering. Our school is merely setting itself up for humiliation by competing, someone quietly remarked, raising a hand. Why? Another responded, our institution is rather unique. It claims to be a military school yet lacks the professionalism of one. It presents itself as an ordinary school but is not genuinely so. In essence, it serves as a reform institution for troubled youths, and in comparison to authentic military academies, it faces considerable disdain. As she spoke, her demeanor appeared nonchalant. Yet a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in her eyes, mirroring the discontent of others. The distinctive nature of Qingyan Middle School left each student grappling with their own shadows, as rebellious youths sent here often bore the emotional scars of feeling forsaken by their parents. The All-English Games have captivated the attention of the entire nation, having surpassed the Olympics to become the most followed sporting event across various countries. From the grand opening ceremony to the closing festivities, numerous television and online channels are dedicated to live broadcasts. While every military academy is eligible to participate, only the most distinguished and courageous cadets dare to step forward. If military academies are categorized by size, faculty strength, and resources, Qingyan Academy would be deemed the least prestigious. The cadets from Qingyan Academy, who genuinely wish to compete, fear that their participation might subject them to the disdainful gazes of their more accomplished peers. What is there to fear? Shui cast a glance at them and declared, as long as I am here, we shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. Your only task is to stand tall, lift your feet, and stride forward, proclaiming to the world that we have arrived. How delightfully cringeworthy, someone remarked, feeling embarrassed to the point of curling their toes in shame. While this declaration may appear somewhat juvenile to adults, for adolescents who are just entering that phase of youthful exuberance, it resonates with an empowering intensity, flooding their minds with passion. However, reality quickly sets in, cooling their fervor with its stark and unyielding truth. Even the instructors and teachers, upon hearing that Shui intends to enroll in the All-English Games, could not conceal their incredulity, wearing expressions of disbelief and confusion. Yet, Chui was not seeking their approval. She was merely announcing her intentions. What does she truly intend to achieve? Shouldn't she remain in the laboratory, tinkering with robots instead of participating in the all-English games? Surely, she wouldn't sulk if faced with ridicule at the event. Throwing a tantrum serves no purpose. Entering the all-English competition is no trivial matter. Those bold enough to step into the limelight are invariably among the elite. Speaking of which, Xie Yingying's elder brother, Yuan Yao, the son of a former general, is a student at the Jinshi Military Academy and will also participate in the all-English competition. Perhaps his presence will prove beneficial. Regardless of others' opinions, Chui is resolutely determined to take part in the all-English competition. No one anticipated that when Chui spoke of marching forward with her chest held high, she meant it quite literally. She ceased attending classes in the girls' division and summoned her peers to the playground to commence training. From the 3 grades of high school girls, she meticulously selected 60 individuals based on height, arranging them into 3 rows of 20. With tears in their eyes, they had no choice but to continue their training. The instructors were perplexed by Chui's actions, increasingly convinced that she was merely playing around. If she was serious about participating in the all-English competition, she should be focusing on physical training and requesting shooting course arrangements, engaging in rigorous drills, rather than practicing marching under the glaring sun. Upon hearing that Chui was preparing to lead a group into the all-English competition, Chao Ming immediately gathered a group to mock her. Upon witnessing the girls' training, they erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Are we mistaken? Is this a line of elementary school students crossing the street? They guffawed. Chui, observing the 3 rows, felt the numbers were insufficient to create an imposing presence. Hearing their raucous laughter, she slowly shifted her gaze towards the group of tall, vigorous boys from the boys' division. The jovial youths, in their merriment, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Heroic Descendants, Part 8. Chui, hey, Chao Ming. Chao Ming's demeanor instantly shifted to one of vigilance. What is it? Follow me, Chui replied, turning on her heel. Squatting nearby, Bayal immediately scampered after her. If you ask me to follow, I shall comply. Otherwise, it would be quite humiliating for me. Chao Ming shouted at Chui's retreating figure. However, upon seeing her unwavering stride, he cursed under his breath and pursued her. Chui led him to her exclusive workshop. Chao Ming inquired, what is this about? I am preparing to participate in the National Youth Conference, and you shall join me. What? You intend to drag me into your madness? Do I appear to be a fool? Chui, indeed, you do. Chao Ming exclaimed, what the? Enough with the trivialities. You are a child of the Chao family, initially enrolled in a prestigious military academy. Yet, due to a mere altercation, you were relegated to this prison-like institution. The reasons are unnecessary to elaborate. I only ask you this. Are you truly content to remain under the heel of your arrogant brother? Are you willing to endure your father's disdain indefinitely? You are already in your senior year. Next year you will graduate. Do you wish to enter the military as a nameless recruit, serving at the bottom for 3 years, only to re-enter society and start anew? This matter is not a secret. General Chao has 2 sons. He often speaks of his eldest son, boasting of him in the presence of others. Yet he rarely mentions his younger son. Both children are his flesh and blood, but his favoritism towards the elder is widely acknowledged. The reason for General Chao's preference for his eldest son is not without merit. Known for his fiery temperament and fierce competitiveness, he holds both himself and his subordinates to exceedingly high standards. His eldest son, endowed with exceptional intelligence and capability, stands out among his peers. With such a remarkable elder sibling, General Chao's expectations for Chao Ming are significantly elevated. Throughout his upbringing, Chao Ming has been subjected to constant comparisons with his brother. And any slight misstep on his part invites harsh criticism and meticulous scrutiny from his father. Chao Ming's expression has grown cold. Do you truly believe that your words could compel me to join you in humiliation? Do you genuinely think that you would be bested by the students of other military academies? Our institution lacks vital courses such as shooting, military strategy, and practical exercises, which are staples of formal military academies, military universities, and military hospitals. You believe that endless running, squats, and horse stances constitute a military education? And to participate in the all-English meeting? I ask you, what do you have to compete with them? With a stern face, Chao Ming questioned. Convinced that Chui must be delusional to think he could attend the all-English meeting without bringing shame upon himself in front of the nation. Indeed, Qingyan High School pales in comparison to genuine military academies. It is undoubtedly an arduous task to expect the students of Qingyan to contend with the cadets of established institutions. However, One of the most fascinating aspects of the All-English Conference is the opportunity it provides to showcase the exceptional and reliable qualities of the youth, as well as the diverse development of military academies. The weaponry and equipment utilized by the participating students are developed by their own military science institution. So what? Our school does not possess such military capabilities. Suddenly, Chao Ming had an epiphany, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Shui. Shui regarded him with a peculiar smile and proposed, "Imagine if, at the All-English Conference, each of us operated a mech akin to the Indaba. Wouldn't that be an extraordinary spectacle?" Chao Ming was unfamiliar with the concept of mechs, but he was well aware of the Indaba. He had long coveted it, dreaming of how to seize it from Shui. Upon hearing her suggestion, he envisioned the scene, his facial muscles twitching in a mix of excitement and bewilderment, ultimately expressing his exhilaration with a resounding, "Let's do it." The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, their comments echoing with enthusiasm. "Oh my gosh. Are we really going to have mechs? I can hardly contain myself. I'm kneeling until my knees give out, just for you, Shui." Watching the experts dominate the competition is exhilarating. It gives me chills. I can't wait to see that scene. I'm so excited. My dear Tsue's live stream always brings an overwhelming sense of comfort, a true delight. No one knows the specifics of what Shui discussed with Chao Ming. But after their conversation, 60 students from the male department, much like their female counterparts, found themselves ensnared in a whirlwind of fervor. A total of 120 students, plus Chao Ming himself, totaling 121, faced daily training under Chao Ming's watchful eye, from dawn till dusk. They honed their skills in marching with precision and grandeur. Shui even designed 2 sets of military uniforms and shoes for both genders. She called Yuan Rong, requesting him to source a factory for production, and asked him to send over the previous experts to assist her, along with a plethora of materials. When Yuan Rong inquired about her intentions, Shui candidly revealed her ambition to form a mech squad to participate in the All-English Conference. Although unsure of what mechs entailed, Yuan Rong instinctively sensed their formidable nature. After some contemplation, he decided that since the All-English Conference would be broadcast nationwide, and that other countries would be aware of the circumstances here, it would be prudent to treat the conference as a grand global unveiling, undoubtedly capturing the attention of many. Meanwhile, as Shui busied herself with fervent preparations, Yuan Qingning was equally occupied, embarking on her debut film. To her astonishment, she had been cast as the lead, under the guidance of a master director, igniting excitement even before filming commenced. "What? The opening ceremony of the All-English Conference," suddenly whispered into Yuan Qingning's ear. "I informed the director of the opening ceremony that you are General Yuan's daughter, and he has agreed to let you join the singing group. Although the All-England Championships do not constitute an international event, the current global circumstances have instilled in the populace an urgent need to feel the sense of security that comes from national strength. Thus, each iteration of the All-England Championships garners immense attention, not only from the citizens of the participating nations but also from the world at large. The opening ceremony, naturally, is a grand affair, and those fortunate enough to grace the occasion must be of considerable stature. For instance, despite being a rising star, Yuan Qingning, a newcomer, would typically lack the qualification to attend. However, being the adopted daughter of General Yuan affords her certain privileges. Since her rebirth, her existence has been remarkably smooth and gratifying. The only lingering dissatisfaction stems from her persistent efforts to win over Yuan Rong, which have yet to yield any signs of affection. Additionally, she harbors a strong desire to witness the unfortunate state of Shui at Qingyan Middle School, yet entry has eluded her. Nonetheless, she finds herself too preoccupied to concern herself with such matters. After all, why would the clouds in the sky bother with the mud below? It is pertinent to note that not all 121 individuals are required to participate in the competition, as the number is excessive and the time insufficient to prepare such a multitude of equipment. Consequently, Shui has selected 20 of the most physically capable students, possessing the finest reflexes and the greatest capacity for learning, both male and female. Each day, these 20, along with Chao Ming, are taken by Shui to the mountainside for undisclosed training activities. While the others remain oblivious to the specifics, they quietly express gratitude. For the rigorous drills are nearly exhausting, compounded by additional strenuous activities, rendering their experience akin to a living hell. In summary, after witnessing the impressive equipment, the previously hesitant male and female students, who had been anxious about participating in the All-England Championships, have not only regained their confidence but have also begun to anticipate the event with enthusiasm. The application for participation from Qingyan High School has been approved. and all competing schools have received a list of participants. Generally, the National English Competition permits all military academies across the nation to participate, provided they register. However, typically, military academies lacking strength will refrain from entering, as a significant defeat would bring shame to both the institution and its students. Thus, those bold enough to register are invariably the more formidable ones, such as Zhengshi Military Academy and Huangshi Military Academy. Consequently, the list of competitors remains relatively unchanged each year, making the presence of Qingyan High School particularly conspicuous. Qingyan High School? Which one is that? ISNT at the prison school? This cannot be serious, can it? Is there a mistake from the committee? Qingyan High School participating in the National English Competition? What is the intention behind risking public humiliation? Can one report this absurdity? Yuan Yao, I believe you have a sister studying at Qingyan High School, correct? Yuan Yao, with his feet propped up on the desk, one hand supporting his head while the other perused the list, responded nonchalantly. She cannot possibly be one of the students participating in the National English Competition, can she? What a ridiculous notion, Yuan Yao remarked. Xie Yingying entering the National English Competition? It is utterly absurd. In his recollection, Xie Yingying had always been a timid and unremarkable girl, seemingly eager to integrate into their family yet hesitant to take the initiative. Each time they extended a hand, she would take a step forward only to retreat another half step, and as this pattern persisted, his patience waned. Ultimately, he chose to disregard her. This sister was as good as non-existent. Who truly cared? Such a person, participating in the British Championship? How absurd. The second-generation heroes, the elite cadets, chattered and laughed for a while before dismissing the notion of Qingyan Middle School's participation from their minds. As they busied themselves, time slipped away, and the British Championship loomed closer. Among the 122 students from Qingyan Middle School, all but Shui were filled with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Like their counterparts from other military academies, they boarded their respective buses en route to the venue, the Lakeside Sports Arena. The Lakeside Sports Arena, the largest of its kind, is situated on the outer edge of the most expansive island in the lake, which serves as the host for this year's competition. The island features a diverse landscape of tall and short hills, accompanied by dense forests, making it an ideal setting for military cadets assessments. During the British Championship, all participating students would reside at the nearby Kuniying Hotel. While there were no specific regulations regarding the number of students each school could send, the military academy's competitors were limited to a maximum of 30, including substitutes. The students from the Military Science Institute responsible for providing weaponry and those from the military hospital tasked with logistics are not bound by strict regulations regarding their numbers, as each institution's circumstances differ. Generally, however, it suffices for each academy to send forth 10 students, resulting in a total participation cap of 60 students per school at the National Assembly. It is noteworthy that Qingyan Middle School, despite having the smallest student body in campus, and lacking any divisions within the school, managed to dispatch the largest contingent. As 2 buses came to a halt, the students from other military academies witnessed a substantial influx of Qingyan Middle School students disembarking, prompting involuntary smirks among them. Was this an instance of insufficient prowess compensated by sheer numbers? Mediocrity begets mediocrity. A congregation of the inept serves no purpose, remarked a particularly arrogant military cadet. Hey, you're from the university division, right? Perhaps you should refrain from belittling your juniors, interjected another. I'm from Huangshi Military Academy, and those inept individuals are certainly not my juniors. The students from 6 military academies either regarded the Qingyan contingent with scorn or chose to ignore them entirely, with some openly deriding them as previously mentioned. The students of Qingyan felt their faces flush with indignation, yet under the leadership of Shui and Chao Meng, they ultimately remained silent, shouldering their belongings as they ascended to their respective dormitories. I can hardly contain my eagerness to confront these arrogant buffoons. Chao Meng gritted his teeth and declared, just wait until the day after tomorrow. If you don't crush them, I shall crush you. And Shui, maintaining a calm demeanor, since to gaze upon her and turned to find Yuan Yao clad in the pristine white uniform of the Zhengshi Military Academy. The academy, a prestigious institution, endowed its attire with an air of nobility, and Yuan Yao undoubtedly stood as one of its central figures, surrounded by a throng of admirers. He furrowed his brow, gazing at her in astonishment, as if her presence were utterly inconceivable. The opening ceremony was scheduled for the following evening, with competitions commencing the subsequent morning. Throughout that night and into the following afternoon, cadets from various provinces would gradually arrive. During dinner in the cafeteria, the students of Qingyan simmered with indignation. collectively holding their breath in anticipation of the competitions, eager to unleash their frustrations upon their rivals. A knock resonated at Shui's dormitory door, and upon opening it, she was unsurprised to find Yuan Yao standing there. "Have you informed your father about your participation in the All-English conference?" he inquired, his voice direct. And Shui replied, "My participation in the All-English conference is my own affair. Why should I discuss it with General Yuan?" "General Yuan?" she scoffed. "I must say, since you have been adopted by the Yuan family, a modicum of gratitude would not go amiss. I do not expect grand gestures of repayment, but at least refrain from bringing shame upon the Yuan name in public." "Ah, so you no longer even refer to him as father. It seems there is resentment lurking within you. Truly, an ungrateful girl, it is evident that you have erred. Yet you still lay blame upon others for your punishment. How unreasonable." In response to Yuan Yao's remarks, and Shui slammed the door, unwilling to engage further in conversation. Yao's prominent nose was nearly struck, causing his expression to shift dramatically before he ultimately forced a wry smile, nodding in acquiescence, and turned away with a pallid complexion. As he traversed the path, he encountered Chao Jiao, whose demeanor mirrored his own discontent. The two scions of equally distinguished families exchanged glances, instantly understanding the source of their mutual vexation. Their ineffectual siblings had suddenly lost their senses, threatening to bring disgrace upon their families in front of both the nation and the world, all while refusing to heed counsel. By the following afternoon at 3 o'clock, military academies from across the nation had arrived for the competition. Given the diverse structures of these institutions, it was aptly said that heroes are agnostic to age. Thus, the event was organized not by high school or university affiliations, but by individual schools. In total, 41 military academies were set to participate. As nightfall approached, spectators began to fill the venue for the opening ceremony, with the auditorium brimming to capacity. Major media outlets were poised, readying their equipment, while various online platforms and television channels prepared for live broadcasts, as households settled in front of their screens, eager to witness this biennial spectacle. Ah, how exhilarating! Soon, I shall behold my esteemed comrades from the Zhengshi Military Academy, anticipating my goddess, eagerly awaiting my tall, handsome brothers from Huangshi Military Academy. Am I the only one curious about the peculiar contraptions this year's cadets will unveil? The previous cohort's inventions nearly had me in stitches. Haha. Why bring that up? I'm going to laugh myself to death. Every edition showcases some hilariously absurd inventions by military cadets. At 7:30 in the evening, the opening ceremony commenced punctually, culminating at 10 o'clock with a performance by the esteemed artist Yuan Qingning and several prominent figures from the music industry. Following this, students from various military academies entered the venue. As the host announced the names and introductions of the military schools, waves of spirited young individuals strode into the arena, eliciting bursts of applause from the audience. The young entrants waved to the spectators, their faces illuminated by the charming confidence and vigor characteristic of their age, truly reflecting the phrase exquisitely dressed and spirited. Yuan Qingning also occupied a seat in the designated audience area, her gaze curiously fixed on the entrance. She had only recently discovered that Qingyan High School had surprisingly registered for the All-England Conference, which astonished her in her previous life. Qingyan High had never participated in such an event. Indeed, that dilapidated institution would hardly qualify for such a prestigious conference. Yet, what had prompted Qingyan High to partake this time? Was it the butterfly effect stemming from her rebirth? Despite her contemplations, her alteration seemed incapable of influencing Qingyan High's participation. Although this situation lay beyond her control, Yuan Qingning felt no unease. Rather, her sentiment was one of curiosity. For there was no reason for apprehension. The refuse collected from a station like Qingyan High could hardly transform into heroes by merely attending the All-England Conference. Among the 41 schools, Qingyan High was the last to be named and enter. Preceding them was the grand finale entry of Zhengshi Military Academy. The entrance of the prestigious military academy sparked an unparalleled wave of cheers from the audience gathered before their televisions and computers. These youthful individuals, predominantly hailing from affluent backgrounds, exhibited remarkable beauty and charm, whether male or female. Clad in elegant white military uniforms that exuded an aristocratic aura, they shone resplendently like stars. In stark contrast, the students from Qingyan Middle School, emerging in a queue from the entrance, appeared almost invisible. However, as the host began to announce, next to present are the students from Qingyan Middle School, participating in the All-English Conference for the first time, the command march resonated softly from Xiaoming. Yet it reached the ears of all. In perfect unison, They lifted their feet and arms, led by the poised Chui and Chao Meng, showcasing the fruits of 3 months of rigorous training before the audience in this grand arena and the nation at large. The rhythmic sound of their synchronized steps echoed throughout the venue, drawing the attention of all those who had been focused on the military academy students at the forefront. Their well-fitted, dignified attire enhanced the vigor of their youthful forms, while their coordinated movements produced a resonant cadence, with gloved hands swinging in flawless precision. They advanced step by step, emanating an overwhelming aura of authority. The military academy students, caught by surprise, turned to gaze at this impressive display. Upon reaching the viewing area of the president and generals, Chao Meng commanded, "A line to the right." Instantly, heads turned in perfect synchrony. Salute. And in unison, hands were raised with remarkable strength and precision. The esteemed figures who were saluted could not help but feel a shiver run through their powerful frames, instinctively straightening their spines. At that moment, who cared about the illustrious military academies such as the Zhangshi Military Academy or Huangshe Military Academy? All gazes were transfixed upon this unprecedented formation. And silence enveloped the crowd until the formation powerfully marched across the stage, coming to a halt in their designated positions under the scrutiny of all eyes. In the void of the live streaming platform, a single comment emerged. What celestial school produces such divine students? This was soon followed by a torrent of reactions. I'm utterly moved by their handsomeness. Within a minute, I must know everything about Qingyan High School. Oh my heavens, how splendid is this? How is it even possible? I can't take it anymore. I could watch them march like this for a year. The excitement was not confined to the inhabitants of this world. The audience in Chui's live broadcast room was equally stirred. I don't know why I'm crying, inexplicably moved. My hands are trembling. I apologize for my earlier comment about how dull they are, practicing the parade walk all day. I'm in tears, it's just a holographic game. Sob, sob, sob. Witnessing their arduous training for so long, being looked down upon by other schools, and at this moment, everything has come to fruition, shaking the entire venue. Even the old father shed tears of emotion. All participating students from the 41 military academies stood still in the arena. The once mocking gazes had transformed into expressions of shock, shame, admiration, and disbelief. Until much later, the hashtag original Qingning emerged. Qingning suddenly tightened her grip on her phone. Her mind a cacophony of thoughts. Why was she not tormented as she had been in her previous life? A flash of insight illuminated her mind, and a wave of resentment washed over her face. It was undoubtedly the Yuan family. They must have intervened with Qingyan Academy, ensuring that Xie Yingying received special treatment and was spared from suffering. How detestable it is. Just the thought of it sends shivers through her entire being. In her previous life, when she was sent to Qingyan High School, she did not receive such treatment. In this life, she has strived tirelessly to win everyone's affection. Yet Xie Yingying has become increasingly intolerable. Why should Xie Yingying be spared the torment she rightfully deserves? With a stoic expression, she was about to message Sun Jian when she suddenly noticed the shift in sentiment online. Her demeanor softened, gradually revealing a scornful smirk. Qingyan High School has surged to prominence in an astonishingly brief period, akin to a spark igniting a cauldron of oil. Igniting fervor across the internet as nearly all influential figures shared videos of their formation. The standards for military postures and orderly formations in this world are rather lenient. They are considered trivial matters, much like making beds, washing dishes, or sweeping floors, and hardly anyone has contemplated perfecting them, even during military parades. Such formations have never been witnessed before. This is the first time the people of this world have encountered such impeccable alignment, and the impact is beyond words. Compulsive perfectionists wept, Virgos shed tears, and aesthetic enthusiasts were moved as well. Many felt a profound connection to the very spirit of the military upon witnessing such a formation. In the past, the All-English Military Academy dominated the scene from the opening ceremony to the closing, irrespective of results, basking in the limelight. However, this year, their brilliance pales in comparison to this new team, and people have entirely forgotten about the achievements of the Zhangshi Military Academy and the Huangshe Military Academy. It is precisely due to this surge in popularity and attention that Qingyan Middle School, following the resurfacing of Chui's past, found its information disseminated widely. Initially, there was an overwhelming chorus of praise, but soon dissenting voices began to emerge. With the involvement of Chui's detractors, former Qingning fans, and supporters of Ling Weiqi, the negative sentiments swiftly overshadowed the positive ones. One might have thought it was an emerging prestigious institution, only to discover it is a gathering place for criminals or potential delinquents. Is it not inappropriate to make such sweeping statements? Qingyan Middle School is home to many ordinary students who have never committed a crime. even if they are ordinary students. The fact that their parents have chosen to send them to such a school raises concerns. Does it not suggest they are potential offenders? Contemplating the students in that formation, one cannot help but feel a complex mix of emotions, pondering whether some may have committed heinous acts at a young age. I wondered why Xia Yingying was among them, and now it makes sense. Just moments ago, they were revered as idols. And now that illusion has been shattered, alas. The Ministry of Education swiftly issued a clarification, stating that most of the students from Qingyan Middle School who attended the opening ceremony were merely ordinary students, with only a small fraction having run afoul of the law. The most serious offenses being theft and assault, far from warranting a complete denial of the opportunity for rehabilitation. It is inevitable that most individuals, at such a tender age, who commit grave offenses, unless driven by the necessity of self-defense, harbor psychological issues. For instance, Qin Li and Chui would never allow such individuals to gain reputation or fame, thus they would naturally not be selected. However, this clarification statement proved to be of little consequence. When Qingyan High School made its entrance, it astonished the entire audience, establishing an excessively lofty benchmark in their minds. They suddenly realized that these young individuals were not as flawless as they had envisioned, creating an overwhelming disparity that was difficult to accept. There was no need for Yuan Qingning to intervene. After the opening ceremony concluded, under the weight of those complex gazes, the youth from Qingyan High School exchanged glances, each reflecting the exhilaration they felt. Their hands trembled, their hearts swelled like balloons. Initially, they held no interest in the military, merely contemplating their futures, either pursuing higher education or reintegrating into society post-service, perhaps leading a life devoid of ambition or purpose. Who could say? There were no dreams, no goals. Yet, in this very moment, aspirations and objectives ignited within them. Thus, they yearned to become individuals of value to society, to emerge as heroes. The awe-filled gazes, the astonished expressions, the resounding applause were simply magnificent. All the arduous training and sweat shed over the past 3 months were indeed worthwhile. Oh, how I long to compete on stage. Me too. How vexing. I am consumed by jealousy. Sistering, let me take the stage as well. Yes, yes. Brother Ming, please persuade Sistering for us. Sistering. Father. The young boys and girls laughed heartily, their hands trembling and their scalps tingling. Yet their smiles radiated as brightly as the sun, their eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. At that moment, had they been aware of the discussions circulating online, it would have undoubtedly been a tremendous blow. Fortunately, none of them possessed mobile phones. And Chui had long anticipated the impending storm of public opinion and had commanded them to keep their robotic butlers offline, forbidding any contact with the outside world during the competition. Prior to today, some might have disobeyed her orders, secretly connecting their robotic companions to the internet, but after tonight, something within them had irrevocably changed. The allure of the latest happenings on social media, television dramas, and games had faded into insignificance. As they passed through the lobby on the first floor, they noticed a considerable number of military academy students who had not retired to their quarters, including some from Zhengshi Military Academy, all gathered around, captivated by the presence of Yuan Qingning. Surrounded by admirers, Yuan Qingning smiled gracefully, exuding a gentle demeanor as she signed autographs and offered heartfelt encouragement. Her angelic charm sending waves of excitement through the rough and tumble young men who had not encountered a genuine female presence in ages. A group from Qingyan High School entered in a grand procession but showed no inclination to seek autographs, as Shui had previously expressed her discontent with Yuan Qingning. And naturally, they stood by Shui's side. Why would they approach Yuan Qingning for a signature? An inferior student from a lesser school resorting to such attention-seeking antics to gain recognition was beneath their consideration. As they passed by, someone suddenly spoke up, silencing all the sounds in the grand hall. Unfortunately, the competition at the All-England event does not include the category of synchronized walking. Otherwise, Qingyan High School would undoubtedly take the lead. The speaker was Huang Qin, a student from Huangshi Military Academy who had been unapologetically dismissive of them from the very beginning. His voice brought an abrupt stillness to the hall, redirecting the gaze of all attendees, including Yuan Yao and Chao Jiao from Zhengshi Military Academy, towards Shui and her group. However, they merely crossed their arms and had no intention of defending their sister and brother. Yuan Yao's expression as he looked at Shui was somewhat intricate, while Chao Jiao's disapproval was evident as he furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at Chao Ming, silently wishing he would recognize the futility of his actions and refrain from embarrassing their family. Chao Ming clenched his fists tightly. Rest assured, our Qingyan Even without relying on formation walking, will still emerge victorious, and Chui stated with a calm demeanor, yet her words carried an unmistakable air of disdain. You all. Some attempted to retort, but Chui was not inclined to squander her time on a group destined to be stepping stones. She led her companions away, granting them no opportunity to respond. As for Yuan Qingning's cries, Chui dismissed them outright, unwilling to waste her breath. TCH, so arrogant. I shall see from whence they draw their confidence. They won't shed tears until they encounter the coffin. Huang Qin spat, expressing his disdain vehemently. It is not only Huang Qin who harbors such thoughts. Many institutions share this sentiment. If they were to be bested by a prestigious establishment like Zhangshi Military Academy, it would be one thing, but to have their spotlight stolen by a seemingly inferior institution is a bitter pill for them to swallow. Do you not feel a surge of indignation? Huang Qin exclaimed, asserting that both Zhangshi Military Academy and Huangshi Military Academy are esteemed schools. Moreover, not every champion of the annual all-English competition is Zhangshi, yet they consistently present themselves as if they are superior, which is infuriating. Angry? Chao Zhao replied calmly, stating that only those of lesser stature would cling to such trivial grievances. We prefer to let our prowess speak for itself. They hardly regard Qin Yin with any seriousness. So why would they feel anger? What does it matter if they were to steal the limelight tonight? A crow adorned with colorful feathers remains a crow. Its true nature will inevitably be revealed. Yuan Qingning, with hands clasped in apology, bid farewell and fell in step with Yuan Yao. Damn it. Very well then. Let us see who triumphs. Huang Qin retorted, leading the students of Huangshi Military Academy out of the hall, followed closely by their counterparts from Qingyan Secondary School. The following day dawned bright and clear, a perfect day for competition. Soon, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the first match commenced. The contest among the second-generation heroes 11 of military academies differs from that of ordinary athletes. It must showcase their robust reliability, astute intelligence, and courageous righteousness in times of peril. Thus, both individual and team competitions are indispensable, with the customary opening match being a team event. The team competition takes place outdoors, rendering it inconvenient for spectators to witness the event in person. Consequently, all attendees must rely on television and live streaming platforms for their viewing experience. At this juncture, refreshments such as cola, melon seeds, and potato chips are already prepared. The team competition serves as a test of the commander's intellect, the collaborative combat abilities of the groups, and the efficacy of their weaponry in a multiplayer melee. Traditionally, with 40 participating schools, the allocation of teams would be straightforward, with 10 schools grouped together, each match lasting half a day, culminating perfectly in 2 days' time. However, this year, the unexpected addition of Qingyan High School posed a dilemma. Where should this extra school be placed? After deliberation among the committee, it was decided to maintain the usual format of 10 schools per group for the knockout rounds, granting Qingyan High School the autonomy to choose which group they wished to join, thus excluding Qingyan High School. The remaining 40 institutions proceeded to draw lots for their group placements. The first group to take the stage was nothing short of a gathering of titans, featuring both Zhangshi Military Academy and Huangshi Military Academy in the same bracket, prompting at the prospect of an immediate clash of the giants, a thrilling prospect indeed. Meanwhile, other groups exhaled in relief upon witnessing that the two most formidable teams had been placed together, significantly enhancing their own chances of advancing to the finals. Once the group assignments were finalized, the judges inquired which group Qingyan High School wished to join. If they possessed the foresight, they would wisely opt for the third group, which boasted the lowest average strength among the competitors. Although it is certain that joining any group in Qingyan High School would lead to a grim fate, at least within the third group, the demise would not be excessively disgraceful. While the overall average of the military academy's third group is the lowest, the Military Science Institute of Haya Military Academy has consistently been an outstanding entity. It is said that this year, 2 weapon inventions by students have been selected for the arsenal. One wonders what remarkable weaponry they might unveil to elevate their second-rate military academy. In fact, joining the fourth group might be more advantageous, although its average score surpasses that of the third group. This is largely due to the exceptional contributions of Yazang Jian from Kalen, which artificially inflates the average. As netizens engaged in lively debate, sharing their diverse opinions, and Chui, without much contemplation, made her decision. As the commander, her word was final. The netizens were taken aback, and Chui opted to join the first group, which was set to take the stage first. The atmosphere shifted, despite the disillusionment that came with understanding the true nature of Qingyan High School. The image of the young men and women marching in formation lingered in my mind. The thought of them being mercilessly trampled upon left me feeling apprehensive about witnessing the events unfold. Who dares to look away? What is there to fear? Are you unaware of the significance of the English competition? A group of inexperienced individuals insisted on challenging the eagle, and whatever the outcome, they brought it upon themselves. I initially hoped that Qingyan Middle School might harbor unexpected surprises and perhaps cause an upset. However, upon discovering that their commander was Xia Yingying, I instantly realized I was indulging in wishful thinking. It is truly a pity that a grand battle among the gods has been tainted by the presence of nameless underlings, causing distress to the proud elite. As I perused the relentless mockery online, Yuan Qingning, who was also watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but smile. She relished these moments. Taking delight in Xia Yingying's misfortunes, the more unfortunate Xia Yingying became, the happier she felt. The first round was a straightforward tower-pushing competition, where the 11 participating teams each occupied a stronghold on the island. Their objective was to protect their own tower while demolishing that of their adversaries. The enemy was not singular. One had to ponder whether anyone would approach, how many foes might come, and from which direction. Each team had to consider whom to attack, their route of advance, how many defenders to leave behind, the distribution of personnel, the placement of traps, and whether to form temporary alliances with other teams. In this chaotic melee, the team that could safeguard their tower while achieving the highest number of demolitions would emerge victorious. Each team could determine its own number of participants, but the limit was set at 25. Every team received a map indicating their respective locations, and once these details were established, it was time to queue for their weapons and equipment before heading to their designated strongholds. The narrator stated that the Military Science Academy of Zhangshi Military Academy has consistently upheld the educational philosophy of dare to dream, dare to act, and fear not failure, encouraging students to pursue their imaginative ideas, no matter how fantastical they may seem. It is precisely this ethos that has nurtured a multitude of distinguished scientists and weapon designers, making remarkable contributions to our nation's defense endeavors. This year's equipment is primarily designed by the third-year chief, Tao Qian, indicating that their enthusiasm for electromagnetic guns remains unabated. Thus, this year's armed equipment at Zhangshi Military Academy continues to be the electromagnetic gun. Conversely, the Military Science Academy of Huangshi Military Academy advocates a more methodical approach, emphasizing planning before action, embodying a thoroughly rational methodology. Nevertheless, they too have cultivated numerous exceptional scientists and weapon designers, contributing significantly to our national defense. This year's equipment is designed by their fourth-year chief. The introduction of the top 10 schools flowed smoothly until it reached Qingyan High School, where there was a brief pause before continuing nonchalantly. Qingyan High School, in comparison to the aforementioned military academies, is relatively young, having been established only about a decade ago. Many aspects may still be underdeveloped, yet they are actively seeking improvement. This marks their inaugural participation in the All-English Conference, with Team Commander Xia Yingying also serving as the weapon equipment designer and maker. The operation team leader is Xia Yingying, with the vice captain being Chao Ming. The weapons to be carried and utilized in the team competition are mechas? What are mechas? This is the first time the people of this world have encountered this term. Soon, the perplexed onlookers witnessed two large double-decker transport vehicles entering the scene, upon which were various cars of differing shapes and sizes, appearing to be nothing more than ordinary sedans and SUVs. In total, there were 10 vehicles. As the number of participants sent by Qingyan Middle School was a mere 11, significantly fewer than the 25 from other institutions, the crowd was rife with incredulity and criticism. One could hardly contain their disbelief at Xia Yingying's dual roles as both commander and designer, revealing a seemingly chaotic assembly of individuals lacking in discernment. Indeed, Qingyan Middle School appeared to be a source of amusement. Using vehicles as weapons seemed almost a deliberate invitation to become targets themselves. Xia Yingying had the audacity to claim these vehicles as her designs, despite their unmistakable resemblance to classic and commercial models. Not only were the online spectators vocal in their derision, but the gathered crowd also shared in the silent mockery. However, with the judges recognizing these contraptions as acceptable armaments, the onlookers refrained from further commentary, dispersing to their respective bases. Meanwhile, at the Zhangshi Military Academy, the students observed the vehicles from Qingyan Middle School passing by with an air of indifference. Multiple cameras were trained on the 10 teams, with aerial drones capturing the action and an abundance of cameras ensuring that the audience could witness every aspect of the unfolding event. Consequently, the conversations at Zhangshi Military Academy were heard loud and clear by all present. Regrettably, the battle involves multiple teams, If only the opponents were from Qingyan High School. We could have concluded the match much earlier. I did not have a satisfying breakfast this morning and am feeling quite hungry. Thus, it would be ideal to resolve this in under 15 minutes and then proceed to have a meal. However, if that were the case, would our new equipment even see any use? 15 minutes seems excessive, as it is rumored that Qingyan High School lacks even a shooting class, possibly leaving them unaware of how to operate a firearm. 9 minutes might be spent traveling, leaving only a minute to eliminate them. Therefore, 10 minutes should suffice. This dialogue is audacious, yet no one perceives it as inappropriate. The barrage of comments consists of enthusiastic exclamations about how handsome the husbands and wives are, with claims that 10 minutes is too long, suggesting 5 would be ample. The cadets from Huangshe Military Academy could not restrain their opinions on Qingyan High School, dismissing them as a group of imbeciles, declaring their intention to obliterate those annoying vehicles in the next round. The comments echoed sentiments of agreement, urging the annihilation of that peculiar group and demanding their expulsion from the arena. And Shui and Xiaoming shared a vehicle, communicating with their teammates and others, ensuring their helmets were secured and enhancing their neural connection by 10% as they began to warm up. Most online spectators focused their attention on other schools. Yet those distinguished individuals seated in the audience at the Lakeside Gymnasium were primarily fixated on the vehicles displayed on the screen from Qingyan High School. They remain unaware of the precise nature of Shui's endeavors, for since her declaration of participation in the All-England Conference, she has forbidden them from peering into her work. The experts dispatched by Yuan Rong to assist her are utterly in awe of her and remain tight-lipped, divulging not a single word. However, given that Shui has invested her technical expertise into Guaning technology, which operates in secrecy under the government's auspices, the ultimate results of her research will invariably benefit the nation, allowing her to maintain her confidentiality for the time being. This temporary restraint may indeed render the fruits of her labor all the more delectable. Would you not agree, General Chao and General Yuan? Amidst the 3 generals, the most audacious, General Qianwei, chuckled, remarking that the sons of both generals happened to be in the same group, potentially serving as stepping stones for one another. Yet, he expressed confidence that neither general would take offense. Before Yuan could respond, the fiery General Chaoba interjected with a disdainful snort. Stepping stones? To reach such a conclusion so early is rather hasty, General Qian. It remains uncertain who is the stone and who is the blade. It must be noted that regardless of the outcome, General Chao emerges as the ultimate victor, considering both of his sons are present on the field. Upon reflection, General Yuan finds himself in a similar position, with both his son and daughter in attendance. Win or lose, there is honor to be gained. General Qianwei's cheerful observation, however, rendered the expressions of his 2 colleagues rather sour. Xiaoba was unable to accept the outcome of his eldest son being bested by his younger sibling, which rendered his expression quite grim. Yuan Zhan, on the other hand, was engulfed in shame, and Shui's brilliance was entirely unrelated to him, for he had failed to recognize her exceptional talents from the very beginning. He repeatedly questioned himself as to why he had not noticed sooner. Children inevitably inherit traits from their parents. Her mother was an esteemed mechanical expert, so why had he never considered purchasing her some related toys? What a disgrace! Ultimately, Chaoba exhaled sharply, his fierce gaze fixated on the large screen. He mused that the victor was still uncertain. One should not presume that merely crafting superior equipment would dictate the outcome of the battle. The intellect and martial prowess of the soldiers were of paramount importance. Even the finest tools become worthless in the hands of the inept. At that moment, all 11 teams had arrived at their respective strongholds, and the official commencement of the competition had been signaled by the gunfire. Except for Qingyan High School, the other teams swiftly set their plans into motion. Typically, it would take at least half an hour before any team would leave their stronghold to engage in combat. This was the prudent approach, avoiding reckless actions. However, Qingyan High School behaved like a group of amateurs. Following the gunfire, aside from Shui, who disembarked and seated herself in front of their tower, the other 10 vehicles charged towards the enemy strongholds. What are they trying to accomplish? Are they intending to ram the enemy tower with their vehicles, leaving only Xie Yingying to guard? Are they sending themselves to their doom? What on earth is Xie Yingying doing? Is she actually brewing tea? Does she have no weapons in her bag? Has she filled it entirely with tea sets? Is this a joke? The online community was utterly speechless, finding Qingyan Middle School remarkably bizarre. Their entrance was nothing short of astonishing. Yet the image of the male and female icons crumbled midway, culminating in a defeat so abject it resembled a dog's retreat. Were they merely seeking to assert their existence? One cannot deny that they succeeded, leaving an indelible impression, future recollections of this competition will undoubtedly evoke memories of this peculiar group from Qingyan Middle School. The commentator noted that Qingyan Middle School's team had set a record for the swiftest engagement in the history of the All-English Conference, perhaps having devised some extraordinary strategy for triumph. Their vehicle sped with remarkable velocity, possibly utilizing comprehensive bulletproof materials, which accounted for their audacious demeanor. However, one must not underestimate the electromagnetic guns of Zhongshan Military Academy and the railgun of Huangshan Military Academy. Meanwhile, sentinels from other teams, equipped with binoculars, observed the ostentatious vehicle traversing the mountain path towards them. Xiao Jiao, witnessing Chao Meng approaching in an off-road vehicle, sighed and calmly stated, "Hand me the electromagnetic gun. I shall deal with him personally. Dying at his hands is far preferable to meeting my end at another's. At least it would be less humiliating." Xiao Jiao took the electromagnetic gun and positioned himself before their stronghold, lying in wait. Behind him was Yuan Yao, engaged in strategic preparations. And further back stood a symbolic glass tower housing documents, representing the national secrets they vowed to protect with their lives. On the side of Huangshan Military Academy, Huang Qin exhaled, accepting the railgun handed to him by a comrade, ready to obliterate the reckless red truck barreling towards them. The other 8 military academies mirrored this resolve. Qingyan High School served merely as a preliminary exercise, a stage to showcase the formidable weaponry developed by their institution. As the off-road vehicle emerged from the narrow path, confronting him directly, Xiao Jiao aimed his electromagnetic rifle at Chao Meng and discharged a shot. Huang Qin, with a sinister grin, launched a guided artillery shell. Everyone anticipated the imminent downfall of Qingyan High School. Yet, in that pivotal moment, Chao Meng executed a swift maneuver, evading the projectile and propelling his vehicle off the path. Fortuitously, a nearby embankment presented itself, and the off-road vehicle plunged into its slope. However, with seemingly insurmountable power, the vehicle surged back up the incline. Its momentum so intense that the tires momentarily lost contact with the ground, soaring skyward. Xiao Jiao, remaining composed, watched the vehicle sail overhead, firing successive shots from his electromagnetic rifle, yet failing to elicit the sound of victory. He was somewhat taken aback by the resilience of their equipment. Huang Qin, aiming to obliterate the red truck, directed his shot at the ground. The vehicle was indeed propelled skyward by the immense force, but this outcome perplexed Huang Qin. Given that this was a sporting event, not an actual battlefield, students were not permitted to wield genuinely hazardous weaponry. The simulated explosion was merely a representation on the live broadcast screen's lower left corner, generated from the weapon power data of both teams. Huang Qin's action wouldn't literally blow the truck to smithereens. Instead, the graphic would depict the outcome if his weapon possessed such destructive capacity. Similarly, if Xiao Jiao's electromagnetic gun had successfully breached Chao Meng's defenses, he should have heard the announcement of Chao Meng's demise over the broadcast. However, the situation had been manipulated. What was not truly a targeting cannon had launched a projectile, and the red truck ascended into the sky. Not only Huang Qin, but the audience was also left in astonishment. The committee even dispatched doctors and nurses to this location, prepared to assist the students of Qingyan Middle School. At that moment, the red truck descended from the heavens, but instead of shattering upon impact, it executed a remarkable somersault. In that fleeting instant, the vehicle underwent a miraculous transformation. The air was filled with the sound of mechanical rotation and friction, clear, crisp, and stylish. Within mere seconds, the red truck flipped right before Huang Qin. Yet it had morphed into an enormous entity, kneeling on one knee with its hands firmly planted on the ground, casting a shadow that enveloped Huang Qin below. Gazing upward in bewilderment, Huang Qin watched as the targeting cannon slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Meanwhile, at the Zhongshan Military Academy, the off-road vehicle, under the onslaught of the electromagnetic gun, finally descended, only to bounce back up again. The air resonated with the sound of mechanical motion, clear and striking, as if touched by some wondrous magic. In mere seconds, the off-road vehicle transformed into a colossal robot. It grounded itself, raised its fist, and with one powerful blow, shattered the tower of Zhongshan Military Academy. The resounding crash marked the destruction of the Huangshan Military Academy's tower. Another crash echoed with the demise of the Kaiyue Military Academy's tower, and yet another with the collapse of the National Defense Academy's tower. Bang! The sound of an ice-cold drink tumbling onto the keyboard reverberated through the air. The once lively live stream screen now lay silent, devoid of any comments. The commentator gaped in disbelief, momentarily losing his professional composure. The first group match of the All-English Association's team competition had commenced, only to conclude a mere 10 minutes later. And Chui leisurely sipped her green tea. As for the audience watching the live stream, Even the prominent figures seated within the arena rose in astonishment, their eyes fixated on the large screen. The display was expansive enough to showcase 11 distinct images, each revealing a strikingly impressive robot towering at least 3 meters high. With their metallic frames and commanding presence, these machines moved with a grace that belied their size, appearing almost lifelike. In stark contrast, humanity seemed diminutive and fragile. Among the spectators in the arena were students from other schools, including those from Qingyan High School, who had yet to take the stage. Although they had mentally prepared for this moment, witnessing it firsthand was still a jarring experience. Observing the reactions of those around them, they felt an overwhelming sense of pride and superiority. Look at them, so dismissive before, let's see how they maintain that arrogance now. Haha, how infuriating. They too yearned to step onto the stage and command such awe-inspiring matches. The youths who witnessed the transformation of vehicles into robots were profoundly impacted. Rendered speechless and lost in a state of disbelief, they pondered whether they were ensnared in a dream, for such occurrences seemed too fantastical to be real. After all, life is not a science fiction narrative, is it? Amidst their wide-eyed astonishment, the robots commenced their metamorphosis once more, producing sound effects that were nothing short of spectacular and utterly captivating. Huang Qin, overwhelmed, found himself collapsing onto the ground, repeatedly swallowing against his parched throat. Simultaneously, the once blank live stream screen was inundated with a flurry of comments, a veritable torrent of exclamations that obscured the entire display. Mom, 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 mom. What was that just now? What was that? Hey, my heavens, I was so astonished my eyes nearly popped out. My keyboard. Wasn't that a car? Was it not a car? Wasn't that the XX model VV? If I buy that car, can it transform too? Qingyan High School has leveled up. That must be special effects from a movie. It absolutely has to be. The internet erupted in a cacophony of frantic screams, the unexpected twist too exhilarating for their minds to process, compelling everyone to mute the comments in order to focus on the live broadcast once more. The commentator has finally regained his professional composure. Yet it is evident that his emotions are running high, causing him to tremble as he reads the script. It is simply astounding. I believe all the viewers are as astonished as I am. Some objects that appear to be mere vehicles are, in fact, mechs. Mechs, this is what mechs are. The weaponry of Qingyan High School. The term mech perfectly encapsulates that image of steel and iron. Mechs are incredibly impressive, truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Qingning's expression grew exceedingly grim, her mind buzzing with confusion. She could not help but rub her eyes vigorously, questioning whether she was trapped in an illusion. Yet, it was not an illusion. It was real. I protest. I cannot accept the outcome of this competition. What Qingyan High School is doing. This is not a competition at all. They have violated the rules. In Chui, crossing her arms, inquired, what rules have we violated? This is not a weapon at all. How can it not be a weapon? I have crafted this in a legitimate manner. It is controlled by a person, so how can it not be a weapon? That individual instinctively wanted to retort, yet he was not alone in his confusion. Many felt that something was amiss and wished to voice their concerns. But they could not pinpoint what was wrong at that moment, even if this so-called mech could crush them with a single step. Even if its resilience was such that their weapons could not penetrate its defenses despite a barrage of attacks. Even if this so-called mech stood there exuding an aura of invincibility, as in Chui stated, how could it not be considered a weapon? However, such a weapon, of such caliber. Ultimately, the individual stammered, lacking conviction. This is not how competitions are conducted. Team contests are meant to test wisdom, combat prowess, and strategy. What you are demonstrating is nothing of the sort. Is that so? I contend that in the face of absolute power, any semblance of wisdom or strategy is rendered insignificant. The cameras captured this moment flawlessly, presenting it to the audience, with the director even providing a close-up of Chui, whose subtly mocking smile and her dark, translucent eyes radiated arrogance and disdain, reflecting her every word. In the past, if Xie Yingying had displayed such a demeanor, she would have undoubtedly faced a barrage of criticism. Yet now, those very actions are attributed to her, prompting viewers to scream in excitement. In the face of absolute strength, any wisdom or strategy is inconsequential. How utterly magnificent. Xie Yingying, our equipment is too powerful. Are you blaming me for your weakness? Is this really Xie Yingying? What has happened to her? Did she not undergo cosmetic surgery but rather exchange her brain? I am utterly awestruck. My knees have metaphorically shattered. I simply wish to witness the transformation scene once more. Today's video will undoubtedly be shared internationally and will go viral. Mastering such exquisite technology is bound to capture the attention of nations worldwide, especially that of our greatest rival, Nation N. They must be beside themselves with fury. Having always prided themselves on their mastery of core robotic technology, only to find themselves not only unperturbed by it but also significantly surpassed. The very thought brings me delight. She has indeed not disappointed us. Countless individuals yearn to behold that enchanting moment of transformation again. Even the chief director is eager to capture a close-up of the metamorphosis. Yet, Shui remains utterly unyielding, showing no intention of showcasing their mechs again. She simply boarded the vehicle and departed, taking with her a multitude of anxious hearts. Thus, the first round of the competition concluded, paving the way for the second round to commence shortly. However, many minds remain fixated on Shui and her team, rendering it impossible to concentrate. If one could merely take a 2 or 3 hour respite to regain their focus, it might suffice. Alas, we are all aware that following such an exhilarating and stunning opening, the subsequent rounds will inevitably pale in comparison. Even as we progress to tomorrow or the day after, our hearts will remain tethered to that moment, leaving us with no choice but to proceed as we are. Only General Yuan, the original warrior, finds himself in an awkward predicament. Despite being her adoptive father, he is at a loss for how to address her. Unsure of the tone to adopt or the words to utter, for every approach feels laden with discomfort. As anticipated, once the second match commenced, the barrage of comments on the live streaming platform dwindled to a rather pitiful degree. Netizens, preoccupied with their own sentiments, could not resist the urge to take to social media and express their current feelings. The topic Xiangning surged onto the trending list with unstoppable momentum, closely followed by Qingyan High School. Even foreign social media platforms witnessed a spike in interest, with the momentum proving formidable. Previously, there had already been a smattering of foreign viewers circumventing barriers to watch the live broadcast. However, last night's display from Qingyan High School ignited an explosive wave of discussion. Is this truly not a special effect from a movie? Has technology advanced to such a level? I simply want to know if they sell these mechs. I would gladly pay 100 million N coins for one. That little girl is the designer? My goodness. She looks so young. Her name is Xia Yingying. It sounds as delicate as her appearance, yet she has created such an astonishing piece. Remarkable. Even renowned directors have shared these 10 transformative gifts, and one can discern through the screen the excitement they evoke. I am deeply inspired by these visuals, brimming with creativity and eager to commence filming a new movie. Yet, I must first pen the script, secure funding, and cast actors. Alas. In any case, I must embark on a journey to acquire the rights from that charming little darling. Upon the announcement from the esteemed director, fans were ecstatic, and celebrated actors began to share the news, eager to secure their place in the forthcoming film should it materialize. The excitement also reached 524. As Shui not only skyrocketed to fame within this alternate reality but also captivated the largest social platform of their civilization, all thanks to the mecha she created. The mechas designed by Shui, while not as impressive when compared to those of their civilization, do possess a unique, transformative feature that has never been seen before. Their mechas are grand and spectacular, soaring through the skies during battles, operated through psychic energy. Thanks to space-folding technology, they can be carried effortlessly, taking up no space at all. Consequently, it appears that their mechs do not particularly require the ability to transform. When something is deemed unnecessary, it becomes challenging for individuals to conceptualize it. Thus, despite numerous iterations of mechs, no master in the field has ever created a transformable mech akin to that of Shui. As a result, some viewers with a deeper understanding of mechs shared animated images of Shui's transformable design on social media, tagging several mech masters, which unexpectedly garnered significant attention and even led to some shares. Moreover, a number of affluent individuals expressed their desire to commission the creation of such a transformable vehicle. One can easily imagine that if a car could transform, the predicament of tires getting stuck in a pit would become a thing of the past. Most exhilarating for 524 is the prospect that should they proceed with this endeavor, a substantial licensing fee would need to be paid to Shui, an exorbitant sum indeed. The level of engagement achieved through this live stream is virtually unprecedented. As a result, Shui's streaming room witnessed an influx of admirers eager to pay homage to the maestro, nearly overwhelming the platform's servers, which necessitated external support to prevent the abrupt closure of Shui's stream and avert significant losses. The domestic situation is notably distinct. While international audiences are largely unfamiliar with Xia Yingying and her previous life as a minor celebrity in the entertainment industry, the narrative differs within the country, leading to considerable public debate. I find myself questioning whether Xia Yingying has been replaced by extraterrestrials. It is inconceivable that she could possess such extraordinary talents. As a former critic of Xie Yingying, I cannot help but shift my allegiance, feeling utterly overwhelmed. I refuse to believe that she truly designed these innovations. Just a year and a half ago, she was merely a singer, and after a 6-month hiatus, she reemerges as a master weapon designer? Such a plot would be deemed too far-fetched for television. This is the all-English conference, where authenticity prevails, yet. Witnessing Xie Yingying transform from a beleaguered star of the entertainment industry into a weapon designer feels as fantastical as vehicles morphing into robots. Netizens hastily began to mention Xie Yingying's agency and manager, unaware that Sun Jian and Huayu Entertainment were equally bewildered. The higher-ups convened an urgent meeting. Xie Yingying is still bound by a 2.5-year contract with us. Foolishness. Does she not have the means to cover our breach of contract fees? Why should we be exploited? Wasn't Yuan Xingning supposed to be her confidant? They ought to enlist her aid to at least generate some revenue for our company during this period. Yuan Xingning received a call from Sun Jian, learning of their intentions. Infuriated, she smashed her phone in frustration, trembling with rage and anxiety. She pondered how events had spiraled to this point. How did Xie Yingying acquire such capabilities? In her previous life, Xie Yingying was solely focused on her singing career in the entertainment industry. What connection did she have to technology? Why, oh why, has the trajectory deviated so drastically? She suddenly recalled Yuan Rong. Yes, Yuan Rong. Before Xie Yingying transferred to Qingyan Middle School, hadn't he taken her away for half a month? Yuan Rong's company was indeed involved in such matters. Could it be that he aided her in cheating? She promptly picked up her phone, only to discover it was broken. Fortunately, she possessed another device. As soon as she inserted the SIM card, a call came in from Ling Weiqi. It dawned on her that she still had this ally. Qingning, have you seen any news about Xie Yingying? Ling Weiqi's tone was anxious, revealing that she was even more concerned than Qingning. Naturally, it was evident. Ling Weiqi had severed ties with Xie Yingying, and if Xie Yingying were to rise again, it would spell trouble for her. How could this happen? Ling Weiqi exclaimed. How could she possibly have such capabilities? If she did, why was she struggling in the entertainment industry before? Sighing deeply, Yuan Qingning replied, let us not dwell on it. A favored child is inherently different from us. Chi-Chi, do not worry excessively. I will ensure she does not harm you. Upon hearing this, Ling Weiqi grew even more anxious. What do you mean? After hanging up, Ling Weiqi found herself unable to sit still. Being young and having debuted as a child star, her rise to fame had been smooth, allowing her to be somewhat spoiled by her fans. Consequently, her temperament lacked maturity. Otherwise, she would not have confronted Xie Yingying backstage at the award ceremony, where there had been no real conflict. Now, her impatience was palpable. She recalled Yuan Qingning's words, her eyes narrowing with determination. Wasn't she merely the general's adopted daughter? In the nation, there exists not merely one general. Rather, 3 generals do not share a bond akin to that of brothers, nor do they coexist harmoniously. Each general possesses their own supporters, resulting in a delicate balance of power among them. The actions of the Yuan family, which deceive the public, are bound to be exposed, leaving them vulnerable. At the moment when Chui garners the most curiosity and attention, discussions around her elicit a complex array of emotions among netizens. They find it rather astonishing that Chui has made such a dramatic leap from the entertainment industry to the realm of scientific research, leading many to indulge in conspiracy theories. At this juncture, reports surfaced alleging that Chui is the adopted daughter of General Yuan, having been taken to Guorong Technology Company by her brother prior to her enrollment at Qingyan Middle School, raising implications of cheating. This revelation seemingly provided evidence for conspiracy theorists, who began to fervently proclaim, does this imply that the Yuan family is aiding Xie Yingying in cheating? If it were not for cheating, how could one explain Xie Yingying's astonishing transformation from singer to scientist in just 6 months? It's preposterous. She is barely 17. To crush the truly diligent military academy students through such deceitful means is utterly despicable. The online discourse has descended into chaos, with the topic of Xie Yingying cheating now dominating the trending searches, surpassing the initial Xie Yingying. Netizens continue to tag high-ranking officials, with nearly every registered account on social media being mentioned. The online atmosphere is indeed abuzz. Within the dormitory of the Zhongshan Military Academy, someone was holding a phone, suddenly sitting up. I inquired, Rongyao, is your sister truly cheating? What? Are you as foolish as these netizens, suggesting that an invaluable treasure be used for a young girl's deceit? Rongyao, who was also online, wore a grim expression as he replied, so it is indeed Xie Yingying who accomplished this. Unbelievable. But why do you seem unaware of her abilities? Is she not your sister? These words seemed to prick Rongyao in an unexpected manner. He turned on his side, his mind preoccupied with the awe-inspiring mech he had witnessed that morning, recalling his previous conversation with Shui, and reflecting on his classmate's recent statement, "She is family." Yet they appear completely oblivious. Such remarks served as evidence that they had not treated her with the consideration due to a family member. However, throughout their upbringing, had she not shared in all that they possessed? Their parents had treated each child equitably. What had she ever lacked? He had earnestly attempted to accept her, yet it was she who stagnated in her progress. His impatience led him to refrain from making further efforts. Surely, this could not be deemed his fault. Was it necessary for a biological child to court a cold reception in hopes of integrating an adopted daughter into the family? Yuan Qingning was also an adopted daughter. Yet he had never made the initial overture. She had strived to assimilate herself. Had Yuan Qingning not succeeded splendidly? Why could she not do the same? Thus, it must be her fault. Perhaps they should each take a step back. Both parties bore some blame, and they could simply cancel each other out. With such thoughts, an odd feeling lingered in his heart, causing him to toss and turn in restless sleep. Shui permitted the officials to set ablaze while forbidding the common folk from igniting their own lights. She disallowed others from accessing the internet with their phones, yet reveled in her own online pursuits. Naturally, she encountered the cacophony of denunciations directed at her. One could not help but lament that in any realm, whether tangible or virtual, the netizens exhibited a profound lack of discernment. They were swayed by the winds of popular opinion without engaging in critical thought. These individuals failed to consider that the technology, which could be regarded as a national treasure in this era, would not have been made available to her had it not been for her own research. What a grand deception to utter without the ability to substantiate it. It was so foolish that she could scarcely be bothered to respond. Yet, her indifference did not go unnoticed. Others stepped in to defend her. Amidst the uproar among netizens, who wished to drown the family of the former general in a deluge of vitriol, someone took the initiative to speak out. To the astonishment of many, this individual was not a state institution or a mere official, but the president himself. His Excellency personally intervened to clarify matters concerning Shui and the Yuan family. Following this, General Chao, General Qian, General Yuan, and numerous other officials echoed his sentiments, leaving the populace in a state of disbelief. Had the voices belonged to lesser officials, they might have been accused of collusion. However, now, with nearly the entire upper echelons of government rallying in her defense, no one could utter another foolish remark. If this was insufficient to prove Shui's innocence, one could only wonder what celestial being had descended to compel the entire government to shield her with falsehoods. Was there truly a need for such an elaborate ruse? Moreover, within their clarifications, they disclosed a crisis that had transpired 7 years ago in their nation, a catastrophe that could have obliterated the lives of tens of millions. Yet, due to the ingenuity and valor of Colonel Xie Yong, this impending tragedy was averted at the cost of his own life, allowing the crisis to dissipate before it even commenced. At that time, in an effort to prevent societal panic, this incident was kept under wraps. Its revelation now serves to ensure that the hero's bereaved family does not encounter unjust treatment. Colonel Xie's wife, Miss Shin Zifang, was once one of our nation's foremost authorities on ordnance. Unfortunately, her exposure to toxic substances during her work rendered her bedridden for many years. Upon receiving the news of Colonel Xie's demise, she succumbed to overwhelming grief. These two heroes, who devoted their loyalty, wisdom, and lives to their country and its people, left behind only one child, Xie Yingying. Xie Yingying inherited her mother's exceptional talent in the field of mechanics, possessing an extraordinarily keen intuition and aptitude that had remained unnoticed for reasons unbeknownst to her until recently, when it finally emerged. Unintentionally, she revolutionized robotics technology, garnering national attention. Over the past 6 months, she has received extensive support, granted the freedom to innovate, which has led to the creation of extraordinary mechanized suits that only she could conceive. Who, one might ask, could assist her in deceit? Upon absorbing these explanations, the public fell silent, many with tear-filled eyes before their screens. And a wave of apologies surged forth in response to the previously rampant malice and injustice of speculation. I apologize for my previous actions aimed at disparaging you for a few trifling coins, and I vow never to engage in such behavior again. At this moment, the past misdeeds of Xie Yingying have become trivial and forgivable. A child who has lost their parents overnight has reached an age of understanding and has been adopted into a new family, even when that family belongs to a general. Forming genuine connections with these unfamiliar individuals is no simple matter, and the resulting complexities are entirely understandable. Thus, Xie Yingying's once criticized past is no longer deemed as such. Observing the current online sentiment, Yuan Qingning felt her anger boil to the surface, her forehead pulsating with rage. She could not fathom why people believed that simply because Xie Yingying's parents had sacrificed their lives, she should be treated with leniency. Why should that be the case? Are the children of others deemed insignificant? Just because she is the child of heroes, does it grant her the unbridled right to seize what belongs to others? Would morality, law, and human compassion merely turn a blind eye to her transgressions? Yuan Qingning was filled with anger, hatred, and jealousy. Since her previous life, she had envied Xie Yingying's lineage, resented her for having such esteemed parents who, during their lives, amassed power and status to afford her a comfortable life. And even in death, continued to shield her. And what of her own fate? She was merely an ordinary girl, abandoned and forlorn. Even if her biological parents were still alive, they would likely be nothing more than scoundrels. Only through a stroke of fortune was she adopted by a general and his wife, leading a life of comfort. Yet, this hard-won happiness was threatened by the likes of Xie Yingying, who sought to take it away. The tide of public opinion regarding An Chui had completely shifted online. But this did not signify the cessation of the uproar. For it was revealed by a whistleblower among the hired trolls that the one who orchestrated the smear campaign against An Chui was Ling Weiqi. Ling Weiqi promptly issued a statement to clarify, even asserting her willingness to wield legal measures if necessary. With such a firm stance, her fans naturally rallied behind her, prepared to defend her honor with fervor, ready to retaliate against anyone daring enough to insult her. In the past, Ling Weiqi might have remained unscathed. But this time she had engaged trolls and enlisted prominent figures to malign An Chui. However, An Chui had the support of high-ranking officials, rendering the trolls and influencers anxious. Who could predict whether the government would scrutinize their actions? Would An Chui resurrect past grievances? In a bid for self-preservation, the influential figures hastily distanced themselves from the situation, leaving no doubt as to whom they would cast blame upon. Thus, the once gossip-loving and fickle entertainment industry figures swiftly deleted disparaging content about An Chui from their accounts and began sharing relevant chat logs and screenshots to apologize to her. The tide of public scrutiny shifted squarely onto Ling Weiqi, with some even releasing the full video of the backstage altercation during the awards ceremony, making the entire sequence of events abundantly clear. In the video, as Xie Yingying walked by, she inadvertently stepped on Ling Weiqi's skirt. Xie Yingying quietly murmured an apology. Yet Ling Weiqi displayed a distinctly disdainful expression, persistently demanding a louder apology from Xie Yingying. Even the viewers of the video could hear Xie Yingying's remorse. But Ling Weiqi insisted that it was insufficient, insisting that Xie Yingying apologize repeatedly. Sensing that Ling Weiqi was deliberately provoking her, Xie Yingying's demeanor darkened, and she refused to continue apologizing. Instead, she remarked on Ling Weiqi's lack of upbringing, given her circumstances of having lost her parents, which prompted Xie Yingying to retaliate with a punch. When the video was initially released, it was edited in such a way that the narrative was reversed, portraying Xie Yingying as the aggressor who not only stepped on Ling Weiqi's skirt but also refused to apologize and resorted to violence. Now, as netizens have just become aware of Xie Yingying's parental background and the tragic circumstances of their demise, the resurfacing of this video has incited a furious backlash against Ling Weiqi and her studio. Damn it. How can someone with such a privileged public image engage in such behavior? If I had a daughter like you, I would surely take drastic measures myself. I can't believe I supported such a person. I wish I could strike myself. Fans have turned against her. Bystanders are vocally criticizing her. And even her friends within the industry have expressed their disappointment and distanced themselves, fearing association. In an instant, Ling Weiqi felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. She had never anticipated such a fallout. The realization that Xie Yingying possessed such influence left her regretting her foolish actions. The agent urged, "You must urgently call Yuan Qingning. Do not concern yourself with the online chatter for now. I am genuinely worried about your potential imprisonment." Xie Yingying evidently has the backing of the state. And given the current situation, she could easily fabricate a charge that lands you in jail. Upon hearing this, Ling Weiqi was filled with dread and hastily dialed Yuan Qingning's number. Yuan Qingning, upon seeing Ling Weiqi's call, answered with a grim expression, only to be met with the frantic plea, "Qingning, please, intercede with your father and Xie Yingying on my behalf. I only sought trouble with Xie Yingying for your sake. Had it not been for your claim that she cheated, I would never have." "What are you saying, Weiqi?" Yuan Qingning interjected, astonished. "When did I ever say that Yingying cheated?" Ling Weiqi fell silent, momentarily taken aback. "Ah, Weiqi, I have not reproached you. Yet how could you act in this manner? You have truly frightened me. How can you speak ill of Ying when I have clearly informed you of her true parentage? And regarding the cheating matter, think carefully. Did I ever claim she cheated? I even advised you to cease targeting her. Yuan Qingning, unable to contain her frustration for a moment, vented her feelings toward Ling Weiqi, but quickly regained her composure. Fearing that this fool might escalate the situation and cause her further trouble, she softened her tone. All right. I should not have lost my temper. I understand that you acted in haste and confusion. Do not worry. I will speak to my father and Ying. You will be fine. Just stay at home for a while, and I will handle the rest, all right? Once she entered, would there still be time to engage in various activities online? Ling Weiqi had begun to sense that she was being exploited, and her anger knew no bounds. However, at this juncture, what could she possibly do? She had no evidence to substantiate that Yuan Qingning had prompted her to undertake these actions, and she found herself dependent on her. Ling Weiqi had once believed she could rely on Yuan Qingning, thinking that their friendship would prevent her from witnessing her downfall. Yet, when a knock echoed at her apartment door and she opened it to find 2 police officers standing there, she realized that to Yuan Qingning, their bond held no significance. She was merely a discarded weapon, disposable at any moment. The online scandal had become the most sensational event of the year, creating quite a stir. The military academy students at the Kuniying Hotel, apart from the students from Qingyin Middle School who were prohibited from using their phones or accessing the internet, were all engrossed in the unfolding drama. Many harbored mixed feelings towards Shui, but none felt more conflicted than Yuan Yao. It could be said that all members of the Yuan family shared this sentiment. That night, the Yuan family found themselves restless, particularly General Yuan, whose eyes brimmed with tears, tormented by guilt for having wronged the orphan of a dear friend. And Shui received a text message from Yuan Rong, which simply read, "I am sorry." This was his message. Yet, none felt the weight of despair more acutely than Yuan Qingning. She tossed and turned, consumed by rage, lamenting the unfairness of fate that bestowed upon Xie Yingying such a prestigious lineage, while also granting her remarkable talent. She was so distressed that even tears eluded her. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in her mind. What is the matter? A melodious male voice resonated, deep and magnetic, seemingly infused with a subtle electric current, captivatingly enchanting. Yuan Qingning abruptly sat up, a flicker of surprise illuminating her features. You have not appeared for quite some time. Have you been occupied with work? Indeed. I sense a significant fluctuation in your emotions. What has transpired? In an instant, Yuan Qingning poured forth her tale of serendipity. In her rebirth, her brainwaves became entwined with those of an extraterrestrial being. Despite the vast expanse of the universe, potentially spanning millions of light years, they conversed as intimately as if they were in the same room. It was a phenomenon both wondrous and romantic. What girl could possibly resist such enchantment? Consequently, Yuan Qingning placed immense trust in him, for he was someone incapable of betrayal. How egregious! Why must the heavens be so unjust? The voice fell silent for 2 seconds before responding. Is it truly so remarkable? Allow me to borrow your body for a moment. Perhaps I may devise a solution. She closed her eyes, and upon reopening them moments later, her gaze had undergone a profound transformation. With an impassive expression, she wiped away the icy tears from her face and swiftly accessed her computer, searching for videos of the all-English competition. Upon witnessing the emergence of the transforming mechas, her pupils constricted sharply. Before the might of absolute power, all wisdom and strategy paled into insignificance. She pressed the pause button, her gaze fixated on the video, where a beautiful girl with an air of arrogance stared back, her eyes glinting with danger and coldness. After a considerable pause, her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. She first searched for information on Xie Yingying, then delved into the details of the All-England Championships, confirming the subsequent match arrangements. Her gaze ultimately settled on the individual arena competition of the All-England Championships. The first round of team matches concluded the following day, with the ultimate victors from 4 groups set to compete in the finals. However, the military academy students from the other 3 groups felt no joy as they observed Shui and her companions across the way. They had only sent 4 competitors to face them. The reason was painfully clear upon recalling the events of the first round. Glancing at the vehicles behind them, the thought that they could transform into mechas at any moment and obliterate their tower with a single blow brought them to the brink of tears. Indeed, even though the 3 military academies had decided to ally, their unity felt as fragile as ants attempting to resist a mountain eagle in the face of overwhelming strength. Despite their desperate struggles, they could not alter the outcome. Within 10 minutes, their tower lay in ruins. The All-England team competition was decisively claimed by Qingyin Middle School. Although these schools had been thoroughly outmatched in the team competition, they were all aspiring military students determined to become the pillars of the nation in the future. And this defeat did not shatter their confidence. On the contrary, their competitive spirit was ignited even further. Damn it! Huang Qin slammed the cup in his hand down onto the table. The arena competition was set to begin tomorrow. Surely, they could not bring mechas into the arena. Without their mechas, how would those useless opponents fare? Indeed, the arena competition would be their moment for revenge. A group of inept individuals, relying on their equipment to gain an unfair advantage, infuriates me. Tomorrow, I shall expose their true selves. Down with the scoundrels of Qingyan Middle School. They are eagerly anticipating the commencement of the arena competition, unaware that the members of Qingyan Middle School are also awaiting the same. As many who could not participate in the team matches now have their chance to shine. Moreover, Shui's alternative set of equipment is exceptionally dazzling. The arena competition is a favorite among spectators, showcasing the vigor and vitality of youth as they engage in fierce physical confrontations. The powerful punches and the bulging muscles, glistening with sweat, exude an irresistible charm, captivating both men and women alike with the primal instinct to admire strength. Of course, there may also be some amusing inventions that elicit laughter. The tournament employs an elimination format to determine the champions, meaning that even students from the same institution may find themselves pitted against each other. Unlike the collective honor of team matches, this is a battle for personal glory. The first day boasts numerous matches, swiftly eliminating the weakest contenders, with some bouts concluding in mere seconds. Ultimately, it is the clash of the remaining strong competitors that holds the most anticipation. On the second day, the audience and online viewers are eager with excitement, with many overseas netizens circumventing restrictions to watch the live broadcast. I eagerly await the appearance of Qingyan Middle School. I wonder if they will unveil any astonishing new equipment. It seems unlikely that any new equipment will emerge. Even if it were formidable, it would merely be wielded by a young girl. The few transforming mechas she has managed to create are already her utmost limit. Without Xie Yingying's equipment, Qingyan High School will soon reveal its true vulnerabilities on the competition stage. However, I am reluctant to witness their humiliation. They are simply a group of inept players who rely on cheats, and their suffering is well-deserved. In my view, the other competing teams are the unfortunate ones. Over the past 2 years, they have poured countless hours of sweat and effort into their training, only to be overshadowed by a group of inadequately skilled players who merely compensate with financial resources. Their glory and honor have been stripped away. Indeed, Qingyan High School is rather distasteful. While it is true that Xie Yingying possesses remarkable talent, should her equipment not be allocated to individuals who could utilize it more effectively rather than to those deemed socially inferior? Certain individuals exhibit a palpable envy. They argue that since Xie Yingying is from Qingyan High School, her equipment should not be bestowed upon others. Are they not simply consumed by jealousy? Wherever there are people, there is conflict, and the barrage of comments has ignited once more. Nevertheless, the competitors from Qingyan High School need not participate in the first tier. This is a privilege reserved for the champion team of the group competition. Although this privilege may seem inconsequential, the ability to observe from the audience allows them to scrutinize their opponent's techniques, habitual movements, and weaknesses in clear detail, potentially acquiring new knowledge that could prove crucial. The arena competition is being held within the confines of a grand sports hall, where the audience is captivated by the live spectacle, with every seat occupied. Over 100 participants from Qingyan Middle School are present, either competing or spectating, with the exception of Shui. To Shui, this youth competition appears rather simplistic. And since the first day lacks any captivating events, she opts to remain in her dormitory, diligently refining her equipment. The entire sports hall accommodates over 80,000 spectators, buzzing with an electrifying atmosphere, celebrating this biennial event. From the vantage point of certain observing entities, this colossal venue filled with humanity resembles a target. The human beings, posing a threat to our clan's invasion plan of Blue Star, are gathered within this sports hall. The objective is clear: to annihilate this venue and ensure the demise of all who inhabit it. Above, beneath the vibrant blue sky, a thick mass of clouds suddenly disperses as if ruptured by some unseen force, causing the air to ripple like water. The spaceship cloaking and signal jamming functions are energy-intensive, consuming a substantial portion of the energy required for the energy cannon. Therefore, upon stealthily entering the atmosphere and arriving above the sports hall, they deactivate the cloaking feature while retaining the signal jamming capability to avoid detection by human radar before successfully destroying the venue. Soon, a silhouette of the spaceship gradually emerges in the sky, hovering ominously above the sports hall. And Shui, savoring the lollipop to replenish her energy, was keenly aware of the necessity to prevent her brain cells from overexerting themselves due to insufficient nourishment. The once tidy dormitory had descended into chaos, with components strewn about haphazardly. As she knelt on the floor, engrossed in her tasks, she remained blissfully unaware of the mounting anxiety among her viewers in the live stream. Chui, stop fiddling with your equipment and look outside. Oh my gosh, Chui, quick, look outside. Intruders are here. Boss, please look outside. Outside. Perhaps it was the collective energy of the viewer's fervent thoughts that compelled Shui to glance out the window just as she stood to retrieve her tools. And she froze in place. Swiftly, she made her way to the window, where she beheld a UFO gradually materializing above the gymnasium. The spacecraft bore a mark, the very emblem of the extraterrestrial invaders known as the Beta Clan, whose last assault on Earth, led by the protagonist Xia Yingying, had wrought devastation, claiming countless youthful lives on the battlefield. Logically, their invasion plans were not slated to commence for several years, yet, astonishingly, they had manifested ahead of schedule. After Yuan Qingning's rebirth, her brainwaves resonated with those of Tata, the leader of the Beta tribe. They became virtual companions within the confines of their minds for several years, eventually falling in love online. Tata, through Yuan Qingning, extracted numerous secrets from General Yuan, fully comprehending Earth's defense mechanisms. This knowledge facilitated a nearly complete victory in the final invasion, resulting in severe casualties among humanity, who stood on the brink of subjugation. In a moment of desperation, Yuan Qingning intervened, threatening her own life to compel Tata to relent, thus averting a final massacre. This act allowed humanity to await the arrival of their extraterrestrial allies, ultimately turning the tide of battle. Consequently, Yuan Qingning emerged as a celebrated hero of humanity. However, burdened by love and guilt, she chose to relinquish her glory, departing Earth alongside Tata, culminating in a harmonious union blessed with children. And Shui speculated that perhaps Tata had viewed the video of the United Nations Assembly through Yuan Qingning, realizing that the seemingly frail humans of Earth had devised weapons capable of threatening their existence, prompting him to seek her destruction immediately, without delay. And Shui turned and rushed downstairs, dialing Yuan Yao's number on her phone. When Yuan Yao saw Shui's call, he was taken aback, hardly able to believe it. An unusual wave of anxiety washed over him. He answered the call, only to hear her urgently instruct, "Pass the phone to Chao Meng, quickly." And Shui's tone conveyed a sense of urgency that left no room for hesitation. Yuan Yao, possessing quick reflexes, asked no further questions and promptly made his way to Chao Meng's location, handing the phone to him. Upon receiving the call, Chao Meng heard Shui's voice urgently advising, "Chao Meng, do not raise an alarm. Bring Meng Chao and the others out through exit B. Do not dawdle, hurry." Chao Meng immediately led his companions towards exit B, mindful of the dignitaries in the VIP section who were discreetly vacating their seats. The presence of such a colossal spacecraft hovering above the stadium could not have gone unnoticed. It was only natural for the prominent figures within the arena to withdraw quietly. They remained uncertain about the vessel's intentions. Many, like Shui, recognized the peril of the situation, with throngs of people inside the stadium. A sudden commotion could lead to mass panic, causing thousands to surge towards the mere 4 exits, risking dangerous stampedes and potentially blocking all exits, leaving no one a chance to escape. At that moment, the majority within the stadium were oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Chao Meng and his group navigated through exit B without obstruction and soon spotted several elongated double-decker transport vehicles approaching. From the phone in Chao Meng's hand, Shui's voice resounded, "Look up at the sky. Your battle is upon you. Make haste to claim your mechas." As they glanced upwards, a wave of shock surged through them, prompting a frantic dash towards their respective vehicles. Just then, a hatch at the bottom of the spacecraft swung open, and the first wave of attack cannons was primed and ready. It was the enemy. The air was filled with the anguished roars of military personnel as a series of Annihilation-class fighters launched towards the adversary, yet it was too slow. Bang, 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 bang. The assault artillery descended from above like a cascade of falling meteors, striking the ceiling and the walls of the gymnasium with resounding explosions that shook the very earth. In an instant, dust soared into the air, and from a distance, it appeared as though the entire arena had vanished within a shroud of smoke. Those standing by the window, gazing at the sky beyond, were momentarily rendered speechless. What? The gymnasium trembled violently, a gaping hole appearing in the ceiling as lights and steel beams plummeted downwards, inciting a chorus of terrified screams from the crowd. Like headless flies, they instinctively sought to flee, yet the sheer number of people created an impassable barrier, each individual pushing against one another in a frantic bid for escape, but finding themselves merely treading in place, with no avenue of escape in sight. As the entire roof threatened to collapse, promising a gruesome fate, the roar of engines could be heard approaching. Suddenly, several vehicles surged into the entrance at breakneck speed, careening forward without a hint of braking, transforming into towering forms as they skidded to a halt, scattering in various directions. Some vehicles braced against the descending ceiling, while others caught the impending rain of steel and concrete that threatened to crush an entire section of seats, temporarily propping up the precarious structure of the gymnasium. 20 formidable transforming mechas emerged, their presence not only staving off the impending collapse of the arena but also alleviating the despair weighing heavily on the hearts of the crowd. "Everyone, do not shove. Remain calm, or no one will escape," urged the military cadets and police, working in tandem to maintain order and guide the audience towards the exits, while simultaneously tending to the injured. The audience predominantly occupied the circular seating, with the students engaged in the competition at the center. They had nearly met a tragic fate, narrowly escaping death thanks to a crimson mech that rushed in, shielding them from above. Among those saved was Huang Qin, who gazed upwards at the mech. Recognizing the individual within, someone he deemed a worthless student from Qingyan High School, a whirlwind of emotions flooded his eyes, and he clenched his fist before turning to assist others in evacuating the stadium. At that moment, how could the people not comprehend the chaos unfolding within the arena? The live broadcast continued, albeit with poor angles due to the staff abandoning their equipment in haste, yet it sufficed for the viewers to witness the ongoing turmoil. Tears streamed down their faces as they anxiously monitored the situation, their hands clasped in fervent prayer, for within that venue might be their family and friends. To their astonishment, the initial wave of artillery had failed to bring down the stadium. Instead, a multitude began to surge outward as the spaceship prepared for a second barrage. Shui, standing below, pressed the button on her controller and softly commanded, "The battle suit is on its way." Meanwhile, a distant observer, capturing the scene with his phone, blinked in disbelief as he zoomed in, his eyes widening in astonishment. He spotted Shui. He witnessed her soaring towards the spaceship, clad in a sleek, dazzling suit of armor that gleamed with a metallic luster, its cold surface exuding an impressive aura. Her beautiful yet aloof visage, framed by long, dark hair, harmonized strikingly with her formidable appearance. She soared beneath the attack port of the spacecraft, extending her hand as miniature projectiles soared upwards in rapid succession, igniting a series of explosions. This was perilous. Shards from the blast immediately marred Shui's face with cuts. 524 felt an acute pang of concern. "Does it hurt? Does it hurt?" "Silence," she retorted, dismissing the trivial inquiries. The enemy had arrived with startling swiftness, and her helmet was not yet prepared. It was her obsession with creating an intelligent steward akin to Jarvis that had led to her current predicament. Otherwise, she would not be wounded now. With a cold demeanor, Shui turned to locate the propeller section of the spacecraft. Sensing her intentions, and perhaps recognizing her as their target, a horde of grotesque winged monstrosities emerged from the ship, the very hounds bred by the Bida clan, lunging towards Shui in a frenzied assault. Those capturing the scene on video could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, their worries for Shui mounting. Yet, she charged fearlessly towards the swarm, colliding with them in an instant, the creatures towering 3 times her size, engulfing her silhouette entirely. However, in the next moment, a blue arc of light cleaved through the air, severing several monsters in half, revealing Shui once more. A luminous sword materialized in her hand, its dazzling blue blade contrasting with the speck of blood that marred her otherwise alabaster visage. At that moment, military fighter jets finally arrived, encircling the spacecraft and unleashing a barrage. Surprisingly, the ship did not flee. Perhaps its occupants had come with a resolute determination to fulfill their mission at the cost of their lives. From within the vessel, all manner of creatures surged forth, rushing towards Shui. Within the confines of the stadium, a throng of people continued to retreat, their gazes drawn upwards to the flickering blue light and the horde of monstrous beings that loomed above. Occasionally, a body would plummet from the sky, eliciting terrified cries from the crowd, who, despite their fear, could not resist glancing at the fierce battle unfolding overhead. It was her. It was Xia Yingying. Good heavens. Xia Yingying. The final creature was sent tumbling from the sky by Shui's powerful kick. Though still alive, it furiously extended its claws towards the nearby vulnerable humans, seeking to drag a few down with it. Those targeted felt their legs turn to jelly, collapsing to the ground as they witnessed the deadly claws nearing. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, accompanied by a brilliant blue light, crashing forcefully onto the creature's back. The battle concluded. All eyes were fixed upon her, the atmosphere thick with silence. And Chui knelt momentarily before rising slowly, drawing her sword from before her and casually flicking it, exhaling a sigh of satisfaction. What a thrill! This world was truly remarkable. One could only imagine how her investor father would react upon witnessing this spectacle, especially after he had gingerly approached her, seeking her assistance in crafting a suit akin to Iron Man's following the dismal failure of his Transformers gift. Naturally, that endeavor had ended in disappointment, after all. The fantastical elements of science fiction are not easily replicated in reality, particularly without access to the materials and energy depicted. Yet, here she had succeeded, albeit with variations in materials and functions. The charming Jarvis had yet to be realized as well. In that moment, Chui was oblivious to how others perceived her. The golden and red armored battle attire intricately delineates the alluring contours of a woman's figure, simultaneously exuding a sense of strength and edginess. With a sword firmly grasped in her hand and a beautiful visage marred by flecks of blood, her expression remained stoically cold and captivating. Standing triumphantly upon the corpse of a grotesque monster, reminiscent of an invincible deity of war, the sound of applause erupts, unsure of who initiated it. But soon a resounding chorus of clapping fills the air, as pairs of eyes shine brightly upon Intli, some filled with shock, others with admiration or longing. The applause lingers, also directed towards the young individuals emerging from the crumbling, dilapidated arena within their transformed mechas. The arena lies in ruins, the All-England event must be halted. And chaos reigns, though the casualties are not severe. Ambulances rush back and forth, while the internet buzzes with fervor. Discussions about the event permeate every corner of the globe where there is connectivity. What was anticipated to be a terrifying alien attack that would incite widespread panic instead becomes overshadowed by the thrilling performances of Insili, Chow Meng, and others. As the exhilaration of the crowd eclipses their fear, they witness not the frailty of humanity in the face of extraterrestrial invaders, but rather a spectacular counterattack. Everyone comes to realize that Earth possesses the capacity for self-defense and retaliation. Consequently, following this incident, the once restless hearts of the populace find a newfound sense of calm. The remarkable emergence of mech warriors within the arena, coupled with the aerial combat footage featuring Chui outside the stadium, has been spreading like wildfire. Xia Yingying's account has garnered significant attention from fellow citizens, and many foreigners have even gone so far as to circumvent barriers to register accounts on this social media platform to follow her. Within mere minutes, her follower count eclipsed that of the most followed celebrities, and it continues to rise incessantly. The strain on the social media platform's servers has become unbearable, with countless instances of freezing, leading to an outpouring of ire from those unable to access it, berating its ineptitude for causing delays. Xia Yingying is simply breathtaking. Is she a celestial being descended to Earth? The final scene brought me to tears. Oh, mother, I am unworthy. I wish to marry her. Watching the video nearly brought me to tears. Then I was again moved by the valiant young men and women of Qingyan, heroically holding up the stadium. How incredibly impressive. Sob, sob, sob. From now on, if anyone dares to call the people of Qingyan worthless, I shall transform into a rabid dog and chase after them relentlessly. The other military academy students were equally commendable. Despite being mere students themselves, they remained composed, directing the crowd to evacuate and aiding the injured as the stadium threatened to collapse. Witnessing their sweat-drenched, dirt-streaked faces moved me to tears. Sob, sob, sob. Almost everyone was swept up in excitement over this event, except for Yuan Qingning, whose mind was preoccupied with the question of why Xia Yingying had escaped unscathed. Could she truly be the favored daughter of the heavens? Simultaneously, a sense of despair welled up within her, as she became acutely aware of the chasm that existed between herself and others, leaving her to wallow in regret, wishing she had never pressured her to attend Qingyan High School. Qingyan High School. The visage of Qingning contorted with bitterness at this juncture. Scarcely anyone paid heed to the fact that Qingyan High School was a disreputable institution, nor did they dwell on the past misdeeds of its unruly students, some of whom had even transgressed the law. Yet, why should this be? Was it not enough that Chui had found her way? But now even the destitute students of such a decrepit school appeared to be more fortunate than she. It was nothing more than a heartless prison, where instructors, teachers, and students alike bore repugnant visages. Among these competitors, some faces remained indelibly etched in her memory, for they had either tormented her or turned a blind eye to her pleas for help, their indifference loathsome. Particularly, there was Chow Meng, for whom she had endured the cruel treatment meted out by Qinli. These individuals were nothing but societal refuse, destined to lead lives of aimless mediocrity, and yet, astonishingly, they had managed to reinvent themselves as beloved youths garnering national attention. Were it not for her personal experiences, having observed their callous gazes, unfeeling expressions, and ferocious brawls up close, she might have doubted her memories, questioning whether they were mere figments of her imagination. That perhaps those painful recollections were illusory, and that these individuals were indeed the passionate, endearing youths they now appeared to be. However, those memories were anything but illusions. They were vivid, searing reminders of her own harrowing experiences. Once again, the same individuals, within the same institution. Why did she encounter such circumstances upon her arrival? While Xie Yingying experienced a different fate. At that moment, a notification abruptly appeared on her tablet, revealing a new statement from her beloved film emperor on social media. She glanced at it, catching the film emperor's words. Truly exceptional individuals not only excel themselves, but also elevate others. Even if one temporarily strays from the path and plunges into despair, there will come a day when they rise against the odds. Instantly, her eyes were veiled in crimson, disbelief swirling within her chest. In a fit of rage, she struck the tablet before her. No, this was something she would never concede. It was utterly impossible that Xie Yingying's superiority was the reason for the turn of events. Yet, her heart was besieged by an unrelenting tide of regret for orchestrating in Chui's enrollment in Qingyan High School. She should have allowed her to remain in the entertainment industry, where she could maintain control rather than resigning to this current predicament. Regardless of Qing Ning's lamentations, the die had been cast. At that juncture, a voice echoed in her mind once more. Qing Ning, what transpired on your end? A hint of urgency lingered in the air. The personnel from Huangshe Military Academy descended, witnessing the scene unfold. The proud factions exchanged glances, a tacit understanding creating an awkward pause as they halted to observe. After waiting for over half an hour, the admirers finally concluded their quest for autographs. Just as they prepared to depart, Huang Qin promptly called out, "Hey!" The Qingyan group turned, and Qiao Ming, on high alert, inquired, "What's the matter? Why the wary demeanor?" "We are not here to instigate a fight." Huang Qin inquired, "Would you care to join us for a meal?" Someone from the Zhongshe Military Academy interjected. "What he means is, he invites you to dine and hopes to exchange contact information to forge a friendship." Huang Qin immediately glared at him. "Isn't that what you all meant? Stop shifting the blame onto me." The students from Qingyan High School exchanged glances, turning their eyes towards Chui, with a flicker of interest in their gazes. Initially, they found these brash individuals, who frequently referred to them as worthless, quite detestable and wished to confront them. However, having endured shared experiences, they had become akin to blood brothers, and mutual respect had gradually blossomed among them. Now that the invitation had been extended, they, as spirited young individuals, were not so narrow-minded and were quite open to establishing friendships. And Chui raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain? There are over 100 of us here." "Humph, don't underestimate us. We wouldn't fear another 100, came the retort. Since everyone was keen on dining together and building camaraderie, they decided to proceed with the meal. Naturally, the young masters and mistresses from two prestigious families would not struggle to find a venue for their gathering, effortlessly securing a restaurant to accommodate such a large assembly. The lack of stringent restrictions on minors consuming alcohol inevitably leads to such occasions where they indulge in a few drinks. With a couple of glasses down, the atmosphere quickly transformed into one of lively revelry, with arms draped over shoulders and camaraderie blossoming. Numerous photographs were captured, subsequently shared by their respective schools on official social media platforms. Fans flocked to these posts, delighted to witness the joyful faces of young men and women from 3 different schools, sharing in the exuberance of the moment. Although some individuals became rather exuberant after a few drinks, the imposing presence of Chui remained unchallenged, as few dared to disturb her. Chui herself sat in a corner, deep in contemplation about Taita and his kin. At that moment, a figure approached her. Turning her head, Chui recognized Yuan Yao. "Is there something you need?" she inquired, only to add, "I was the one who reached out first." Yuan Yao paused, taken aback. "Who do you think it could be?" Chui smirked slightly, sipping on the pink, freshly squeezed strawberry juice through her straw. Yuan Yao furrowed his brow in thought, pondering who would utter such words. With only a handful of family members and meticulously selected servants and caretakers in her household, there was no reason for idle chatter. The notion of taking something that belongs to another, such sentiments are typically expressed by those in possession of something. He and Yuan Rong would never voice such thoughts, thus leading to the only possible conclusion. Yingying. Turning to look, she spotted Yuan Rong. "What brings you here?" Yuan Yao asked. I saw you all online and thought I'd join the festivities, Yuan Rong replied, settling down beside Shui. Many young women cast their glances in this direction, for there are few handsome individuals of the caliber of Yuan Rong and Yuan Yao. Remarkably, they are a pair of identical twins, strikingly similar in appearance. Once Yuan Rong arrived, Yuan Yao found himself at a loss for words. As it was evident that Yuan Rong and Shui had far more engaging topics to discuss, you did not disclose to me the creation of that sword. What is its underlying principle? A cluster of plasma, meticulously shaped into the form of a sword by a potent magnetic field. Yuan Yao pondered, biting on his straw, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. When did Yuan Rong become so close to Shui? The plans for mass production are about to commence. Yet there is a palpable reluctance among everyone to simply share these advancements with other nations. The core technology remains firmly in their grasp. They provide the materials and manpower. Although it may eventually be deciphered, that day is still many years away. What are your thoughts on the intruder? Let us discuss it at your place. As their conversation flowed, Shui and Yuan Rong rose to leave. It's not yet time, Shui remarked. Yuan Rong did not insist. He donned his jacket and departed with Shui, leaving the twin brothers behind. Yuan Yao watched their retreating figures, gloomily sipping his drink. As night deepened, the gathering gradually drew to a close. Everyone exchanged contact information, and kindred spirits had already begun to refer to each other as brothers. Parting was tinged with reluctance. Just before Chao Meng and his classmates boarded the bus, they were called to a halt by Chao Jiao. You have made significant progress and performed exceptionally well. Chao Meng paused momentarily and replied, no need. Yet, there was a serene expression upon his brow, devoid of any trace of sulkiness or resentment. In the past, he had indeed felt anger and injustice due to his father's favoritism, desperately yearning for his approval. However, having undergone such experiences, he now observed the panicked crowd below from a vantage point in the gymnasium, confronting the fragility of life and perceiving the appreciative gazes of others. He no longer confined himself to the narrow confines of a frog at the bottom of a well. He recognized that there are far more meaningful pursuits in this world than the validation of a biased father. Chao Jiao regarded him, a flicker of solace evident in her expression. Good. When they arrived, their hearts were filled with anxiety, bearing the naivete of wanting to showcase their prized possessions and a hint of fear in the face of the crowd. Yet, it has only been 4 or 5 days since then, and they have already matured. The secluded, tranquil school in the suburbs, which once seemed to symbolize their abandonment by family, has transformed into a less daunting place. Their future now glimmers with hope. The nightmare of Yuan Qingning commenced. Following the revelation of Xie Yingying's identity as a foster daughter of the Yuan family, her status as a foster child also became apparent. Without the presence of Shui, perhaps this identity could have propelled her into the spotlight, making her the center of attention wherever she went. Now, she has indeed become the focal point wherever she goes. Yet the attention is not directed towards her, but rather towards Shui, who shares a nominal sisterly bond with her. This situation pleases her manager, Sun Jian, immensely. He initially feared that after Xie Yingying became a national treasure, she would turn her ambitions towards him and the company. To his surprise, not only did she refrain from doing so, but she also bestowed numerous benefits upon him. Yuan Qingning, with a grim expression, retorted, what benefits have I received from her? Enough. Sun Jian's eyes widened in alarm, resembling a comical frog. However, Yuan Qingning found herself trapped in a dead end. Each time she recalled how tragically she was trampled by Xie Yingying in her previous life, and now once again in this lifetime. She felt that this rebirth was almost devoid of meaning. She perceived the heavens as exceedingly unjust, believing that all these advantages were merely Xie Yingying's condescension. A source of shame. Even Yuan Yao gradually distanced himself from her, leaving her to ponder whether he had, like in her past life, fallen for Xie Yingying again. She trembled at the thought of being bound by such a fated trajectory, compelling her to turn her efforts towards pleasing the Yuan couple. Unlike her previous life when she was despised and cast away, ultimately leading to a tragic demise, this year had been excruciating for her. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from General's wife Wei Ro. Hello, Mom, she immediately responded sweetly. Yuan Qingming's expression stiffened. All right. Upon hearing those words, the smile on Yuan Qingning's lips froze. Yet, she could not afford to let her facade crumble, so she nonchalantly approached and, with a hint of playfulness, asked, Tonight's dishes were prepared by Mother, weren't they? I could tell just by the aroma. Only your nose is so discerning, Wei Ro chuckled as she handed her a bowl. I can hardly see it, and Shui retorted with a mocking tone, causing an immediate tension to envelop the dining table. A flicker of joy ignited within Yuan Qingning. She thought to herself, yes, just like that, do not hold back. Let us see who will be regarded with disdain for their unreasonable antics. General Yuan despised domestic strife and held a low opinion of colleagues who brought their illegitimate offspring into the fold, creating a tumultuous atmosphere within the family. If Xia Yingying sought to provoke her, the general's feelings of guilt would not withstand her incessant provocations. However, General Yuan remained silent, and Wei Rou appeared somewhat awkward. Hesitating to speak, her gaze seemingly urging Yuan Qingning to show more tolerance towards An Chui and to refrain from engaging in conflict. The flicker of joy in Yuan Qingning's heart vanished in an instant. Noticing the urgent hints in the general's wife's eyes, she felt a surge of anger. Almost unable to contain her frustration and shatter her bowl. She could not afford to be so oblivious, for she was the understanding and well-behaved little darling. Thus, she turned to engage Yuan Yao in conversation. Yuan Yao appeared distracted, his interest in conversing with her waning as he longed to join the lively discussion nearby. His parents were regaling tales of the humorous mishaps that ensued when Mrs. Xie pursued Colonel Xie, such as the incident involving a messenger helicopter that, upon delivering a message to the colonel's dormitory, inadvertently snagged his underwear from the window, which then fell upon the head of their instructor, resulting in a rather amusing punishment for Colonel Xie. This narrative was far more captivating than Yuan Qingning's account of her day's work. Even Yuan Rong, who was typically quite reserved, could not resist interjecting. Suddenly, Yuan Qingning felt an unsettling sense of familiarity wash over her, sending shivers down her spine. As a wave of fear enveloped her. Yes, it was precisely this scene that she recalled from her past life, when Xie Yingying first arrived. The atmosphere was strikingly similar. Wei Rou, gentle and warm, sought topics of conversation, serving her dishes and peeling shrimp with a hint of cautious eagerness, hoping to elicit a smile from the sorrowful little girl who had just lost her parents. Even the usually taciturn General Yuan forced himself to soften his demeanor, striving for a gentler tone, while Yuan Rong and Yuan Yao made an effort to engage her in conversation. Around the dining table, they encircled Xie Yingying, and although she sat among them, she felt as though she were isolated in a frigid corner. It seemed as if they were a complete family of four, with her presence rendered superfluous. The shrimp that her mother had previously peeled for her and her brother Rong had now been entirely allocated to Xie Yingying, who seemed to seize everything from her. This overwhelming sensation of being usurped left her in a daze until a voice within her mind whispered, "Should I eliminate her?" Yuan Qingning froze. "I can assist you without staining your hands. I possess the capability to manipulate the robotic butler within the house, enabling it to stealthily infiltrate her chamber at midnight and bring about her demise." The allure of this proposition is overwhelming, and Yuan Qingning finds himself unable to resist. Yet, he questions his ability to alter any robots. Ever since An Chui's arrival, his mind has been besieged by a torrent of negative emotions, leaving him no time to engage in an imaginary romance. Consequently, his feelings for her remain purely utilitarian. Upon inhabiting Yuan Qingning's body, he rises with a chilling glare in the depths of the night while everyone else slumbers. He descends to the lower floor, retrieves a knife, and forcefully pries open An Chui's door. As he observes the silhouette rising from the bed, he approaches with deliberate steps. She is the foremost obstacle to their invasion plan for Blue Star. Their home planet bears a striking resemblance to Earth, sharing the same air and gravity, albeit with fewer resources and a smaller size. Time is of the essence, as their planet faces imminent destruction, necessitating their migration. Earth has become their target. However, the overwhelming population of humanity poses a significant barrier to their survival. Thus, in the pursuit of existence, they must eradicate the Earth's inhabitants. Preparations for this endeavor have been underway for quite some time, yet he did not anticipate the emergence of this formidable human, whose creations possess the power to rival theirs, igniting a sense of trepidation within him. They have already allied with other races in need of migration, and soon Earth will be besieged by their forces. Yet, this human must be eliminated, for he fears the potential for unforeseen complications. He stealthily approached An Chui's side and suddenly thrust the knife onto the bed. To his astonishment, the person on the bed sprang up, kicking the knife away. In an instant, he was pinned to the ground. Realizing that the figure lying on the bed was not An Chui, but Yuan Yao, the bedroom was flooded with light. The abrupt turn of events left him no time to react. He immediately attempted to escape from Yuan Qingning's body, only to have something suddenly clamped onto his head. He wanted to flee, but found himself unable to do so. He had been captured. Shock and terror surged through him. How could this be? Before him appeared a pair of feet, and as he looked up, he saw Shui, her gaze filled with the curiosity of a mad scientist, tinged with a hint of madness, sending a shiver down his spine. In the live stream, fans were fervently tapping 666, 6666666. I've never seen a female streamer capture the male protagonist like this before. Incredible, truly a big shot. Managing to seize the male lead directly. Ha ha ha, how unfortunate. Falling into the hands of our big shot. Could it end well? I've already begun to mourn for him and his kin. Am I a devil? Ha ha ha. Tata, trapped within Yuan Qingning's body, was soon transferred from the Yuan residence to the Ministry of Defense's prison, subjected to high-level surveillance. The six-sided room gleamed with an unsettling whiteness, and Tai Ta was confined to a chair at its center. Apart from an enigmatic machine whose purpose was unknown, the surroundings were utterly barren. He repeatedly attempted to extricate his consciousness from his tranquil mind, yet to no avail. He surmised that the helmet atop his head was the source of his predicament. It felt as if numerous suction devices within were firmly adhering to his scalp, ensnaring his mental tendrils and rendering escape impossible. He speculated on the intentions of these earthlings, anticipating inquiries about the extent of his knowledge regarding Earth and the size of their military forces poised to assault it, along with the timing of their approach. Yet, he resolved to divulge not a single word. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Shui entered, clad in a white robe. Her glasses perched delicately upon her nose, and a folder clutched in her hands. She approached him with an air of ceremonial significance. Here it comes, he thought. And Shui greeted him with a somewhat eerie, excited smile. Well then, let us begin. What? Without further explanation or idle chatter, she busied herself with the machine and helmet. First, let me test the intensity of your brainwaves and your capacity for endurance against attacks. This data is quite commendable. However, it appears we can increase the intensity a bit more. What will happen if we raise it another level? The torment unfolds. A fate far worse than death. The observers behind the one-way glass are drenched in cold sweat, witnessing a scene that can only be described as the grotesque machinations of a malevolent scientist, devoid of humanity in the name of research. Oh my goodness. It is indeed horrific. The male protagonist in this chapter suffers far more than the previous one, Loninga. Hilariously, I have long found this protagonist unappealing. I can already foresee the conclusion, and just contemplating it brings a peculiar sense of comfort. It appears we can begin to anticipate our dear Chui's next chapter. Amidst this torturous existence, Tata even voluntarily divulges the extent of his manipulations involving Yuan Qingning, striving for a fleeting chance at survival. Yet, Shui remains utterly merciless. Tata within Yuan Qingning is ultimately slain. Of course, Shui only extinguishes one of Tata's mental tendrils. He himself is not yet dead but has been significantly affected, rendered a mere vegetative state. She is wholly oblivious to the consciousness required of one belonging to the Yuan family, unaware of the responsibilities and obligations that accompany it. Following Tata's incident, the management of the Bida clan falls to his brother, who lacks adequate awareness of the danger posed by Shui. As the army swiftly assembles, they launch an immediate assault on Earth. However, during this year, governments across the globe have been fervently constructing both large and small mechs, armored suits, and energy swords. Soldiers have been diligently training, and the formation drills of Qingyin Middle School have been incorporated into their training regimen. They have discovered that such training serves as a remarkable refinement of both the soldier's willpower and physical prowess, while also fostering a profound sense of collective honor. In summary, the world is under martial law, and individuals have begun relocating to relatively secure locations to seek refuge, having long been prepared for the impending conflict. They are ready to utilize this war as a warning to the alien races that covet Earth. Humanity is no longer a defenseless infant in the cosmos, and invaders will pay a severe price. Subsequently, the anticipated war commenced and concluded as expected. Confronted with the iron fist of resistance, the enemy scattered in defeat. Earth suffered some losses, yet these seemed negligible compared to the devastating encounters experienced by Xie Yingying and Qing Ning in the original narrative. Countless admirers. 1. This is absolutely the most exhilarating live broadcast of this adaptation I have ever witnessed. The distinction of the great ones emanates from their very essence. I felt as though I was not merely watching a casual live stream, but rather a grand cinematic spectacle. To be candid, I initially came seeking confrontation. Yet after watching this broadcast, I felt rejuvenated and found myself uncontrollably enamored with my extraordinary Zuating. Another chapter has come to a splendid conclusion, and we celebrate with a cascade of confetti. Anticipation swells for the forthcoming live broadcast of the new chapter, as vibrant fireworks burst forth within the streaming room. And Shui exits the chapter, only to be met by 524, who eagerly informs her of an interested buyer for the innovative idea of transforming mechas. After all, one cannot rely on the physicians and nurses to shower her with gifts of smoke and fire. In their world, mechas are devoid of transformation. She is the first to unveil such a concept. 524 appears somewhat anxious, recognizing the substantial financial opportunity at hand. It seems the advancement of entertainment in your advanced civilization leaves much to be desired. In Shui's realm, the imaginations of directors and cartoonists know no bounds. A mere transformation of a mecha pales in comparison to their ability to create entire metamorphoses. It is perplexing that such a capability is absent in their civilization. Indeed, our entertainment development has never been particularly remarkable. Otherwise, the Galactic Game Company would not need to procure story copyrights from other civilizations to create the kaleidoscopic experiences of life. Thus, regarding this idea, and Shui, with a hint of indifference, exhales a wisp of smoke, her eyes narrowing in a seductive manner, exuding allure. Then, after you collect that fee, why not donate it to your local charitable organizations? Surely there are families of women and children warriors who need support. By the way, didn't you mention that I earned a considerable sum from my live streams? Perhaps you could donate half of it. 524 clutched at their chest, feeling as though they were on the brink of asphyxiation. This insidious wealthy individual, and Shui indeed possessed immense wealth, holding over 400 patents, all of significant value. Each year, without lifting a finger, she accrued royalties that would suffice for an ordinary person's lifetime. The funds she donated to charities dedicated to the protection of women, children, and orphans, as well as those allocated for the conservation of oceans and wildlife, were substantial, leaving her uninterested in the meager earnings from live streaming. Once, in Shui's manner, the world-renowned scientist Dr. Burin, a two-time Nobel laureate, was lavish in his praise of her. He had even lauded her in front of the media, stating that Anne's ideas were at the forefront of global thought, and her intellect surpassed the current technological advancements. Often, it seemed as though the world was the one lagging behind her brilliance. Though reluctant to part with her wealth, it was hers to do with as she pleased. Presently, she served as 524's golden goose, and with a mere 10 more live streams, they could afford a house. Thus, it was imperative to keep her content and happy. Accordingly, they diligently began searching for reliable charitable organizations, all the while contemplating the next world to explore. Having learned from Shui's previous sudden disinterest, 524 was meticulous in their selection. They dismissed any worlds lacking challenge, those steeped in mundane romantic entanglements, trivial familial dramas, or absurdities. Moreover, they avoided worlds that bore excessive resemblance to the previous three. Thanks to the kaleidoscope of life, with hundreds of world scenarios continually expanding each year, they managed to unearth a few promising options despite their stringent criteria. At the very least, it should ensure that he can purchase a house. Well, that's settled. This will undoubtedly capture the attention of the esteemed Shui, who will certainly not abandon her endeavors. 524 was filled with delight. But upon connecting to the sensor linked to Shui, he discovered her holding a shard of plastic at her wrist, seemingly attempting to inflict harm upon herself. Alarmed, he shouted, "Shui, Shui, 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 Shui. Please, calm down. Goodness, she is having an episode." Fortunately, it was already time for breakfast and medication, and the doctors and nurses arrived promptly. 524 let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, yet he dared not relax, determined to keep a vigilant eye on Shui at all times. After having her breakfast and taking her medicine, it was difficult to discern any abnormality in her demeanor, save for her occasional episodes. It was winter, with snow falling outside, yet the weather was splendid and the sun shone brightly. She was escorted out of the ward for a stroll, with the medical staff treating her as though she were a fragile treasure. 524 overheard her reciting poetry, her melodious voice rising and falling with grace. The bitter cold and the sun, what a splendid day. Do you still linger in slumber, my beautiful friend? It is time. Fair maiden, awaken. Open your eyes, which are tightly shut against sweet dreams worrying about Shui's well-being. 524 fixated on her until he unknowingly drifted into slumber, only to be roused by her gentle call. As night fell in Shui's room, she appeared to have returned to normalcy, lying in bed. And she said to him, "Let us begin." "Oh dear." As Shui arrived, 524 contemplated and decided to exchange the initially selected script for another that was relatively more relaxed and straightforward. and Shui accepted the original story of the script and began to read intently. The infant embraced by a wealthy family was named Meng Jiao, while the girl welcomed into an illustrious scholarly family was called Yin Shu. Meng Jiao was raised as a pampered heiress, her lively and exuberant nature occasionally bordering on the impetuous, indicating a certain naivety stemming from excessive parental protection. In contrast, Yin Shu epitomized the ideal daughter envisioned by her cultured parents, being well-educated, gracious, and exceptionally talented. Initially, Meng Jiao felt immense joy at the prospect of having an additional set of parents and a sister. However, as time passed, she discovered that this situation was not as idyllic as she had envisioned. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Shu began visiting her home frequently, each visit siphoning away a portion of her parents' affection. Gradually, it became apparent to Meng Jiao that her parents' fondness seemed to be usurped by the seemingly perfect Yin Shu, while the latter's parents maintained a distant and formal demeanor towards Meng Jiao. It turned out that the privilege of having two sets of parents and basking in dual maternal and paternal love belonged not to both of them, but solely to Yin Shu. Even her friends at school appeared to be gravitating towards Yin Shu rather than her. It seemed that everyone around her, her parents, friends, and even her secret crush, had been drawn away by Yin Shu. Consequently, Meng Jiao's once vibrant and cheerful disposition began to wane, leaving her in a state of quietude. She began to question whether her own character was unappealing, leading everyone to gravitate towards Yin Shu instead. Meng Jiao is merely a supporting character, and thus her perplexity remains unsolvable. Yin Shu is the true protagonist, a sorceress of remarkable charm. As a witch adept at captivating affection, Yin Shu traverses various realms, meticulously tailoring her strategies to align with the preferences of the beings within each world. In every realm, she aspires to be the center of adoration. For the more love she garners, be it familial, platonic, or romantic, the more formidable she becomes. As for individuals like Yin Shu, who languish in despair due to the loss of those around them, the avaricious and callous sorceress remains indifferent. And Shui furrowed her brow. She herself was rather audacious and harbored a disdain for those who surpassed her in arrogance, often feeling compelled to teach them a lesson in humility. Thus, she resolved to enter Meng Jiao's narrative. 524. Due to the protagonist Yin Shu's extraordinary abilities, players selecting other characters in this scenario would also be endowed with a unique power. As 524 spoke, options manifested on the transparent panel before in Shui, X-ray vision, which reveals only internal organs and bones, devoid of any unsavory sights. Telepathy, which can only target a single individual and requires direct eye contact. Super jump, capable of soaring up to 500 meters. Manipulation, controllable for 10 seconds with a 2-hour recharge. And psychological resonance, sharing joys and pains with those they cherish. A plethora of choices awaited her. In this scenario, Yin Shu's distinctive ability was dream weaving. She wove dreams for all those she desired to conquer, employing her dream manifesting abilities to create psychological suggestions based on the notion that what occupies the mind by day will manifest in dreams by night. Even those who initially held no affection for her began to question their feelings, as they found themselves dreaming of her in romantic scenarios. And Shui's gaze fell upon the ability of super jumping, which struck her as quite intriguing. Upon seeing it, 524 exclaimed, "Wait, you want to choose that? How peculiar." Nevertheless, and Shui found it fascinating and decided to go for it. What more could 524 say? The esteemed player had initially dismissed the game, caring only for its entertainment value. As the live stream commenced, fans flocked in, astonished upon discovering this particular scenario. Wow, isn't this the level where all the strategy-driven female streamers face a downfall? The witch's strategies aren't as extraordinary as they seem. Primarily, the witch has an advantage. While the game grants players the opportunity to cheat, some players, when selecting ineffective cheats, find their efforts utterly futile. Did Shui really choose super jumping? How bizarre. Ha ha ha, super jumping. I can't wait to see how the esteemed player intends to navigate this. Ha ha, I'm eager for it. Before Shui even opened her eyes, she heard the sound of the sea, the salty breeze causing the wind chimes hanging by the window to tinkle gently. She opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings, and discovered she was reclined in an opulent bedroom. The clock indicated it was 2 in the afternoon, suggesting she had indulged in an afternoon nap. A knock resounded at the door. "Jiao Jiao, are you awake? We're about to go diving. Would you like to join us?" And Shui responded affirmatively to her friend, rising to change her attire. She then bounced lightly, raising her fists to savor the exhilarating sensation of possessing extraordinary agility. It was not solely her legs that felt buoyant. Even her punches exuded a certain elasticity. Tentatively, She directed a fist towards the wall. 524 inquired, "Does it hurt?" As Chui descended the staircase, she engaged in conversation with 524, this time. The foundational character design is that of a vivacious girl, exuberant to the point of being somewhat whimsical. As of now, I have yet to discover a catalyst for a significant personality shift. My opponent is a sorceress, so I shall proceed with caution. Striving to adhere closely to the original character design, 524 was taken aback. Is this for real? The ever-quirky Chui has finally resolved to abandon her over-the-top character modifications? She intends to abide by the original character design? Wait, vivacious and whimsical? Forgive me, but I find it hard to envision Chui in such a light. So this time, she will simply be an irresistible beauty. 524 pondered, what precisely does this character design entail? How does it relate to your previous statement? According to the original storyline, both sets of parents had already met privately several times to discuss the matter at hand. The bond cultivated over more than a decade with one's subordinates is not something one can easily sever. Likewise, the innate connection to one's biological offspring cannot be extinguished. Fortunately, despite the disparities in their family backgrounds, the affluent families of both parties complement each other well. The children will not suffer regardless of which household they reside in, as they are both situated in the same city. Thus, a consensus was reached. The two families would unite as one, and the two children would be regarded as their shared progeny, minimizing any potential harm or impact on them. Once this understanding was established, they called the children together, sat down to converse earnestly, and shared a meal to acknowledge their kinship. However, in reality, Yanshu had already taken the initiative to engage with the Meng couple beforehand, establishing a notable presence and garnering their favorable sentiments. Consequently, upon the revelation of her true identity as their biological daughter, the emotional connection flourished almost instantaneously, with the adjustment period between the families being negligible. Only Meng Jia was genuinely meeting her biological parents and brother for the first time, and her feelings of bewilderment and awkwardness contrasted sharply with Yanshu's composed and gracious demeanor. Now, with merely half a month remaining before both sets of parents become aware of the fact that their daughters were mistakenly swapped, it is presumed that Yanshu has already commenced her plans. 524 could not help but suggest, "Shouldn't you take this opportunity to enhance the Meng family's fondness for you?" And Chui inquired, "Why should I do that?" And Chui was seated in a taxi, surveying her surroundings. Every 50 meters along the street, there lay a black door on the ground, inscribed with the word safe house. These doors served as sanctuaries for the public during emergencies. As Chui focused on one of the safe houses, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a bird's shadow flitting across the pavement, followed by the shrill sound of an alarm. The once leisurely crowd transformed into a hasty throng. Akin to sardines evading a predator, swiftly and orderly darting towards the buildings, sprinting as if in a 100-meter dash. Even the vehicles halted in the middle of the road saw their occupants flinging open their doors, some rushing into the buildings, others seeking refuge in the safe houses. In mere seconds, Chui observed that her surroundings had become desolate. Not a soul remained in sight. Naturally, her driver had also fled. Thus, she found herself alone in the taxi amidst the deserted street. Pressing her forehead against the glass, she beheld a bird soaring overhead, its wingspan at least 3 meters wide. An entity so peculiar it seemed unearthly. The narrative crafted for Chui by 524 was inherently unique, tailored to her disinterest in the mundane. Yet, the occasional rifts would manifest, and a creature of such size was indeed a fortuitous occurrence. The emergence of a colossal monster would spell disaster, threatening both property and life, especially in the absence of a hero like Ultraman. At that moment, Chui's eyes widened as she spotted another figure on the otherwise empty street. A man sits in a wheelchair, yet at this moment, the chair has toppled over, likely having been struck by the crowd. He lies on the ground, striving to crawl towards the nearest sanctuary using his hands. His presence is strikingly evident. A bird has already spotted him, diving down with fierce determination. Its sharp, powerful talons are capable of seizing him away, and the police have yet to arrive. The fate that awaits him is known to all. Those hidden within the confines of the building exhibit a myriad of emotions, some with bloodshot eyes, loathing their own impotence, while others silently avert their gazes. Parents shield their children's eyes, overwhelmed by helplessness. The bird's claws are now extended, aimed at the man's spine. He gazes at the colossal bird, his eyes widening in despair. At that moment, it appears as if time has slowed, and within his astonished gaze, a pair of feet emerges first, pressing against the vast wings of the bird. They sink into the feathers, followed by slender, fair calves, knees, thighs, and a delicate waist. As the slow-motion scene concludes, the flow of time resumes its normal pace. Suddenly, the talons that loomed so near vanish, and the bird veers sharply to the side. His eyes swiftly follow the movement, witnessing the dreadful creature crash violently against a lamppost. Reflected in his wide eyes is the image of a girl who gracefully lands and stands before him. Yet clad in a hat and mask, he can only discern her dark, clear eyes. Those inside the glass doors gaze at her in astonishment. After she pushes the man closer, they hastily open the door and accept the wheelchair. At this moment, the bird had regained its strength, rising from the ground, flapping its wings with a fierce cry directed at Shui. The sound of sirens grew ever closer, and seeing that the bird was momentarily incapacitated, Shui decided to flee. She dashed into a narrow alley, but by the time the police arrived, the creature had vanished without a trace. Perched on the rooftop, Shui crouched at the edge, gazing down to witness the large bird being tightly bound and taken away by the authorities. Gradually, those who had sought refuge within buildings and safe houses emerged, and the once desolate street was now bustling with people, all engaged in fervent discussions about the remarkable young girl who had just appeared. She was so incredibly impressive. She seemed so young. How could she be so formidable? I was there, and it was so moving. I thought I would have to watch that person be captured, but then a hero descended from the heavens. Indeed. She even pushed the wheelchair over. What a gentle soul. Reporters quickly contacted the man in the wheelchair who had been rescued. He recounted his experience during the interview, expressing that he had survived but still felt a profound sense of fear. Overwhelmed with gratitude and emotion, he shed tears as he spoke, his elderly parents beside him also weeping. In the end, he praised Shui's eyes, describing them as filled with justice, determination, and kindness. In the live stream of Chui 524, viewers exclaimed, "My darling Chui is just that magnificent." I found myself unexpectedly moved. The live stream had only just begun, yet a single tear escaped my eye. How could I have previously deemed the extraordinary power of super jumping to be peculiar? There are no useless abilities, only individuals who lack the skill to utilize them. Thus, the unfolding events remain unpredictable. Watching the streams of the experts is indeed a different experience, as one can be taken by surprise at any moment. Shui was in her hotel, sketching design blueprints with pen and paper. On the television before her, a poised female host reported, "This afternoon, an interdimensional intruder appeared in City V of Province C, where a mysterious young girl emerged to resolve the crisis." The broadcast even featured footage of Shui coming to the rescue, though the girl in the video wore a hat and mask. Her stature suggested she was still quite young. Without lifting her gaze, Shui continued to shape a combat uniform on the paper before her. At that moment, Yanshu and Madame Ming were also present at the scene. Madame Ming, wearing high heels, stumbled slightly while running, nearly falling. Yanshu quickly caught her, assisting her as they dashed into the shopping mall. This act of timely support deeply touched Madame Ming, who was already gripped by fear and panic, further solidifying her belief that this girl was genuinely good-hearted. Consequently, she warmly invited her to dinner at her home. After a few polite refusals, Yanshu finally accepted the invitation. Feeling the overwhelming emotions emanating from those around her, her heart quivered with greed and longing. They were individuals who would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for their daughter. If she were to receive such profound affection, she would undoubtedly become formidable. The humanity of this realm was exceptionally unique. Unlike demons, spirits, or beasts, their affections towards partners and children were limited, yielding minimal energy. However, this was different. The body she inhabited was that of Yanshu, and from her, as the epicenter, she sought to radiate outward, absorbing the love of an ever-increasing number of individuals, ultimately forming a whirlwind of emotions. An endless stream of energy would flow into her being, nourishing her soul. This was her ultimate aspiration. Initially, she had pursued a shortcut by becoming a celebrity, but through observation, she realized that the affection from fans was too fleeting and lacked purity. What she truly needed was the most genuine and sincere love, the unconditional bond between parents and their children, the willingness to sacrifice everything, including life, for a beloved, and the profound friendship that empathizes with her anger and sorrow. In contrast, the adoration of countless fans could not compare to the energy generated by the fondness of a single friend. The disparity between her efforts and the rewards was painfully evident, leading her to adopt a more methodical approach. Consequently, the more individuals she attracted, the better. As for Meng Jiao, her stance was directly opposed to Yanshu's. Yanshu had devised a meticulous plan to drive Meng Zhao's spirit to the brink of despair, compelling her to commit unthinkable acts, leading to her alienation and eventual demise. One cannot depart from this world while others still harbor feelings for her, for in doing so, they would perpetually remember her. And the love they hold would never be wholly hers. That simply cannot be. After finishing dinner, they sat in the living room, indulging in fruit while watching television, which was currently broadcasting the afternoon's intrusion incident. Mrs. Ming, filled with excitement, grasped her husband's hand, exclaiming, "It's this young girl. She's remarkable." Yan Shu cast a glance at the screen, feeling rather indifferent. After all, she was merely a human being, not a being from another dimension. Yet, even if she were, it was of no concern to her. It would not impact her in any way. The Yin family was likewise engrossed in discussions about the afternoon's events, as both their son, Yin Qing, and daughter, Yin Shu, were within the attacked area, leading them to hold a favorable impression of the suddenly emerged girl. Yan Wenqing remarked, "Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth." Gan Lan nodded in agreement. "I wonder which family has such an outstanding child." Meanwhile, Yin Cheng was engrossed in his online activities, his phone incessantly pinging with notifications, as he was the one who first posted the viral video. Boasting a following of over 300,000 fans, his content primarily featured his calligraphy, paintings, and photographs, which inexplicably garnered such a vast audience. At that moment, the video's comments, shares, and likes had surpassed 1 million. He opened the comments section, reading through the praises and exclamations of admiration. Despite his typically gentle nature, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement, even discreetly leaving a comment under a pseudonym, expressing his eagerness to marry her. Upon encountering those perplexing remarks questioning why individuals with such capabilities do not emerge sooner to save the world, I could not resist joining other netizens in a spirited retort. In the subsequent fortnight, another intruder manifested itself, this time in City C. Unlike its avian counterpart, this colossal being stood at nearly 50 meters tall, a veritable giant. The rift in the fabric of time and space appeared within the city, and it strode forth with an air of audacity. The piercing alarm of citywide martial law reverberated through the streets, and the global populace was acutely aware that when such formidable invaders emerged, remaining within buildings was ill-advised. It was imperative to seek refuge in designated safe houses. Countless drills and numerous encounters with such scenarios had conditioned the citizens, who swiftly and methodically evacuated their homes, making their way to the nearest shelter. These sanctuaries lay deep underground, equipped with large screens displaying real-time imagery transmitted from satellites overhead, serving to alleviate the public's anxiety. The military arrived post-haste, deploying helicopters, tanks, and an array of artillery. Yet, the creature was enveloped in a robust armor that seemingly rendered it impervious to harm. System analyses indicated that the entire body was fortified with this armor, suggesting that the only means of assault lay within its very being. Thus, reliance on fighter jets became paramount, necessitating a strategy to breach its defenses with missiles, aiming to obliterate its innards. The fighter jets incessantly launched missiles at it. Yet the intruder was acutely aware of its vulnerabilities. It remained tight-lipped, even tilting its head to evade the onslaught while hurling massive steel and concrete debris towards the aircraft. Some jets were caught off guard, resulting in catastrophic losses. One by one, buildings toppled effortlessly before it, leaving the military and scientists in a state of utter dismay. This was not the first occurrence. No one could predict what creature might emerge from alternate dimensions next. In truth, such entities rarely brought good tidings. A once terrified scientist had posed a chilling question. Why did these beings consistently gravitate towards their realm? It seemed implausible that every time a rift manifested, it would conveniently be before a monster. Thus, one conclusion emerged. The scent of food wafted through the fissure, guiding them to the breach, through which they traversed to Earth. What food? A deeply unsettling thought. Yet, it remained the most plausible explanation. At that moment, a figure suddenly leaped onto the rooftops, causing the military commanders monitoring the situation to rise in unison. It was the girl, the very same young hero from half a month prior. An uproar of discussion and excitement erupted within the safe house. Despite her clad in a black bodysuit, her hair tied in a ponytail, and the lower half of her face obscured by a matching mask, revealing only her eyes, the crowd immediately recognized her. The panoramic screen on the wall zeroed in on her with the precision of a cinematic close-up, as the satellite's anomaly automatically locked onto that small figure. Hearts raced in unison at the sight of her, and Shui gazed at the intruder before her. On the rooftop of the towering building, she sprinted towards the edge, gathering her strength for a powerful leap, successfully landing on the nape of its neck. The intruder's back bore a prominent ridge, providing a perfect foothold for her ascent. Being diminutive in stature, she went unnoticed by the creature, likely hindered by its cumbersome form, which rendered it oblivious to the tanks below. It extended its short arms, swatting away nearby buildings, akin to an anteater foraging for ants, but found none until its hand reached towards a hospital. In the city, nearly everyone capable of running, including those in wheelchairs, had retreated to safety. However, the hospital housed many immobile patients, elderly individuals, children, and even young adults who had succumbed to unconsciousness for various reasons. Families with loved ones inside the hospital were overcome with anguish. "Oh my God," someone gasped, raising their eyes to see the intruder's hand halt at the hospital rooftop. At that moment, Shui had climbed to its face, standing atop its snout, resembling that of a canine. She drew forth 2 long knives from her back and plunged them fiercely into its eyes. It took several moments for the intruder to react, tilting its head back with a pained cry. Shui clung tightly to the knife handles, swaying precariously above. Just then, 2 fighter jets appeared in the distance, their lights flashing ominously. As Shui glanced over, she immediately understood the situation. When the intruder's hand lunged towards her, she forcefully twisted her waist to evade, using its hand as leverage to swiftly extract her knife, causing it to reel in pain and cry out loudly. Shui then leapt atop its head, gracefully sliding down its back. Subsequently, a barrage of missiles surged into the gaping mouth of the intruder, detonating with tremendous force. The powerful explosions wreaked havoc within its soft, unprotected body, annihilating it from within and shattering it into countless pieces. Shui landed elegantly on her feet, a mist of blood swirling behind her. Inside the safe house, the crowd erupted in cheers, their applause resounding until their hands were sore. Some laughed through tears, while others sobbed in relief. Having narrowly escaped the loss of loved ones in the hospital, the elderly might have needed a moment to collect themselves, but the younger ones immediately retrieved their phones, their fingers trembling with excitement as they fumbled over the keys. Once the video was uploaded, people from all over the country witnessed the astonishing events that unfolded in City C, especially in Shui's incredible presence and her battle, which embodied the ultimate fantasy of justice, bravery, and the fearless spirit of a hero in the minds of the youth. "Oh my goodness, I'm overwhelmed. This young lady is amazing. My heart is racing. I'm both excited and moved. So cool, I want to marry her." The excitement was palpable, with most individuals expressing their fervor merely through exclamations of awe. However, a few dissenters interjected with rather disheartening remarks, suggesting that a young girl of such caliber should refrain from playing the hero, lest her actions inadvertently hinder the military's efforts. This provoked a wave of backlash, with many accusing the naysayer of being blind to the military's impotence in the face of the crisis, and emphasizing that, but for her, the patients in the hospital would surely face dire consequences. The online discourse erupted once more, as videos of Shui's initial confrontation with the colossal bird resurfaced after a fortnight. These 2 clips, disseminated abroad, sparked a similar frenzy. Since the emergence of the space-time rift, although the governments might instill the belief that the world would not meet its demise, the populace had witnessed too many instances of helplessness against the invaders. They yearned for faith, not in the government, the military, or deities, but in humanity itself. This belief had to be embodied by someone who could instill confidence that humankind possesses formidable strength and boundless potential to resist these intruders. Yin Sheng, unable to find solace in slumber, rose from his rest and meticulously sketched Shui's silhouette, her form clad in a sleek black bodysuit, her graceful lines accentuated. The twin long blades at her back, her ponytail secured, and the half-mask adorning her face, an image of striking valor. Upon completing this portrayal, he proceeded to create a series of chibi-style illustrations, one of which depicted her triumphantly standing upon an invader, exuding an adorable charm. Once shared online, this image prompted an enthusiastic response, with netizens eagerly downloading it for their collections or using it as their avatars on social media platforms. When Shui received the video chat invitation from Madame Ming, she noticed that Madame Ming's profile picture had changed. It had transformed from a family portrait into a cute caricature of herself. Upon answering, Shui heard Madame Ming's excited voice exclaiming, "Darling, have you seen the news from our country while abroad?" "I have. How stunning. How can there be such a beautiful young girl? I wonder which family she belongs to. However, I believe her family must be unaware of the perilous activities she is engaging in. Otherwise, they would be beside themselves with worry. While she is indeed striking, the risks are simply too great. How could she possibly muster such courage? Do you know? She actually jumped from such a towering building onto that monstrous creature, and then climbed to such dizzying heights. Even with legendary martial arts skills, it is far too dangerous. If I were her mother, I would surely faint from despair. Madame Ming chattered on, evidently a devoted fan of the mysterious young girl she described. After Yin Cheng shared this online, he finally managed to calm his emotions and fell asleep. The following morning, he was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. Upon answering, he heard Yin Wenqing's anxious voice. "Your mother has had an accident." Instantly alert, Yin Cheng woke Yin Shu, and the two rushed to the hospital. It turned out that Gan Lan had been stabbed while grocery shopping that morning, suffering from excessive blood loss and requiring a transfusion. However, due to the recent invasion in Sea City, many casualties had occurred, and the hospital's blood bank had been emptied in response. Yin Shu's lips curled into a subtle smile. At long last, the awaited day had arrived. The main couple's affection towards her had remained stagnant at a mere 50 points. However, upon learning that she was their biological daughter, the goodwill she had previously accumulated would likely elevate their fondness by at least 20 points. As for the remaining 30 points, they would be effortlessly acquired once she dismantled Ming Jiao's standing. Swiftly, she would locate this individual through comparisons in the genetic database. As Chui received notifications from her parents, she understood that the main storyline of this narrative had commenced. The two families had already conferred in private, Mr. and Mrs. Ming held one of her hands each, delicately explaining the situation to her. Recognizing the significance of this matter for a teenager, they were not taken aback by her subdued demeanor, understanding that she might require time to process this profound revelation. On the following evening, both families gathered for a dinner. Marking the formal introduction, the Yin family arrived first at the hotel, which they had chosen, owned by a former student of the Yin patriarch. Yet, their expressions varied. After all, the daughter tied by true blood relations was still a stranger to them. They were utterly at a loss as to how to react appropriately and avoid any awkwardness or discomfort. As a parent, Yin Wenqing, with his glasses, exudes an air of cultured elegance as he pours tea for his wife. Gan Lan accepts the teacup handed to her by her husband, sighing softly. She has heard that their daughter is quite vivacious, and judging by the demeanor of Mr. Ming and his wife, it is evident that they dote on their precious child. Which family does not cherish their daughter? Our own Yin Shu is equally treasured. Yin Wenqing glances at the quietly seated girl in the corner, who appears gentle and delicate, evoking a sense of tenderness. Gan Lan casts a glance at Yin Shu and nods in agreement. Though their conversation seems innocuous, both understand the underlying implications. Coming from a literary family, the expectations for their offspring are notably high. Gan Lan has been quite strict with Yin Shu since she was young, and Yin Shu has not disappointed her, becoming a source of pride. However, Yin Shu is not her biological daughter. Her real daughter, Meng Jiao, as she has heard, is a rather spoiled and capricious young girl with mediocre academic performance, lacking any particular brilliance. Over the years, she has not had the opportunity to nurture her, so the outcome is beyond her reproach. The concern lies in her awareness that she does not favor such a character type. Now, even as a biological mother, she finds herself in a position where she cannot impose too much discipline. Yet, she genuinely worries about how to engage with a daughter whose personality and qualities starkly contrast her own ideals, fearing that forced interactions may lead to discomfort for both parties. And should any flaws become apparent, it could lead to additional hurt and resentment. Feeling troubled, I observed my son, Yin Qing, engrossed in his phone, his brow furrowed. Yin Sheng, they will arrive shortly. You shouldn't be glued to that device. In the past, he was not so enamored with his phone, but now he clutched it incessantly, even during meals and while brushing his teeth. They haven't arrived yet. I'll put it down when they do, he replied gently, his gaze still fixed on the screen. He had unmistakably transformed into a fervent admirer of that young warrior. Previously, his account was filled with art and literary photographs. Not particularly active, but recently he had been posting 3 times daily, all related to Chui, even creating a group where he served as the administrator. He was now perpetually busy. Yin Qing quickly interjected, I am not a fan. She is a warrior and a hero, not a celebrity. No sooner had he spoken than he stumbled upon a new photograph, his eyes lighting up. The account owner excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, I see her." The images depicted a young girl in black attire, leaping across rooftops while wielding 2 blades against the backdrop of night. What could he do? Naturally, he would immediately like, comment, and share. Where was Chui headed? The news revealed that a swarm of small intruders had appeared in a village on the outskirts of our city, devastating everything in their path like locusts. One moment, a person was perfectly fine, and the next, they lay lifeless, their bones exposed after the creatures crawled over them. These small, social invaders posed a significant problem, being both swift and agile, If one were to inadvertently escape into the city, it would spell disaster. For although alarms would sound, locating the intruder would be exceedingly difficult. He was focused on the unfolding situation, unwilling to be distracted by his phone, especially when members of the Ming family arrived moments later. The upbringing he received and the watchful gaze of his mother compelled him to set aside his device. Both sets of parents rose to greet each other with cordial handshakes, harboring a modicum of anticipation. Yin Wenqing and Gan Lan searched for familiar faces, but failed to spot in Shui. "Ah, please, come in and take a seat." The dishes at this establishment are truly delightful at that moment. A voice laced with confusion broke the air. Yin Shu's. Just as the Yin couple was unaware of Ming Zhao's appearance, the Ming couple remained oblivious to the true visage of their biological daughter. The photographs in the genetic database, taken at birth, sufficed without the need for further updates. Having confirmed the identity through the genetic archive, there seemed little reason to delve into private investigations. Hence, their ignorance of her appearance persisted. Upon hearing Yin Shu's voice, the couple was taken aback. Their astonishment turned to realization as they recognized Yin Shu as their own flesh and blood. Instantly, their affection surged, dissipating any residual discomfort regarding their acceptance of Meng Jiao not being their biological daughter, along with any subtle feelings of aversion towards this newfound daughter. Just as Yin Shu had anticipated, their fondness for her skyrocketed from a mere 50 to 70. As Yin Shu basked in the warmth of this newfound affection, an insatiable yearning for love blossomed within her. Thanks to her presence, the two sets of parents soon found common ground and engaged in lively conversation, creating an atmosphere brimming with enthusiasm. Yet, despite the vibrant ambience, the prolonged absence of Shui began to cast a shadow. As hunger set in and an air of awkwardness gradually enveloped the gathering. "Let us order first, as it is peak hour. And that child may be stuck on some road," Mr. Ming remarked. Yin Shuxing thought to herself that this opponent was rather feeble, not requiring her intervention to self-sabotage. However, she was never truly concerned about competing for the affections of the Yin family. It was not until they were nearly finished with their meal that Shui finally arrived. "I apologize. I was caught in traffic," she said, entering with a disheveled appearance. "You have spoiled this child. She lacks the sense of propriety in her actions," Mrs. Ming chided, pulling her in to introduce her to the Yin family. It was, however, Yin Qing, who was usually the epitome of gentleness, that appeared noticeably more aloof, as he felt her unwarranted delay had prolonged the meal, depriving him of the chance to continually admire his idol. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Huh? I just want to know Yin Qing's expression when he realizes that Shui is not only his sister but also his idol, haha. I feel like Yin Qing might cry. Can't wait. The truth is out." As they parted ways, Shui retrieved several small gifts from her backpack, presenting them to the members of the Yin family, causing Mr. and Mrs. Ming to widen their eyes in surprise at her thoughtful gesture. Observing this, the Yin couple exchanged a slight sigh, their gazes towards Shui softening a bit. After all, she was not raised by them and should not be judged by their standards. As long as she was healthy, happy, and kind, that was more than sufficient. Yin Shu observed that the affection levels of the two couples towards Shui had reached 50 points, while Yin Qing stood at a mere 10 points. A figure hardly worthy of note. The two families exchanged phone numbers before bidding farewell. Once in the car, Yin Qing immediately pulled out his phone, swiping through numerous photos, showering them with likes. After the Yin family departed, Mrs. Ming promptly seized Shui's ear, inquiring about her recent activities. It had been ages since someone had tugged at her ear, causing Shui to pause, meeting Mrs. Ming's gaze filled with both ire and concern. This reasoning successfully persuaded the Ming couple, for it was indeed something Meng Jiao would do. As the family settled into the car, Mrs. Ming continued to express her displeasure that Shui had developed feelings for someone without confiding in her. Shui rested her chin on her hand, observing her mother and then glancing at Mr. Ming, who occasionally interjected while driving, appearing somewhat disheartened that his daughter had reached the age where she could harbor feelings for the opposite sex. This scenario was rather delightful. After confirming their familial ties, Yin Shu engaged in cheerful yet respectful conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Ming. By the time school commenced, both families had grown quite affectionate, with Yin Shu already referring to them as mom and dad. In contrast, Shui still seemed somewhat distant from the Yin parents and her brother, exchanging sporadic messages that felt lacking in substance and concluding after just a few brief exchanges. Then, it was time to head to school. The summer has passed in a rather exhilarating manner, and the halls of England High School are abuzz with the voices of youthful exuberance. Among the myriad of topics discussed, A significant portion revolves around the enigmatic figure of the newly dubbed Shadow Heroine. This title emerged when Yinqing felt that the continuous reference to her as the girl warrior lacked a certain flair, prompting him to create a naming contest that attracted over 5 million submissions. The creativity of netizens was astounding, with titles becoming increasingly eccentric and whimsical. Ultimately, Shadow Heroine received the most votes, attributed to her elusive nature and signature dark attire. As the moniker gained traction, it gradually became synonymous with her identity. 7 out of 10 conversations now revolve around speculations regarding which celebrities might make an appearance. Meanwhile, Yao Jie reclined comfortably in his seat, his feet propped up, as he immersed himself in a video through his earphones. The footage showcased In Shui's valiant efforts in assisting the military to eliminate a colossal intruder, featuring her striking landing amidst a backdrop of swirling crimson mist, an awe-inspiring spectacle that left viewers breathless. "Hey, Jie Ge, look what I brought." Huang Jie leaned in, whispering conspiratorially. Yao Jie nonchalantly replied, "Not interested, go away. But if you tell me to go now, don't try to snatch it from me later." Huang Jie remarked as he retrieved 2 long knives from the cello case. Yao Jie cast a casual glance, swiftly dropped his leg, and seized one, exclaiming, "Are you insane to bring knives to school? Are you courting death?" Huang Jie chuckled, "Hey, we're merely observing. We want to brandish them recklessly. What do you think? Impressive, right?" Ever since the emergence of the Shadow Heroine, netizens have meticulously sketched the intricate patterns of the scabbard on Shui's back, sleek black with subtle golden accents, exuding an air of elegance and luxury. Numerous sellers on various online shopping platforms now offer these replicas, proudly labeling them as Shadow Heroine's knives. Naturally, all are blunt, as the country's regulations on knives are quite stringent. After all, this world is chaotic enough without adding to it. So how could one openly sell such items? The true connoisseurs seek out artisans to craft them for personal collections. However, the 2 knives in Huang Jie's possession were sharpened and of exquisite craftsmanship, offering a luxurious feel when held. He discreetly unveiled them, the blades gleaming with a chilling edge, capable of slicing a hair. "My grandfather is a master swordsmith. My father commissioned him to create these, and they were just delivered last night. I sneaked them out for a bit of fun." Yao Jie responded, "Well made. After all, it's not him who will face the consequences." A few boys, enamored by the striking resemblance of these blades to Shui's, gathered to admire them. Had they not feared being reported for possessing sharpened weapons, they would have drawn them out for a few playful flourishes, for they were undeniably magnificent. Just then, someone informed Yao Jie, "Brother Jie, Meng Jiao has arrived. Why haven't you clarified things with her over the entire summer?" Yao Jie's face was immediately filled with impatience and distaste. Previously, when Meng Jiao pursued him, he found her appearance somewhat appealing and, spurred on by his friend's teasing, decided to engage in a relationship with her. In truth, he had never experienced romance before, and seeing his peers in relationships, coupled with Meng Jiao's advances, led him to join in the frivolity. However, Meng Jiao proved to be exceedingly bothersome, clinging to him like a stubborn piece of gum. Ultimately, he could no longer tolerate her incessant attachment and chose to end their relationship at the end of the last school term, opting for that moment to avoid any potential outburst from her. Yet, even after a summer had passed, she had not calmed down and continued to create a ruckus. Unbeknownst to Yao Jie, even in the absence of Shui, Meng Jiao would not have caused a scene, for after their breakup, she had wept on the street and was consoled by a senior who offered her a handkerchief, promptly shifting her affections and casting Yao Jie from her mind. Otherwise, she would not have had the inclination to travel abroad with her friends, and Shui's presence in that location was merely to visit the teacher's office situated on that floor. Unexpectedly, while she was walking, a seemingly indifferent and impatient youth appeared before her, blocking her path. He immediately addressed Meng Jiao, saying, "Have you not yet had your fill, Meng Jiao? Everything that needed to be said has been said. A whole summer has passed. If you continue to pester me, I shall not be courteous." As Shui glanced at the knife in his hand, its sheath not secured properly and revealing a glimpse of the blade, she thought to herself how audacious he was to bring a sharpened knife. She herself had not dared to bring one to school. Observing his expression, she merely circumvented him and proceeded on her way. Shui approached her teacher to request a class transfer. She had initially been placed in the top class of her grade, a position secured through monetary influence from the Meng family, with the hope that the positive and diligent atmosphere would nurture her daughter's education. However, Shui anticipated that she would frequently skip classes, and felt that being in such a regimented environment would be inconvenient, particularly given the frequent need for parental involvement. She believed it would be far more advantageous to switch to a class with a lenient teacher, like that of Yao Jia, where oversight was minimal. The school faculty had long considered transferring in Shui, as her academic performance was lacking and her exuberant personality created a disruptive influence in class. Yet, out of respect for the Meng family, they refrained from taking action. Now that Shui had taken the initiative to request the change, claiming her parents' approval, they were eager to accommodate her departure. Yao Jia, who had just been indulging in self-admiration, was taken aback when he saw Shui moving her chair into the classroom. It became evident that rather than resigning herself to circumstances, she had indeed evolved, demonstrating a strategic retreat to advance her position. Many students shared this sentiment, yet Shui remained oblivious and indifferent. The advantage of attending such a class was that the teachers were largely unconcerned with students applying makeup or using their phones during lessons. Shui was engrossed in her device, which displayed a location map. Recently, she had infiltrated the National Anomaly Monitoring Satellite, designed to oversee every corner of the country and alert authorities at the instant a spatial rift appeared. By connecting her phone to this satellite, she had the privilege of receiving immediate updates. Currently, the map depicted a tranquil landscape, indicating that no rifts had manifested. However, the calmness of this location did not signify that the world at large was devoid of unrest. Real-time news reports indicate the emergence of a colossal intruder in Country Y, precisely the same formidable entity that Shui assisted the military in confronting. This creature has been present for 5 hours, and the military has finally succeeded in vanquishing it, albeit at the cost of half the city being laid to waste and countless casualties. The occurrence of such large-scale intruders is relatively rare, as significant rifts are seldom manifested. However, when they do appear, they inflict extensive casualties and substantial economic losses. One cannot help but reflect upon how many lives and properties would have been lost had it not been for the intervention of the Shadow Wonder during the last crisis. This massive creature possesses intelligence, aware that its mouth is a vulnerable point, and thus refrains from opening it, even covering it with its hands while consuming its victims. As I scaled the wall, I witnessed numerous citizens of Country Y beseeching the Shadow Wonder for assistance, a sight that tugged at my heartstrings. It is indeed a blessing that we have a Shadow Wonder. Nevertheless, the strength of an individual is ultimately limited. Country Y is too distant, and Shui cannot provide aid. By the time she boards a flight, 5 hours would scarcely suffice. Fortunately, in times of hardship, solidarity prevails. Humanity has demonstrated a commendable unity. Following the incident in Country Y, neighboring nations have promptly dispatched aid, offering some solace to the wounded hearts. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on the monitoring screen, expanding ominously, signaling the emergence of a temporal rift. Shui glanced at the location, rose from her seat. And just as the bell rang for class, the homeroom teacher entered. Consequently, the entire class witnessed Shui, head bowed, engrossed in her phone, leaving without so much as a glance at the teacher. The teacher could only helplessly pretend not to see the unruly signs of wealthy families, too intimidated to take action. They were exceedingly cunning, and one misstep could lead her to fall into their trap. Hastily regaining her composure, she lowered her head to scroll through her phone, where she encountered the stunning figure of her idol, handsome, charming, captivating. While Shui busied herself running about the nation, even on weekends, Yanshu was already arm in arm with Mrs. Meng, shopping for clothes and watching movies. If only Jiao Jiao were as considerate as you, Mrs. Meng remarked. You promised to accompany me shopping today, yet you vanished early this morning. Yanshu, with her gentle demeanor and graceful appearance, responded, Mother, you have many friends. Please feel free to invite me next time you wish to shop. I enjoy spending time with you. Her understanding nature made one feel an innate desire to cherish her. Yet, she was at a loss for her own emotions. She thought perhaps it was best to let it be. If someone did not wish to acknowledge her as their mother, then perhaps she should not be so eager. However, the reality of having carried her for 10 months made it difficult to sever ties so easily. What is that in front of us? Suddenly, a student called out. Following his pointing finger, they gazed towards the lake, where a faint wisp of vapor seemed to drift in the air. If it were smoke, it should dissipate in the wind, yet it lingered. Their confusion was short-lived, as the wisp suddenly thickened and elongated, tearing apart to reveal a large, greenish claw emerging from within. In that moment, all understood. It was not smoke at all, but rather a rift in time and space. Meanwhile, the piercing sound of alarms echoed through the area, indicating the presence of intruders. Everyone, suppressing their fear, instinctively sought refuge in the safe house. However, The mountainous forest was widely acknowledged as a locale where intruders seldom appeared. This was not due to the absence of rifts, but rather because the essence of the forest masked human presence, preventing the creatures on the other side of the rift from detecting the scent of prey, thus making it improbable for them to navigate accurately towards the rifts. Many rifts emerged silently, only to heal just as quietly. Consequently, safe houses in the forest were not as frequent as those in urban settings, where one might find a safe house every 50 meters. They were situated halfway up the mountain, with the nearest safe house located at the foot of the hill. Run! The students, in a state of panic, sprinted down the mountain. Even when they stumbled, their survival instincts compelled them to scramble back to their feet and continue fleeing. Easels and art supplies lay scattered across the ground, and paint splattered the grass in a kaleidoscope of colors. Gonlon, the slowest among them, struggled in her flat shoes. After all, she was no longer in her youth. She never anticipated such misfortune over the past few months, first being stabbed, then discovering that the daughter she had nurtured with care was not her biological child, while her actual daughter seemed reluctant to bond with her. Now, in a place that should have been safer than the city, she found herself confronted by a multitude of temporal rifts. The monstrous creatures have emerged from the lake, their elongated limbs propelling them forward with alarming speed, their bulging eyes greedily fixated upon their prey, saliva dripping incessantly. She sensed their approach, the imminent danger drawing nearer. And although she was aware that the military must be en route, a chilling realization washed over her. She may not survive to see their arrival. In an instant, images of her husband, son, and daughter flooded her mind, tears cascading down her cheeks as she ran. A foul, putrid odor assailed her senses from behind, followed by a searing pain that erupted across her back, propelling her violently to the ground. In agony and terror, she lifted her head, only to behold a creature rushing toward her, its grotesque maw mere inches from her face, her wide eyes filled with despair. Yet, just as the scythe of death loomed over her, a shadow descended from above, a swift blade piercing through the creature's back, the bloodied steel retracting almost instantly, leaving the beast to collapse with a thud. Garland felt the delicate spine of the young girl behind her and turned in fear to witness the horde of fiends bounding after them. Shui, carrying Garland on her back, soon reached the foot of the mountain. Setting Garland down, she bolted toward the safety of the shelter. The refuge was equipped with external surveillance, and upon recognizing their teacher, the students inside hastily opened the door, securing it tightly behind her, their eyes glued to the screens displaying the confrontation between Shui and the intruders. The wail of sirens echoed in the distance, signaling the arrival of help. She does not rush to confront every intruder that appears. If she arrives before them, she will engage, but if she is late, she will first observe from the periphery. There is no need to exert unnecessary effort if the situation does not warrant it, thus avoiding the risk of inadvertently hindering others. However, the creature's gaze has already fallen upon the safe house, likely drawn by the sight of Gonlon entering, aware that someone is hiding inside. Should they infiltrate the city, it would spell disaster, as people would instinctively flee towards the safe house, effectively becoming trapped like fish in a barrel. An unavoidable battle looms, and they must be contained here. Shui drew the two daggers from behind her, her cold gaze fixed on the frenzied intruders. In an instant, the blades glimmered. Meeting the oncoming threat, flashes of steel danced as blood sprayed. Gonlon clutched her chest, her eyes anxiously tracking Shui's figure. Initially, she held no particular fondness for this recently renowned shadow vigilante, occasionally feeling irritation at Yin Cheng's idolization of someone she did not admire. Ultimately, such sentiments stem from humanity's inherent self-centeredness. Yet now, this individual is no longer a distant figure glimpsed only on television or online news. She has saved her. And Gonlon can feel the warmth and subtle fragrance emanating from her, gazing closely into her dark, composed eyes that exude an undeniable sense of reassurance. Not long ago, with the emergence of the shadow heroine, diverse opinions began to surface online. Some voiced the belief that she was encroaching upon the military's domain, deemed superfluous, and argued that her frequent appearances were merely an attempt to garner attention and seek hollow fame. It seems that these individuals have never personally encountered such peril. Otherwise, they would comprehend the profound gratitude felt by those teetering on the brink of life and death for her presence. To them, she is a beacon of hope, a true hero. As the military arrived, swiftly taking up arms and surrounding the area, Shui immediately retreated. A barrage of gunfire erupted, resulting in the complete annihilation of the intruders trapped at the foot of the mountain. Shui, as was customary, vanished without a trace. Gonlon felt a pang of regret for not expressing her gratitude sooner, pondering whether she would have another chance to meet her. Furthermore, why did she find the heroine's eyes so familiar? It was as if she had encountered them before. Yan Wenqing and Yin Cheng rushed to the hospital, where Ganlan had sustained claw marks on her back. Fortunately, the assailant's claws were not poisoned and were not life-threatening. "Mom, are you all right?" "I'm fine. You have been scratched." Yan Wenqing's eyes reflected a palpable fear. How close had she been to the intruder? Miraculously, she was alive, a testament to divine providence. "Yes, it was the shadow heroine who saved me," Ganlan admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ganlan requested the videos of Shui from Yin Cheng. Viewing them again, her feelings had transformed entirely. A surge of admiration and emotion overwhelmed her. When she gazed into Shui's eyes, she suddenly froze. Could it be? No. It couldn't be. She hastily suppressed this absurd thought, yet she found herself unable to divert her gaze from Shui's silhouette. Though Ganlan deemed it utterly preposterous to consider that her biological daughter, Meng Jiao, the cherished jewel of the Meng family, could possibly be the shadow heroine. A figure so intimately woven into their lives, the seed of doubt, once sown, proved exceedingly difficult to uproot. How could this be? Ganlan was struck with shock and disbelief, an indescribable wave of emotions surging within her. Covering her mouth, her eyes brimmed with warmth. Could it merely be a coincidence? Still grappling with disbelief, Ganlan refrained from sharing her suspicions with others, instead cautiously seeking confirmation. She invited Shui for a meal, her tone and mindset inevitably transformed. As she watched videos of the shadow heroine battling intruders, the thought that this could indeed be Shui stirred a tumult of pride and sorrow within her. The reason Yin Shu was determined to destroy Shui later stemmed from the notion that one's heart can only wholly belong to a single person, capable of evoking 100% of one's emotions. Fleeting affections may rise and fall at will, their essence somewhat insubstantial, possessing less energy than steadfast devotion. True love, however, stands apart. It rarely wavers and can sometimes be more resolute than granite, unwavering even in the face of quarrels or life and death trials. The energy born from such love is immense, fervent, and blazing. Human hearts are inherently biased. They can never be entirely equitable, while it might go unnoticed in ordinary circumstances. The nuances of affection are palpable. For instance, in Ganlan and Yan Wenqing's hearts, Yin Cheng undoubtedly held 2 points more than Yin Shu. In the hearts of Ganlan and Yan Wenqing, both children are treasures. Should anything happen to either of them, the pain would be unbearable, rendering them almost lifeless. This slight bias can be overlooked, yet it is not so with the witch. Once a point of contention arises, it is not easily diminished. However, the witch fails to comprehend why. What has Shui done? She toils diligently, devoting herself each day to managing affairs, and has only managed to secure 50 points of solid affection and 30 points of floating affection from the main couple. What has Shui accomplished to suddenly garner such substantial solid affection from Ganlan? Yin Shu's expression stiffened, and after a moment's pause, he inquired, "Mother, has anything happened between you and Jiao Jiao recently?" Ganlan, still uncertain if Shui truly embodies the persona of the shadow heroine, naturally remained silent. "No. Why do you suddenly ask? I recall hearing you grumble before, but recently, it seems you have spoken little of it. I cannot constantly dwell on such grievances. You should practice your calligraphy today. Do not forget." Ganlan is particularly concerned about Yin Shu's studies. It seems there is little more to be gleaned from this conversation. Yin Shu, understanding and obedient, retreated upstairs, his expression dark and contorted in a place where no one could see. To obtain all the love one desires from others is an arduous endeavor. Previously, she would not have felt this sense of urgency. Just as birds seek sustenance and humans labor, the act of filling one's belly is not a particularly easy task, let alone one that must be accomplished daily. However, she had been spoiled by the humans of this time and space. Yan Wenqing and Ganlan had bestowed upon her a remarkable 98 points of genuine affection, just too shy of a perfect 100. The instinct to take more is inherent in all creatures, and the witch, nourished by love, was no exception. Upon receiving 10, she would only desire 20. Having attained 98, she naturally yearned for 100. An elder had once informed her that achieving a perfect score would grant them a new life. Although the meaning was unclear, it surely implied a transformation into something extraordinarily powerful. Having gained nothing from Yan Wenqing and Ganlan, who had bestowed their 100 points upon Yin Cheng, their biological son, it was inevitable that they would harbor feelings for him. Unable to compete for their affections, she nonetheless found herself accommodating him, as he had also offered her a considerable amount of love. In contrast, the Meng couple's situation was markedly different. Among humans, blood relations hold immense significance. Meng Jiao, lacking any blood ties to them, understood that should she become sufficiently disagreeable, there existed the possibility of being cast aside. Consequently, as their genuine, only daughter, she would undoubtedly inherit their entire love. This was her line of thought, leading her to focus her efforts on the Meng parents. Initially, her intention was to provoke their dissatisfaction, inciting the ugliness within her heart, thus prompting her to commit actions that would be deemed despicable and loathsome. Yet, to her utter astonishment, Meng Jiao seemed entirely unfazed. She had unknowingly garnered an abundance of goodwill from Ganlan. Emotions are subject to change. The more one offers, the more dispersed the affection becomes. If Ganlan continues to bestow even more love upon Chui, the affection she can provide may consequently diminish. She must comprehend what Chui has done to suddenly garner such high regard from Ganlan. Thus, upon learning that Ganlan had invited Chui to dinner at her home over the weekend, she promptly declined the invitation to dine at the Ming residence, which she had previously accepted. As a mother, it is only fitting that I prepare a lavish feast for Jiao Jiao on her first visit to our home. Meanwhile, Ganlan persists in her relentless shopping endeavors. However, this time, nothing hindered Chui's arrival, and she arrived punctually at the Yan residence. In contrast to the opulent villa of the Meng family, the Yan's modest dwelling exudes an artistic ambience, with a small garden teeming with climbing plants and flowers, all meticulously tended to. She rang the doorbell, and Yin Qing, who had been engrossed in his phone in the living room, rose to answer it. Unexpectedly, Ganlan rushed out from the kitchen, shovel in hand, to open the door. "Oh, Jiao Jiao, why did you bring fruits? We have plenty at home. There's no need for such courtesy." Yin Cheng furrowed his brow and glanced toward the kitchen, where Yin Shu was still assisting. And Chui was settled in the living room, offered some fruit and cookies, which Yin Shu had baked herself, and was instructed by Ganlan to ensure her sister was well taken care of before she hurried back into the kitchen to continue her bustling activities. Sister? At present, he had only Yin Shu as a sister, for in his view, the notion of family transcends mere blood relations. "Please have some water. Feel free to let me know if you need anything," Yincheng said. "Thank you," she replied. The conversation came to an abrupt end. Yincheng, a person who was warm on the outside yet cold within, had not left a favorable impression on Chui during their first encounter, and he would not be overly enthusiastic towards her now. His concern lay more with Yin Shu's feelings than with hers. In their country, such phenomena were unheard of. Yet in other regions of the world, one could often witness foreign netizens circumventing barriers in search of assistance from the Shadow Lady, accompanied by a multitude of supporters. The sight of it provoked within him an urge to scold. After all, should one regard her as a deity? Did they truly believe she was impervious to pain or fatigue? He idly played with his phone while Chui scrolled through hers. The military had surmised that her timely appearances were due to her infiltration of monitoring satellites, and thus they had sent her a message via satellite, expressing a desire to meet. However, Chui chose to ignore it. This was not the opportune moment for exposure. "Jiao Jiao, when one mentioned that you enjoy sweet and sour ribs, do try your mother's culinary skills. This fish is her specialty. Do you like it?" At the dining table, Ganlan repeatedly served dishes to Chui, her gaze rarely straying from the latter's face, fixated on her eyes. Yin Shu watched helplessly as Ganlan's affection for Chui increased, clenching her chopsticks as her inner agitation began to surface. "Mom, her bowl is overflowing. You should eat it yourself," Yin Qing remarked, his expression darkening. He served Yin Shu several pieces of her favorite dishes, observing her demeanor, which had lost its previous calmness. As she thanked him with an almost timid demeanor, he sensed her inner turmoil, which only deepened his disdain for Chui. Ganlan, meanwhile, worried that her enthusiasm might reveal too much, finally managed to rein in her fervor. After dinner, Ganlan summoned Chui to the study. Yin Shu and Yin Cheng wandered into the garden, with Yin Shu's eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Does mother not want me anymore?" she lamented. Yin Cheng's fondness for Chui plummeted to a negative value, and he gently reassured her. "How could that be? Do not entertain such thoughts. Mother's warmth is merely a courtesy due to her guest." "Is that truly the case?" "Brother, I feel so despondent. She is Mother's biological daughter, your own sister. I fear that one day, you both will love her more than me." Yin Cheng felt a pang of sympathy, insisting, "No, that is not true. I do not favor her. You are my sister." upon witnessing Yin Cheng's genuine affection for her rise from 95 to 98. While Yin Chui's dwindled to a disheartening -10, Yin Shu felt a slight relief. Within the study, Ganlan grasped Yin Chui's hand, her gaze fixed intently upon her. You are her, are you not? What are you talking about? Yin Chui replied, bewildered. Do not deny it. I have confirmed it. The scent that clings to you is identical to hers, and the calluses on your hands, the muscles in your arms, I have verified it. You are indeed her. Ganlan, after all, was a perceptive individual. Yin Chui remained silent. At that moment, her phone emitted a series of urgent beeps, indicating that the monitoring satellite had detected an anomaly. Ganlan's gaze shifted to Yin Chui's phone, sensing an inkling of something amiss. I'm sorry, I must leave immediately, Yin Chui stated, turning to depart. Wait a moment, Ganlan exclaimed urgently. Upon noticing Yin Chui's slight pause, she turned her head, her deep, dark eyes clear and resolute. She raised her index finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. This action hinted at something profound, causing Ganlan to nearly shed tears. She acknowledged that she had entrusted Yin Chui with a secret. Yin Chui hurried down, unable to bid a proper farewell to Yin Wenqing, who had just opened her mouth in surprise, only to close it again in disappointment. Yin Shu emerged from the kitchen and observed a noticeable decrease in Yin Wenqing's fondness for Yin Chui by 10 points, which slightly lifted his spirits. However, as Yin Chui was leaving, she was obstructed by Yin Cheng, who was about to enter. Yin Chui attempted to sidestep him, but he grasped her shoulder, a frown creasing his brow as he looked at her with a gentle expression yet indifferent eyes, whispering, "Do not come to my home again." Yin Chui's eyebrows twitched slightly. This was not his decision to make. She swiftly brushed off his hand and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Yin Cheng thought, how bothersome. Compared to his gentle and understanding sister Yin Shu, this person was both rude and uncultured. He wondered what had possessed their mother to be so amiable towards her today. Seemingly oblivious to Yin Shu's feelings, he was preparing to enter and have a heartfelt conversation with Ganlan when he stepped into the living room and noticed the television news anchor suddenly change her expression. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an urgent news report. A significant time-space rift has appeared in our city B, and a medium-sized intruder has breached our defenses. This intruder possesses wings, and the entire nation is now under a state of martial law. We urge everyone to seek refuge in their designated safe houses. Simultaneously, alarms blared across the country. The winged intruder flew at an alarming speed, and no one could predict whether it would head towards City B or any other destination, necessitating a nationwide state of alert. In an instant, airports across the nation responded. Planes that had just taken off were forced to land immediately. Those uncertain of their destination descended at the nearest airport, and some even landed directly on open highways. Families everywhere, whether dining, strolling, arguing, or disciplining children, abruptly halted their activities, rushing to the entrance to retrieve their emergency packages. They joined the throngs of residents in their buildings, each clutching a package as they hurried towards the safe house below. The Yin family swiftly gathered their own supplies. Every household possessed such a package containing sleeping bags, blankets, non-perishable food, and essential medications, routinely checked and replenished to prepare for the uncertain duration of their stay in the safe house. Before entering the safe house, Yin Shu received a call from Madame Ming, who urgently inquired, "Is Jiao Jiao still with you?" A glimmer flickered in Yin Shu's eyes as she responded, "Yes, she is." Instantly, Madame Ming's tone softened, though a hint of irritation followed as she exclaimed, "That stubborn child. She doesn't even answer her phone. Doesn't she realize how worried her family is?" Yin Shu reassured her, "She is fine. We're heading into the safe house now. You and father should hurry inside as well." All right. Please take good care of Jiao Jiao." After hanging up, a chill swept through Yin Shu's gaze. Meng Jiao. It was evident that the Meng couple's foremost concern lay with Meng Jiao. They often feigned affection towards her, yet in critical moments, their focus remained solely on their daughter. However, this realization alleviated some of her inner turmoil. The Meng couple had nurtured Meng Jiao for so many years, forging a profound bond that would not easily be transferred to another. The Yin couple would undoubtedly feel the same. Although Ganlan's sudden fondness for Meng Jiao puzzled her, it was unlikely to escalate further. There was no possibility of her sharing what was rightfully hers. The safe house was deeply concealed and crowded, rendering mobile phones virtually useless within its confines. The only means of grasping the external situation lay in the large screens mounted on the walls. At that moment, the outside world appeared deceptively tranquil as day and night converged. The sunlight had not yet fully faded, while the moon's silhouette had already begun to emerge. The once bustling city is transforming into an eerie silence at an astonishing pace, as if it has become a desolate ghost town. However, the inhabitants of these fractured cities have had ample time to evacuate the surface, unlike the unfortunate souls in City B, the epicenter of this battlefield. At this moment, the screens within the safe house are broadcasting the chaos unfolding in City B to all eyes. The creature, adorned with wings, resembles a gigantic lizard. Its wings, when unfurled, stretch at least a dozen meters, appearing as formidable as steel and iron. When its wings collide with a fighter jet, the aircraft is sent spiraling off course, crashing into others, leading to a swift descent into destruction. Its claws are equally formidable, seizing one fighter jet and flinging it away, causing it to smash into a skyscraper. This creature exhibits a greater agility than the last massive invader encountered. The soldiers on the ground attempt to encircle and trap it. Yet their gunfire seems to have little effect. Such large invaders typically possess thick skin, rendering bullets ineffective, often merely lodging themselves against the surface. This encirclement is akin to mayflies attempting to shake a tree. To the invader, these humans are nothing more than mere sustenance. And soon it finds itself with several new meals. If humanity could comprehend its language, or perhaps even without understanding it, one could imagine the exhilaration within the minds of these invaders, reveling in the abundance of food available. City B is plunged into a scene of bloody terror. Where is the shadow heroine? Where is she? Shadow heroine, please come forth and lend your aid. In the safety house. The palpable fear and profound sorrow for the fragile lives lost left many in tears, some praying, while others called out for Shui. Gan Lan was in a state of extreme tension, yearning to see Shui's figure yet terrified at the prospect. It was perilously dangerous. After wreaking havoc in City B in a mere instant, the creature soared toward City K, its swift movements casting a shadow over the entire city. Those foolish commanders were seething with rage at the sight. Their pilots bravely engaged the monster in aerial combat, risking their lives in a desperate attempt to buy time for the residents to seek refuge in the safety houses. Yet, while City B succumbed, there were still individuals in City K dawdling. Oh, save us! The entrances to several safety houses became overcrowded, rendering entry impossible. Precious belongings, hastily gathered for safety, lay scattered on the ground, while their owners had already been swept away and devoured. After consuming the inhabitants of that street, the creature continued its relentless flight. Satellites tracked its movement, and then a heart-wrenching scene unfolded before them. A little girl, clutching a doll, stood crying in the middle of the road. Beside her lay a massive slab of reinforced concrete, and before her, a stark, glaring bloodstain, a clear indication that it had erupted from the concrete, likely marking the tragic demise of her parents. Not a soul was in sight. Suddenly, a special forces soldier clad in camouflage burst forth from a nearby alley. His eyes ablaze with determination, intent on rescuing the young girl. The intruder's thick neck tilted slightly, its crimson eyes rotating in a full circle, fixating upon her. Its mouth moved, and the collective gaze of onlookers widened, hearts racing in trepidation. As anticipated, a horrifyingly long pink tongue shot forth from its maw, aiming directly at the little girl. The soldier's outstretched hand remained 5 meters away from the child, his mouth agape in a roar. As the lethal tongue swiftly ensnared the girl, it was over. Yet, not all hope was lost. Suddenly, a shadow hurtled from a descending aircraft, striking the creature's head like a bullet. A glimmer of cold steel flashed as it ruthlessly plunged into one of its eyes. Before it could fully swallow, the excruciating pain forced it to open its mouth, revealing the adorable little feet of the girl, clad in charming sneakers, half of her body already lodged in its throat. Shui gripped the hilt of her blade and leaped down, swinging beside its cheek. A wire shot from the bracelet on her wrist, ensnaring the girl's legs. With a powerful kick, she withdrew the knife and jumped back. This series of actions transpired in less than 5 seconds. Realizing its prey was escaping, the monster hastily closed its mouth, but it was a beat too late. In that fleeting moment, Shui had already pulled the girl from its jaws. She caught the child, landing steadily on the ground. The Shadow Huntress. She has finally arrived. In a moment of sheer panic, Gan Lan took a step forward, covering her mouth. As Nsue Luo landed, she swiftly handed the unconscious girl to the Special Forces soldier, who immediately rushed into a building. Laying the child down to administer urgent first aid, perhaps there was still time, for it had been less than half a minute since the ordeal began. Nsuo's action had deprived the creature of one eye, yet it still possessed the other. Finally realizing the rapid sequence of events that had unfolded in those fleeting seconds, The enraged intruder lunged at Ensuelua, its long tongue flicking out, causing all who witnessed it to tremble in fear. Ensuan managed to delay the creature for approximately half an hour, until a signal flare soared into the night sky from 2 streets away, illuminating the darkness with brilliant light. Understanding the implication, Ensuelua dashed in that direction. A white van stood abruptly in the middle of the road. Each close call had only served to heighten the creature's fury and impatience. Spotting Ensuelua attempting to escape into the vehicle, it simply engulfed the entire van, crushing it in its jaws. However, with only one eye's vision compromised, it failed to notice and saw rolling out through the opposite door. Then, with a thunderous explosion, a violent blast erupted from its throat. The vehicle had been prepared by the military, laden with a full complement of timed missiles, equal in quantity to those intended to obliterate the larger intruder that had appeared before, capable of shattering it, let alone this medium-sized menace. In an instant, the sound resonated like the sky splitting apart, and a colossal, fiery mushroom cloud illuminated the night, scattering the clouds in a breathtaking display. "Sister!" And Shui turned her head and saw the little girl she had rescued from the throat of an intruder rushing toward her. It seemed that the rescue had been timely, for she appeared unscathed, clutching her doll, and Shui was unsure of the girl's intentions, so she crouched down. The child, with reddened eyes, handed her the doll and thanked her, saying, "Thank you, sister, for saving me." And Shui was momentarily taken aback. She reached out to gently pat the girl's head. To her surprise, the little one leaned in and kissed her cheek. This scene, inexplicably, was profoundly moving, causing tears to flow from everyone in the safe house. Gan Lan felt an overwhelming swell of pride, her vision blurred with tears. This hero was her own daughter. And Shui quickly departed before the military personnel arrived. As she ran, she transitioned from the ground to the rooftops, leaping between them while deftly opening the back of the doll. She retrieved the locator from within, flicking it away with a flick of her finger. She would drop the guys when she chose, and not a moment sooner. In the live stream room of charming Chui Chui. Woo, am I too sentimental at my age? I actually cried from being moved cack. Woo, Chui Chui is so amazing. I'm in awe of my darling Chui Chui. A max-level expert is truly incomparable, while other streamers approach this scenario with strategy. Our Chui Chui is here to save the world. Moreover, I can already foresee what will happen next. Those strategy-oriented streamers are suddenly rendered insignificant against the might of the witch. It is thus that, captivated by the dazzling prowess of Chui Chui's extraordinary jumping ability, I could not resist the temptation to indulge in the game myself. As a result, I leapt forcefully into the air, only to come crashing down with such force that I ended up with a concussion, entering vertically and exiting horizontally. To be completely honest, I also. Ha ha ha. The preceding events were simply too adorable. The Galaxy Gaming Company stands as a titan within their civilization's gaming industry, with players from various races across the cosmos engaging in their games. Countless streamers rely on their games for their livelihood, creating such a vast pool of talent that it is nearly impossible for any individual streamer to capture their attention. However, recently, they have taken notice of Chui, primarily due to the significant surge in player engagement following her playthrough of 3 game dungeons, with the increase in player numbers starkly outpacing that of other dungeons. The programmers, intrigued, watched Chui's live stream of her last dungeon, and they were left enthralled, feeling as if they had just witnessed an exhilarating science fiction blockbuster, where the protagonist experienced unrestrained joy, serving as a remarkable stress reliever. Upon reviewing Chui's personal profile, they were astonished. It was not that no prominent figures played their games, but rather that they had never encountered a streamer of such caliber. I believe it would be appropriate to extend an invitation to her for our new instance's beta testing. This streamer is truly a hardcore player. Let's send her an invitation. Unbeknownst to her, while the world outside is unfolding, Chui remains immersed in the realm of the instance. She harbors no particular sentiments regarding the military's decision to place a tracker within the doll given to the little girl. Rather, she comprehends their motives. If she were a scientist within the military, she too would devise means to uncover the identity of this formidable, enigmatic individual. Alas, she is not. Yet. She is not devoid of feelings. This instance world differs from the previous ones. She cannot help but reach up to touch her cheek, where the little girl's kiss landed on her mask, and somehow, she feels as if she has genuinely experienced something akin to a long-forgotten memory. After changing her clothes in a building, she checks her phone only to find that Mr. and Mrs. Ming have called her multiple times, coinciding with a national alert. Just then, another call comes in. It's Mrs. Ming. Chui answers, and hears her anxiously inquire, "Hello? Jiao Jiao. I'm here, Mom. You little rascal. You remember I'm your mother." Mrs. Ming's tone shifts as she begins to scold. "Did I buy you a phone just for decoration? You go missing without a trace. And I have no idea what you're up to all day. Don't you realize how worried your family gets? Do you want to give your father and me a heart attack?" Mr. Ming interjected, all right. Everything is fine now." As the threat from the intruders was resolved, the people emerged from their shelters, and the once quiet city soon buzzed with activity. The virtual realm, however, was even more vibrant. The footage of the shadow heroine's battle was fervently shared, generating widespread excitement abroad. That video made me weep uncontrollably. I cried when I saw the little girl weeping beside her deceased parents. I sobbed when the girl was in peril. And I wept when the shadow heroine rescued her from the monster's jaws. When the girl expressed her gratitude, I was utterly overcome with emotion. It was astonishing. I thought all hope was lost, yet the goddess managed to snatch the little girl from the monster. I truly admire her unwavering spirit. From this day forth, the shadow heroine is my idol. I shall support her for a lifetime. Am I the only one who believes the people of K-City are utterly foolish? The alarm has been sounding for quite some time, and even in the city furthest from B-City, we have already found refuge. Yet there are still individuals in K-City who have not sought safety. Clinging to hope, unwilling to part with their possessions, they ultimately lost their lives. The most unfortunate were the valiant warriors who sacrificed themselves to buy time, preventing the monsters from descending. Yin City captured an image of the little girl alongside In Shui from the video, and subsequently created a drawing based on that image. In the pitch-black night sky, the blinding light from a colossal explosion seemed to engulf the entire world in flames. Before the ruins of the city below, a poised and enigmatic girl of justice knelt gracefully, tenderly stroking the head of a weeping little girl clutching a doll, her expression one of gentle compassion. The artistry was exquisite, with delicate strokes that conveyed a profound sense of tragedy and emotion, transcending dimensions. Once shared online, it swiftly garnered a flurry of retweets, likes, and comments. "I wonder if she will ever see it," thought Yin Chang. "I sincerely hope she does, and that she knows him." On this night, some felt exhilarated, others calm, and some indifferent, yet none could possess feelings as intricate as Gonlan's. She alone was privy to the true identity of the shadow hero. A realization that filled her with a sense of pride and duty after receiving a message from In Shui stating, "You are the only one who knows. Please keep it confidential." However, alongside this pride were myriad bittersweet emotions. Perhaps every hero's mother experiences such conflicting feelings, proud yet pained, joyful yet anxious, wishing for their child to be a revered hero, while also yearning for them to lead a simple, safe life. This tumult of emotions surged within her, robbing her of sleep, compelling her to seek someone to share this burden. She needed a reliable confidant, someone trustworthy who would keep her secret. And that person was her husband, Yin Wenqing. Upon hearing her words, Yin Wenqing was utterly bewildered, his expression reflecting disbelief as if to say, "What are you talking about? Are you joking? How can this be? You must be out of your mind." Until Gonlan revealed all the evidence, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was impossible for Yin Wenqing to take her words lightly. Rising from the bed, he began to pace within the confines of the bedroom, his hands rubbing together in a rare display of agitation. Suddenly, he turned to Gonlan, incredulity etched across his face. "Really?" Her amused laughter at his uncharacteristic foolishness was a stark contrast to the gravity of the moment. "Indeed, there can be no doubt. Next time you invite her to dinner, just observe her eyes." The Ming family had failed to notice, perhaps blinded by the proverbial darkness beneath the lamp. This was truly remarkable. Yin Wenqing resumed his restless wandering, likely resigning himself to a sleepless night. His feelings toward this biological daughter were neither strong affection nor disdain. The differences in male and female perspectives rendered their views on matters distinct. The mix-up of children was a mistake in which no one was truly at fault. And both children had, by chance, led relatively good lives. Thus, no one owed anything to the other. He valued the child's own thoughts, believing that if she wished to foster a bond with them, it would be wonderful. If not, it was best for all parties to avoid excessive interference and simply live their own lives. Typically, one develops feelings for another upon recognizing admirable qualities, perhaps beauty, a kind disposition, or exceptional talent. However, their interactions with In Shui had been minimal. They could scarcely count the few words exchanged. There was nothing particularly praiseworthy that stood out about In Shui, and the affinity born from mere blood ties was limited, naturally leading to an absence of deeper affection. However, at that moment, Gonlan suddenly informed him that Shadow Woman was actually In Shui, a brilliant beacon that dazzled his senses. He recalled how he had felt disheartened by Shui's hasty departure without even a word of farewell, only to now realize that she had been rushing off to undertake something monumental. In comparison to her noble pursuits, his own concerns seemed trifling and petty. A sense of shame washed over Yan Wenqing. Observing his demeanor, Ganlan felt a sense of relief. After sharing videos of Shui's battles, she comfortably drifted into slumber, leaving Yan Wenqing, a middle-aged man, wearing headphones, grappling with a whirlwind of emotions as he watched the videos, unable to find rest throughout the night. Yet, Ganlan did not sleep well that night, nor did Yin Qin and Madame Ming, as they experienced an almost identical dream, a replay of the day's events, but devoid of Shadow Woman's presence. The invader, having wreaked havoc in City B, arrived in their own city, for reasons unknown. They had not managed to reach the safety of their shelter. In a state of panic, they fled, yet the invader's tongue relentlessly claimed the fragile lives around them. Soon, both Ganlan and Yin Cheng found themselves targeted, ensnared in peril, as they witnessed the monster preparing to engulf them. Just when death loomed near, someone thrust them aside, sparing them from the creature's grasp, but the savior was taken instead. Their gaze followed the figure, and they beheld Yin Shu. The only distinction for the Meng couple was the presence of Meng Jiao, who, paralyzed by fear, abandoned them to escape on her own, while it was Yin Shu who had pushed them aside to save them. In the realm of dreams, overwhelming dread and sorrow manifested with such vividness that several individuals were jolted awake, with two mothers even weeping and calling out in fright. The intensity of this experience left them seated on their beds for a considerable time, striving to regain their composure. Ganlan promptly descended to Yin Shu's room, and upon witnessing her drowsy appearance, embraced her tightly, as if clutching a precious treasure that had been restored. Under the comforting presence of Mr. Meng, Mrs. Meng gradually steadied herself, perplexed by the peculiar dream she had just endured. Was it perhaps a result of yesterday's fright? Or maybe her recent frequent outings with Yin Shu had contributed to this turmoil. As Yin Shu felt Ganlan's embrace, she reveled in the emotional fluctuations emanating from her friend, taking great pleasure in the dream she had conjured the previous day, which had evidently borne fruit. Surely, now Ganlan's attention would shift from Meng Jiao to her. While Mrs. Meng might not be easily swayed, persistence could yield results. After all, psychological suggestion often requires multiple encounters to take effect. With a sense of pride, she contemplated the necessity for others to develop a fondness for certain individuals, which necessitated some form of connection, be it face-to-face interactions, moments spent together, or even during phone calls or messaging. Such feelings could not be summoned at will, nor could they be observed at all times. Thus, she remained unaware that while Ganlan held her close, her heart was suffused with profound gratitude and affection for Shui. It was precisely because of Shui's presence that the tumultuous battle had reached a resolution not too late, preventing the nightmarish scenarios from materializing. Moreover, she remained oblivious to the fact that, after spending an entire night engrossed in videos, Yan Wenqing had succumbed to slumber just as dawn approached. Her fondness for Shui had waned, no longer merely a trifling 30 or 40 points, but instead had taken on a fluctuating essence. After experiencing such an event yesterday, today still necessitated the routine of work and classes. The school corridors were now populated with more individuals wielding unsharpened blades, parading about in a pretense of bravado, resembling a gaggle of Na'vi children. Shui observed this scene with a gaze imbued with complexity. Her attention was drawn to a figure brandishing a long, dull knife, gesturing it towards another individual. This was no mere display, it was a blatant act of bullying. A frail youth hunched his shoulders, trembling slightly in fear, yet seemed too intimidated to evade the confrontation. In contrast, the more robust boy mercilessly struck the weaker one with two unsharpened knives, a grin plastered across his face. Do you see, everyone? This is how a knife is wielded. The shadow huntress holds her weapon like I do, and with a flick of the wrist, one can deliver a fatal strike like this. The onlookers chuckled, entertained by the boy's antics, though the unsharpened blade struck like the flat side of a knife. Lacking the sharpness to draw blood instantly, the impact of a blunted edge was still far from painless. Just as the assailant raised his hand to continue his assault on the frail boy, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Angrily, he turned to see a knife coming towards him, and with a smile on her face, Shui struck back, delivering blows with precision. Was this truly how the shadow huntress engaged in combat? Shui had not truly practiced any form of swordsmanship, however. She had learned the art of fencing from her grandfather, It was, of course, nothing extraordinary, merely the common practice of Tai Chi swordplay. During her university years, she also participated in a Western fencing club, excelling in her studies. She possessed a remarkable ability to synthesize knowledge and draw parallels. Thus, even a modest exploration of knife techniques allowed her to wield them adeptly. In a fit of desperation, the young man, unable to evade her strikes, raised his weapon in a frenzy to retaliate against this seemingly unhinged woman. To his astonishment, pain shot through his hand, causing him to loosen his grip, and, quite inexplicably, the knife flew into Chui's grasp. The students who had gathered in the corridor were left in awe. When did Meng Jiao become so formidable? That move was simply exquisite. Huan Jie peered through the classroom window, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Yao Jia pondered, how was I to know? If Meng Jiao had been like this before, would he have ever considered breaking up with her? And Chui continued to strike the young man until he begged for mercy. Clearly intimidated. Finally, she ceased her assault, tossing the dull knife back to its original owner, and remarked, "Are you merely a false fan?" "No, I am a true fan. I adore the shadow heroine. She is my goddess." The young man quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "Don't think that just because you execute the techniques better than I do, you can look down on me. Did she instruct you to wield a knife against the weak?" After receiving a sharp reprimand, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words, yet I could not suppress my rebellious murmurs, muttering, "This fellow is truly peculiar. I have witnessed him strangle a rabbit." An abrupt pause enveloped me as I fixated on the pallid youth who was cautiously observing me. It dawned on me. This is indeed the protagonist. In this narrative, I had nearly forgotten that the main storyline features a male lead, whose significance is paramount. His presence reveals to the witch that attaining unconditional love from one's biological parents or even from adoptive guardians who have nurtured you for over a decade is a formidable challenge. However, it is entirely plausible to receive such profound affection from someone with no blood ties. The intricacies of love surpass those of familial and platonic bonds. Possessing the power to forge miracles, it is precisely due to the existence of this male lead that the witch, originally indifferent to the world and solely focused on amassing affection to satiate her hunger for strength, ultimately chose to intervene in the final moments before this realm faced obliteration. She harnessed her abilities to save this world, transforming into its savior and becoming a true paragon of allure. However, this narrative unfolds after Meng Jiao has already been vanquished by Yin Shu. Thus, Chui has only witnessed this segment of the original tale. Consequently, she remains oblivious to the male protagonist's identity and the means by which he captures the heart of the sorceress, compelling her transformation. The only hint that leads her to deduce his role as the male lead stems from a mention in the synopsis, which indicates that he was once deemed a deviant for having strangled a rabbit. Yet, upon closer examination, it is difficult to discern any aura of a protagonist about him. Perhaps he harbors some enigmatic qualities yet to be unveiled. But why should that concern her? Upon entering the classroom, Chui overhears Yao Jia sarcastically remarking, "Impressive, Meng Jiao. You can even play the role of a hero saving the damsel. How come I never noticed your sense of justice before?" The other classmates cease their activities, their gazes fixated on the two, their eyes glimmering with a hint of gossip-driven excitement. Chui pauses, turning her attention to the boy lounging in his seat with an air of arrogance, his feet propped up. Noticing her gaze, he further elevates his chin, already held high. Chui strides towards him, surprised by her sudden approach, especially given her previously indifferent demeanor that conveyed a clear "who are you, go away" attitude. Yao Jia initially maintains his aloofness. However, as she draws nearer, he instinctively retracts his legs from the table, attempting to diminish his imposing presence. This Meng Jiao. She has merely discovered that she is not the biological child of her parents. Could this be the catalyst for such a drastic change in her demeanor? It is rather unsettling. Chui approached him, leaning against the wall with one hand while bending down to gaze into his eyes. Noticing him trying to evade her stare, she grasped his chin and turned his face back toward her. A wave of suppressed excitement rippled through the classroom. "You can't possibly regret breaking up with me, can you?" Chui inquired. "I was merely considering your parents' feelings, helping them discern what you've been up to while skipping classes." Yao Jia was taken aback by Chui's revelation, his embarrassment transforming into anger. After all, her sudden change in demeanor had been enigmatic, piquing his curiosity about her mysterious absences from class. Each time he blinked, he felt a sense of disgrace, realizing he had been cast aside. Chui crossed her arms and remarked, "It appears you do not harbor any affection for me." Yao Jia retorted, pulling out his phone to show her the wallpaper image, tapping it with his finger. "See this? If you were her, I might actually like you. I'd even kneel and sing for you. And Chui's gaze fell upon the screen depicting a shadowy heroine triumphantly defeating monsters. Her brows arched in intrigue. What does that even mean? Yao Jia, fuming, slumped into his seat, noticing the entire class was watching him. What are you staring at? Do you want to die? He pressed his hands heavily on the table, cradling his head, and muttered with suppressed frustration, she found out. The conference room was filled with people clad in matching military uniforms, their faces stern and serious. This approach was utterly inappropriate. The shadowy heroine was clearly no ordinary individual, and such actions would only provoke her disdain. Someone in the room spoke up. However, dissent soon arose. As citizens of the nation, it is our duty and responsibility to contribute in times of national crisis. We have sent her countless messages, urging her to collaborate with us for the advancement and future of humanity. Are you suggesting that we extract her blood to study the mutations occurring within her body in hopes of inducing similar changes in others? With such an attitude, only a fool would be willing to cooperate with you. So what if we do? It is not as if we are killing her. A mere blood draw for research purposes is inconsequential. This is her obligation. Your reasoning resembles that of a bandit. How can you be certain she is a citizen of our nation? As tensions escalated between the hardliners and moderates, the weary general at the forefront interjected to quell the discord. Enough, enough. Since the methods of the hardliners have proven futile, let us adopt a different approach. Reluctantly, the hardliners fell silent, still harboring thoughts that the shadowy heroine was nothing more than a self-serving scoundrel, seeking fame at the expense of others. She should, instead, comply with the arrangements imposed upon her, maximizing her potential to contribute to humanity. What benefit could the moderates' approach possibly yield? It would only serve to embarrass the government, for she would remain indifferent. As the school bell rang, the cacophony finally subsided somewhat. The teacher continued with the lesson, absorbed in her own discourse, while the students busied themselves with their own affairs. And Chui unlocked her phone and accessed the anomaly map, only to receive a letter from the government. Unlike previous communications filled with righteousness, responsibility, and obligation, this one was considerably more gentle, refraining from emphasizing those notions and simply requesting her assistance. This was the proper approach. An air of superiority does not garner respect. The two parties quickly began to communicate online, although Shui remained an enigma, shrouded in mystery with little known about her. The one certain fact was her allegiance to the human faction, which sufficed. The military officials were taken aback by the sudden arrival of these two significant gifts. One individual immediately rose to their feet, exclaiming that if these items could indeed be produced, the exploration warriors would no longer need to take such perilous risks. National research institutes worldwide had long been investigating the persistent emergence of spatial rifts, which had been occurring with alarming frequency in recent years. Once, a year could pass without a single major incursion. Now, it seemed that one would materialize every few months. If this continued, humanity might indeed face its own apocalypse. After years of fruitless research, their focus shifted to the other side of the rift, pondering whether the issue lay not within their own world but in the realm beyond. Thus, the exploration of that world became a pressing agenda. This was a path fraught with despair, yet it was imperative for someone to embark upon it, to seek a glimmer of hope amid the overwhelming darkness. Consequently, the exploration team was also referred to as the Death Squad, comprised of soldiers who volunteered for the mission. Before their departure, each individual bid farewell to their loved ones, penned farewell letters, and arranged for their photographs. Today marked yet another day for a new exploration team to set forth. At this moment, the fissure opened and closed with a certain stability, a rhythmic dance of emergence and retreat. The soldiers of the exploration team, under the solemn gazes and respectful salutes of the guarding troops, resolutely boarded their aircraft, poised to venture inside as soon as the rift reopened. As the fissure yawned wide once more, the guards received a communication. Heartthrob, Part 11. He heard the commanding voice from the other end, witnessing as the first member of the exploration team was on the verge of crossing the threshold. He shouted urgently, "Halt." Consequently, the first aircraft came to a halt just before the fissure. The exploration team was abruptly halted, in a state of bewilderment. They were informed that their daring endeavor was no longer required. Having prepared for a one-way journey, they were suddenly told they need not proceed. Left in a state of confusion until embraced tightly by their comrades. Two design schematics had incited fervent discussions within the National Research Institute, with scientists expressing a strong desire to engage directly with Shui, as there were aspects they simply could not fathom. The hardliners, with necks craned and faces set in displeasure, grumbled in a coarse voice, These diagrams are drawn with utmost clarity. What is there to misunderstand? The moderate smiled. You simply do not comprehend, so why question so much? The hardliners retorted angrily. Your smug expressions are thoroughly repugnant. Scientists remarked that, in essence, her intellect surpasses the current trajectory of our technological advancements. Her two designs represent a revolutionary shift. If realized, they would undoubtedly confer immense benefits upon our world. However, we presently lack the capability to fully actualize them and require her assistance. The moderates assured Shui that they would refrain from investigating her true identity. She expressed her willingness to divulge it if she chose, and if she had any requests, they would consider whether to fulfill them. Yet, the world teeters on the brink of peril, with humanity living under the looming threat of invaders, urgently in need of aid, and hoping she might generously extend her hand. The hardliners criticized this attitude as a disgrace to the government, claiming it allowed a citizen to trample upon their authority. Nevertheless, they found themselves powerless against Shui's compelling offerings that excited the researchers of the Academy of Sciences. Their initial bravado dwindled as they were left blushing in silence, unable to voice their frustrations. Regarding Shui, they had lost the right to intervene, as the matter had been entrusted to the moderates by the esteemed president. Their ultimate goal was world peace. Regardless of Shui's identity, origins, or enigmatic nature, her alliance with humanity sufficed. In tumultuous times, the wise understand that some matters need not be scrutinized to their core. Upon arriving at school that morning, Shui discovered a bento box nestled within her desk. Upon opening the container, instead of discovering dead mice or live cockroaches, she found a meal that appeared to be both visually and aromatically delightful, a serving of rice. Each grain distinct and glistening, topped with a smiley face crafted from shredded meat. Shui glanced at her classmates, inquiring about the sender of this culinary gift. Yao Jia, reclining in the back row with his feet propped up, interjected with a sardonic tone, "Yesterday a hero saved a beauty, today, is there not a beauty offering herself to you?" Wang Jia, sitting nearby, cautioned Meng Qiao, "You mustn't eat that. It could be poisonous. I've heard that the one from the next class, Xiang Gu, is quite insane. There's a psychological theory that many violent offenders have a history of animal cruelty, and this Xiang Gu reportedly strangled a cute little rabbit to death." Shui was taken aback. "Is that true? The male lead of this scenario is delivering lunch to me? A married woman as persona?" Casting a glance at the two, she closed the lunchbox and made her way to class 10. There, she found Xiang Gu seated in a corner at the back row, right next to the trash can. His head bowed as he scribbled on a piece of paper. He was not conventionally handsome, yet there was an undeniable elegance to his bony hands and wrists. Noticing Shui's approach, he abruptly set down his pen and stood up. "Did you send this?" Shui inquired. Xiang Gu, appearing quite timid, nodded slowly, his gray, glass-like eyes cautiously observing her. "Thank you for the gift. Even if it weren't you, I would have done the same. It was merely a small effort. Since it was prepared specifically as a token of gratitude, I shall accept it. We are even now. Let this be the end of it." Xiang Gu remained silent. Watching Shui depart, her pallid and melancholic visage adorned with large, sorrowful eyes, whose pupils resembled two gray glass beads, greedily tracing Shui's silhouette. The meals continued to be delivered, each day presenting a new culinary creation, ranging from local dishes to international delicacies, each meticulously crafted. Shui candidly declared her refusal to partake, to which the other party, feigning a pitiful demeanor, insisted it was a token of gratitude. The following day, the deliveries persisted. And after confirming there was no poison, Shui simply discarded the food to others. As fate would have it, Xiang Gu did prove to be of use on occasion. During the dismissal hour, a temporal rift had appeared, and Shui was hastening to her secret base for a change of attire when she was confronted by a group of unruly boys from another school, who demanded, "You must be Meng Qiao, right? Our boss wishes to see you. Come with us." Unwavering, Shui intended to bypass them with a swift strike, but unexpectedly, someone surged forth from behind and, with a powerful swing, incapacitated one of the boys. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, it would have been difficult to believe that this seemingly frail Xiang Gu could bring down such ruffians with such fierce and decisive movements. After subduing them, this individual continued to adopt an air of vulnerability, casting her a timid and innocent glance. Shui concluded that this person must indeed be unwell. Otherwise, how could one associate with a witch? Engaging in further discourse seemed futile, as it was likely that after a brief recovery, the cycle would resume. Furthermore, Xiang Gu maintained a relatively quiet demeanor, which, overall, had little impact on her life. and Chui decided to disregard him entirely. Yin Cheng was engaged in a spirited game of tennis with his friends, each stroke of the racket causing his muscles to swell, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. This vigorous display starkly contrasted with his usual gentle demeanor, which exuded an artistic aura, yet it captivated the attention of a girl seated on the sidelines. Once again, his opponent failed to return the ball, exclaiming in resignation, "No more, no more." Wiping the perspiration from his forehead with a towel, Yin Cheng urged, "Enough already." Fortunately, Yin Shu was unaware of this, for the knowledge would surely bring him distress. However, the fact that Yin Shu was oblivious now did not guarantee his continued ignorance. Yin Cheng could foresee the potential events that might unfold, and this foreboding filled him with discomfort, fostering a growing disdain for Chui. He was content with his original family and wished for no alterations in their dynamics. After gathering their rackets, Yin Cheng and his friends prepared to relocate for a meal. Suddenly, an alarming siren pierced the air, signaling a level 3 alert, indicating a minor intruder. The prescribed course of action was to immediately seek refuge indoors and secure all doors and windows. Consequently, the sports hall was swiftly locked down, and patrons instinctively checked the entrances before converging in the lobby. As they all assembled in the lobby, Yin Cheng noticed a faint wisp of green smoke lingering in the air. Guanlan had previously described the appearance of a rift, and in that moment, he gasped, shouting, "Run!" It was then that the crowd realized with horror that the temporal rift had manifested within the very confines of the sports hall. No one had anticipated such an occurrence, and as grotesque, wolf-like creatures materialized from thin air, panic ensued, prompting the frightened patrons to flee in terror. However, the intruders were swifter. Some were suddenly overpowered, their flesh gruesomely torn from their backs, leading to a harrowing demise. Others, upon rushing into a table tennis room in an attempt to secure the door, found it forcefully flung open before they could even latch it shut. Some dashed towards a closed door, desperately pounding upon it in hopes of being let in, yet those within dared not open it. Yin Cheng and his classmates, possessing remarkable reflexes, swiftly turned and fled towards the nearest window upon noticing the emergence of a fissure, leaping through it with great haste. The safe house lay a mere 50 meters away, and they all rushed toward it. As they ran, Yin Cheng heard a girl exclaim in terror, "Xiao Xiao and Annie are still inside." What? How could they still be inside? No, it seemed that one had inadvertently stumbled and fallen behind. What now? While they exchanged panicked words, an intruder had already leaped through the window and was in pursuit. At that moment, they suddenly noticed the doors of a large shopping mall ahead swing open, releasing a torrent of frantic individuals. Alongside them emerged a horde of intruders, identical to those within the gymnasium, grotesque and repulsive, with sharp, terrifying fangs. They ravenously pounced upon each person, driven mad by the abundance of prey. Intruders lurked indoors as well as outdoors. Yin Cheng suddenly realized that the fissures were not singular. There were likely multiple, some even manifesting within the confines of the building. "Help! Help! Please open the door. Let us in. Mother, I'm scared." Panic-stricken, everyone fled in search of refuge. The safe house was pounded upon. Yet those inside dared not open the door, for the assailants were too numerous and too close, ready to pounce the moment the door creaked ajar. If even one were to breach the sanctuary, the fate of all within would be sealed. Similarly, the fortunate establishments that remained intact, like shops and malls, hesitated to open their doors. Even those who wished to assist would find themselves besieged by the frantic crowd. Can you bear the responsibility if they enter? If you seek death, pursue it alone. Wait for the police. The shadow huntress will surely make her appearance. What else can we do but wait? Every door remained resolutely shut. The wail of sirens echoed throughout the city, helicopters whirred above, and gunfire erupted incessantly. Monsters fell one by one. Yet more continued to emerge from the unsealed fissures. Fighter jets rushed in, positioning themselves before the rifts, launching relentless assaults that finally halted the surge in numbers. 5 rifts appeared this time, each at various locations, some indoors and some outdoors, releasing swarms of small, gregarious creatures. Their dispersion proved exceedingly troublesome, as the terrified populace fled through the streets, significantly obstructing the aim of those defending against the onslaught. Guanlan and Yin Wenqing had taken refuge in the safe house when they suddenly spotted their son amidst the fleeing crowd, particularly as a monstrous creature pursued him, nearly causing them to faint. Yin Shu, who was also in the safe house with the Meng couple, caught sight of Yin Cheng and furrowed his brow. Was he doomed? If he were to perish, could all the love of Guanlan and Yin Wenqing be bestowed upon her? If not, It would surely be more valuable for him to remain alive, offering her affection. Yet, what if Guanlan and Yin Wenqing truly surrendered all their love to her? Fortunately, the witch would not need to ponder this conundrum for long, for the Shadow Huntress had finally arrived. Descending from the heavens, the Shadow Huntress landed with a flash of her blade, swiftly dispatching the two creatures nearby, including the one that had been bearing down on Yin Qing. Guanlan clutched Yin Wenqing's hand tightly, panting heavily. Cheers erupted around them, as if the arrival of Shui heralded safety. Yin Qing, caught off guard, was splattered with the foul blood but cared not. He forcefully shoved aside the heavy corpse atop him, gasping for breath as he beheld the slender, dark figure that he had painstakingly replicated countless times with his brush. He watched as her form darted like a serpent, swift and precise, fearlessly bringing down the invaders one by one. The sight of her inspired awe. People rushed towards her, seeking refuge behind her, while she continued to slay the oncoming assailants without hesitation. Inside the safe house, the onlookers beheld images transmitted by satellites, allowing them to witness from an aerial perspective the unfolding scene. Scattered individuals, like desperate souls clutching at a lifeline, rushed towards Shui from all directions, seeking refuge behind her, gradually forming a dark mass of humanity huddled in her shadow. Simultaneously, monstrous entities, drawn by the commotion, emerged from every corner, resembling a ferocious tide of beasts. Those observing this spectacle within the safe house were gripped by terror, their skin crawling with dread. A tacit understanding, yet the alarms had yet to cease, and the intruders remained unvanquished. Clutching her blade, she repositioned herself to where she was most needed. It was not until after 4 in the afternoon that the last of the invaders was dispatched, and the alarms were finally silenced. The online realm erupted in a flurry of messages, with numerous classmates from Yin City sending their condolences while eagerly inquiring about his encounter with the Shadow Heroine and the sensations of witnessing her combat up close. What sensations? Yin Qing pressed his hand against his heart, which still raced violently, and felt his hands tremble slightly. He pondered how he might feel in the future. But at this moment, if she required it, he could willingly lay down his life for her. She leaned against the wall, appearing somewhat feeble. Guanlan abruptly discarded the broom, exclaiming, "Jiao Jiao." Yin Wenqing hastily set aside the kitchen knife and approached her. "I'm sorry for making a mess, what foolishness. Are you injured?" "Yes, I need clothing and medicine." "All right, I shall prepare them for you at once." Guanlan insisted that Shui stay at their home for a couple of days to recuperate. Given her injuries, there were undoubtedly many foods she should avoid. The Ming couple were unaware of her identity as the Shadow Heroine, and she had no intention of revealing it to them. Living at the Ming residence would be quite inconvenient. While their home lacked ample spare rooms, it mattered not. Yin Qing could simply sleep on the sofa in the living room. Yin Qing furrowed his brow, his tone resistant. "Mother, I am an adult now. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for her to sleep in my room? What is inappropriate about it? She is your sister. Besides, given the immense favor she has bestowed upon you, what is wrong with sharing a bed?" As Guanlan added red dates and goji berries to the soup, she remarked. Yin Qing said, "What favors has she bestowed upon me? What benefits have I received from her? In any case, your sister insists on occupying your room. If you are unwilling, you may reside in the school dormitory for a few days." He assumed that Shui was yet to arrive but would be staying, and abruptly opened the door, only to find Shui seated cross-legged on his bed, holding a piece of white cloth as she wiped the blood-stained blades of her 2 long knives. Shui's gaze was calm yet piercing, akin to 2 sharp arrows that suddenly struck Yin Qing's heart. Yin Qing staggered back a step, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the floor. Sitting there, his eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils dilating instantaneously, his body stiffened, as if his heart had leaped into his throat. His astonished gaze could scarcely divert from her eyes, his lips quivering slightly as his gaze reluctantly descended to the 2 knives. The scabbards were sleek and dark, with subtle hints of gold concealed within, exuding a low-key opulence. The elongated, graceful blades were now drenched in blood, vividly portraying the merciless sharpness with which they harvested lives. Even though Shui was merely clad in an ordinary tracksuit at that moment, with no attempt to conceal her face, her gaze spoke volumes. He had painted her countless times, investing the most time in capturing the essence of her composed resilience, her unwavering sense of justice, and her youthful fervor. Just moments ago, he had witnessed her stain 2 blades with crimson. The blood trickled down the edges in a haunting rhythm. An unbelievable thought surged within him, causing Yin Qing to feel as though he were being torn asunder. One part of him screamed in madness, "This cannot be real. I refuse to believe it." While the other, in chilling clarity, acknowledged, "Yes, it is indeed her. Consider this. This is precisely why Gan and Yin Wenqing underwent such a sudden transformation. At that moment, Chui stirred, and Yin Qing, as if struck by a jolt of terror, leapt to his feet and dashed into the public restroom. His inner self screamed, and the mirror reflected the chaotic visage of Yin Qing. He clutched his hair in frenzied despair, crouched to cover his face, then abruptly stood to splash cold water onto his face in a desperate attempt to regain composure. The shock was overwhelming. He found himself questioning his very existence, unable to maintain any semblance of dignity. In the live broadcast room, laughter erupted as comments poured in. Finally, I have waited for this moment. The sister I despise is actually my most admired idol, and the worst part is that I appear so dreadful in front of her. She deserves it. I loathe Yin Qing. I hope the master punishes him. Yin Qing muttered to himself, on the brink of despair. Helplessly, he pulled out his phone and logged onto a forum, asking, what should I do if I discover that the sister I detest is actually my idol? This is serious. I am utterly overwhelmed. I seek guidance from experienced netizens on what to do next. I am currently hiding in the restroom, afraid to come out. I await your urgent responses. User 1 commented. So, your biological sister is your idol? Come on, are you making up stories? User 2 replied. Since you claim it's true, I'll take your word for it. If your sister is indeed someone you idolize, she must not be as terrible as you think. She might even be quite remarkable. So, you decided to tell your sister, who has done nothing wrong, not to visit your home anymore, especially during her first invitation to dinner? User 3 added, I can understand the actions of the original poster, despite the blood relation, emotionally and psychologically. The sister he has grown up with for so many years should hold more significance than this sudden stranger who appeared in his life. It is normal to feel biased and to reject. However, dear friend, your actions have surely left a poor impression on your younger sister. If I were in your position, I would also be at a loss on how to confront this situation. Perhaps it is best to unfollow. After posting, not only did I fail to seek assistance, but my mood has deteriorated even further. Unfollowing is simply not an option. It is something I could never do in this lifetime. Yin Qing sat in the restroom for nearly 2 hours, only emerging when Yin Wenqing knocked on the door during dinner time. As he descended the stairs, he questioned Yin Wenqing, Dad, have you and Mom known all along? Known what? Stop pretending. She is the shadow heroine, isn't she? Yin Wenqing was taken aback and quickly restrained him, sternly advising, Shill, I don't care how you found out, but this matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Do I need your guidance? When I was her fan leader, you didn't even know where to find me. You are my biological parents. Yet you were aware of my status as a fan leader and didn't think to discreetly inform me downstairs, and Chui had already taken her seat. And Yin Qing dared not glance in her direction. He hastily sought a different topic. Where's Yin Shu? Ganlan replied. Yin Shu went to visit her Ming family parents today and plans to stay there overnight. So, you need not sleep on the sofa tonight. You can rest in Yin Shu's room. Yin Cheng was momentarily stunned. She is staying over there? Are they that close? He had never paid much attention to the relationship between Yin Shu and the Ming family. Given Yin Shu's evident sensitivity and unease regarding Ming Zhao's arrival, he naturally assumed that she would not engage in any emotional exchanges with the Ming couple. Yet now, he was taken aback to discover that Yin Shu had even spent the night at the Ming household. Had she already known the Ming couple before uncovering her true lineage as their biological daughter? A frown creased his brow, and an unsettling feeling stirred within him. I will leave after dinner, and Chui announced. Guanlan immediately exclaimed, Where are you going? Didn't we agree that you would stay overnight? Mother wants to take good care of you. Yin Qing quickly turned his gaze to Chui, his grip on the chopsticks tightening with concern. You may use the room as you wish, she continued, contemplating the situation. However, it may not be convenient for me to remain. It could become troublesome if the military comes looking for me. And Chui did not meet his gaze. Instead, she addressed Guanlan and Yin Wenqing. Given her significant status, the other three, who were oblivious to the nuances, hesitated to insist she stay, fearing it might complicate matters further. She walked a path unlike anyone else in this world, bearing the hopes and responsibilities of countless souls upon her shoulders. Just as today, multitudes would surge to her side seeking refuge. And even when faced with an onslaught of invaders, she would wield her sword to confront them, becoming both a shield and a spear, ensuring that none of those behind her would face the threat of death. All they could do was refrain from hindering her progress. Contemplating this filled her heart with a tumult of noble aspirations and poignant sorrow. The evening meal was remarkably light. Even the soup was specifically designed to nourish the blood. tailored exclusively for Shui. Yet, no one found it unsatisfactory. In fact, they deemed the repast exceptionally delightful. Yin Cheng, engrossed in his meal, felt a surge of excitement at the thought of the shadow heroine sitting across from him. However, the realization that the shadow heroine was his deeply offended sister plunged him into a frigid despair, leaving him in a tumultuous state of conflicting emotions. It was not until after the meal that Shui finally turned her gaze upon him. Yin Cheng's heart leapt, his spine straightened. He endeavored to maintain a facade of composure, though his insides churned with anxiety. I am aware of your disdain for me. Yet I implore you to keep this matter confidential, as it is also to prevent unnecessary troubles for your family. Yin Cheng's face flushed crimson as he desperately sought to articulate an explanation, but the words eluded him, leaving him dejectedly watching Shui depart. The back entrance of the community was typically less frequented, and at night, it was even more desolate, illuminated only by the dim glow of the streetlights. With no one in sight for quite some time, as Shui walked, she suddenly sensed something amiss, halting her steps and glancing back to see someone trailing behind her. Shui narrowed her eyes slightly. How do you know where I live? How did you know I was injured? She fixated on the eccentric male protagonist with a peculiar gaze for a moment before inquiring, I'm certain you haven't planted anything on me. How did you pinpoint my location? I updated the satellite system and incorporated facial recognition capabilities. Shui responded with a sigh. No wonder you are the male lead. Shui guided him into the community and up to her apartment. Her living space was cluttered with an assortment of items, knives, parts, design drafts, clothing, delivery boxes, chaos strewn across the floor, as she had never bothered to tidy up. Xianggu, with his large, melancholic eyes, surveyed the disarray before bending down, carefully picking up items while softly offering, May I help you organize this? Make yourself at home, she replied. With nimble hands, Xianggu began to tidy up, feeling a flicker of happiness in the process. Shui, perched on the sofa with her legs crossed, watched him and mused, indeed. He embodies the archetype of a devoted husband, a true romantic lead. Charming one, 13. Shui inquired of 524. Please provide me with a detailed profile of my male protagonist. Xianggu, 524 responded, certainly. Even though the sorceress had obliterated Meng Jiao, she did not attain the complete affection of the main couple. Xianggu was the first and only individual who offered the sorceress his unwavering love. It was precisely for this reason that the sorceress began to shift her focus. Embarking on a campaign centered on love, she relentlessly pursued one man after another, from the proprietor of a street-side shop to affluent socialites. As blossoms of romance flourished in abundance, the fate of the affections she ensnared, whether they withered or decayed, was of no concern to her. Due to Xianggu's eccentric nature, their love was rather distorted. He remained unfazed by the numerous betrayals orchestrated by the enchantress, devoting his fervent emotions to her despite her infidelities, even to the extent of assisting her in heinous acts. Xianggu was born into a dysfunctional family, having witnessed his mother being brutally beaten to death by his father during his childhood. As he grew older, it seemed he unconsciously adopted his mother's tragic narrative as his own. Despite being from a wealthy background and possessing a myriad of retaliatory strategies, he chose to feign powerlessness, yearning for someone to extend a helping hand, much like he wished someone had done for his mother in her time of need. Eventually, Yanshu became that helping hand. After transferring to Meng Jiao's school, he encountered Xianggu, who was being bullied. To maintain his own image, Yanshu intervened, and thereafter, Xianggu became attached to him, showing no concern for Yanshu's true nature. Was it love? No one could say for sure, yet Xianggu unreservedly poured all his affections into Yanshu. This was quite satisfactory to Shui, who thought to herself that she had unwittingly acquired a devoted and diligent companion, a youthful servant. She examined the medicine he had brought, discovering that some of it was precisely what she needed but could only obtain through a doctor's prescription at the hospital. It seemed that the male protagonist was capable of achieving anything one could possibly imagine. Once Xianggu had tidied up Shui's apartment to perfection, with the floor gleaming from a thorough cleaning, Shui beckoned him over. He approached eagerly, akin to a small dog. Come and help me with the medicine. Shui instructed, slightly adjusting her shirt that she had just changed into after her shower, revealing her left shoulder marred by scratches. Upon unwrapping the bandage, for gruesome claw marks were visible, stark against her fair and delicate skin, creating a jarring contrast. Xianggu hesitated for a moment, his melancholic gray eyes, resembling glass beads, drifted from Shui's elegant neck to her injured shoulder. He stepped forward, meticulously disinfecting and applying ointment to her wound, gently blowing on it to ease her discomfort. His cool fingertips occasionally trembled as they brushed against the skin surrounding her injury. After Xianggu had finished tending to her wound, and Chui took out her computer and, in his presence, located the satellite he had set up, promptly deleting the facial recognition feature he had added. He gazed at her with wide eyes, motionless, an expression of vague dismay flitting across his features, and Chui mused to herself about his evident distress. Meanwhile, Yanshu and Madame Meng were enjoying a sauna together, their camaraderie blossoming to a level akin to that of close friends. Madame Meng's cheerful disposition made her far more approachable than Madame Yan. Yanshu observed her growing fondness for Madame Meng, a genuine smile beginning to grace her face. She anticipated her eventual triumph. After all, Meng Jiao was undeniably foolish. Her temperament having shifted dramatically over the incident of the swamped children, revealing her fragile psychological resilience and her deep concern regarding the matter. However, her approach to caring was not to vigilantly guard her parents against being taken away. Rather, she chose to evade the situation. As if fearing to witness the scene of herself alongside Madame Meng, it was as though she buried her head in the sand like an ostrich, believing that by doing so, nothing had occurred. Unbeknownst to her, this provided others with the opportunity to exploit her vulnerability. A flicker of sympathy welled up within her. It was truly tragic. Her biological parents harbored no affection for her. Her own brother's feelings towards her were even negative, and she found herself unable to bridge the emotional gap with her adoptive parents. Gradually, she would become a mere shadow, an invisible entity. Yet, alas, that was still insufficient. Before long, she would shift her focus to her school. Her friends, classmates, and reportedly even a secret admirer, she would seize them all. Consequently, she would become detestable. Driven to madness by jealousy, she wouldn't even need Madame Meng and Mr. Meng's affection for Meng Jiao to diminish significantly. A slight reduction would suffice. As long as their hearts did not remain entirely devoted, the space once occupied by the one they loved would become available for her to slip into. For a seasoned sorceress, this was hardly a daunting task. Contemplating this, her smile towards Madame Meng grew ever more charming and endearing. "Brother, are you able to sleep? I hope I haven't left any psychological scars?" Thankfully, how could Yanqing possibly sleep? He yearned to confide in someone, to simply reveal to Yanshu that Chui was indeed the shadow heroine. Yet, he knew he could not. Not a single word could he utter. How could he go back on his promise to his idol? Indeed, the shadow huntress has rescued you. Brother, your fondness for her is palpable, and you seem too elated to harbor any shadows of doubt, teased Yanshu with a light-hearted chuckle. No, I am currently quite overshadowed. Yancheng, wishing to end the conversation, uttered a few words before abruptly hanging up. She promptly slipped on her slippers and stepped outside, solely to vex Chui. And Chui cast a fleeting glance her way and informed Madame Meng, "I am feeling a bit fatigued. I shall retire for the night." Madame Meng, clearly still eager to engage in conversation, intended to discuss their family's potential travel plans for the upcoming National Day holiday, but upon observing Yin Cheng's demeanor, she resigned to silence, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Consequently, Yanshu found herself in higher spirits. In the live broadcast room of Chui 524, oh no, I sense that the witch is destined to become the source of my joy in this chapter. Ha ha ha, she appears so smug and self-satisfied. It's hilarious. Completely oblivious to the fact that what she believes to be securely in her grasp has already been effortlessly claimed. How amusing. I am beginning to anticipate her reaction upon discovering this. It will surely be priceless. She might be so enraged that her features contort. Am I the only one wishing the witch could realize that the sole entity she treasures in her magical existence has also been snatched away by our esteemed leader? The following day. Yesterday, the neighborhoods, gymnasiums, and shopping malls that had recently endured devastation have been meticulously restored to pristine condition, thanks to years of cleaning expertise and the efficiency of the cleanup crews. As the incursion was minor, the structures and surfaces suffered little damage, rendering the events of the previous day nearly imperceptible. The incident involving the invaders continues to ignite fervent discussion online, particularly with the emergence of another iconic battle scene featuring the Shadow Wonder. I have lost count of how many times I have watched it. So cool. Those people huddled behind her, and she truly sheltered them all. Absolutely astounding. It's like a fantastical urban epic. Oh my goddess, simply magnificent. A particularly jarring comment drew considerable attention. Viewers flocked to see it, causing what had been a relatively calm and harmonious morning online to erupt into chaos. A man was standing on the edge of a rooftop of an 80-story building, one hand gripping the railing while the other held a lengthy selfie stick, live streaming. He was a middle-aged man, his demeanor frenzied. "My daughter is dead. Why didn't Shadow Wonder save her? I saw her pass right by where my daughter was hiding. Why didn't she save her? She can rescue a girl from the jaws of a monster, so why not my daughter? The police and negotiation experts who had already arrived were engaged in dialogue with him, attempting to placate his distress. Shadow Woman is not a deity. She does not possess omniscience. Many have perished, and all are deeply saddened. I don't care. The man screamed hysterically. I want to see Shadow Woman. Bring her out, or I will leap from here. His live stream had attracted over 500,000 viewers, and the numbers were surging rapidly. Within just 2 minutes, it had surpassed 1 million and continued to rise. The barrage of comments was overwhelming. Some urged him to remain calm, while others berated him for his madness, pointing out that he was not the only one who had lost a loved one, questioning what this had to do with Shadow Woman. Yet, there were also voices expressing sympathy for his plight, hoping that Shadow Woman would come forward to speak with him. Regardless of the negotiation experts' attempts to reason with him, the pleas from his relatives and friends proved futile. He was adamant about meeting Shadow Woman. Then, Shui made her entrance. The moment she arrived, the comments flooded in, filling the entire screen. After the initial excitement, viewers had to disable the comments to continue seeing her through the lens. Upon seeing Shui, the man shouted, "Why didn't you save my daughter?" Shui replied, "I do not know where your daughter is." "You do not know? How can you not know? Aren't you the savior? You can rescue those who have been consumed. How could you not see my daughter? You are not a savior at all. You are a fraud. A fraud." The man was beyond reason. I will now expose the true nature of this fraud. The man stared at Shui with bloodshot eyes, demanding, "Take off your mask, or I will jump." Just as Shui was about to respond, she suddenly noticed a small glimmer of blue light on him. With keen perception, she turned her gaze to the opposite building's rooftop, where she spotted a figure holding a gun, seemingly poised to fire. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Xianggu, who was aiming his weapon and appeared to have noticed her, his expression betraying a timid caution. Shui urged, "First, lower the gun." In the live stream of Chui 524, the male lead is absolutely adorable. "Someone, take him down. I want to see Chui take him down. Everyone, calm down. Even if it happens, we won't be able to see it. Just let the automated lighting system do its job." Am I the only one who finds this utterly bizarre? If I encountered someone like this in real life, I would run as far away as possible. I dislike Xianggu. I don't want my dear Chui to have any romantic entanglements with him. This genius, wealthy, skilled in cooking, and capable of keeping his home impeccably organized, he seems almost omnipotent. Once he loves you, he gives you everything and would never betray you. Sure, he might have some psychological issues, but he wouldn't harm you, a perfect husband type. Isn't that simply ideal? With so many virtues, how can we not allow him a few minor flaws? Are you hoping to find someone utterly perfect? The question is, can you? The protagonist of this instance has always been subject to polarized opinions. Many players engage with the game to relish the emotional depth he embodies, while others find it too morbid and thus keep their distance. At this moment, the livestream comments reflect this dichotomy, with some expressing admiration and others disdain. Within the scenario, it seems as though Xianggu has received a command through Shui's gaze. His melancholic eyes reveal a hint of grievance, yet he obediently lowers his weapon. The middle-aged man continues to shout hoarsely, demanding that Shui comply with his wishes. Online, the atmosphere is rife with fervor. Oh my. Could it be that the mysterious veil of the shadow heroine is about to be lifted today? I am curious about the shadow heroine's identity. Yet I hope she does not unveil herself under such circumstances. Am I the only one who is captivated? Does my goddess's voice not sound enchanting? This man is unhinged. How valuable is his life? If he wishes to jump, let him do so. He is morally coercing my goddess by his twisted logic. Anyone who has lost a loved one ought to blame her for not saving them. There is truly no need for such extremes. This man is pitiable, undoubtedly loving his daughter deeply, which has driven him to madness. I hope the shadow heroine can reason with him, prioritizing saving lives first. Human life is paramount. The shadow heroine should swiftly act according to his demands. Remove your mask at once, or I shall leap. And Shui gazed at him with an impassive expression, her eyes betraying not a flicker of emotion. The anguish of losing a loved one indeed wreaks havoc on the soul. Yet that does not justify his misplaced blame upon her. And Shui had always acted according to her own will. What she desired to pursue, she pursued. And what she wished to evade, no one could compel her to undertake. If you care so deeply for your daughter, where were you when she perished? And Shui inquired. The middle-aged man paused, his demeanor shifting to one of increasing hysteria. Do you think I do not want to save my daughter? I yearn to. I truly do. Yet, I am powerless. I am utterly powerless. His cries were frantic, his body trembling, exuding an aura of imminent danger, as though he might falter at any moment. The police and the negotiation experts were in a state of agitation, glancing anxiously between Shui and the distressed man. Heroine. It would be prudent not to provoke him at this juncture. Shui retorted, protecting your daughter is a father's duty, a responsibility that lies solely with you, not me. You attribute your failures to me merely because you cannot bear the weight of this reality, thus you take your frustrations out on me. The middle-aged man stood frozen, his breakdown escalating into another fit of hysterics, desperately demanding that Shui remove her mask. Intent on rendering her incapable of playing the role of a savior, although this reasoning holds merit. Could we not exercise a modicum of delicacy given his current predicament? Seeing him in such a state elicits a profound sense of pity. Does the shadowy heroine not possess parents? Is her emotional intelligence so lacking? If she is at a loss for words, why not defer to the negotiation experts? How pitiable it is. The mere thought of my father suffering in a similar manner stirs a profound discomfort within me. Shadow woman, please refrain from provoking him further. Is it truly such a formidable task to remove a mask? Are human lives not more precious than her visage? What a foolish assembly you are, coddled by Shadow woman. Had it not been for her, perhaps one among you would have found yourselves transformed into this man's woeful state. You have taken for granted the protection she has bestowed upon you, yet now you presume to occupy a moral high ground, instructing her on how to conduct herself? In stark contrast to the man's tears stands Shui's unwavering demeanor, evoking a deep sympathy for the vulnerable and drawing forth a torrent of online reproach directed at her. The Yin family, seated in unison upon their sofa, each clutching their smartphones, trembled with indignation at the absurd remarks of netizens. Their genteel demeanor vanished as they fervently typed away in outrage. Were Shadow woman anyone else, they might have voiced a more impartial opinion. However, such fervor would likely have been absent. Yet, Shadow woman is of their own blood. The sacrifices she has made and the injuries she has endured for their sake weigh heavily upon them. The emergence of ungrateful wretches, quick to abandon her at the slightest provocation, is utterly intolerable. They feel an immense sense of injustice on her behalf. Humanity's inherent flaws manifest in the undeserving arrogance of the favored, who remain oblivious to the value of what they possess. When the shadow hero first emerged, she was universally lauded. Upon her second appearance, the populace sang her praises, venerating her as the cornerstone of humanity's spirit. However, by her fifth appearance, inexplicable murmurs began to surface. By the sixth, those dissonant voices mingled more prominently with the hymns of adulation. With each subsequent appearance, from the seventh to the ninth, some individuals began to assume that her protection was a given, an obligation inherent to her role. This sentiment was starkly evident yesterday when, upon Shui's arrival, people instinctively sought refuge behind her, revealing a certain trust. Yet, it was clear that some, like the middle-aged man and those who casually expressed their thoughts online, harbored an absence of gratitude. On the rooftop of an 80-story edifice, the frigid wind howled as the young woman, clad entirely in black, concealed most of her face with a mask, revealing only her obsidian eyes. Her ponytail danced in the breeze while helicopters from various media outlets circled, broadcasting this news as a headline live. Shui's slightly altered voice resonated through the cameras, reaching the ears of all. I have never claimed to be a savior, nor do I consider myself one. I merely possess a modicum of ability, which enables me to do what is within my power. It has been said, with great power comes great responsibility. I have always held this adage close to my heart, striving to assist more individuals. I yearn for world peace and for everyone to attain happiness. Perhaps I am too naive in this hope. Her voice was calm and devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Yet it evoked an immediate sense of heartache, injustice, and anger. Then she spoke, and Shui finished her words, and before anyone could react, she charged towards the middle-aged man, who, startled, released his grip and fell. The police rushed over to restrain him, anxiously looking up to catch a glimpse of Shui. But she had already leaped onto another building, jumping farther away until she vanished from sight. The internet erupted in outrage. Those who saw the live news broadcast on television could not help but voice their anger. In that video from yesterday, she was wounded while trying to save someone. And as blood dripped from her fingertips, where were the so-called saints telling her to protect herself instead of being reckless? Oh my goodness, in the adult world. Schools are on break. The shadow heroine could very well be a high school student, only 16 or 17, to be defended by someone so young. And yet people still criticize her online, calling her emotionally inept for her choice of words. How old is she really? Isn't it precisely her youth and innocence that lead her to undertake such thankless endeavors? It's infuriating. A group of people who only seek refuge behind her in times of trouble, while she, a young girl with such a righteous perspective and a kind, passionate heart, is driven away by you all. I may also hide behind her, but I do so with a heart full of gratitude. What an extraordinary child. I might as well weep for her. I can hardly fathom the extent of her emotional wounds. Where are those so-called saints now? Come forth and face your punishment. Those individuals dare not show their faces again. The mere fact that one of them is a minor is sufficient to bring them shame. How could they, with such a self-righteous demeanor, accept the protection of a child? They have all seemingly vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the video of the incident circulated rapidly on foreign platforms, where numerous fans and followers of Enchui reside, many of whom harbor feelings of envy and jealousy towards the citizens of Enchui's homeland. As the video spread, it swiftly ascended to the top of trending topics. The public discourse became remarkably unified. Initial shock ensued, as it is not uncommon for parents to descend into madness upon losing a child. However, the multitude of netizens who express such ingratitude raises significant concerns. Subsequently, voices arose in defense of Enchui, with many expressing how deeply moved they were by her words. Finally, when she mentioned her desire to travel for solace, excitement erupted, with countless individuals urging her to visit their country, promising that they would never treat her in such a manner. They expressed their profound gratitude, pleading for her affection. The allure of the unattainable stirred a global frenzy, with numerous countries voicing their opinions. This even escalated into a display of national pride, accompanied by images, including endorsements from various international figures. Look, our nation boasts pristine environments, azure and clean seas, and a populace that is sincere, warm-hearted, and above all, deeply appreciative and cherishing. This time, their agitation has even caught the attention of high-ranking officials. Incessantly pondering, she thought, if only she could ascertain her whereabouts, she would surely devise every possible means to keep her there. Those individuals failed to cherish her. They yearned for her nonetheless. The moderates, in their desperation, incessantly sent several emails to Enchui, filled with apologies, reproaches, tentative inquiries, and pleas for her to stay. Enchui, for the time being, chose to ignore them. How did the gun come about? Enchui inquired. Xianggu replied softly, I took it from home. What were you planning to do just now? To reunite him with his daughter. He gazed at her timidly and added, the illness is truly severe. Do you think everyone present is blind to your noble deeds? It matters not. I am a minor, and I am unwell. They cannot hold anything against me. At most, I might be barred from attending school. Upon finishing his statement, Xianggu picked up a thermos from the table and cautiously regarded her. I made you breakfast. Would you eat a little? So, you are aware of your condition. She responded, in the future, do not take such actions on your own. If you were to kill him, people online would label you as my deluded admirer, and this incident would tarnish my reputation. Xianggu froze, his expression turning sorrowful, his large, gray glass-like eyes glistening with unshed tears. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I am a fool. Very well, do not entertain thoughts of violence any longer. Come here and let me tend to your wounds. Enchui had become quite accustomed to giving orders. Xianggu promptly set down the thermos and rushed over like an eager puppy. The moderates felt a slight sense of relief. They were deeply moved by Enchui's words. Even the hardliners fell into contemplative silence, their preconceived notions of Enchui transformed. A mere adolescent girl capable of articulating such sentiments, regardless of her extraordinary experiences or hidden secrets, was enough to attest to her character. Yen Sheng observed Gan Lan and Yen Wenxing taking turns conversing with Enchui, their eager concern palpable. He too longed to speak with her, to offer comfort and encouragement, even to accompany her abroad for a respite. However, despondency soon enveloped him, and he found himself helplessly logging back onto the forum, continuing to share his feelings beneath his previous post, 189L. Yet, the online community was engrossed in the morning's events, leaving his musings unheard. The following day at school, the fervor had not diminished. Discussions surrounding the incident permeated the atmosphere. As Enchui entered the classroom, she overheard Yao Jie venting his frustrations, hurling insults left and right, with Huang Jie and others chiming in. Even the teacher, who typically focused on the lesson, couldn't help but pause to join the conversation, transforming the mathematics class into a moral philosophy discussion. Enchui, as the focal point of the matter, rested her chin on her hand, observing their fervor with considerable interest. People, at times, truly relish in their own misfortune. Perhaps, as they vehemently criticize those self-righteous individuals online. They themselves harbor an underlying belief that the shadowy savior should naturally come to the aid of others. They may not yet be aware of this sentiment, which is why they remain silent when she is maligned. However, it is only when she voices her thoughts and the sense of crisis regarding the shadowy savior dissipates that they awaken to the reality that she risks her life to rescue them. Driven by an intrinsic and pure sense of justice, rather than a sense of duty or obligation, their failure to cherish her means that she could vanish at any moment, just as suddenly as she appeared. At this juncture, numerous individuals have emerged online to offer apologies, but merely uttering an apology does not suffice. That which is easily obtained is often taken for granted. She hopes that such incidents as yesterday's do not recur, for who does not detest a thankless creature? She is not a true hero, selflessly enduring ungrateful accusations and indifference, only to sacrifice everything in the end. In the waiting area, Inchui was not surprised to see Xiangge. Upon spotting her, Xiangge hurried over, her eyes still timid and cautious, as if terrified of being dismissed by Inchui. "May I assist you with your luggage?" Mrs. Ming inquired. "Who is this?" Inchui replied, "A classmate from school, Xiangge." Xiangge obediently greeted Mr. and Mrs. Ming. After sending Xiangge to fetch her a glass of freshly squeezed juice, Mrs. Ming could not help but ask, "Have you been bullying her at school?" with a look that suggested she was genuinely concerned. Her attentiveness resembled that of a devoted puppy, her tail almost wagging off, yet she always maintained a timid and cautious demeanor, leading her to ponder how her daughter was faring at school. "No, I have even saved him," she thought. "He is simply born this way. He is unwell." Due to Xiangge's eagerness and her anxious, wary disposition, Mr. and Mrs. Ming could not bring themselves to tell him to amuse himself elsewhere, ultimately acquiescing to his presence. It took several days for them to gradually realize the situation. Mrs. Ming inquired, "Does that boy named Xiangge have feelings for our Jiao Jiao?" Mr. Ming replied, "He is so frail, with a pallid complexion that suggests poor health, perpetually wearing an air of melancholy, devoid of any masculine vigor. If the sky were to fall, could he truly protect my Jiao Jiao? I cannot approve." Mrs. Ming retorted, "You fool. Why are you even speculating on whether he likes Jiao Jiao? Where is your mind wandering? Besides, if the sky were to fall, who could withstand it? Even the shadow heroine could not bear such a weight." Alas, ever since that fateful morning, no one has seen the shadow heroine again, and I do miss her. It is all the fault of those ingrates. No, I mustn't dwell on it. Thinking of it makes my liver ache with anger. Many shared this sentiment, harboring a similar hope that the shadow heroine's words that day were merely uttered in a moment of frustration. Surely, a child of her character, even if deeply wounded that day, would not remain passive when true peril approached, unable to bear witness as lives were extinguished one by one. However, those individuals failed to realize that Inchui indeed would not turn a blind eye, yet she would not necessarily remain by their side at all times. Nor would the recipients of her assistance be exclusively them. There exists an overwhelming multitude of individuals in this world who are in dire need of help. Her sense of justice knows no bounds of nationality or ethnicity. It is a rather fortuitous circumstance that even Inchui did not anticipate. A temporal rift manifested in both the nation where Inchui resides and in her hometown, with a mere half-hour's difference. The invaders that emerged were of the same kind. Initially, it was in Inchui's country where the phenomenon occurred. At that moment, Inchui and Xiangge were engaged in merriment outdoors, with Inchui indulging in a shopping spree while Xiangge dutifully played the role of a porter. Not only did he carry the items Inchui purchased, but he also made his own purchases, albeit not for himself, but rather for her. After selecting an item, he timidly inquired, "Will this outfit suit you? Is this cake to your liking? May I use my card for this? Shall I braid your hair for you?" It seemed that the entire world had become adept at evading danger, as everyone immediately recognized the second-level alarm, an alert indicating that the invaders' eyes and degree of threat were indeterminate, thus advising retreat to his safe haven. "I have brought you battle attire and a knife," he said cautiously, presenting a box he had been dragging before Inchui. He always carried a suitcase when accompanying Inchui, who initially believed it served merely to accommodate her shopping, as it was indeed far more convenient than juggling numerous bags. She thought this little eccentric truly embodied the image of an all-capable spouse, demonstrating a commendable ability to manage life with foresight. However, she later discovered that the primary purpose of the suitcase was to house her battle attire and those two conspicuously long blades. Setting aside the question of when he had stealthily procured them, one could not help but acknowledge the meticulousness of his preparations. With the battle gear and weapons at hand, they dashed into a now desolate restaurant. Xianggu disabled several surveillance cameras both inside and outside the establishment, while Shui changed her outfit in the restroom. Tying her hair into a ponytail and donning a half-mask, with her blades secured on her back, the Shadow Huntress was poised to make her entrance in another country. A fissure tore open the sky above the city, revealing a gap approximately 10 meters long. Emerging from this rift was an intruder that was clearly formidable. Humanoid intruders are notoriously challenging to confront due to their imposing size and elongated limbs, which often signify agility and quickness, adept in both offense and defense. If such a being possesses high intelligence, the situation becomes nearly desperate. This particular entity was evidently a medium-sized humanoid intruder with green skin. A single large eye upon its face, bent legs resembling those of a frog, and hands akin to those of a gorilla, palms pressed against the ground. A robust tail sprouted from its lower back, and it bore a long, dog-like snout filled with menacing fangs. The alarm systems in various nations are meticulously delineated by regions. Typically, when a fissure manifests in a particular city, only that city's alarms will sound, while others remain silent. It is impractical for the entire nation to cease operations at the mere emergence of a crack unless the situation escalates beyond control, prompting a nationwide evacuation as a precautionary measure. At this moment, alarms resound above the city as the monitoring system activates the instant a fissure appears. The duration from the emergence of the crack to its complete opening varies, ranging from a swift 30 seconds to a more prolonged 5 minutes, thus generally providing a window of opportunity for refuge. With safety entrances positioned every 50 meters, one can significantly increase their chances of survival by avoiding hesitation. This, of course, pertains primarily to those already outdoors or residing on lower floors. In this instance, the fissure took over a minute to fully open, during which a mere 90 seconds elapsed, leaving numerous individuals queued to enter the safety shelter. Whether near or far, the sight of the monstrous creature descending instilled terror, prompting screams of panic. Some surged forward while others abandoned their attempts to enter the shelter and fled instead. Military vehicles, tanks, and aircraft all raced to the scene with utmost urgency. The creature stood motionless, merely rotating its large eye as if surveying this new world. It twitched its nose, its eyes narrowing slightly, revealing an expression of intoxication. Several fighter jets had already commenced their assault, yet it appeared unfazed. Suddenly, in a swift motion, it leapt into the air, executing a graceful half-turn towards the aircraft. With a casual wave of its hand, akin to swatting a fly, it sent one jet crashing down from the heavens. Without granting a moment's respite, it swiftly pursued the remaining aircraft. Witnessing this scene instilled a chilling sense of dread, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Its muscles exuded explosive power. Its movements were agile, with elongated limbs propelling it forward in a series of leaps and bounds. It exhibited a degree of intelligence, adeptly evading deadly assaults. Observers could discern its gaze, malevolent, joyous, and greedy, with a hint of a smile that suggested an exhilarated grin, resembling that of a human, leading one to ponder whether it might soon articulate human speech. Yet, it was not human, it was an invader. After dispatching the aircraft above, it eagerly surged towards those who had yet to reach the safety of their shelters, causing panic as they scattered in all directions. However, it seemed devoid of any intent to consume them, or perhaps it simply had yet to decide. It resembled a Navi child toying with ants on the ground, crushing one person beneath its foot, soon staining the soul with vivid crimson, clinging to morsels of flesh. With a sweep of its hand, it shattered the glass of buildings on either side, reaching inside to seize those who sought refuge, using them as weapons to hurl at the waves of aircraft and soldiers that advanced upon it. A throng of soldiers surged towards it, only to be met with their demise by being crushed, flung, kicked, or flattened beneath its weight. It reveled in the thrill. It was exhilarating. This intruder rampaged through the city, leaping and wreaking havoc not out of hunger, but for the sheer joy of slaughter. Above, media helicopters hovered, capturing the unfolding chaos from a safe distance, broadcasting the city's plight to others, allowing people from other nations to witness the horror from afar. Oh, my mother! This invader is utterly terrifying. It sends chills down my spine. Humanity seems so feeble in comparison to such a monster. I am filled with despair for the future. So many lives have been lost. Alarms blared in the surrounding cities, escalating to the highest state of alert, urging everyone to gather their belongings and seek refuge in safe houses. Witnesses of this scene on the news dared not hold onto any semblance of hope, hastily gathering their families and fleeing to safety, for only in the depths of those secure shelters could they find a modicum of solace. Yet, The most horrifying sight was yet to unfold. The monster, having grown weary of toying with the ants on the ground, shifted its gaze towards the anthill. Under the terrified scrutiny of all those watching the large screen, it crouched down and extended its hand towards the door of the safe house. This door was far from ordinary. Constructed from bulletproof and explosive-resistant materials, it would be exceedingly difficult to force open by brute strength. Yet, this intruder possessed intelligence unlike the mere beasts encountered before. It deftly hooked its finger around the invisible handle of the safe house, and with deliberate slowness, it began to pry it open. The safe house represented humanity's last bastion of defense. Its breach signified an unfathomable disaster. Consequently, every individual witnessing this harrowing scene was engulfed in a chilling dread. However, the most profound terror was felt by those who, unable to squeeze any further due to the crowd below, found themselves standing precariously close to the door on the staircase. They were huddled together like sardines in a can, voiceless, only able to stare with despairing eyes at the grim Reaper looming above them. The Reaper revealed a sinister smile and reached out a hand toward them. Meanwhile, the media personnel aboard the helicopter were suddenly struck with shock, soon followed by an exhilarating rush that sent tingles coursing through their bodies. Their elevated position afforded them no view of the large screen. Otherwise, they would have joined the throng below in fervent cheers or even heart-wrenching cries. Did you not say it would never return? Yet here it is again. If you truly possess the power, why not vanish for good? That day was intentional. Wasn't it? To utter such words before the entire nation was merely a ploy to evoke sympathy. Was it not? How is it that one can commit a misdeed after performing a good act, and yet remain beyond reproach? Unwavering adulation can indeed be detrimental. On that day, she was excessively assertive, expressing gratitude where due and criticism where warranted. What is wrong with that? In a moment of impulsive utterance, she surely opened herself to the relentless scrutiny of those rabid critics. Should I perhaps delete it? One guest at a friend's home pondered aloud. Just disable the comments. You haven't spoken incorrectly, so why delete it? In my opinion, she deliberately made those remarks before the cameras to ensure that she would be venerated. It felt like a threat, as if she would vanish if not sufficiently adored, a friend venomously speculated. Lacking direct protection from the shadow heroine, they did not harbor profound feelings for her, perhaps due to their own darker inclinations or jealousy towards their own gender. They found it irksome to see her name proliferating online. They had often lamented how many times they would encounter the shadow heroine's name in a single day, nearly reaching a point of physical revulsion and turning against her. No sooner had they expressed their discontent than a piercing alarm rang out, causing their salads and mobile phones to tumble to the floor as they fled in terror. Residing in a high-rise, they recognized the risks associated with such living arrangements. However, as property prices soared, higher floors became more affordable, while lower floors commanded exorbitant rental fees, compelling many to reside in perilous heights despite the known dangers. They squeezed down from the rooftop, only to find themselves obstructed outside the safe house, where long lines formed before each entrance. A fissure had opened, and from it emerged a monstrous creature. The moment people laid eyes on the beast, they were struck dumb, for it bore a striking resemblance to the one the shadow vigilante was battling abroad. Recollecting the horror and devastation they had witnessed online, fear gripped their hearts, and they shrieked as they scattered towards the buildings. Yet, the creature had already darted toward them with alarming agility. Two women dashed into a CAF, seeking refuge behind the counter. They clung to the hope that fortune favored them. Surely, the monster would not single them out among the throngs outside. However, oftentimes, the very fears one harbors manifest into reality. The CAF's transparent glass door shattered, causing them to tremble as they tightly embraced one another, fervently whispering to themselves that it had not seen them. It had not seen them. Overwhelmed by fear, one could not resist the urge to crack open an eye to observe. To their horror, the counter behind which they hid had vanished. As the creature reached in and displaced it, crouched outside, its malevolent gaze fixated upon them. It was over. Blood coursed backward, limbs turned cold and rigid. The world around them fell silent. They stared at the beast, momentarily stripped of all will to resist. Dark, shadow, vigilante, help. One of them stammered out a breathy plea as immense dread and regret engulfed them. Why had they uttered such words? Why? What benefits do they truly derive from this? Yet, they can only watch helplessly as that hand reaches out. The hero has departed, leaving them ensnared, crushed effortlessly as if one were to pop a balloon. Perhaps they might have survived, had they not been members of that ungrateful breed. No one anticipated such an occurrence. Within a mere half hour, Many were still scaling walls to witness the shadow woman battling abroad, while an identical intruder emerged domestically. Perhaps this is their racial advantage. This invader is as terrifying as its foreign counterpart. Those unfortunate enough not to make it to safety cry out for help, their voices echoing with pleas for the shadow woman. Yet, the young heroine who has always stood guard beside them is absent, far away in another land, fighting to protect the citizens of other countries. The shadow woman? Was she not driven away by those ungrateful wretches? Are the ungrateful rejoicing? Does witnessing such a scene not thrill you? Oh, perhaps you are among those in the city shouting for the shadow woman's aid. Alas, is this how those foreigners feel when they beseech the shadow woman for help in times of peril? Alas, I have erred, and I offer my sincerest apologies. I have truly been oblivious to the blessings surrounding me, as my father resides in a sanatorium within that city. Despite their fervent calls, and Shui could no longer extend her hand to assist them, for she was not a deity, bound to protect only specific individuals within designated areas. The media reporters aboard the helicopter, their voices hoarse with excitement, relayed the latest developments to those in other cities. The shadow heroine has emerged. She has rescued those trapped within the open safe house. She is right here in our nation. My heart swells with exhilaration. She is simply magnificent. I am on the verge of tears from the overwhelming emotion. Even in Shui sensed the formidable challenge posed by her adversary. She severed its tail, igniting its fury, and it immediately fixated its attention solely on her. This was precisely her intention, to delay it, granting those unable to enter the safe house precious moments to seek refuge. However, the creature was agile, with long limbs and the ability to leap gracefully, towering at over 10 meters. It launched multiple attacks, each thwarted by her defenses. Had it not been for her masterful control over her superhuman jumping ability, she would have surely faced dire consequences. And Shui evaded the creature's relentless pursuit with the dexterity of a fly buzzing around her head, infuriating it further. Its punches grew heavier and less nimble as it chased her for 2 hours, reducing half the city to ruins. At last, the beast succumbed to exhaustion. However, and Shui felt fatigued, signaling that the time for conclusion had arrived. She leaped upon the rooftop terrace, bounding back and forth, soaring ever higher. As the monster's fists pursued her, growing increasingly sluggish, its head spinning from following in Shui's agile movements. True to her customary combat style, once she confirmed that the intruder perceived its surroundings through sight, her first objective was to deprive it of vision, due to its exhaustion and lethargy. When Shui propelled herself directly towards its face, the creature's attempt to swat her was a fraction too slow. Her figure expanded within its enormous eye, akin to a mirror reflecting an ever-clearer image. With both hands gripping her blade, she raised it above her head, radiant sunlight cascading upon her, causing the edge of the sword to gleam with a frigid brilliance reminiscent of diamonds. Unlike human eyes, its gaze was not fragile. It appeared to be shielded by a protective membrane, with eyelids resembling impenetrable armor. Yet Shui was swift, and her weapon was extraordinarily sharp. The tip of her blade plunged forcefully, creating a gash, and the subsequent actions were straightforward. It was akin to piercing a rubber ball filled with thick liquid. The resistance was palpable, yet she ultimately penetrated through. When Shui attempted to withdraw her blade, she found it momentarily stuck, compelling her to relinquish her grip. With a powerful thrust of her foot against its canine maw, she evaded the descending fist. The blow missed Shui, inadvertently driving the knife deeper into its eye. A roar of excruciating pain erupted from its mouth, as it wreaked havoc upon the surrounding structures in a frenzied attempt to annihilate Shui. However, in most instances, successfully blinding an intruder equated to securing a significant victory. Shui leapt twice, landing safely in a sufficiently secure position. After which the government of this nation promptly assumed control of the ensuing battle. The flames blazed for an hour until the anguished cries of the invaders finally ceased, their voices extinguished as they collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the conflict could be deemed concluded, yet Shui's figure had long vanished without a trace. While the battle here had reached its end, far across the ocean in another country, the dawn of victory remained elusive. They had certainly gleaned insights from the skirmish here. However, the most significant distinction lay in the presence of the shadow heroine, who had greatly prolonged the struggle, sapped the invaders' stamina, and saved countless lives, affording the government ample time to amass sufficient oil supplies. Yet, devoid of the shadow heroine, the strategy employing oil might falter against invaders still brimming with vigor, for they were adept at evasion and swift movements. Over the past 6 months, thanks to the assistance of the shadow heroine, they had nearly forgotten the tremendous financial, material, and human costs previously incurred in expelling such medium to large-scale invaders. The military leaders were utterly exhausted, and the blood of soldiers continued to flow, as people once again felt the suffocating despair and terror devoid of any glimmer of hope. This stood in stark contrast to the situation in the other nation, where the battle had concluded. Upon finishing his words, the atmosphere around him shifted abruptly. He felt a surge of trepidation as he realized that all eyes were upon him, each pair glistening with tears, blood-red with fury, malice, and even hatred. A woman first raised her hand and struck him sharply across the face. He stood there, bewildered, when a burly man behind him suddenly kicked him, sending him sprawling to the ground. "It's all your fault, you ungrateful wretches. So many lives have been lost, and it is entirely on you. It is because of your lack of gratitude that the Shadow Huntress has departed. What are you doing here? You ought to be on the ground, begging for mercy. Get out. Get out." This unfortunate soul was first subjected to a brutal beating, nearly beaten to death. Then, the large man seized his clothing and began to drag him away, while the crowd silently parted to make way. Realizing he was about to be thrown out of the safe house, he immediately began to struggle and weep, desperately pleading for forgiveness and claiming he understood his mistakes. Yet, no one showed him any compassion. The occupants of the safe house were filled with profound sorrow, anger, and hatred. Some had lost friends, others had lost family, and some had lost their homes, losses that could have been avoided had their heroes still been present. So, who is to blame? Blame these ingrates. Blame those who, despite having witnessed her being unjustly criticized, failed to speak up in defense of someone who was utterly oblivious to the unfolding calamity. Those who harbored similar thoughts but had yet to voice them kept their mouths tightly shut in fear, unwilling to utter a single word. Such incidents had occurred repeatedly in numerous safe houses throughout the province, with some individuals even being killed outright. In the live stream of Chui 524, though I do not advocate violence, I must confess that it feels incredibly satisfying. The online community is truly remarkable. I recently witnessed a critic disparaging the esteemed Mr. Yin, lamenting his continued existence. It appears they have forgotten the genius behind the nutritional supplements they consume daily. Oh, the exhilaration is overwhelming. My boyfriend's exuberant antics pale in comparison to this joy. And Chui, having changed her attire and dried her sweat-soaked hair, emerged to find that Xianggu had utilized the restaurant's culinary tools and ingredients to prepare her a delectable seafood pasta. Clearly, the ingredients had been pre-prepared to facilitate such swift cooking. After an intense workout, Chui found herself ravenous, and with the monstrous threat still looming, they continued to dine leisurely within the restaurant, undisturbed. As Chui savored her meal, her thoughts drifted to the chaos and despair outside, where countless lives were lost. Yet here they sat, relaxed, watching live broadcasts on the computer while delicately handling crab meat and shrimp. Charming as ever, when Chui caught his gaze, Xianggu timidly looked back, resembling a frightened young bride. "You've lost your knife," he murmured. "What? You can forge knives too?" Chui inquired. Xianggu shook his head and, with eager intent, retrieved 2 new knives from his suitcase, presenting them to her with a hopeful smile. Chui raised her eyebrows slightly, setting down her knife and fork to accept the blade that was presented to her. As the weapon emerged from its sheath, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and for a fleeting moment, she felt an unsettling sensation as if the blade's aura might harm her. Undoubtedly, these were 2 exquisite swords, surpassing even the masterfully crafted assassin's blades she had previously sought in the black market. "Where did they come from?" Chui inquired. Xianggu replied cautiously. "I acquired them from a collector specializing in swords and knives. He claimed they are 2 formidable demon blades, quite powerful." Chui rose and waved the sword, finding it surprisingly comfortable to wield. As for the notion of demon blades, she recalled that in her previous world, there existed renowned swords associated with legendary generals, each one steeped in the blood of countless battles, said to possess the ability to ensnare the mind. Of course, such tales were mere fables, if they were true, Chui would have graciously accepted them. "You didn't just purchase these 2, did you?" she asked. Xianggu nodded, her large, melancholic eyes gazing at her. "I bought many, all exceptionally sharp. They can carve deep marks even on steel. May I offer them all to you?" Chui had anticipated this, though she too was somewhat extravagant. It was undeniable that Xianggu was far more so. After all, even Chui would not utilize such antique treasures, which rightly belonged in a national museum, as mere commonplace items. One must recognize that they could easily be lost or dulled, or even broken, just like the 2 she had today. However, if he dares to offer, she certainly dares to accept. Xianggu found a hairdryer from the store and asked, "Shall I dry your hair?" "No need. You might catch a cold." May I dry it for you? His gaze lingered on her, a mix of timidity and determination, as if fearing rejection. It's up to you. She replied, dismissive of the little eccentric's back and forth, with a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Xianggu stood behind Shui and began to dry her hair. The dryer was set to the lowest setting, producing minimal noise and warm air. His fingers trembled slightly as they navigated through her hair, his gray, glassy eyes fixated on her with a blend of intensity and longing. Madame Ming exclaimed, "That was terrifying. It was so gruesome I vomited several bags, and now I'm starving." Mr. Ming replied, "Fortunately, the shadow heroine is here. Otherwise, who knows how many more would have perished. She's truly a good child." Madame Ming added, "Indeed. Those foolish netizens back home are utterly brainless. If they were before me, I would slap them across the face. Knowing their nature, once they see the shadow heroine reappear, I can't imagine the absurd things they would say online that would make one want to throttle them." Mr. Ming cautioned, "Don't be so irritable." At that moment, a compatriot walking ahead turned around, their expression a complex mix of emotions as they said, "It won't happen again. Those fools dare not speak out anymore." It was then they realized that, surprisingly, there was an invader in their homeland as well. As the hotel resumed its operations, they found themselves waiting for quite some time, yet they were unconcerned, engrossed in scaling the digital walls to catch up on news from home. Meanwhile, the citizens of this nation finally found the time to pay attention to the affairs of other countries, which in turn ignited a fervor. Who would have imagined such a thing? Although it may not be appropriate to say so, it is indeed poetic justice. I find myself genuinely grateful for those foolish individuals in their country. Had it not been for them, the shadow heroine would not have visited our land, and our circumstances would have been entirely reversed. I am immensely thankful to those ungrateful souls over there. My gratitude knows no bounds. I adore you all. I humbly beseech the shadow heroine not to depart. Please consider settling here. We not only comprehend gratitude, but we also wish to crowdfund a salary for you. Would that be agreeable? I concur wholeheartedly. I would willingly allocate half of my monthly earnings to the shadow heroine, for she should not have to bear the costs of her injuries alone. Please, stay with us." Other nations' netizens expressed feelings of envy and resentment. This country was momentarily dubbed the chosen nation. Subsequently, they fervently promoted their own scenic landscapes online, even resorting to tales of woe, lamenting their own nation's diminutive size and vulnerability, desperately seeking aid. Simultaneously, they expressed compassion for the beleaguered citizens of the shadow hero's homeland while simultaneously succumbing to uncontrollable laughter. An unexpected turn of events left Shui astounded. At this moment, upon viewing from a satellite perspective, an entire city lay in ruins. The monstrous entity had just opened the door to a safe house. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the shadow hero, it would have been emerging from the subterranean depths, utterly spent. They inhaled the pervasive miasma of acrid smoke and gore. Corpses and severed limbs lay strewn about. A macabre tableau of crimson and ivory. Many succumbed to violent retching, whether from sheer revulsion or overwhelming grief. A chorus of lamentations echoed through the night, punctuated by an undercurrent of seething resentment. They had witnessed the demise of a nation, its unraveling transpiring in a mere 4 hours. The invaders' frenzied slaughter had consumed less than half an hour, followed by a protracted 2-hour stalemate against the shadow sorceress, culminating in a final hour of fiery annihilation. The disparity and devastation was undeniable. Their losses in both property and lives paled in comparison. Had the shadow sorceress remained, their loved ones, claimed by the catastrophe, might have survived. Like the bereaved middle-aged man, they sought to displace their anguish, yet instead of blaming the shadow sorceress, they directed their ire toward those who had facilitated her departure, those who had narrowly escaped, intending to feign innocence and join the chorus of condemnation against online critics, found themselves ensnared in an unforeseen reckoning. The court proceedings were uncharacteristically severe, their legal counsel exhibiting a blatant disregard for professional ethics, offering no substantive defense. Each paid a price, meticulously calibrated to inflict maximum regret while serving as a stark deterrent to others. More ominously, due to the public nature of this trial, they are now destined to live under the scrutiny of judgmental gazes, a fate that surely will not be easy to endure. They have been made examples of. A rather unfortunate turn of events, yet it is indisputable that they are not entirely blameless. Henceforth, the internet ceases to be a realm for thoughtless outbursts. Should one express an absurd opinion in reality, particularly regarding celebrities or public figures, there is a considerable risk of encountering violent repercussions. Even if one were to report such an incident to the police, they would likely only offer a few words of admonition without taking further action against the assailant. Meanwhile, The audience in Chui's live stream revels in an atmosphere as festive as the New Year. How exhilarating. If only our government could manage the online discourse with the same vigor. This is exactly how it should be. Words can indeed be lethal yet often come without consequence. Which is utterly infuriating. I am determined to contribute all my funds to support my esteemed Chui. Every live broadcast is a delightful and moving experience. Has everyone cast their votes today? Don't forget to vote for our esteemed leader as previous live broadcasts. Aside from the long-limbed green-skinned intruder, and Chui and Xiang Good, along with the main couple, have journeyed through several nations, and upon encountering the charmingly obedient Yanshu, they cannot help but feel a sense of indebtedness, prompting the couple to bestow generous compensations upon him. Yanshu inquired about their amusing experiences abroad, and the couple recounted many tales, inevitably mentioning Xianggu. Yanshu's radar immediately alerted her. Xianggu? Is he Jiao Zhao's classmate? Indeed. Has he been following you all? Isn't that rather inconvenient? It seems so. But perhaps only we find it inconvenient. He does not. The boy possesses quite a thick skin. After all, one must have a certain boldness to pursue a girl. Much like your father, who, in his quest to win me over, displayed a similarly audacious demeanor, accompanying me everywhere, eager to take care of everything, impossible to shake off. Otherwise, how could I have ever taken a liking to him? Thus spoke Madame Ming, offering her evaluation. Mr. Ming immediately expressed his discontent. Can he even be compared to me? That lad is scrawny, not particularly handsome, perpetually wearing a melancholic expression, as if he could not shoulder the responsibilities of a family. I truly wonder where he finds the audacity to attach himself to my daughter. Yanshu quickly probed further, discovering that Xianggu hailed from an affluent background. The sole heir of the Xiangtian group. Unless an illegitimate child were to emerge, he was destined to inherit the conglomerate. A wave of jealousy surged within her. Meng Jiao could be considered her most fortunate rival across the myriad worlds she had traversed. Born into a middle-class family, she had been embraced by a wealthy household, enjoying a life of luxury and being cherished wholeheartedly by her parents. Now, it seemed, another young man, who appeared to possess genuine affection for her, had entered the scene. It is truly infuriating. She could not help but blame the Yin couple, had they not been concerned about her early romantic entanglements hindering her studies. Compelling her to attend a girls' school since middle school, she would undoubtedly be experiencing an abundance of fervent affection now. Even if it were not absolute, a measure of 70, 80, or 90 would suffice to satiate her desires. Unbeknownst to her, they were no longer preoccupied with Chui's academic performance. Their thoughts revolved around Yanshu's transfer to provide care for Chui. Yanshu had gone to engage with the main couple, and Chui was invited by the Yin couple to dine together, with Yansheng naturally accompanying them. After speaking, he felt a flush of embarrassment and discreetly glanced at Chui, pondering that she likely had no time to browse the internet for such matters. Yet she probably remained unaware that this account belonged to him. Subsequently, excited fans subjected him to a torrent of criticism, leaving him feeling rather foolish for his earlier exhilaration. Yanqing was eager to inquire about Chui's thoughts on the two useless swords, but upon reflection, he realized such a question would be futile. She would likely remain indifferent. Following the publication of that report, numerous collectors and affluent individuals expressed their desire to purchase the items for their collections, which felt rather inappropriate. Moreover, the repercussions were undesirable, prompting their government to signify their appreciation and regard for Chui by enhancing her chances of remaining. Deciding to place the items in a museum to ensure that her life-saving act would be eternally remembered. Yanshu would transfer next semester, and should you require assistance, do not hesitate to confide in her. While she may not be able to offer substantial help, she could potentially assist with minor matters. Do not bear everything alone. Ganlan urged Chui. Chui remarked, isn't this rather inappropriate? Won't Yanshu mind? Rest assured, Yanshu is quite considerate and understanding. If you need assistance, she would be delighted to help. She wouldn't take offense, came the reply. Ganlan noted the approval of Yin Wenqing and Yin Cheng. Oh, that may not necessarily be the case. However, it should still prove to be somewhat entertaining. Constantly battling monsters can be exhausting. Enjoying a performance by a jester can serve as a delightful diversion, and Chui mused with interest. With her head held high and an air of determination, Yanshu arrived at Yinglan High School. A strikingly beautiful and charismatic new face quickly attracted attention within the school. Her large, tea-colored eyes sparkled like amber, innocently and sweetly inquiring about the location of the academic affairs office, causing the boys to blush, grow anxious, and eagerly guide her along. She entered class 2-1, the school's top class, only to discover that Chui was not in that class at all. and Choi had transferred herself without the knowledge of the main couple. Dismayed at the cold splash of reality, upon learning that Choi was in Class 11, Yanshu immediately wished to transfer as well. However, transferring was not as simple as she desired. Due to her excellent grades, the school was reluctant to allow her into Class 11. After a phone call with the main couple, they quickly deduced the reasons behind Choi's move to that inferior class, prompting feelings of deep emotion. And they forbade Yanshu from transferring. Frustration welled up within Yanshu, and her dissatisfaction with the couple grew. If it weren't for the mix-up, she would have been the Meng family's child, receiving their unwavering affection. She regretted not having entered Meng Jiao's body from the start. What madness had led her to inhabit Yanshu's form? Fortunately, she noticed that several boys in the class were discreetly glancing at her, and she felt a sense of comfort as she observed the numbers indicating their affection for her incrementally rising. She thought to herself that it was merely a matter of traversing the stairs. If necessary, she could simply take a few more steps. When Choi arrived in the classroom, it wasn't long before Seong-gu hurried over. Devoid of his own lunch, but carrying the winter break homework he had completed for Choi. With a timid demeanor, he cautiously settled into the empty seat beside her. The classmates couldn't help but turn their heads to see what he was up to, yet he remained silent, merely occupying the chair until the preparation bell rang for class. At which point he stood up and left. What a weirdo, Yao Jie exclaimed, rolling her eyes dramatically. Wasn't he always a bit odd? Huang Jie remarked. Meng Jiao must be entangled with a creep. Yao Jie retorted sarcastically. I see she seems to be rather enjoying it. Your words are rather loud. Are you merely trying to draw my attention? And Choi remarked, glancing at him while holding the winter break homework written by Seong-gu. This fellow writes rather beautifully, huh? His characters are well-formed and angular, quite neat. Thus, the saying a person's handwriting reflects their character may not hold true in this case. Otherwise, those who read his handwriting would assume Seong-gu to be a well-behaved child from a good background, whereas in reality, he is a little oddball who, with a melancholic and timid expression, wields a gun as if to threaten. You narcissistic fool. Have you no shame? Yao Jie erupted again. Then you should just be quiet, and Choi thought to herself, finding Seong-gu more endearing despite his quirks, as he at least was not bothersome. Yao Jie could only furiously close her mouth, yet thoughts of Seong-gu clinging to Choi stirred a wave of discomfort within her. What was happening? After the first class, Yanshu approached Choi, and everyone in the class shared the same roof. Their innate abilities allowed them to perceive the general sentiment towards Choi, only to find that most of the class held a rather low opinion of her. And Choi had not nurtured these relationships, and friends who once thrived alongside Meng Jiao gradually distanced themselves due to her altered demeanor. In this atmosphere of widespread indifference, Yao Jie's impressive favorability score of 80 stood out conspicuously, a source of envy for her. However, when Seong-gu arrived, she was taken aback by the glaring score of 100 above his head, her astonishment bordering on disbelief, and a longing surge from within, nearly spilling from her eyes. And Choi sensed the tumultuous emotion swirling within Yao Jie and became increasingly intrigued. Was the female lead about to make her move on the male lead? She was curious about what would unfold. Yanshu aimed to weave dreams for Seong-gu and Yao Jie, believing that love was easily shattered without the support of kinship. Lacking the flexibility that friendship possessed, all she needed was to conjure a romantic dream for them, akin to her own nightly escapades, confident that they would be affected. As the night deepened, Yao Jie, who would typically be engrossed in gaming online, found herself increasingly irritable during her session. Her frustration led to teammates abandoning the match, and she could no longer continue playing. His mind was consumed by thoughts of Choi and Seong-gu. He could not comprehend how, over the course of a mere month, their relationship had transformed into something undeniably significant. Just at noon, Seong-gu had come to deliver lunch to her, and they ended up sitting together in class, sharing a meal. It was as if he had lost his sanity. Feeling despondent, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace, until eventually he drifted into a hazy slumber, soon ensnared in the web of dreams. Typically, one cannot exercise control over their dreams or their actions within them. It is often difficult to even recognize when one is dreaming, with the realization only dawning upon waking. He could not recall how it all began, but he found himself reclining on a verdant lawn beside another individual, a girl. Her raven hair flowed gracefully, her skin was alabaster, and her eyes sparkled with an enchanting innocence and allure, radiating a serene and charming smile that seemed to possess a strange allure, drawing him closer. Unable to resist, he leaned in, his lips gently brushing against hers. The moment he succumbed to sleep, Yanshu was aware that Seong-gu had also entered the dreamscape she had meticulously woven. Knowing the nature of Xiangji's relationship with Yao Jie, she harbored no concerns about the two discovering they were experiencing identical dreams, thus she had crafted a dream backdrop that mirrored their realities. On the same patch of grass, a girl lay beside him. Xiangge turned his head to look at her, and Yin Shu revealed a smile so enchanting that no boy could resist. A smile imbued with a peculiar charm that beckoned him to lean in and kiss her. However, Xiangge remained still, his large gray eyes, resembling glass beads, slightly drooping at the corners, giving him a perpetually pitiful appearance. His gaze held a tinge of melancholy as he stared at her unblinkingly, which, in turn, stirred something within Yin Shu. As a strong-willed sorceress who regarded no one with esteem, she naturally preferred those who were softer and more submissive to the dominant males. Xiangge seemed to embody such qualities. Of course, she had physiological needs, but her yearning for sustenance and the desire for power overshadowed such instincts. Nevertheless, she had no qualms about indulging in a fleeting encounter with someone who caught her fancy. Thus, Yin Shu took the initiative, leaning in to kiss Xiangge. He remained motionless, merely lifting one hand slowly. Following the line of his arm, Yin Shu suddenly noticed that a large stone had inexplicably appeared in his grasp. Before she could react, Xiangge brought the stone crashing down upon her head. With a resounding thud, pain shot through her skull, and stars danced before her eyes. Yin Shu was bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Had something gone awry? Everything had been progressing smoothly with Yao Jie. Confounded by this turn of events, Yin Shu resolved to start anew. Once again, Xiangge reclined upon the verdant lawn, accompanied by the same enchanting girl, who once more tempted him. He seized a large stone and crushed her head into a pulp. This grim repetition occurred 3 or 4 times throughout the night, until Yin Shu, exasperated, had to intervene. Cursing aloud, "What is wrong with your mind? Who dreams like this, especially in the presence of such a beautiful girl? Shouldn't one first indulge in pleasure before anything else?" Yet, after venting his frustration, an increasing desire stirred within him. Indeed, this was a love that radiated with absolute intensity. Such profound affection could not be easily claimed. Precious things require considerable effort, or else their kind would not regard a perfect score as the pinnacle of aspiration. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable conviction that Xiangge was destined to be his. The following day, Xiangge awoke promptly at 6 o'clock, spending an hour preparing a nutritious meal. Simmering a soup slowly for 8 hours before placing it into a thermos and packing the dishes into insulated containers. He then carried them to his vehicle and set off for school. Meanwhile, Yao Jie awoke, utterly exhausted. Initially dazed, he soon realized something was amiss. His expression shifted slightly as he pulled back the covers to reveal what? He felt a strange mix of bewilderment and an inexplicable sense of guilt. After changing into fresh underwear, he could scarcely eat a few bites of breakfast before heading to school, and Shui had long anticipated the day's events. Eager to see what would transpire between Yao Jie and Xiangge, she mused to herself that Yin Shu, that sorceress, had a rather limited perspective. For the ability to weave dreams was indeed a remarkable gift, and Shui recalled that in her reality there existed a remarkable film titled Inception. Her abilities encompassed the entire range of skills possessed by the protagonists in the movie. If wielded adeptly, she could quietly orchestrate someone's demise within their dreams, and even invest time in meticulously crafting intricate narratives within those dreamscapes. It was entirely possible for her to make others fall in love with her in the realm of dreams, thereby ensuring their affection for her in the waking world. However, what she most frequently engaged in was the creation of spring dreams. In the original narrative, she had only once employed her power correctly, when she resolved to prevent the destruction of the world for the sake of Xiangge. Thus, at the story's conclusion, she used her ability to hypnotize and weave dreams for the intruders, plunging them into a slumber that afforded humanity precious time to retaliate. The first to arrive was Xiangge, who, rather than delivering a lunchbox early, chose to wait until noon when the others from class headed to the cafeteria. He brought her lunch, and they shared a meal together in the empty classroom. On occasions when he did not bring food, he would simply occupy the vacant seat beside Shui, silent and unassuming, akin to a loyal yet well-behaved dog. As Shui observed his expression, she noted no discernible change. He appeared entirely normal. Could it be that the witch had not crafted a spring dream for him? When Yao Jie arrived, she glanced over at him. The moment he caught her gaze, a look of guilt flashed across his face, and he swiftly averted his eyes. If it were mere shyness, his ears would have flushed crimson, and his expression would not have been so conflicted. It seemed he truly had experienced a dream. Yet, it was unreasonable to weave a dream solely for Yao Jie while neglecting Xiangge. Thus, Shui inquired of Xiangge, "Did you have any strange dreams last night?" Xiangge had always been excessively honest with Shui. Upon hearing this, she gently nodded and remarked, "I dreamt of your sister, Yin Shu." Then, with a timid expression that reflected a sense of vulnerability, he looked at her, as if fearing reproach, and softly confessed, "I felt unwell. I smashed her head." And Shui responded, "Well, I am now curious about Yin Shu's reaction and what she will do next." The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, reminiscent of the honking of geese. And Shui added, "In reality, one cannot recklessly smash someone else's head." He nodded obediently and earnestly. Shortly after, Yin Shu arrived, and Shui's gaze intentionally sought out Yao Jie, who, upon locking eyes with her, quickly averted his gaze, his brow furrowing in distress. Yin Shu observed the fluctuations in his feelings toward her, a mix of attraction and confusion. This was quite typical at the outset. Such turmoil often arose when one harbored feelings for another yet found themselves inexplicably dreaming of a different girl. In males, the lower instincts often dominate rational thought. If such dreams occurred repeatedly, they might subconsciously convince themselves that their affections lay with Yin Shu rather than Ming Jiao, gradually redirecting their emotions toward her. In the realms she traversed, even if the individuals she focused on were married with children and deeply devoted to their spouses, the impact of these dreams could ultimately lead to their emotional unraveling. Yin Shu inquired about Xianggu and learned that he had once strangled a rabbit, which led to his being labeled as mentally unstable and subsequently bullied by his peers at school. His attachment to Yin Shui stemmed from her act of kindness towards him. After a couple of days, she redesigned the dreamscape, where she advised Yin Shui to be benevolent towards others and to stand up against injustice. She recreated the scene of Xianggu being bullied at school, with Yin Shui stepping in to assist him. She subtly implied that Yin Shui's willingness to help was influenced by her, rather than being a genuine reflection of Yin Shui's character. Yin Shu intended to approach this matter gradually. Initiating with a spring dream could provoke suspicion, and she feared he might retaliate violently. To her relief, her instincts proved correct. Although there was no noticeable increase in his affection, Xianggu had begun to acknowledge her presence. No longer solely engaging with Yin Shui, but occasionally conversing with and gazing at Yin Shu as well. She perceived a glimmer of hope and felt confident that her desires would ultimately be fulfilled. She was unfazed by the prospect of investing additional time. For the life of a sorceress is indeed long. As the situation unfolded favorably, Yin Shu reflected on how smoothly everything had progressed since her transfer. Upon entering this English high school, she had become the center of attention among the boys. Her beauty, poise, and amiable demeanor captivated those around her. Even when she inadvertently locked eyes with strangers while walking, she would not hastily look away but instead offer a polite and friendly smile, striking a profound chord in their hearts. This, she mused, must be what first love looks like. In an instant, she ascended to the status of a goddess and the belle of the school in the hearts of the boys, who showered her with an abundance of food. During her time at an all-girls school, she certainly received her fair share of affection. However, the most significant dilemma was that she was not attracted to women. Although demons and humans are two distinct species, their appearances bear a striking resemblance, making it impossible for her to treat humans as one would cherish small pets like rabbits, kittens, or puppies. Engaging in intimate acts with some girls merely to fulfill emotional needs left her stomach satiated, yet her psychological and physiological states remained far from pleasurable. This semester has finally arrived, accompanied by a star among the newcomers, a popular celebrity named Yi Mingjun, in his 20s, who donned a high school uniform with an effortless grace. On the day of his arrival, fans besieged the entrance of Yinglan High School, creating a scene so chaotic that not a single drop of water could pass through. The hallways of the teaching building were teeming with students peering over the railings, their excited cheers resonating in waves. She harbored a desire for Yin Shui to envy and admire her like the other girls, basking in her radiance, believing that the growing shadow in her heart would make her increasingly detestable. Yet, Yin Shui remained blissfully oblivious, as unperturbed as a hollow noodle, seemingly unaware of her popularity or the brilliance exuding from her. Instead, she maintained her usual aloof demeanor, evoking in her a sense of irritation akin to striking a fist against cotton. Equally vexing to her was Xianggu. Recently, Xianggu agreed to accompany her after school to enjoy some milk tea and stroll through the streets. His melancholic, large eyes were always fixed upon her. Yet if it were not for his complete indifference toward her, she might have believed he was beginning to harbor feelings for her. Every night, he entered her dreams, and even the slightest thought of reaching out to him would result in her being met with coldness. She was starting to feel as though he might actually be developing an affection for her. Yao Jie found the situation perplexing. In his dreams, he struggled to resist her allure, yet in reality, he continued to keep her at arm's length. The feelings she anticipated shifting toward her had not only failed to materialize but had seemingly transformed into something negative. What was going on? Were those who admired Shui truly of unsound mind? Shui herself was rather astonished. As for Xianggu, he was a formidable character. And infiltrating his subconscious to implant suggestions was no simple feat, however. Yao Jie was merely an ordinary individual. Until one day, Yao Jie stealthily approached her, surreptitiously handing her an object. "This is for you. Please keep it with you," he instructed. Shui looked down to find a small pouch. Upon opening it, she discovered a yellow talisman. Yao Jie appeared peculiar, his dark circles prominent, exuding an air of nervousness. "Don't think I've lost my mind," he warned. "I must tell you, Yanshu is strange. It is terrifying. Every night, I have those kinds of dreams. The pleasure within them is matched only by the dread I feel upon waking. I am not some lecherous fiend. I am still innocent. Even if I were to fall for Yanshu at first sight, I would never indulge in such shameless dreams." Due to his daily ritual of washing his undergarments each morning, his mother became concerned and subtly suggested that he was too young to be exposed to such chaotic matters. It was indeed a case of unjust reputation. He felt compelled to confide in her about the situation. With a wealth of experience, having consumed more salt than he had rice, she furrowed her brow, sensing the complexity of the issue, and promptly sought the counsel of a renowned master within their circle. Caught between the realization of being a lecher and the belief that he was merely possessed, Yao Jie unhesitatingly chose the latter. Shui, upon hearing his declaration, couldn't suppress a laugh. After all, witches are not bound by human limitations. Perhaps they genuinely regard humanity with indifference. The same tactic may yield varying results when applied to different individuals, species, and age groups. For instance, the act of experiencing a spring dream might be effective on introspective adults, but could backfire when directed at naive and straightforward youths. Reflecting on the original narrative, Shui recalled that after Yao Jie and Meng Jiao parted ways, their paths diverged significantly. Once Yanshu arrived, Meng Jiao's affection shifted to a senior in his third year of high school, a young man who had already had several romantic encounters. At 18, he was no longer a paragon of innocence, and it was quite plausible that he had already engaged in such experiences. Thus, it seemed entirely natural for Yanshu to attract him in this manner, possibly even prompting him to approach her following a single dream. This, perhaps, elucidates the reason behind the failures of strategy-focused streamers, who all endeavored to vie for the affections of the senior while competing against the witch, ultimately falling short. After all, witches operate without boundaries. However, the streamers are aware that there are viewers in the live broadcast room. Rather than sacrificing their integrity in a futile attempt to outshine the witch and risking the displeasure of their fans, it is far wiser to concede and allow the witch to emerge victorious, for preserving one's dignity ensures that resources will not run dry. Although the setbacks faced by Yanshu with Xianggu and Yao Jie left her feeling quite disheartened, the witch maintained a formidable mindset. While devising strategies to conquer Xianggu and Yao Jie, she did not forget to nurture new potential allies, particularly the rising star, Yi Mingjun. He was immediately smitten with her, and his affection was palpable from the outset, boasting a solid score of 50. Recently, he even had his assistant discreetly reach out to her to exchange contact information, in an effort to project an air of restraint and prevent him from assuming she was just another one of his infatuated fans. She deliberately delayed adding him until after school. Upon seeing his profile picture, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. It seemed yet another admirer of the shadow hero. The presence of the shadow hero was overwhelmingly prominent, despite the lack of any personal stakes. Yanshu felt a twinge of annoyance because she had also added Yao Jie and Xianggu to her friends list, both of whom shared their admiration for the shadow hero. It had not mattered before, but as one of the three individuals targeted by her, it felt somewhat provocative that they idolized another woman. Nonetheless, it was a relief that, while their feelings for the shadow hero were invisible to her, it was unlikely that their adoration for this idol was exceedingly high. The filming crew would only be in England for 5 days, and during this time, the students were abuzz with excitement, especially the girls, except for Shui, who leisurely watched the unfolding drama. She observed Yanshu flitting about like a social butterfly among various classes, engaging with peers, exuding a self-assured charm reminiscent of a narcissistic heartthrob, indulging in futile endeavors. However, her leisure was short-lived. For to some, squandering time on such frivolities was akin to a transgression. Recently, she had been refining the satellite monitoring system. An alert triggered only at the moment a fissure appeared was decidedly insufficient. There existed anomalous energy fluctuations prior to the emergence of a crack. indicating that it was entirely feasible to capture these anomalies and issue warnings ahead of time, thus granting citizens additional time for evacuation. The personnel from the National Research Institute were assisting her, providing everything she required, all through remote communication. The government's assurances proved trustworthy. The hardliners had shifted their stance towards her following recent events and would no longer impede her progress. Xianggo lingered nearby, eager to assist. Yet Chui's resolve surpassed his, leaving him with little to do but sweep, mop, prepare meals, serve fruits, and air out bed linens, which he seemed to find quite fulfilling. While Chui busied herself in the apartment, she received a call from Madame Ming, reminding her not to forget the dinner with the Yin family later that day. The parents of the Yin and Ming families had arranged to dine together this weekend to strengthen their bonds. This time, the venue was chosen by the Ming family, a renowned luxurious riverboat restaurant in the city, where they could enjoy a meal while cruising along the river, taking in the enchanting nightscape of the city on both banks. The atmosphere this time was markedly different from the first dinner shared together. The two families had grown quite affectionate towards one another. The Ming couple had always been known for their warm disposition, while the Yin couple had a contrasting demeanor. Thus, the Ming couple was pleasantly surprised by the Yin family's overt warmth, especially since Yin Cheng, who had been quite reserved during their initial meeting, was now notably more welcoming. Could it be that they hold a fondness for our precious Jiao Jiao? Mr. and Mrs. Ming exchanged a glance, their hearts swelling with joy at the thought of their beloved being cherished by others. However, once again, Chui arrived late. Reminiscent of her tardiness during their first dinner together, the Ming couple felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet they noticed that the Yin family appeared utterly unconcerned. Ganlan remarked, "Let her attend to her matters. They are important." Yin Wenqing added, "Indeed, important matters take precedence. Meals can always be shared later." Yin Cheng remarked, "It would be unfortunate to hinder her." The Ming couple and Yin Shu exchanged puzzled looks. When Chui finally arrived after finishing her tasks, Yin Shu's gaze fell upon the two families, and she became acutely aware of their affections for Chui. Her expression froze in astonishment. While the Ming couple had consistently radiated a steadfast affection level of 100, she was baffled to see that Yin Qing, who should have a negative score, also bore a 100 above his head. Likewise, Ganlan and Yin Wenqing displayed a score of 100 as well. She had never encountered such a perfect score of 100. It transcended mere familial affection, friendship, or romantic love. If one were to use colors to distinguish the various kinds of love, then romance would be red, family affection blue, and friendship yellow. Yet, in her eyes, these three emotions were a vibrant kaleidoscope. This score of 100 encompassed a multitude of other sentiments, intermingled with admiration for her idols, reverence for heroes, and an unquenchable surge of pride and emotion that would never subside. Together, these elements coalesced into a steadfast feeling of 100, signifying Chui's unparalleled status in their hearts. Yin Shu's expression darkened to an extreme. What was happening? Why was it like this? She could not comprehend the complexity of human emotions. What kind of feeling was this? Why did it arise? What had she secretly done behind her back? Shock, disbelief, and an unprecedented fury surged within her, nearly causing her head to explode. The backyard was ablaze, leaving no time or opportunity for her to salvage the situation. Yin Shu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chui inquired. Yin Shu's complexion grew even more ashen. It's nothing, just a bit of seasickness. Chui responded. I'll just step out for a moment to the restroom. After Chui departed, Yin Shu felt the veins on her forehead throb with the strain of suppressing her emotions, compelling her to rise as well and retreat to the restroom to reflect and regain her composure. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Defense had recently updated their satellite systems, replacing the freshly launched news system. Upon achieving success, there was an enthusiastic round of applause. Even the president had graced the occasion. This was not merely a trivial system update akin to those of mobile phones or computers. This particular update signified a profound enhancement in the safeguarding of human life, potentially saving countless individuals from the brink of death. However, just moments after the new monitoring system was installed, an alarm suddenly rang out, freezing all the smiles in their tracks. Looking towards the large screen displaying a national map, 3 red dots emerged. The red indicated a significant anomaly, warning of potential large-scale fissures, while yellow denoted lesser concerns, and blue represented the least severe. The alarm systems for the cities marked by these anomalies, including the one where Chui resided, were immediately activated. Having just exited the restroom, Chui was washing her hands when she heard the familiar alarm sound. Suddenly, the ship tilted, forcing her to steady herself against the sink, as the captain must have altered the course without delay. The corridor was already teeming with people, making passage impossible as they awaited the ship's docking to rush into the safety zone. The vessel soon approached the shore, and Chui followed the throng forward. Gazing up at the night sky, she pondered that, regardless of how dire the circumstances might be, the mortality rate would reach an unprecedented low. For the alarm had sounded before any fissures had manifested. At this moment, the military was already forewarned of the potential magnitude of the threat, prepared to confront any adversaries that might emerge before the fissures opened, ready to repel whatever might come forth. As she was contemplating the bridge ladder used for emergency evacuations, Chui was suddenly shoved forcefully by someone. This ladder, seldom utilized, lacked railings on both sides. With that unexpected push, Chui found herself stepping into nothingness and plunged into the icy waters of the river. The frigid water shocked her system, and as her head broke the surface, her gaze swept through the bustling crowd, but she could not discern who had pushed her. It was likely unnecessary to speculate that shove had been deliberate. And barring any other malevolent individuals, it was evident that only Yin Shu would act in such a manner. At that moment, Chui noticed someone swimming upstream, weaving through the throng of panicked individuals rushing away. Who else could it be but that little pervert? The people aboard the cruise ship had all retreated to the nearest safe house, where Yin Shu met with the Ming and Yin families. Upon seeing Yin Shu, the Ming couple immediately inquired, "Have you seen Jiao Jiao?" Yin Shu struggled to maintain a composed demeanor. "No," she replied. The recent shove had merely been an impulsive reaction to her frustration. She was uncertain whether it would lead to Ming Zhao's demise. Despite the misdeeds she had committed in secret, only death could quell the resentment that gnawed at her. Gan Lan and Yin Wenqing reassured them, saying, "Do not worry. Jiao Jiao is very clever. She may have gone to another safe house. Look at all the previous incidents. She has always been fine, hasn't she?" Yin Qing echoed their sentiments. As Yin Shu witnessed their behavior, her resentment deepened. Unable to contain herself, she fixed her gaze on the large screen, silently praying for something even more terrifying than the last humanoid creature to emerge, ideally devouring Ming Jiao. Only by forcing them to watch Ming Jiao perish in agony could her heart's grievances be alleviated. How infuriating it was that she had expended so much effort to please them, striving to become their ideal daughter, only to see them freely bestow greater affection upon others. Yet, the screen remained eerily calm, revealing nothing but a multitude of military forces preparing for battle. At that moment, the voice of an official echoed through the broadcast, announcing that for the first time, 3 cities had achieved such a flawless evacuation, resembling a mere drill. Only alarm bells rang, with no intruders in sight. As everyone retreated to the safety of their shelters, Chui savored her meal with deliberation while monitoring the situation on her computer. Xianggu gently dried her hair and, despite the tense atmosphere, could not help but whisper, "Do you enjoy the cuisine here? I could learn from their chefs. It's decent, but your cooking is superior." Chui replied candidly. Having tasted a myriad of delicacies, she felt that no matter how exquisite the food outside might be, it always seemed to lack something essential. Xiangji's dishes, while seasoned with a few supplementary ingredients, possessed a certain simplicity and authenticity. Perhaps it was the taste of home that rendered them exceptional. Xianggu was momentarily taken aback, as a sudden spark of brilliance ignited in her melancholic eyes, and a faint, sweet smile graced her lips. With great care, she continued to dry her hair, knowing that if she were to take action later, the dampness would be uncomfortable and required thorough drying. Only when put to practical use did the military truly appreciate the efficacy of this modified and upgraded monitoring system. The 3 cities had successfully undergone evacuation, and the heavy weaponry was already in position, awaiting the emergence of the fissure. F City and G City were the first to experience this phenomenon. One fissure appeared in the sky while another manifested on the ground. The moment they opened, a relentless barrage of attacks was unleashed upon the fissures. Perhaps the intensity of the firepower frightened off the intruders, or the acrid scent of gunpowder masked the presence of people. Regardless, this unseen assault persisted for less than half an hour before the fissure sealed itself once more. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted, for this was the first time such a significant fissure had opened within the city without the intrusion of enemies, without casualties, and without damage to the citizens' property. Only V City remained. A peculiar situation unfolded there. The military had been waiting at the designated coordinates on the map for an extended period without witnessing the emergence of a fissure, even as alarms continued to blare. And the monitoring system indicated that a fissure had indeed opened. Chui, having finished her meal and sipped some juice, furrowed her brow slightly as she gazed at the computer screen. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her expression shifted dramatically, just as Xianggu finished tying her hair. and Shui rose and instructed. You must immediately inform the individuals in the safe house of Area P and V City to swiftly evacuate from the underground and seek refuge within the buildings. The fissure has emerged, yet it is neither in the heavens above nor upon the surface of the earth, leaving but one possibility: it lies beneath. Moreover, it is situated within the safety shelter. Otherwise, the system would be incapable of detecting the fluctuations. Xiang Gu felt a surge of joy as Shui commanded him to act, and he promptly infiltrated the broadcast system of the safety house. Shui donned a half-mask and armed herself, shedding her outer coat and trousers to reveal the black combat attire underneath, hastening towards the impending disaster scene. Within all the safety shelters of City V, the residents heard Xiang Ji's voice, which echoed with an unembellished urgency. Residents of the safety shelter in Area P of City V, please evacuate immediately and seek refuge within the buildings. Intruders are expected to appear within the safety shelter of Area P, particularly those in shelters P1 to P10. He repeated, once again, residents of City V, Area P. There was no time to ponder the youthfulness of the voice, which bore no resemblance to that of an official. The terror embedded in his words rendered it too frightening. The inhabitants of the safety shelters in Area P momentarily froze before screaming and rushing towards the exits, as if they could suddenly sense the ghastly presence of death drawing near. Though there were numerous doors leading from the safety shelters, they were all interconnected at the bottom. Those in positions like Gone Lands, while not at the epicenter of the disaster, were still within the confines of Area P and were equally terrified, pushing their way towards the exit. Fissures may appear underground, yet they are exceedingly rare. Even if such entities were to emerge, they would struggle to breach the protective barrier provided by Mother Earth, which renders movement exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the Earth itself completely obscures the sin of humanity, making it more desolate than the mountains and forests, thus rendering it improbable for intruders to arise from beneath the ground. The emergence of a fissure within the safety shelter is indeed a most unusual occurrence. As the saying goes, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. It is exceedingly difficult to achieve perfection in any endeavor, just like this instance, where two other cities navigated the crisis with remarkable finesse. Who could have anticipated that an intruder would manifest within the safe house of V City? Now, we can only hope for the safe and prompt evacuation of those within, while the larger intruders remain trapped, immobilized within the confines of the safe house. Although the sudden emergence of that unfamiliar voice was staggering, the military, tasked with safeguarding V City, promptly chose to trust its words and swiftly altered their operational strategy. The most straightforward method to neutralize the intruder within the safe house would be a gas attack. However, executing such a tactic while the evacuation is still underway poses significant challenges. Deep beneath P District, a fissure had quietly opened for some time, unnoticed until now. From within the shadowy crevice came a rustling sound, reminiscent of something slithering. Gradually, the formidable head of a massive, menacing python emerged, its senses attuned to the plethora of prey in the vicinity. It detected an abundance of scents. Food was abundant, surrounding it from all directions, and it chose to pursue the strongest aroma. Its elongated body, nearly 30 meters in length, slithered forth from the crack, its glossy black scales glistening, exuding a smooth sheen. The sheer size of the creature occupied 4/5 of the tunnel within the safe house. As it observed its quarry in motion, it wasted no time. Its immense bulk was not a hindrance, but rather, the powerful muscles rippling across its form enabled it to glide with a speed that resembled that of a phantom. Shui felt an ominous premonition upon realizing that the safe house where her family resided was situated within the P District. She understood that the confines of the safe house were too narrow. The true efficacy of her superhuman agility could only be realized in spacious areas. Uncertain of what horrors might emerge, she feared that venturing down could render her powerless, potentially costing her life in vain. She was not one to abandon her family. Within the safe house lay a special passage, a narrow slide that permitted only one person at a time. Anyone of slightly larger stature would find themselves ensnared. With resolve, Shui activated the slide, disregarding the astonished gazes of those pouring through the main entrance, and leapt down. The Ming couple and the Yin family were among the first to reach the boat's exit when the alarm sounded, hastening into the safe house. They did not dwell on the fate of their two daughters, who had gone to the restroom. For years of drills and survival experts had instilled in them the imperative that, during a disaster, the foremost action was to enter the safe house without delay. Parents were advised against searching for their children, and children were cautioned not to seek their parents, as such actions would only hinder one another. Trust must be established. Both parties needed to believe that, upon the alarm's ringing, the other would promptly seek refuge. Consequently, They found themselves deep within the safe house, awaiting their turn to ascend the automatic escalator. The atmosphere was thick with tension and fear among those who had yet to board. The dimly lit tunnels leading to other areas, though illuminated, exuded an inexplicable terror, as if some malevolent entity could emerge from the shadows at any moment. At that moment, a rustling sound was heard, gradually growing louder as it approached them. The more fear gripped them, the more some individuals could not help but stare. Their foreheads drenched in sweat, eyes wide with terror. Suddenly, a terrifying creature resembling a monstrous python surged forth from the tunnel's corner, erupting into view. "Ah, let me out. Help. Save me." In an instant, chaos ensued, and the number of screams began to dwindle as some were devoured. Yinshu gasped sharply, turning to harness her ability, instantly pulling the minds of those around her into a dream state, although its effect was minimal, causing only a fleeting moment of dullness. As they fell asleep and awoke in the blink of an eye, barely even realizing it themselves. Yet, in that brief second, she effortlessly pushed past the obstructing bodies to the front. The Yin family of three and the main couple were utterly oblivious to Yin Shu's disappearance. Their attention fixed on the gaping maw that consumed one person after another, perilously close to them, while behind lay a congested crowd. Realizing they had no escape, the desperate individuals quickly surrendered their will to survive. At that moment, a shadow suddenly materialized before them. The despairing crowd jolted awake. The shadow heroine. "She's here. Don't crowd. Exit orderly. With the shadow heroine, we are safe." Someone immediately shouted to the front. Even on the surface, this entity is exceedingly difficult to confront, let alone in a battlefield that is overwhelmingly unfavorable to her. Yet, with her family behind her, retreat is simply not an option. With no choice but to advance, she steels herself to witness the sharpness of these two demonic blades. "Exercise utmost caution." "Understood. Let us move swiftly." They dared not hinder Shui, and despite their concerns, they quickly joined the main force in their forward march. The distance between Shui and those behind her grew ever wider, yet she needed to buy more time. She had to wait until they had completely vacated the safe house and entered the building, or else her perilous endeavor would be in vain. During this interval, the adversary launched several attacks. The speed of the serpentine strikes was astonishing. Captured on camera, their actions could only be discerned in slow motion, revealing their instantaneous ferocity. With thousands of backward curving teeth in their mouths, once bitten, escape was futile, only death awaited. And Shui was compelled to heighten her vigilance to an extraordinary degree, despite remaining stationary. She felt as though she had exercised for 2 hours, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She could not afford to stumble or display even the slightest instability. Her gaze could not waver for an instant. The predator lurked, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to ensnare this challenging quarry, leaving no chance for her to evade its grasp. The automatic escalator had halted due to the absence of passengers, yet as Shui stepped onto it, it resumed its function, carrying her slowly upwards while the intruder followed suit. Those on the ground had already retreated into the building, and the military personnel had arrived, poised and ready, their eyes fixed intently on the entrance. People from all corners of the nation were fixated on the screen, their breaths held in anxious anticipation. What creature would emerge? Would the shadow hero appear? Was she still alive? Like any escalator, if one fails to step off upon reaching the top, a fall is inevitable. Yet, while a typical escalator may only cause a stumble, this one could prove fatal. Thus, Shui mentally counted down, and just as she approached the pinnacle, she leapt with all her might. In that fleeting moment, a colossal serpent's head lunged toward her, narrowly grazing her foot as it passed. Instantly, the creature's muscles coiled, propelling it upright and in pursuit. Outside, spectators beheld the shadow hero springing forth from the entrance, closely followed by a monstrous, terrifying python. This heart-stopping spectacle left onlookers aghast, their mouths agape, hearts racing with dread at the thought of Shui being ensnared by the beast. Upon landing, she sprang into action once more, her adversary swiftly closing in. The escape from the cramped safe house not only liberated Shui's abilities, but also awakened the predators. It moved with alarming speed. Its attacks relentless, and on several occasions, Shui narrowly evaded capture. She leapt to higher ground, only for the creature to ascend right behind her, twisting and gliding through the sky as it pursued her. It was relentless, calculating the shortest route to overtake her. Oh my goodness, this is terrifying. Am I watching a horror film? This is far more frightening than that previous green humanoid creature. Oh my. The shadow huntress seems to stand no chance at all. The armored beast, impervious to blades and bullets, moves with astonishing agility, its thermal sensing system rendering its prey utterly vulnerable. Frightening. Not only the individuals within the instance, but also those in the live stream are shrieking in terror, utterly captivated by the intense chase and the desperate flight. Previously, when Shui faced numerous foes, the spectacle was exhilarating, akin to a thrilling science fiction film. Yet this time, an overwhelming sense of horror envelopes the scene, reminiscent of the most spine-chilling moments from a horror movie. The cries of those inside the buildings only serve to heighten Yanshu's irritation and anger. The Shadow Huntress is indeed among her most despised adversaries. As she gazes at the frantic chase outside, a malicious smile creeps across her lips. Her eyes fixate on Shui, her pupils suddenly dilating. She unleashes her power. Die. Shui suddenly feels a sharp jolt in her mind. As if something is attempting to pull her consciousness from the surface of her body into the depths of her being, nearly wresting control from her. She quickly regains her composure, but that fleeting moment has already laid the groundwork for dire consequences. A searing pain strikes her calf as a hooked fang embeds itself into her flesh, yanking her backward. Gasps of terror erupt from the crowd, for to their eyes, the gigantic creature has caught up with Shui, sinking its the entire being was suddenly cast to the ground, feeling an agonizing pain throughout the body. As if every organ and bone were in turmoil. Dizziness enveloped the mind, and a metallic taste of blood surged in the throat. The knife, once firmly gripped in hand, slipped away due to sheer weakness. Yet, this was not the direst of circumstances. Perhaps this prey was too formidable to be dispatched easily. Unlike the fate that befell other quarry, it chose to ensnare her first, tightening its grip until her breath was stifled before consuming her. The astonishingly large serpent began to writhe and coil, its massive form obscuring any sight of Shui. No, no, no. Please, no. She has saved so many lives. Who will come to her aid now? I refuse to accept this. She is so young and has accomplished such great feats. How can fate be so cruel? Curse it. If only I were in V-City, I would charge in with a cleaver and fight it. Release her. You wretched beast. Observing this scene, Yanshu felt a flicker of satisfaction. Jiao Jiao. Ganlan momentarily lost control, leaning out of the window, weeping and crying out. Shadow Huntress. Madame Ming shouted in unison, then abruptly turned to Ganlan, questioning, whom did you just call out? The military arrived in haste to provide rescue, unleashing concentrated firepower from both the skies and the ground. They even resorted to spraying it with realgar wine, which had some effect, yet only served to incite further agitation within the creature. Its body writhed uncontrollably, the massive head buried within its coiled form emerging, along with the leg of Shui, which it still clutched in its jaws. Driven by instinctual wariness and fear of the realgar, it opted to flee temporarily, dragging Shui along with it. At some point, half of her face mask had been dislodged by some object, and fortuitously. This allowed the acrid scent of the wine in the air to awaken her senses. Her faint heartbeat gradually quickened and strengthened. Upon opening her eyes, Shui became acutely aware of her predicament. Her knife was gone. What should she do now? The creature was climbing to the rooftop of a building, and as she dangled in midair, observing the ground receding farther away, she suddenly noticed a small drone approaching her. Beneath the drone dangled two knives. Not the two she had lost, but two others. Momentarily taken aback, Shui's lips curled into a slight smile. As the drone neared, she reached out to grasp one of the knives. With a swift motion, the blade was drawn, its gleaming edge reflecting a fierce light. Ignoring the excruciating pain in her right leg, which was deeply embedded in the creature's jaws, she exerted her strength at the waist, positioning herself at the serpent's mouth. Gripping the hilt firmly, she plunged the knife forcefully into its eye. While this may not have deprived the serpent of its sight, it would certainly cause it pain. Indeed, the pain was excruciating, twisting and writhing through its entire being. In a fit of rage, it flung Shui aside and opened its massive jaws, poised to swallow her whole. Yet, it had missed the opportune moment to seize its prey. Such chances are seldom granted a second time. In the very instant it gaped, Shui clutched the hilt of the knife embedded deep within its skull and forcefully yanked her leg free from its jaws. Blood erupted, splattering across its maw, and the agonizing tear caused her facial muscles to convulse. Nevertheless, she pressed on without faltering. The moment she emerged, she seized another knife from the drone that lay in wait beside her. The sound of the blade unsheathing sliced through the night, sharp enough to inflict harm. With determination, Shui propelled herself towards the ground, the serpent's head still in pursuit. Yet, she had no intention of evading it. With a deft twist of her wrist, she plunged the knife into its exposed abdomen, laid bare by the excruciating pain in its eyes. The scales on its belly were considerably softer than those elsewhere, allowing her razor-sharp blade to slice through with ease. as if she were gutting a fish, leaving behind a lengthy gash. And Shui landed gracefully, the monstrous head of the serpent halting behind her, ceasing its chase. After a brief pause, the creature's entire form writhed violently, blood gushing forth from the deep wound, creating a miasma of putrid mist that enveloped Shui. She approached its head, withdrew the knife, and emerged slowly from the swirling crimson haze, beneath the cloak of night. In this seemingly desolate yet opulent city, the neon lights diligently illuminate the surroundings. Equally committed are the major television stations, which are broadcasting live, focusing intently on Shui. Amidst the shadows and the crimson mist, the blood-soaked maiden evokes a singular thought in the minds of all. The hero has returned. Oh my. Mom, 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 mom. The shadow heroine is my classmate. The shadow heroine has been unmasked before the eyes of the nation. Due to her grave injuries, she has been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. As the chaos subsides, people return to their routines, yet Yin Shu remains rooted in place. Her body cold and trembling. She realizes the reason the Yin family harbored such feelings for Shui is now clear. She is the shadow heroine. How infuriating that she is indeed the shadow heroine. Upon seeing Yin Shu's face, the audience in the live broadcast erupts in vitriolic threats against her. Meanwhile, major news websites have swiftly published breaking headlines, with the real identity of shadow heroine trending at the top, rapidly climbing the global topic charts. Her past photographs emerge, and those who claim to be classmates and friends of Shui come forth to recount her deeds. I can hardly believe my eyes. Is it truly Meng Jiao? Could it just be someone who bears a striking resemblance? It can't possibly be Meng Jiao, can it? I grew up alongside Meng Jiao in the same neighborhood. She was merely a pampered little princess, sheltered by her parents. Although she did undergo considerable transformation since last summer, born into a wealthy family, she outwardly appears to be an innocent and naive young lady, while secretly serving as a valiant savior of the world. I could script an entire film right now. Why isn't the government making a statement? Is the shadow heroine truly Meng Jiao? Yao Jie sat dumbfounded before his computer screen, the notifications from his chat application erupting incessantly. Upon opening it, he was met with dozens of message boxes, all inquiring whether the shadow heroine was Meng Jiao. And if he had been aware of this all along, given that Meng Jiao was his ex-girlfriend. A bunch of fools. If he had known earlier, would he have broken up with Meng Jiao? No. Is it really Meng Jiao? Is it truly her? He cradled his head and screamed in frustration, yearning to dash to the hospital to glimpse the face of the shadow heroine. However, the hospital was currently fortified, with a throng of media blocked from entry. Is the shadow heroine the heiress Meng Jiao? Has the government already been aware of this? What is the current situation of the shadow heroine? Will she be able to accept interviews? The barrage of inquiries was nearly overwhelming, and internally he couldn't help but curse. I also want to know. If you ask me, who should I turn to for answers? Shadow Woman is still undergoing surgery, and further details are presently unavailable. However, I assure you that should Shadow Woman consent to an interview at a later time, invitations will be extended to you. Endowed with extraordinary leaping prowess, Antle seemingly sustained numerous injuries. However, the true damage was confined to her left leg, which was mauled severely. The entire calf area was a bloody mess, with several lacerations so profound that bone was visible. It required a total of 63 sutures, encompassing over 400 stitches, and was further complicated by a comminuted fracture. The physician, having reviewed footage of her battle, could not conceal the compassion in their eyes, deeply admiring her fortitude. They wondered how she managed to endure the pain to deliver the final blow. Do not fret, a nurse consoled. Modern cosmetic surgery is quite advanced. Once healed, if you are concerned, you can undergo procedures to completely eradicate the scars. Even heroes, after all, are young women and are likely to be concerned about bodily imperfections. The apprehension etched on her face was plain to see. This is the most beautiful leg in the world, the doctor remarked. However, Anthill was indifferent to the matter of scars. Her current trepidation stemmed from the unsettling serenity of Madame Ming, a tranquility reminiscent of the calm before a storm. She was somewhat flustered. It was a sensation she had not experienced in quite some time. Indeed, after her legs were bandaged and encased in plaster, and she was transferred to the hospital bed, the Yin family departed. Mr. Ming, besieged by incessant phone calls, had to step outside, leaving Mrs. Ming to gaze intently at her. She remarked, I had always believed your drastic personality shift stemmed from your inability to accept the truth of having raised the wrong child. Yet, it appears that you endured trials far beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals long before that. One can only wonder what immense suffering one must endure to transform from carefree innocence to such somber reticence. As a mother, the thought of my daughter silently bearing such burdens, enduring suffering beyond my sight, and shouldering such profound responsibilities rends my heart with agony. Do you fathom the depth of my sorrow? Mrs. Ming had often pondered whether the shadow heroine's mother was aware of her daughter's perilous endeavors. If she were to know, how heart-wrenching it would be for her. Little did she realize that she herself was the mother of the shadow heroine. A revelation that struck her heart with a pain so profound it felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Tears welled in Mrs. Ming's eyes, her gaze starkly contrasting with that of Ganlan. Rather than pride, her expression was laden with heartache, imbued with a silent, tentative plea for her daughter to cease such reckless pursuits. She wished for her daughter to embrace a life of safety and ordinariness, rather than risking her life for the sake of others. This gaze was hauntingly familiar. It transported Chui back to the moment she had prepared to study abroad, when her mother had looked at her with the same expression. Convincing Mrs. Ming to allow her to continue as the shadow heroine was no simple task. While she could certainly dismiss her mother's concerns, she could not do so in this manner. As Chui busied herself comforting the weeping Madame Ming, Yanshu strolled along the bustling street. She had already come to the realization that her efforts had been in vain. With whispers concerning Chui filling the air around her, everyone was speculating whether she was indeed the elusive shadow heroine. Her phone was inundated with countless messages and missed calls, including those from the young celebrity she had set her sights on, and she was well aware of the reasons behind those communications. It was all over, and Chui had swiftly ascended to an insurmountable peak. And no matter how hard she tried, she could never surpass her. She thought to herself, perhaps it would be best to abandon this wretched human society altogether and seek a fresh start in a different world. Suddenly, a familiar voice called her name from behind. Turning around, Yanshu beheld Xianggu. His large, gray glass-like eyes regarded her with their usual melancholic expression, complemented by his pale complexion and frail, non-threatening physique, which lent him an air of ill health. What do you want? Yanshu, feeling indifferent, saw no reason to feign interest, especially since she was on the verge of leaving. Xianggu inquired, did you do something peculiar to her? Taken aback, Yanshu responded with a sardonic smile. So what if I did? And what if I didn't? She couldn't help but ponder how Xianggu could utter such a question. A scrawny boy with a troubled mind, who would take an interest in him if not for Mingjiao? This thought ignited a desire within Yanshu to teach him a lesson. After all, how many times had he vanquished her in his dreams? Xianggu merely gazed at her with an innocent expression before raising his hand. Suddenly, a group of tall figures clad in black emerged from several luxury cars parked along the roadside. Yanshu, her face a mask of terror, had no time to flee before being seized and forcefully shoved into the vehicle. Young master, one of the black-clad men respectfully opened the car door and bowed his head. Xianggu bent down and settled himself inside as a procession of black cars, exuding an aura of intimidation, glided slowly down the street. The live broadcast was filled with amused commentary. Ha ha ha, this is quite delightful. Oh, how exhilarating. Xianggu, swiftly bring an end to this witch. I never anticipated you to be such a formidable individual. Ha ha ha. When watching other streamers, I didn't harbor such disdain for the witch. It turns out they were merely pursuing trivial schemes at that time. I failed to recognize her selfishness in this broader context. It's utterly repugnant. Indeed, it's nauseating. Anticipating her downfall, unaware of the enmity she had attracted, Yanshu was thrust into the car, incessantly questioning Xianggu. What do you intend to do? Are you going to kill me to avenge Mingjiao? She was aware that she was a witch. Although their race appeared humanoid, they lacked the substantiality and density characteristic of many beings. They could effortlessly possess and parasitize any creature with a vitality weaker than their own, thereby acquiring a new corporeal form. To abandon a parasitic host, the host must first perish. Initially, she intended to take her own life to escape this vessel, subsequently departing through a fissure. However, before she could meet her end, she was captured by Xianggu. Fortunately, she harbored no fear. After all, wasn't he merely a fanatical admirer of Mingjiao? At worst, he might kill her and avenge her. She remained unafraid. Xianggu was engrossed in typing, seemingly lost in his own world. Upon hearing her words, he lifted his melancholic gaze, meeting hers for a few moments before returning to his task. Say something, Yanshu implored. In response, a guard silenced her by stuffing a dirty rag, used for wiping the windshield, into her mouth. Yanshu's anger surged, her eyes bloodshot, radiating a murderous intent. At that moment, she heard Xianggu speak. That you wish to conceal your indifference towards death. Your eyes and facial expressions betray your true sentiments. It appears that the concept of death holds a different significance for you than it does for humanity. Thus, the foremost priority must be your safety. I cannot allow you to perish. Yin Shu's pupils constricted sharply, her gaze fixed on Xianggu, whose chest heaved with intensity. After approximately half an hour, the vehicle came to a halt. The rag was finally torn from her mouth, and she was hastily dragged out of the car. Before her stood a research facility nestled against the mountains, exuding an aura of both opulence and dread. What is the meaning of this? Xianggu, what are you doing? I am Yin Shu, Meng Jiao's sister. What do you intend to do with me? Yin Shu was genuinely frightened. She had never anticipated that Xianggu could so effortlessly discern her true thoughts. From Xiangji's recent remarks, she realized that he was aware she no longer feared death. Thus, he would undoubtedly ensure her existence was more torturous than death itself. You are not Meng Jiao's sister. Xianggu halted his steps, turning to face her, his melancholic eyes devoid of any glimmer of light. It was difficult for anyone under his gaze not to feel a chill run down their spine. You are a hero. You are a disgrace. You have no right to be compared to her. The hero, as described by Xianggu, was presently besieged by a throbbing headache. Having a mother is a profoundly joyous experience. However, when one is blessed with two mothers whose worldviews starkly contrast, conflicts inevitably arise. This morning, Ganlan brought breakfast to visit in Shui, and a quarrel erupted between Madame Meng and Madame Yin regarding Shui's identity as the shadow heroine. Madame Meng exclaimed, "You knew all along she was engaging in such perilous activities, and not only did you fail to prevent her, but you also aided her in keeping it from me. Clearly, you have not raised her close enough to understand the pain." Shui interjected, "Mother." Madame Yin retorted, "I carried her for 10 months. How could I be unaware of the pain? A child possesses her own thoughts and unwavering path. How can one deny her pursuits simply out of concern?" Madame Ming countered. "So you would just stand by and watch her die?" Shui attempted to mediate. "Ladies," Madame Yin continued, "is it to be said that all mothers of warriors ought to view military service as a death sentence, and thus prevent their children from enlisting?" Shui thought to herself, perhaps it is best to relinquish the matter. The conflicts among women can often be quite unreasonable. I shall simply have my porridge. Meanwhile, the two fathers appeared to be in harmonious spirits, engaged in a conversation filled with sentiment and camaraderie. Fortunately, their quarrel did not persist for long, not due to any mutual persuasion or concessions, but rather because the arrival of significant figures rendered them reluctant to bicker in their presence, leading to a temporary cessation of hostilities. The identity of the shadow heroine had been unveiled, and thus, numerous dignitaries visited the military hospital daily. Their discussions remained behind closed doors, guarded by sentinels, leaving others oblivious to the matters at hand. Although the Ming family was of considerable wealth, tracing their lineage back several generations to agrarian roots, they were not of the aristocratic ilk. It was the first time for Madame Ming to witness such an assembly, and it was impossible for her to feel entirely at ease. As the days passed, the shadow of Shui's near demise began to dissipate somewhat. Yet a swell of pride surged within Madame Ming. The tension during her altercations with Ganlan had considerably diminished. 17 years ago, when I brought her into this world, I had no inkling that she would evolve into such a remarkable individual. Madame Ming beheld a living, breathing precedent before her, who extended a hand in greeting, praising her for raising such an exceptional daughter, before entering the ward to converse with Shui, leaving her once again in tears of joy. Ahem. It was I who gave birth to her 17 years ago. I raised her to adulthood, believing she would follow a conventional path like many girls, attending school, securing a job, finding a good husband, marrying, and eventually having children, living a life of tranquility. Little did I expect her fate to diverge so drastically. I understand your feelings. What do you understand? You did not raise her. Where is Yin Shu? Why have we not seen her for so long? Madame Ming suddenly recalled that several days had passed without a glimpse of Yin Shu. As parents, they would not harbor resentment or blame her for her selfishness. If her actions allowed her to survive, they would feel a sense of relief, albeit tinged with sorrow, especially in contrast to another daughter who bravely stood before them, defending them. This stark juxtaposition stirred a tumult of emotions within them. Consequently, when they received a message from Yin Shu, expressing her shame and her inability to confront them, they chose to give each other some space after confirming with an old-school friend of Yin Shu's that she was indeed staying at their home. Little did they know that wealth could manipulate even the most steadfast, for Xianggu had bribed this family to deceive them with utter impunity. Meanwhile, within the confines of the research institute, where Yin Shu felt as if she were living a fate worse than death, She prayed daily for her family to discover her disappearance and report it to the authorities. This was her only glimmer of hope. Yet, she could never have imagined that her family believed she was simply residing at a friend's house. And Shui resolved to hold a press conference, having already been unmasked. There was no longer any need for subterfuge. She might as well openly acknowledge her identity as Meng Jiao. The event was broadcast live, and eager netizens had long been poised before their screens. While the media representatives vying for limited spots at the venue scrambled fervently for the opportunity to capture the moment and pose their inquiries. When Shui was wheeled out in her chair, a wave of excitement surged through the audience, punctuated by the relentless clicking of cameras, creating an atmosphere of fervent enthusiasm. No one doubted her identity as the shadow heroine. Everyone gazing upon her knew it to be true. I don't know why, but I feel so moved, sobbing. The goddess looks exactly as I imagined. Delicate and beautiful, who could have anticipated her courage, kindness, and unwavering sense of justice within? She possesses both exquisite beauty and a unique soul. Sobbing. There were no vexatious detractors, no foul-mouthed keyboard warriors. The comments flowed in harmonious praise, with dissenting voices daring only to whisper their thoughts in private, too fearful to openly invite ridicule. The media's inquiries were equally measured. Those fortunate enough to pose questions were representatives from major corporations, most of whom possessed the wisdom not to jeopardize their integrity for fleeting notoriety. Should we refer to you as the shadow heroine or Miss Meng? Either title is acceptable. After enduring such a life-threatening crisis, has your heart begun to waver? Yes. Yet behind me are those I wish to protect, thus I must forge ahead. Yao Jie gazed at Shui on the screen, nearly moved to tears. He pondered whether rekindling their relationship would be feasible. No, as a man, one must acknowledge their mistakes and seek redemption. In his youth, he failed to comprehend the value of his goddess. Yet now, perhaps it is not too late to turn back from the precipice. A week had passed since the events unfolded, yet the fervor surrounding the shadow heroine and Meng Jiao remained unabated. Discussions reverberated throughout Yinglan High School. Following Shui's announcement at the press conference that she would continue attending classes, many anticipated the opportunity to bask in her radiance. However, due to her severely injured foot, encased in a cast, she was confined to a wheelchair, with Xianggu diligently pushing her. In truth, as soon as she alighted from the vehicle, a throng of admirers encircled her, both familiar and unfamiliar faces alike, all vying to usurp the honor of pushing the wheelchair for the shadow heroine. Yet, under the watchful glare of Xiangji's enigmatic and intimidating gaze, they were swiftly deterred. Although they could not push the wheelchair for their idol, the privilege of lifting it up the stairs was still within reach. And Shui experienced for the first time the sensation of being carried, both herself and the wheelchair, up the stairs by the boys. I lifted my goddess's wheelchair. I won't wash my hands for a whole year. Damn it, I didn't get to lift it. Fortunately, I can seize the moments during lunch and after school. I feel faint. My idol is in the same class as me, and I adore school. Enough said. I must transfer to England. To the person ahead, I see from your profile that you are a teacher. Do not even think about exploiting your authority. Countless voices echoed with fervent admiration. On the production side, the rising star adamantly refused to seek out Shui. If I were to pursue her, it would not be in front of the cameras, riding on the coattails of my idol's fame. Such a notion is utterly despicable. It would tarnish my image in her eyes. Absolutely not. I yearn for her autograph, yet I am overwhelmed with anxiety. I dare not approach her. What if the goddess declines? Losing face is trivial compared to the profound despair I would feel, and I cannot fathom how long it would take to recover. As for Yin Shu, I regret to say he has slipped my mind. And Shui, being the enigmatic shadow heroine, draws attention wherever she goes. Typically, those she engages are left in awe, and if she makes a request, it is met with delight. They are eager to assist, wishing only to be of service. And Shui said to 524, see? 524 replied, what? An irresistible beauty, she declared, despite encouraging himself countless times throughout the day. Yao Jie still lacked the courage to serenade Shui. This Meng Jiao was no longer the same Meng Jiao of yore. She radiated like the sun, drawing everyone near. Yet few held the privilege to stand by her side. He even dared not to confide in his parents that Meng Jiao had once been his girlfriend, and that the breakup was initiated by him, fearing a severe reprimand. Moreover, Shui was always accompanied by Xianggu. Ever since he transferred to their class, whenever he approached her, his melancholic eyes would cast a chilling glance in his direction. On one occasion, while heading to the restroom, he encountered Xianggu, who, despite having been a victim of bullying without retaliation, surprisingly threatened him. If you continue to be so oblivious, I will ensure your family faces ruin. Such juvenile bravado was something he had long outgrown. Did Xianggu truly not feel any embarrassment uttering such words? As it turned out, he did not, and he spoke with an unsettling seriousness, as if he meant every word. These trivial matters within the school did not concern Shui, as she sensed the time was nearing its conclusion. She believed it was appropriate to wrap up this live broadcast. She inquired of Xianggu, "What about Yanshu? The deadline has passed, and our parents are beginning to worry. In their eyes, Yanshu is still their child." Xianggu cautiously informed her, "I have handed the witch over to the authorities." And Shui replied, "Well done." In any case, Shui was indifferent to dealing with that witch and had no real desire for research. Primarily, the extraterrestrial beings and brainwaves encountered in the last instance could be explained scientifically, which naturally piqued her interest as a scientist. In contrast, the witch, a creature that feeds on love, seemed abstract and unscientific. Rather than studying her, Shui found herself more intrigued by the phenomenon of temporal rifts. Once Yanshu was surrendered to the state, the subsequent explanations to the Yin and Ming families would be the responsibility of those in charge, leaving no burden for them to bear. Not long after, perhaps overwhelmed by the relentless torment, Yanshu confided in them that she understood the reason behind the continuous emergence of rifts in this space-time. It was infuriating to hear. For the humans inhabiting the realm from which those monsters originated, though they bore a different appearance from those here, they were nonetheless a highly intelligent species, had relentlessly pursued exploration and discovery without consideration for the consequences. This reckless ambition had led to horrific mutations among their creatures, bringing about their own apocalypse. Consequently, the remaining humans had retreated to their final bastion, desperately seeking a solution. Ultimately, they opted to open gateways to other worlds, hoping to merge the two dimensions in search of assistance from the denizens of alternate realms and to uncover new opportunities. In essence, the reason for the incessant rifts here stemmed from the actions of those humans over there. Upon learning this, everyone was consumed by rage. How could they be so foolish as to bring their self-inflicted calamity upon others? What right did they have to invade another's world and impose the consequences of their own folly upon innocents? Moreover, they sought to merge the two dimensions, hoping that the people here might aid them and provide a new lease on life. Had they even considered consulting us? Was it so difficult to send a messenger in advance to communicate respectfully and seek assistance? Such audacity is truly shameless. I firmly believe that we bear no responsibility or obligation to assist those humans who are reaping the consequences of their own actions. On the contrary, they should be held accountable for the considerable loss of life and property they have inflicted upon us over the years. And Shui remarked, "From their myriad behaviors, it is evident that the beings of that race are selfish and avaricious. Should we extend humanitarian aid to them, it would only usher in unpredictable and uncontrollable calamities to our world, akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. The government is divided on this matter. Some advocate for offering assistance to those humans, while others vehemently oppose, arguing that one should tend to their own realm. They have obliterated their own world and now, without permission, seek to devastate ours. Furthermore, such individuals are cunning, selfish, and greedy. Rescuing them might provoke aspirations of dominion over us. Ultimately, after nearly 10 video conferences among the world's leaders, a decision was reached through the principle of the majority ruling. The witch, in a bid to secure her own safety, voluntarily divulged this matter, expressing her willingness to act as a messenger to the other side. She warned that their world is perilous, and humans venturing there would be akin to sheep entering a tiger's den, rendering any endeavor futile. They pondered this seriously. However, Shui remained skeptical of the duplicitous witch. While she believed the accounts of the humans on the other side, she doubted the witch's sincerity in delivering messages faithfully between both parties. It was clear she yearned for escape and, given her nature, would likely contemplate revenge. Thus, eliminating her to prevent future repercussions seemed the prudent course of action. Moreover, her involvement was unnecessary. In the ensuing 2 years, the frequency of the fissures increased alarmingly, leaving Shui weary and apprehensive. As one could not help but speculate that one day the rifts would no longer realign, resulting in a direct fusion of the two realms. Such an eventuality would undoubtedly spell disaster for the inhabitants of this reality. Meanwhile, after more than a year of collaborative efforts by the world's most cutting-edge talents, robots and mech suits have finally been developed. Shui took a moment to appreciate the advancements, of course. They pale in comparison to what she had created in the previous instance, as these are merely initial versions. Nevertheless, they hold significant promise for this world. With the capability for mass production and deployment now realized, the persistent rifts threatening humanity and the world can finally be addressed. Upon the entry of the robotic exploration army into the rift, humanity witnessed, for the first time, the desolate landscape of the other world, a once thriving Earth now reduced to ruins. Where remnants of cities lay scattered beneath a dreary, oppressive sky, the environment was teeming with monstrous beings, lurking both above and below. These creatures seemed inexhaustible, compelling the explorers to seek out the few remaining humans in that realm and deliver a grim ultimatum of death. Thanks to the survival of 17 members of the exploration team, they gleaned further intelligence and pinpointed the location of their targets. The mech warriors then donned their suits, concealing their human essence to approach the brazenly selfish and greedy individuals. They unleashed a relentless assault, channeling years of pent-up fury from the threats posed by otherworldly entities that had robbed them of their loved ones. The fires of conflict ignited this battleground, attracting countless monsters. In the brutal struggle for survival, there exist no absolutes of right or wrong, only victors and vanquished. After such a night, the following day saw the disappearance of the 5 temporal rifts scattered across the globe, which had long necessitated heavy military presence due to their persistent openings. For an entire year, vigilance remained unwavering, yet those rifts did not reopen, and the satellite monitoring systems ceased to detect any energy anomalies. Gradually, everyone exhaled in relief, convinced that the crisis had finally been resolved. Governments worldwide shared this uplifting news with their citizens, revealing the truth behind the recurrent rifts, accompanied by footage of the exploration team survivors being rescued by robots, evoking tears of both sorrow and joy in all who viewed it. Amidst fervent condemnation of the humanity from that world, there was also unbridled exhilaration. Peace returned to the world, and the enigmatic shadow hero retired in triumph. Centuries later, the legacy of the shadow hero thrived through an endless stream of comics, films, television series, and fan fiction. This iconic hero, imbued with charm, remained perpetually in vogue. Within these narratives, a character named Seong-gu consistently emerged, portrayed variously as the shadow hero's butler, friend, or partner, while others depicted him as a hidden arch-nemesis entwined in a tumultuous romance with her. Scholars tirelessly delved into historical records to unravel the complexities of their relationship. Regardless of the interpretations, the fervent fanbase continued to grow, yet the true nature of her connection with Seong-gu and their ultimate fate remained known solely to them.